Oh, people are logging off, going to work. Danny Faulkner logged off.
Doesn't really make much difference.
Not really.
Do you still think a bigger Earth would be in a solar system?
I don't see any reason why not.
How about a geocentric system instead? How about a bigger Earth where the Earth is the thing in the middle and the sun is a tiny light that goes around it?
That's provably false, so no.
Oh, that's provably. Why is that provably false?
Because I have eyeballs and no physics.
Oh, okay. So how do you use your eyeballs to make that prove? I'm curious because I see the sun move. I don't see the Earth move.
I've never seen the Earth move.
Yeah, nobody
I've seen
has.
a lot of things move, but that doesn't mean they don't move. Because
Well,
I
how would
haven't
you know
seen
they
something
move?
doesn't mean it isn't so. That's retarded. Don't be retarded.
What? Well, I know that's true, but how would you come to the conclusion that the Earth is moving from looking at the sun move? By just imagining, right? Because you don't have any proof yet.
That's cool. I totally don't have any proof. There isn't like 100+ years of proof in science.
Okay, would that include
story.
would that include the science that says that Earth is much smaller than you think it is?
Jesus
Or are you
fucking
just kind of
Christ.
cherry picking?
That's why I don't talk to people about the whole Earth shit.
Yeah,
because
because
flat earthers who get ass mad and don't like it. Or
no, it's because your point of view is full of contradictory holes, bro.
Like you're all just ass mad and triggered because I don't
Because you're
believe what you believe.
incapable of forming a
Why is
coherent.
that? Why do I have to believe what you believe?
You don't have to, but your foundational premise is contradictory, dude. Like you think Earth is a globe from the same people that you trust as scientists, but then you reject their science because you think it's a bigger globe. So I mean, I don't know how to deal with that. Really don't. Still here?
Oh, well.
Yeah, he's still here.
Oh, okay.
I was reading something vastly more interesting than you not liking the fact that I don't agree with you on the shape of the Earth.
I don't care if you don't agree. We're just going with the facts. You don't have any facts. You're just bloviate.
I'm not upset at you, bro. I'm just pointing out your information.
Stating things is definitely a fact and has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I just know better. Cool story. Don't keep talking down to me like that. I'm going to keep ignoring you. It's going to be a pair of faggots. I'll treat you like a pair of faggots. Like, nigga, I do not give a fuck. I would just treat you how you decide to treat me. You can have some respect and stop being cunts, or I'll just treat you like cunts. Do you understand the words I just said?
I understand that you have zero.
This was a yes or no question. Do you understand the words that I just said?
You're roboting just a little bit younger. Take about 15 more seconds.
Did you mute me, dude?
Oh. Did you mute any of us, Caleb?
I muted the guy that's currently lagging the fuck out, yeah, because that's
okay. Well, you need to unmute him or we'll ban you.
Yeah, I muted you for now because you're lagging the fuck out with your 50 IQ. Yeah, my ping rate is higher than your fucking IQ, asshole.
Hey Yoder, he doesn't want to. He doesn't care. He wants to be banned.
Yeah, I mean that's obvious.
Do I need to do that in the mod room, or can I do that?
No, I mean he can stay here. He's muted, so he's not causing problems right now, I guess. So he wants to stay here and listen. Maybe he'll get a chance to be maybe it's his lucky day. I'm going to unmute him right now. Let's see what happens. All right, asshole, you're going to stop being an asshole?
What's the command for text mute?
Well, now I'm muted, so are you. Like I said, it only trips if you mod abuse me.
You have no power here.
Nor do you. If you mute me, I will mute you with a script. I do not.
Okay, fine. I mute you. Hey, Swole Dog, since I'm driving, can you ban him? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I need another command. I hate this. I'm always so. The commands, because they're always different in every room. There you go. You can take a 2-day chill pill.
Excellent. Boy, that was crazy, dude. Comes in, just started complaining and then insulting us. I'm like, what? I'm asking him a question. He's like, you guys are saying such stupid shit. You guys are so mean to me all the time. I'm like, dude, what's going on? He just wouldn't stop. They asked him if he muted me, and he's like, yeah, that fucking asshole, that lag and all of that. I'm like, holy shit, well, fine then. You can go away. Not here to learn, not here to have a conversation.
And that could have been a productive conversation because, we would have gotten into the idea that, all the orbits would be wrong, the math would be wrong, everything's wrong if the Earth.
Right. I was looking forward to that. I think the audience was too. But he probably realized how stupid it was of him to say that, and he just went into full meltdown mode.
Hey guys.
Self-defense.
What's up, Sensei?
Doing good, man. I was always curious, where do you guys study these ideas that Earth is flat? Where do you get this kind of information?
Well, we explore the world, dude. We go out in the world and we measure it, we observe it.
Who gave you the idea that the Earth was round? Let's kind of meet in the middle and see if we can't figure this out.
So,
That's a good question, right? Because you can compare.
I would say direct observation. mean, you guys are already familiar with the
Right.
argument, right? Like, you can watch a ship sink full first over the horizon yourself, no authority needed.
I've never seen that. I've seen
Um,
ships go behind waves, but I've never seen a ship go behind the curve of the earth.
Yeah, I've also
Personally,
seen
I've been
miraging.
to the ocean.
have you actually tested any flat Earth claims yourself?
Well, that's what Yoder was kind of getting into. We measured the Earth. They told us the Earth was a certain size. Go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, like when it comes to ships and observations over the water, like you see it all. You see gentle wave obstruction in the near field, which causes far field bottom up obstruction. You see miraging of the surface where the air meets the water, and this creates a stretching distortion, can make the ship appear to be looming up, that is to say, or sinking down below, depending on the conditions, depending on the direction of the gradient. But nobody's ever been able to show us boats going over a curvature of the Earth, because for that to happen, it has to be in a very specific place, and the conditions have to be pristine, like clear. You need to be able to show us that, and nobody's ever been able to.
Yeah, like when you go to the ocean, right? You're standing with your toes touching the water, and you're looking out over the ocean, and you see that boat going over the curve. They say that boat's supposed to be 3 miles away when it starts to go over the curve.
So your argument is that atmospheric conditions can fake the effect, Is that your argument?
Yeah, the horizon is an atmospheric effect completely. It's not sphere edge curvature of the globe.
Well, it's actually a combination of atmospheric conditions and the way that your eyeballs work based on perspective.
But the perspective makes things look smaller as they go further away. It doesn't make them bottom half vanish while the top stays visible, right?
Well,
So
that's the atmospheric part.
yeah.
Well, hold on a second. It can and it does. And I'll tell you how. You see, due to perspective is the reason why when you look down at your feet, the ground appears to be perpendicular to your optical axis, which is to say that the ground, you're looking square on at the ground. And as you gaze at a point in front of you, the ground starts to rotate with respect to your optical axis. It'll continue rotating and rotating until you're looking as far as you possibly can under optimal conditions. And the most you could see it rotate is 99.0.98 degrees. Or, sorry, 89.98 degrees. And this is because your visual acuity is limited to 0.02 degrees. So you're not going to see anything within that narrow band. Now, things that are very tall are going to have the bottoms of those objects meeting the surface that you can't see. And within that 0.02 degree band, it's going to be obstructed. And it's going to be obstructed due to the condition of the bottom of the object optically merging with the surface that it's resting on. Okay? That creates a point of diffraction that you cannot resolve. So they appear one and the same.
I would say that explains why distant objects appear to sit on the horizon. I mean, it doesn't explain why the bottom of ship disappears progressively while the top remains fully visible and can be brought back with a zoom lens.
It does.
You're
Yes, it
saying
completely
it's a
does.
visual limit, right? That's what you're saying. But
No,
if it's just a visual
it is a
limit,
visual, it's a physical limit. Yeah, like you cannot see past that. And it is a ramp. It is a ramp extending from 0 to 0.02 degrees.
all right, then why does zooming in restores the top but not the bottom? When you zoom in.
Zooming won't restore it. What will restore it is a wider aperture. So if your lens is already wide, then zooming in alone will bring it back in. But if your aperture isn't big enough, then it too will be diffracted. But perspective also explains why things in the near field appear bigger than things in the far field. So therefore, things in the surface in a nearer field, which may be too far to even visually discern, can obstruct things even further in the far field, bottom up, and give the illusion of things sinking behind them.
But when it comes to diffractions, that's not how diffractions work. Like a diffraction blurs edges, right? It doesn't selectively erase the bottom half of an object while leaving the top sharp and clear, So like, why would diffraction always hit the bottom and never the top?
This is because the object's bigger than 0.02 degrees, right? So what you're looking at is a meeting point of the bottom of the object and the surface that is less than 0.02 degrees in angular size. Your eyes visually cannot separate the two.
So your claim is the hull merges with the surface visually, right?
It's not my claim, but I mean, I will claim what is observationally true.
Yeah, so basically it's your claim. in this context. But the sailors, used this exact bottom first disappearance for centuries to navigate and judge distance, and it's consistent, predictable and measurable, like. You're saying it's just an optic illusion.
Yeah, except the fact that boats are observed to occasionally do this is obviously due to miraging and due to foreshortening of perspective. Like, what's your point?
You're saying basically it's an optical illusion, right?
Yeah, for the third time, the horizon is an optical and atmospheric. It's a physical phenomenon that is not caused by curvature of the Earth. It's caused by everything but.
Like, when it comes to my point is that miraging is random and varies with conditions, but the hull first disappearance is consistent, Also
no, it's not consistent. Absolutely not consistent, dude. I used to live at the water. I used to live in Hawaii, across the street from the beach, and I would see Navy boats pull in and out of Pearl Harbor all the freaking time. And I hardly ever saw boats disappear bottom up over the horizon like people say happens all the time. I've never even seen evidence of this happening all the time on the internet. So I don't know where you're getting this idea from that it happens like consistently all the time.
Yeah, when you look on the internet and you look for boats disappearing bottom up, you're gonna probably find about the same 20 videos. It's just not a common occurrence.
It's an urban myth. Right, it's an urban myth that it happens all the time. In reality, it hardly ever is observed, and when it is, you can obviously see foreshortening of perspective playing a role, as well as miraging. And let me tell you what, miraging over the marine layer, over the water, is quite common.
It has something to do with the albedo effect, doesn't it, Yoder?
I mean, have you ever watched...
I think of albedo, I think of Earthshine. Sorry, go ahead.
Have you ever watched a ship sail directly away from you until it fully disappears,
Yeah, did you hear me tell you like 30 seconds ago that I used to live by Pearl Harbor and would watch this all the time? And I hardly ever saw ships do that. And when they did disappear bottom up, I could see it was due to miraging. I could see it was due to foreshortening perspective. Like, there were other conditions present that fully explained it before having to jump to the conclusion that it's Earth curvature. If it's Earth curvature, guess what the problem is? That point has to happen at a very specific place. If you're a 6-foot observer, that happens at 3 miles over the water. So what we expect is a measurement out to 3 miles over the water, and then subsequent measurements showing that the ship is in fact sinking at 8 inches per mile squared beyond that point. Nobody's ever shown this, and guess what? We have the opposite. We have people doing this with infrared, and we can see even further.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
When you see boats disappear over the curvature, how far away are those boats, Cento?
I'm sorry.
Those boats that you say are disappearing over the curvature, how far away are those boats, and how high is the observer above the water?
I mean, I would say you don't need to know exact distance, you just need the zoom lens. I mean, if the hull disappeared due to perspective or your visual limit, zoom brings the whole ship back.
Okay, so if I can show bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, then you'll change your mind?
I'm sorry. And
I said, if I can show you bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, then you'll change your mind?
I have to see it first.
All right. If you look in the side chat, I tagged you to a video on YouTube. And this YouTube channel, they have over 100 videos with similar demonstrations of this in different environments, all on flat surfaces. The short of it is, right?
Yeah,
They take a controlled temperature environment. It's a certain temperature inside the home, right? And then what they'll do is, because they live up in northern Canada, they'll open a door, and then when that door opens up, the cold air will mix with the warm air, and it'll create turbulence. And in that turbulence, refractive effects will begin to take place. And so what you begin to see is objects disappearing bottom up over a flat surface, right? Things that we can easily reproduce uh, in normal conditions. And then what we've had difficulty ever producing, nobody's ever done, is demonstrate how the horizon can move further away using normal conditions on a curved surface. No one's ever done that.
it's about refractions, right? This video is about
Refraction, mirroring, miraging. There's a lot of effects going on in this observation and in the other observations as well. It's not a single thing that's happening. The closer you are to the surface, the more pronounced these effects can be. And so we go back to what Yoder was saying, the horizon is an optical effect due to atmospheric conditions. It's just one of those things that is going on. Multiple things are occurring at the same time that just don't allow you to see beyond a certain point. And also your optic itself, your eyeball yourself is going to reduce that. So by zooming in, sure, you can see a little bit further. And then at some point, there's going to be atmospheric conditions, turbulence, something's going to take place, mirroring, miraging, that's going to give the illusion of something sinking off into the distance when it's not. When laser tests prove that this isn't what's going on, radio wave communication is proving that this isn't what's going on. Everything's measured over a flat surface.
Might need to dig up more videos like this.
Yeah, feel free to go through Sky Free. She did a wonderful job of isolating environmental conditions and creating a natural observation.
Yeah, sure, I'm gonna dig up on this YouTube channel that you provide.
So yeah, if you look at everything in the world, whatever gave you the idea that the Earth was a ball, when you've known that it was flat your entire life, you have measured it flat your entire life. Everybody else measures it flat. All construction, all engineering, everything's done. All your science and geometry is done over a measured flat surface.
You seem to have looked into a lot of this stuff. I'm curious about something. I've heard that seismic wave propagation can only be measured on a spherical Earth. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I've seen the claims. I'd like to know how they measure it.
Well, they have seismological, from my understanding, they have seismological stations, different parts of the Earth, that measure wave
Yeah,
speed, frequency.
right. And are they going to bake the globe into the location of those seismic stations?
I have no idea. Do you think that they do?
Degrees west longitude and 45 degrees north latitude. We've got seismic station 2 at 30 degrees east longitude and 20 degrees north latitude. See where I'm going with this? And they got seismic station 3 and 4 and 5 all over the world like this. And they're going to say, okay, so we detected a rumbling over here. Let's use our global coordinates to try and figure out where that was. And so they use their baked-in globe with latitude and longitude, and they pinpoint a position and say, see, Earth's a globe.
There doesn't seem to be. See, that doesn't seem like it would work in reverse. If multiple seismic stations were measuring seismic activity and then therefore triangulating the location of the seismic activity from multiple measurements, if you baked in the flat Earth, it seems like you couldn't mathematically make it work. It wouldn't just by
Why not?
happenstance, you assume. Well, for instance, propagation of
Yeah,
waves
but why wouldn't it work?
propagation of waves coming in from the opposite direction of propagation of other waves, for instance. If the Earth were flat, you wouldn't expect, for instance, waves to propagate either one through the center of the Earth to the other side, or two,
Well, they
one
don't actually.
side
They
of the
don't
Earth
measure
around.
waves going through. They don't measure waves going down through the center of the Earth or anything like that, dude.
They do.
And what's even crazier is it's going to get technical here, but there's something called the seismic wave equation. Have you heard of this?
I have. But they do measure waves going
Yeah.
through the
Okay. The seismic.
air. There's certain. They consider certain
No, they
frequencies.
can't.
They consider certain frequencies as
If you
waves.
understood the seismic things going through the Earth.
Repeat that, Yoder. You cut out. Hey guys, you got to bear with Yoder.
I'll explain. Okay, yeah. The seismic wave equation is hyperbolic geometry. They're not measuring things going through the center of a globe.
They claim to be.
The seismic wave equation. Well, of course because they think Earth is a globe, so they're going to interpret all the data that they collect through that lens. That's as simple as it gets. They take the seismic wave equation, which is actually using hyperbolic geometry. Okay, they curve the radius of the Earth through a hyperbolic field. It's not even a globe. And then what they do is they coordinate transform that to latitude and longitude onto a globe. No, there's a there's a seismologist named PhD Tony who sometimes hangs around here, and he actually modeled this on a flat Earth. And he hates flat earthers.
He modeled it on a flat Earth and it worked?
Yeah, and he hates flat earthers.
Okay.
And so the other thing is when the wave that's coming from like the long propagation path is something that I would expect in a closed system due to the resonance. We're in a big resonant cavity.
Okay, that's a very specific claim, though, that we're in a big resonant cavity. I mean, how do you show that?
Yeah, because we're in a closed system. Well, I mean, yeah, the fact that you're breathing is proof that we're in a closed system.
But the closed system is definitely a large resonant cavity?
Well, I mean, I said I would expect that if it is. I mean, we know it's a closed system, so why wouldn't it resonate?
I'm not, it's possible.
See,
I certainly can't
people
disprove
ask
it.
us for, I know people ask us for explanations and to speculate on shit all the time. Well, here's one.
Yeah, it's a huge claim that I don't. If we're only going to say, because if we're going to come to conclusions, we're going to say what I would expect based on logical models on flat Earth is that we're in a large resonant cavity, then I do think we have the same rigor when we say what I would expect based on seismological models is that we're on a globe with gravity.
Okay, so we're at an impasse. How do we resolve that?
I don't know.
How about a flat Earth measurement?
Well, I don't follow.
How about measuring the surface itself, showing that it's flat? Lasers, long distance infrared. What's your flavor?
Has anybody done such a measurement?
Yeah, it's why we've been around for 10 years. Because our community's been doing this all over the earth and posting results.
Let me ask you, with regards to laser tests, I've heard that contra laser tests have been done showing a curvature. What do you make of those?
I've heard of those too, but I've never seen one presented.
Presented in what way? I'm sure some of them must be
like a video. Show me a video or data.
Scientific paper, YouTube video, I don't care. I want to see that. Because you know what I get? I do get in globe measurements with lasers over the earth. I get like people shining lasers through fish tanks full of water and sugar. And then when it bends the laser, people say, see there, Earth is a globe because light can do this in a fish tank with sugar water. Like that's about the rigor that I get from the globe side, since you're talking about rigor.
Well, maybe a flashlight through some styrofoam. That's another one that we typically get. Flashlight through a styrofoam. And they count that as a laser.
Yeah, seriously, get a bunch of dumbass flat earthers to fuck up measurements and then melt lasers and then claim that something was interesting when they shined a flashlight through styrofoam cutout boards. Yeah, good times. We're still dealing with the fallout of that bullshit.
Even though I do have a testimony of one of the flat earthers that was there that goes through his explanation of things that nobody seems to want to listen to.
Right. I mean, first off, like, who was it, Steve, or was it Jaron who was holding the thing up to see the light on? His arms would have to be like 13 feet tall. Right,
yeah,
and that's just for starters. And the second thing is what? Okay, go.
Let's see.
What do you mean you haven't looked? I don't know. Maybe it's too early to get into this, but you have that automatic reaction of, well, that doesn't follow. And then you have examples that you don't even have examples. You can look for an example of curved Earth measurements. It's weird.
Which I did. I looked for one because I had heard that they existed. So,
But those follow?
well, I have
The
no
things
No,
idea.
you learned about existed?
But if we're gonna say that
he didn't
laser
give us.
experiments are sufficient,
Hold on. He didn't give us a laser. We were just hypothesizing, me and Yoder, saying the most common examples of lasers are the sugar water fish tank and the flashlight through the styrofoam.
I've posted a laser experiment done over the surface of a lake. It was just a Google search. I don't know. It looks fairly rigorous.
So apparently it's a Walter Bislin laser. That's not a laser.
Oh, that's the Rainy Lake. Yeah, we've been
Yeah.
debunking for years, dude. Gosh,
In what
there's so
sense?
much to get into about this. So Walter Bislins did a few things here that were naughty. First, he backfitted the data to a model that doesn't even bear any resemblance at all to the physical meteorological conditions that are present. Secondly, his model isn't actually simulating light behavior. It's actually just a lookup table of refractive condition. Third, he focused at a point on the horizon, or he focused at a point in the center of his field of view that he called the horizon, which was the edge of the lake. But the edge of the lake is not the same thing as where the horizon should be. Next, we obtained a video of what actually took place over the Rainy Lake during those conditions on that day. And the video shows the far side of that lake going up and down and up and down and up and down as the conditions of the day change. So the horizon's going up and down and up and down and up and down. So what's he calling the globe curvature in that image, in that video, and in all those measurements? And then we found that he actually had different refractive conditions from 1 meter stick to the other. So he'd be like, okay, from the observer to the first meter stick, we're going to apply this level of refraction. From the meter stick to the next meter stick, we're going to add a different index of refraction. And from that meter stick to the other meter stick, another index of refraction, and so on. Like, that's literally what was happening with this Rainy Lake.
Would the different refractive indexes be able to account for the apparent curvature? I guess would be my question.
Where's the curvature?
The answer is mathematically yes, but physically no.
But what I'm asking
That's why he's
is there
calling it
enough
clever.
divergence between refractive indexes to account for the proposed curvature that he's saying there is?
He's doing the same thing we were talking about before, where we reached an impasse.
And when you reach an impasse,
he's expecting a globe, and so what he's doing is he's backfitting the data that he didn't actually collect to make a globe.
Yeah, what he's calling clever is actually dishonest.
He's got all these variables that he doesn't have measurements for, so he globe calculates them into existence.
Interesting.
Yeah, we even caught some images that destroy his own claim and that he took off the internet, and we saved them. Now, if I had access to my phone, I'm driving right now, I'd love to go through this with you, but other people might have it and can probably do it. We've also got many recorded conversations over the last, 7 years this has been out. You can listen to where other people on our panel have thoroughly ruined Walter Bison's Rainy Lake. I mean, in my personal opinion, this is fraud.
That's the first I've heard of it. I do have stuff to look into, but I've got to run right now. But I'll be back. I'm interested in this.
Appreciate your questioning. You took off a little quick.
Yeah, I know, kind of suspiciously quick, right? Like, oh crap.
Well, his wife could have been calling. You never know.
I know. It's
Hey,
like, oh fuck, I gotta escalate to my superior.
something I've never talked to you about, Yoder. Somebody presented that, and I took my own look at it. In the image where it was like 1 meter off the ground, or is it 1 meter, right? There's a 1 meter and a 3 meter observation.
Yeah, sounds about right. It's been a long time. I'd have to refresh myself on it. Sounds
Well,
right though. Okay.
based off of the location of the horizon, it should have been in front of the third stick on the lower side, on the lower observation.
Oh,
And
I
oddly
see. Yeah.
enough, it's still beyond. Even though they're lining up the tops of the poles, the horizon is still visible behind the stick. And I just wanted, that was my
Yeah.
own personal assessment.
That is true. You're not the only one. I remember people pointing this out, dude. Yeah. That might be one of the best things to point out, honestly, because it's very specific and you can show it.
I don't know, man. I like that multiple refractions. That's begging the question and creating the math to make it work.
Yeah, see, it takes both sides. It takes the broad top-down 40,000 foot view, and it takes a little bit of granularity. You bring them together, and it's consistent.
Hey, sorry about that, Haas. I didn't want you to get too involved.
No, I'm sorry for. I was listening on YouTube and I heard the guy saying, "Well, that doesn't track," and then I got on Discord. So I'm sorry for. How long was
okay,
that going on?
What would you say, like 10 minutes plus?
Okay.
Yeah, something like. Yeah, no worries.
There was another guy in here that was having a conversation first, and he kind of jumped in asking about seismic activity and the P&S waves that goes through the center of the Earth is what he was trying to jump to. And I do apologize. I am exercising.
Sneed's here.
What's up, Sneed? What's up, Truth? Hi to the regulars. Yeah, I didn't know that about the multiple refractive indexes that he used to help his trajectory.
Yeah, and like the fully baked in number that he has calculated from point A to Z was something like 0.27. So that's twice the standard refraction. And we've got a paper here from Christian Hurt, an actual measurement of refractive indices over the course of days and weeks at different times of days and different times of night and so on. And he concluded that you're going to need maybe about 10 times the standard refraction in order to account for this shit. I mean, refraction is just an ad hoc rescuing device. Nobody understands what they're claiming, and they all apply it to the claim.
No, for real. Like the best way, if you wanted to actually figure out whether or not refraction was actually happening, you would create a curved surface, and then you would do what Sky-Free did. You create natural conditions over that curved surface, and then demonstrate something behind the curve lifting up, and then the horizon being behind
it. Right. What's really fascinating is due to the extreme nature of what's required, when people try to demonstrate this shit, they'll use blow torches. They'll use blocks of solid, like liquid nitrogen or solid oxygen. They'll use sugar water. They'll do everything they can, it seems, to make the demonstration not analogous to the real world as much as possible.
No, yeah, they'll be like, oh, because it happens in sugar water, therefore it happens in reality. I'm like, that doesn't transfer over, man.
Yeah, man, because we heated the air up to like 3,000 degrees. It's the same as heating the air up to 55 degrees.
Hey, have you ever seen that driveway thing? I'm sure you have, where they um, make it look flat. I guess that driveway is like slightly curved or whatever, and so they throw water on it to make it look flat. Do you know if that was cold water or hot water?
I don't know.
Because it seems to me like the only way that you'd be able to do that is if the air was cold and the water was warm.
Maybe the driveway was hot.
But even if it was, it's going to bend to the more dense medium, which would be above the hotness.
Maybe it's not denser.
I suppose you could be right. I think I'm going to start questioning that video a lot more, trying to figure out the conditions in that video. Because I don't think anybody knows.
You know, there's something I once came across a while ago. I forgot the name of it. I think it had the word Lambert in it. And it describes the condition where you can have a layer of warm air below a layer of cold air above it, and the warm air is refusing to mix in and go up into the cold air, and the cold air is refusing to sink down into the warm air. And it's because the region of warm air is denser.
Like
So you have this
laminar?
condition. Well, no, it's called like, it's a critical point called like the Huygens Lambertian something or freaking other. And it's that point at which before they mix, and it's kind of like a stable, it can be a very stable point right before the chaos ensues and the two collapse into each other.
So basically, almost like it's in the intensity is antithetical to each other or something like that.
Yeah, like the dense warm air can't penetrate the dense cold air, and the dense cold air can't penetrate the dense warm air, and they just remain in equilibrium temporarily.
Right, because convection would eventually take over, and then eventually it would create a pathway.
Yeah, path of least resistance. Man, it's going to bother me. It's going to be bothering me all day while I'm driving, figuring out what the hell that was called.
It said Huygens Lambertian. I'll do a search on it.
I might be wrong about Huygens. I think it's like it had Lambertian or Lambert in it. At least I'm pretty sure.
What would be a key phrase you want me to look up? Warm air, cold air, unable to mix.
Yeah, the point at which cold air and warm air have not yet mixed and remain in stasis is called Lambertian something. I would type exactly that into Google and see what happens. The point at which cold air and warm air, regions of cold air and regions of warm air next to each other, have not quite mixed and remain in somewhat equilibrium for now. It's called like the Lambertian something point. Like the Lambert point, Lambertian hyphen something point. I don't know. Maybe Huygens was in there too.
That's interesting. I'm looking for it. They don't mention a name, but they talk about temperature inversion and warm air being trapped in layers between cool air, usually happening. Looks like in like a city environment or in between in a valley in between mountains. but it's not giving me that name.
All right. I'll be back in a few. Hang tight.
Be safe, man. Meanwhile, if anybody here has any questions, it's a great opportunity to ask them. Just so you know, we were all once globe earthers, and so we understand what the globe says. So if you've got questions, have the conversation. Oh my gosh, I'm being overwhelmed. One at a time, please. What's up, Low Trek?
Art, I'm back. I think it might have been a term that was specific to a book I was reading.
Maybe, but it The guys seem to have found like a key point, kind of like I can't remember what that triple point is called. It's like at 1 degree Celsius. Not that it's relating. It's just a special thing in nature.
And I don't think it was Lambertian. I think it was Laplacian, Pierre Laplace, the French guy who studied fluid statics, fluid dynamics, and stuff. I know name dropping is kind of lame, but sometimes it's the best way you can go about providing leads or chasing down leads. It's also funny how throughout history you have just a handful of people who seems to have all the discoveries attributed to them. Just like with art and architecture, you have just a handful of architects and engineers in America that built all the most magnificent buildings we see. I guess there really are great men after all.
Let me see if this sounds familiar. Dry adiabatic lapse rate, 9.8 centigrade per kilometer.
Yeah, it sounds very descriptive.
Yeah, that's what it kind of sounds like. It says the adiabatic temperature gradient described by Laplace posits that air parcels move and change temperature without exchanging heat with their surroundings, maintaining a distinct boundary between hot and cold air.
Yeah, that sounds exactly what I was looking into.
Here, I'll copy the Google search in there and put it in the side chat for you. These dumb flat earthers, they don't do any research. Oh, so in this situation, is it talking about um like if there's like like let's say a storm's rolling in, right? And all of a sudden the temperature drops, and so a layer of cold air density falls like even with the surface. And if that falls even together and doesn't exchange with the outside environment, it just remains like a blanket. And that's just me doing a quick read. I'm looking a little bit more into it. Morning, all you guys and girls. I don't know if there's any girls. So far today, we've had one person say, "You're not the boss of me. If I can't talk over you, then I'm just not going to be a part of the conversation." And then we had one person saying ships go over the curve, but then couldn't say anything beyond that. Didn't have any measurements. And then one person tried to bring seismic activity into the conversation. Didn't really understand the conversation other than like a basic college level of, I guess it would be like physics 2 or something like that. Oh, and the person that said they wanted to talk to everybody, they said that the Earth was just much bigger and hollow. They didn't understand the ramifications of the sky observation if the Earth was bigger.
Yeah, and he said that's why they're lying about this, because the Earth is hollow and way bigger than you think. And also, when pressed on a related issue, he says, well, this is why I trust the science, because they told me that the Earth is a globe and there's a solar system. The same people that he thinks are lying about the size of the Earth, he thinks are telling the truth about the dimensions of not the dimensions really, the arrangement, I guess, of the Earth. So, yeah, he's got a bit of a quandary there to get through. Because in both cases, he's relying on trust and he's cherry picking which one he likes better to trust and which cases he doesn't want to trust.
Hello.
Hello, welcome to Flat Earth.
So my question to you is that do you actually believe in a flat Earth? Do you really believe, like, this is not a troll VC, right? Or do you actually believe in the idea of a flat Earth?
Yeah, we are actual Flat Earthers. This is not a troll op. We've got about 10 years of history as a community. Long track record on YouTube of 24-hour, round-the-clock recordings of all of our discussions, including this one.
So this is recorded for YouTube.
Yep, and Rumble, and X, and Spotify.
God.
Oh, he's out. I guess he wanted to find the fake flat earthers. He don't want to talk to the real ones.
Yoder, bro, you wanna get raped, bro. I'm gonna rape you, bro. You better be careful, bro. I will find you and rape you and cream pie you, bro. Okay, you better be careful, nigger. Okay, before I come and rape you, bro.
What?
No, you're done, you're down, Mr. Hitler cat, okay? So you're done.
What is wrong with your monkey brain? Come on. Fuck.
What did I do to piss you off? Panchas? I don't think I even know you.
It reminds just don't feed the trolls, ignore.
I don't even know this guy, and he's like pissed off at me. Shit.
No, it's nothing personal. You shouldn't take it personal. He's just pissed off at the world and itself, probably. So he's taking it out, lashing out to every. Wow.
We got globe earthers coming in here. We get frustrated because they're trying to make us see things their way. See, guys, that's why I can't talk to you, because you guys won't see things my way. See, guys, that's the hard thing about flat earthers. Flat earthers won't let me tell you what I believe. That's the thing about flat earthers, guys, is they won't let me talk about the way I see the world. It's like, okay, we can, but we're not here for that. We're not here to listen to globe stories. We've been through that. We weren't born flat earthers. Conclusion on our own. We examined the evidence. We changed our view. So, no, we're not here to coddle people's imaginations and stories. If you want to talk about flat Earth, you come here and talk about flat Earth. It's that simple. Oh man. What a day. Temperature's been going up and down and up and down. 40 degrees one
always.
day, 70 degrees another. Yeah.
It's been different out here in Texas. It's 70. It was like 80, and then it went down to like 50. Finally, somebody came in to fill the dead air.
Who's that?
It'll be Dead Air Dave. I'm deciding to go. I'm going back to the globe.
Dead Air Dave.
I'm going back to the
Dead
globe.
Globe Dave.
I found some globe curvature, man. So I'm going back to the globe. You believe that?
Nah.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Doesn't exist.
Hey, have y'all seen the new footage that they're setting out all over the news of the Earth setting behind the moon?
Is that from the Artemis thing?
Yeah, it was taken from an iPhone that one of the astronauts brought onto the travel.
That must be real. It was on the screen, right?
Yeah, where the moon is.
Go ahead. Man.
Yeah. The foreground moon is like way darker and less contrast than the background Earth, which is interesting.
Yeah, that was the part that kind of sealed it for me. I'm like, wait, there's like no brightness on the surface of the moon at all, and the Earth is bright as hell. And so, but the side of the like, you look at the Earth and it's pointing. The video they gave us, it was pointing upward, like so. You're seeing half of the Earth being lit, but it's the sun would be directly up in that particular image or that video. So you're on top of the moon that should be lit up by the sun. Like the entirety of the moon should be lit up.
Right. So what they've betrayed is parallel rays. They need parallel rays to explain the globe, and they're giving us images that don't really meet up, that there are no parallel rays.
You guys ain't saying that NASA is putting out false images. There's no way that's happening. Come on, guys.
No, we'd never accuse them of that. No way. No, we're just suggesting. We're just suggesting they're full of shit.
No, if we give the suggestion that that image doesn't match reality, and then somebody who's coming to the understanding comes to this understanding like, well, does that mean NASA's lying? Because apparently it doesn't match reality, and like that's up for you to decide, man.
Both of you guys know that NASA has been probing Uranus since 1958. So there you go. I know it's an old tired joke, but I love it. I like that one. What do you say, guys? Let's get some fresh blood in here. Somebody click the link. Let's talk about the subject matter. Go. Somebody get in here.
I heard the real reason why NASA went to the moon was to hide the Epstein files.
That'd be a funny Easter egg.
Do we know Truth by Proxy? I don't recognize that name. Are they Flat Earther?
No, but flat Earth is in the Epstein files.
Hello, Truth by Proxy. Do you talk? Hello, you're on a voice call. Use your voice if you wish. Or don't.
I don't know. He's got the pickled minds tag on the side of his profile, but that doesn't always mean anything. But he's probably Truth by Proxy.
Pickled mind, what does that mean? You said that mean anything? How could you have a pickled mind on a globe, man? Doesn't make any sense. Actually, how can you have anything on a globe? The globe just doesn't make sense anyway.
The Earth isn't a globe; it's a pickle. Yoder's using Morse code.
I'm using Morse code.
That was Morse code for the Earth display, it sounded like.
That's the way it sounded like it was coming through, like it was clicking on and off.
Oh. Yeah, I've got hands free right now, so it's picking up all kinds of stuff. Let me see if noise suppression's turned on or off.
Well, it's trying to noise suppress, but I think there's just a variance in the noise, and so it doesn't know when to suppress.
Turns
It's
out noise
overall
suppression
doing a
is
good job.
completely off.
It's only when you're quiet for long periods of time that it starts to go on and off.
Okay.
Oh, looks like Rich Evans is chat skanking. He doesn't want to come into the live stream. Same old parrot. You don't
It's
have.
another one of those guys been proving the globe for years, man. What are you gonna do with those guys anyway? Random question, Swalldog or Yoder, either one of you wants to answer, but do you have a actual memory of seeing the globe in the corner of the classroom, and do you remember what you thought when you first saw it?
I didn't know what it was until the teacher brought it out to explain it to us. But it's funny though, because I remember the teacher teaching that, and then I immediately raised my hand and said that I'd already traveled in a plane and it looked flat, right? Everything looked flat. And I said, but it doesn't look like a ball. It doesn't, I don't see curvature, right? Because I'm looking at the globe and I see it curving, so I should see the Earth curving. And she's like, well, that's because the Earth is really, really big and you're really, really small. And so I took that as face value, like, oh, the teacher knows what they're talking about. And then even after that point, I probably traveled in the air over 30 times. The highest I ever went was 45,000 feet. And every single time I'm looking out the window, I loved looking out the window. And I would say, wow, I can't believe how big the Earth is. It still looks flat. I would say that all the time. And then when I became a flat earth, since I've become a flat earther, I haven't been able to travel in the air yet. But I mean, I've seen Tennessee from mountains in North Carolina, and I've seen the hills rolling off in the distance. It's flat, man.
Yeah, I mean I've got a vague memory of just asking the teacher about upside down people, and she said gravity, and I never thought about it again. You know.
Exactly. My daughter was in school, and I'm always asking her what they're teaching her, so that way I can kind of pay attention to how the indoctrination's going. And I remember in second grade, I was like, "So what'd you learn in school?" She's like, "Oh, we got to play with magnets." I'm like, "Playing with magnets?" And I was like, "I already knew what was coming." And then a week goes by, and I asked her again. So I was like, "So what'd you learn this week?" "Oh, we were talking about gravity." So I mean, that's the way they get you on the hook, is they use simple explanations without any true science and verification to back it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just like an assumption that smart guys figured all that stuff out, and we're just relaying this information to you. That's how it comes across. I mean, that's their secret, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
the
they'll
rule.
show you lasers shining through fish tanks.
Yeah. I mean, the rule of science is like you can go by the theory that we're standing on the shoulders of giants, and so we can trust what they've done in the past. But at any point, you should be able to go back and test anything that they've done to see if it's even true.
Right. 100%.
Yeah, it's like at whatever time back in history when this thing started, a big group of people just skipped step one, the measurement of the curvature. Let's just skate on past that. Let's talk about shit in the sky. And here we are with everybody thinking they're on a globe.
I remember being in school and learning about the globe. Um, it's always been a part of the classroom. But explicit instruction on it wasn't given until a little bit later. I want to say like maybe 3rd to 5th grade time frame. And I remember thinking about this, and I also had my dad was in the Army, and I grew up an Army brat, moving all over the place, and he used to give me some of his old field manuals and books. I remember one such book covered, it was either basic survival or might have been specifically on orienteering, and it had navigation concepts, celestial navigation concepts. And I distinctly remember the diagram in it, which we've all seen. It's a diagram of a circle with crosshairs drawn through it, point of origin smack dab in the middle, and parallel lines, one going to the point of origin in the middle, and one touching the top of the circle. And we were told that because of all the parallel light from a star, from the sun, that you can treat yourself as being directly on top of the earth, the same as you can directly inside the earth, the point of origin. I remember being so troubled by this. Troubled because I'm like, well, then how are you supposed to tell the difference? Like this makes no rational sense to me, and it still doesn't.
That's good, Yoder. If you had questions like that when you're that young in age, that's impressive.
I really did.
All you have to do is imagine the story.
I thought there was something wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's their secret, though. Whenever children have questions like that, they just imagine this, that, or the other, and they just brush it on off, And that question just stays out there. You never get it answered.
Right.
Well, it's like that video, that parody video of the kids sitting in class and they're watching Neil Armstrong step on the moon, and then the student raises his hand, and the teacher goes, "Yes, Timmy?" And he goes, "Who shot that? Who filmed that?" And the teacher's like, "Huh?" Like, I wonder how many of our teachers, when we asked those questions, they were just like, they like after class went and asked all their colleagues, "This kid asked the craziest question and never thought about it."
Yeah. When they go to the teacher's lounge and they compare notes. So Indio said something last night. Oh, go ahead. I thought you were done.
This is the only thing I'm going to say, and I'll let you say it. Say your thing. One of the most astounding things I've ever noticed was, like, we all had that 6th grade science project where we had to create a cause and effect relationship, and we had to use the scientific method. And you had 2 choices in your science project. You could either create a science experiment using the scientific method, or you could create the universe, or not the universe, but the solar system, and do a lesson on each of the planets. Like, I think that's kind of odd that you have a choice in either doing the scientific method or doing pseudoscience. But that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, that is interesting. They don't think about these things. These teachers, right? They just follow curricula. They send the assignments, and they trust everything is what it should be. Last night, Indio said something that resonated with me, and it made me instantly recall these childhood memories I had where I did question the globe, and then I stopped doing it for decades. But he said this, something, again, paraphrased, but they assume everything in space is infinitely far, which is why they can put you in the origin of the coordinate system and say it's also the center of the globe. This means they are saying, when they show you that diagram of the circle and the parallel light touching simultaneously the top of the circle and the point of origin in the middle of the circle, they say it's same, matchy. They are also saying this, that the sky would look the same if you could see it from the center of the globe, just the same as if you can on the top of the globe, that the sky would look the same from both locations. Now, what's the problem with that? There's a big problem with that. It's 3,959 miles of problem. Why is it that we accept parallax from the North Pole to the equator, but we wouldn't from the North Pole to the center of the Earth? What do you think of that? Why is it we would accept that the sky would look different from the North Pole to the equator, which we know it does, but it's the same from the North Pole to the center of the Earth? You know,
Nobody ever thinks that deeply about it. You know what I mean?
Can you give an example? Because I'm on the cusp of acknowledging I think I'm missing something.
Okay, so draw this in your mind's eye. Maybe it helps to draw it out visually. I'm very visual, so if you are too, this might help. Draw a circle. That's supposed to be the globe. And in celestial navigation manuals and surveying manuals and in orienteering manuals, navigation manuals and everything that's done with the globe, they'll tell you this. The light rays from like Polaris is parallel. So let's say, or light rays from any star is parallel, or the sun. Let's say that you're at your location, wherever you are on the globe, you're going to be on the top of the globe. Okay, and let's say that from your location, let's say you're at the North Pole to make it easy, and you're witnessing a star that's 45 degrees in elevation from North Pole on a globe. Okay, so now imagine that circle that you drew, and now draw a tangent to the top of the circle and a 45-degree elevation angle off the tangent, going effectively infinitely far to that star. Okay, so now you got your North Pole observer, 45-degree angle to a star in the sky. They say that at the center of this circle, there's also a 45-degree elevation angle to that same star. If you could take an elevator from the North Pole straight down to the center of the Earth, 3,959 miles, and you had X-ray vision and you could see through the Earth, the sky would look the same. You still have a 45-degree angle to that star. So how could you tell you're in the center of the Earth?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like if you were at the equator, or not the equator, but like you're at a 45-degree angle from Polaris, and then you went straight down to the center of the Earth, you would still be at a 45-degree angle to Polaris because it looks the same.
Parallel light.
Bro, not gonna lie, man. My mind is
3,959 miles of error, bro. Sky looks the same angle and everything to the stars? Really?
Yeah, no, that kind of blows my mind because
I came up with that last night.
Like what's 4,000 miles in the grand scheme of fucking 5.8 trillion miles being a light year?
Yeah, what's 4,000 miles between friends, between globe Earth and flat Earth friends? Apparently the sky looks the same, so you couldn't tell the difference.
Well, that's how stellarium works.
Yeah.
When you look at stellarium and you invert it and you like make the Earth see-through, it's the same.
Yeah. It's the same, right? It's the same. So listen to India, like what Indio said again. I'll paraphrase him. He said, they assume everything in space is infinitely far, which is why they can put you in the origin of the coordinate system and also say it's the center of the globe. So I think about GPS. Huh?
It's starting to lean a little bit more towards my. I got to be a little bit quiet. Sorry. It's starting to lean a little bit towards my. You remember when I had that conversation with you about like GPS placing you at the center of the universe?
Yeah, I was just thinking that too. Yep. You're always at the center. You can be at the center because everything's infinitely far and effectively parallel and flat. Like they need a flat sun. That's some of the irony of this. They need a flat sun that's always rotating. It's plane geometry with respect to the observer.
That's
But they get
crazy.
around that by saying the sun is actually just super big, and super far. That's the coping explanation that we don't have any evidence for. The sky looks the same from your location as it does in the center of the globe. Why? Because the origin of the coordinates is the same. If the origin of the coordinates is the same, then what's the difference between taking an elevation angle off a flat Earth and an elevation angle off the globe? Well, geometrically, right now, the difference is none. We need to use real world as a tiebreaker to break the impasse. And that's where we have to come back to the ground and take flat Earth measurements with lasers, long distance observations, infrared, again and again and again. It comes back to this. The globe is mathematical, it's abstract, it doesn't have any exclusive explanatory power whatsoever. Contradictory at best.
No, I had a conversation once, and Elijah didn't like the answer, but I still hold true to it. I just didn't want to be argumentative at the time. Is, the globe Earth works. The maths if the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it's internally consistent in a sense, in a limited way. If you limit how it's able to be tested internally, it passes those cherry-picked internal consistency tests. It does not pass external validation in any instance. And even some internal critiques it fails at. But yeah, I mean, the globe they've created a lot of internal consistency with their explanations, with their models, and with the math. They've created a lot of internal consistency, and they're always trying to add more to it. They're trying to attach more ad hoc explanations to it all the time. This is them taking their piece of gum out of their mouth and smashing it against the underside of the Pizza Hut table again and again and again over 100 years. Eventually, that pizza table becomes a gigantic gumball encasing the flat table inside. They use math to create the globe out of the flat Earth, and then they use math again to flatten it back out again whenever they need precise measurements. And it's just obvious. It's obvious that this is what they're doing. They admit that they're doing this, and they admit that they're okay doing this because they think they're justified as Earth is a globe to them. It's so freaking frustrating. It's like, you see this? You measured the Earth flat. What's wrong with that? Well, Earth is a globe, but you measure the Earth flat. Yeah, but it's a globe, so we have to calculate a globe out of it. All right, fine, go calculate your globe out of it. Okay, here it is. I calculated the globe. All right, great. Now, why don't you try to use the globe? Okay, I'm going to use a globe. So then they go use the globe and apply. Oh, fuck, the globe doesn't work. Let me use some math here to correct it. Let me remove this and remove that. And okay, there we go. Oh, great. So what'd you come up with? Well, I created a flat Earth coordinate reference system to increase my accuracy out of the globe because Earth's a globe. It's just so big, So hard to understand. So we had to create a flat Earth out of it to use it, but still a globe. That's why we had to create a flat Earth out of it, because it's a globe. And honestly, I think flat Earth also kind of fails as a term for this world, for this realm. I mean, I get it. It's it's also quite descriptive, but it just has so much baggage attached to it, and it sucks having to say flat Earth and then having to correct people's perceptions about it because globe earthers have done such a great job creating the flat Earth image. It's stupid and silly. It's not what we think. They've done such a great job exporting a straw man version of our ideas out there. We have to correct these misperceptions. And this is why, and I totally understand it, why some flat earthers say, I'm not a flat earther, I'm a true earther, or I'm a, you know, infinite plane society member, or I'm a this, I'm a that, anything but a flat earther. It's because, let's be honest, flat earth has an image problem and many flat earthers are freaking retarded. I mean, we're always correcting them when they come in here. So does that mean I am something else than a flat earther? Well, fine. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I hate the term. I'll use it, but I can understand that you can create a globe and the globe will have some explanatory benefits that perhaps modern society and the controllers of this realm who actually do know what's going on are fine using the globe as an approximation to explain this realm. They know that it's wrong, but you know what? As long as the masses are satisfied with this as an explanation, we'll keep feeding it into them because they need something to understand, something to believe in. We'll give that to them. But this place is far crazier, weirder than you could possibly imagine. Far crazier and weird than a globe. Globe is quite weird, you know, spinning gravity ball in an outer space vacuum. That's the best you got? Okay, well, I guess we can use it for some things. But kind of fucked up and it fails at many other things. Fails at measuring up to reality, but and what they have are explanations for sure. They've got more explanations than necessary. A globe is more explanatory than necessary. It tries to explain things that are unknowable, like the celestial objects. It's unnecessary to explain these things.
By the way, a shout out to Elijah out there for being such a brilliant mind and during the time that this has all been going on, discovering the truth and everything like that. So thank you for being there, Elijah. And everybody else as well. I just wanted to point out because I mentioned Elijah by name and wanted to give him his props. Looks like we got a few new people in here. 20 Cups, what's up? Alaska Malamute, what's up? FE Batman. Rarely on the mic, but always upside down, apparently. Only apparently, though. Never physically. Kathos, Lats, J-Dog, Morvis. It was cool meeting you in person, Morvis. We got to do it again sometime. Neil, Rayleigh Criterion, Truth by Proxy, Yaga Bruno, and of course Yoder. Anybody here that's not heard much of the Flat Earth conversation or just has a question itching in the back of their brain, feel free to ask. I know Lats has a question. He's been trying to get somebody to convert to a globe for a long time, man.
Yeah, I was going to ask how we have boats on the horizon on a flat surface.
Well, Lance, let me ask you, what's brighter, the hull of the ship or 10 nautical miles of reflective ocean surface?
You know what? That is a good question. I don't know the answer, but I'm sure some scientist out there does know the answer. Just a regular Joe Schmo, you know.
And I've always wanted to see a video of a boat sailing away in the tropics when the sun is at the zenith.
Is that because there's less mirroring going on?
Well, if the light is right above the ship, right, then there should be less reflections off the shiny water. Because when they show you these pictures of ships going over the horizon, they never take into account the angle of the sun.
I don't know if you're hot mic and Yoder. I just don't want, if you're at work, I don't want you to say anything that identifies you. Yeah, no, that's interesting, man. I always appreciate the words that you bring into here because you have such an extensive knowledge on how vision works and how to diagram that and everything. And you drop these basic understandings on us, and when we don't understand, you teach us really well. So thank you.
Somehow my brain is wired in such a way that when I see objects in a distance, you know how some people see mathematics when they're doing math, they see the numbers floating in front of their face or whatever. I see the light rays and I see, what are the light rays doing here? I might be a light ray savant or something.
Maybe. That's interesting.
I think that's I learned all this because I started doing digital photography back in early days, 2004. But I quickly learned the limitations of cameras and how they could and could not take photographs.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of like extra geometry. I mean, like the geometry I'm more familiar with would be like an engineering geometry, which I guess like vision would be similar to engineering. It's just uh, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I guess if you think about everything being physical, including light, because of its visualness, um, I guess it would make sense. Or am I construing that? I don't want to misrepresent you.
Yeah, it's along those lines. You look at the shapes and how the light would reflect off a shape, and then so when you look at spheres, because they claim we're a sphere and therefore we should be able to be photographed from space. Yeah, spheres don't work that way. Same thing with are the planets round? Well, if they were, the amount of light coming back to them would be small, which means the planets actually have to be a lot larger than they claim they are.
Is it along the like? This is a horrible comparison, but is it along the lines of um, like a crop field, and then how like the inner area is going to be more dense than the outer area, and so there's going to be less. I guess just less in the outer than in the inner. So you would expect to see that in a planetary observation as well.
Yeah, it would be it would be similar to when you see the disco ball or a mirror ball. When you shine a light at it, you get that bright specular reflection of light back to your eyes, so it's super bright. But then the rest of the mirror ball is relatively dim and not blinding.
One of the things I've always noticed is whenever they do these space photography, you never see the sun peeking behind the Earth.
Yeah, it's done very rarely because the cameras can't really handle that kind of brightness.
I mean, I know it would mess with the aperture and everything like that, or just the light, like what light would be going into the aperture. But you would think that there would be some photography out there that would just show it, right? Or like showing it just outside of the view of the image, and then but you're catching, you know, the halo of the sun, I guess, in the corner of the image, uh, and then the Earth itself. It just to me, there's so many things that they could be doing. They don't do. They always keep the sun out of the image, and in fact, they even keep the moon out of the images a lot too.
Yeah, like I said, for even when you see like those high altitude balloon stuff, the sun always looks so strange in those videos. And that's because we're used to seeing sunlight filtered through a thick atmosphere. But then you throw a balloon up to 120,000 feet and the sun looks different.
Well, I'm okay with the shard look, right? I'll call it a shard. We kind of have an agreement upon what like a light shard would look like if we've all played video games. I'm okay with that. My issue is it's just like from the height that they say the ISS is from, or even further out, you don't get these same images. The sun is never in those images. The moon is never in those images. It's only ever always the Earth. And I mean, maybe there is an image out there. I've just never been presented one.
Yeah, like I said, if you're at the higher altitudes, the sun would definitely cause too many issues with the digital camera. Difficult to capture it. If you put a solar filter on the lens, great, you can see the sun well now, but you can't see anything else because everything else is too dim.
Not to detract away from Artemis 2, but when the first time we went to the moon, anybody ever notice how the same day that we supposedly landed on the moon, they had images from the moon, and they didn't have any digital photography back then? No way to transmit it from the moon to us.
I believe they did have some sort of transmission for photographs. Just I would assume the bandwidth would be very, very small, so it would either take a very long time to get those photographs to Earth, which creates a problem with a spinning Earth, or you get really low quality photographs. Because from what I've read in some of the early orbiting platforms they use to take photographs of the moon, they would actually use film. It would be developed inside the orbiter, and then it would be digitized and transmitted back to Earth. Seems like a lot of extra steps, but
That's interesting. I mean, I could see that. I mean, having a dark room up there and everything like that. But
I'm just curious how they managed to keep the cosmic rays from destroying the film. Because the radiation out there is far greater than what we get at the surface. Even flying in an airplane, one cross-continent aircraft flight, and you get exposed as much radiation as a chest X-ray. So it has to be at least 10 to 100 times worse around the moon. So that should have damaged the film. Should have caused fogging.
That's interesting. So you're saying the non-visible light would have damaged the photography, or at least had like a unknown understanding of changing the photography.
Yeah, it would definitely alter the image.
That's interesting.
But like I said, your average person wouldn't know that at all. So. But the only hint that people would have is if you when you used to buy the film canisters from decades ago, they had an expiration date on them. And that expiration date was the fact that if that film sat around for too long, and I've had this myself, I have developed film that sat around for too long. and it wasn't really protected very well. The pictures did come out cloudy and foggy.
That makes sense. So it's almost like a radioactive decay. So horrible.
It's the cosmic radiation in the area, plus the radon radiation. All that will cause the film to develop defects.
What's up, cocksuckers that believe the Earth is flat? How you doing?
He sounds like my guy.
I think so. Go ahead.
Yeah. What's up, Booster? What do you want?
I want to ask you something. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured to be flat.
It's not, bro. They lied to you. They tricked you.
Okay. So can you show me the measurements of curvature then?
The measures of curvature?
Yeah.
Ask the Jews, bro. They'll tell you.
So this isn't going to be an interesting conversation, is it? You're intellectually deficient. I'm going to now mock you. This is a strange turn of events. You thought you were going to fucking mock us. Oh, dear.
Talk about something
Anything else,
interesting.
Booster?
Anything else?
Mate?
Give me a
Are you
chance,
Muslim,
bro.
by the way?
Give me a chance,
by the way?
to...
Are you Muslim?
No, why?
Okay, just asking. You brought up the Jew thing, that was all.
Yeah, bro.
Okay, cool.
God bless
anything
Israel.
else?
God bless
Anything
Israel.
else? Yeah, great. Anything else?
I want to gather my points.
You haven't got any points, dude. At the moment, you're just entertaining us. You're funny. We're laughing at you. Do better.
You don't want me to be funny?
I want you to be intelligent. Funny can come afterwards, dude, but intelligent would be great.
Intelligent first?
Yeah, please.
Well, I'm already more intelligent than you because I know the Earth is not flat.
You know? How do you know, dude? How do you know? First-hand experience.
Because I went to the moon.
Okay, so you're also a liar. You're not funny, and you're also a liar. You are not
Bro,
doing well today.
you will see footage of me on the moon,
No,
bro.
dude, come on, stop lying. All right, this is pathetic behaviour. Have you got a group of people that you're trying to entertain, or is it just your own fucking ego? Which is it, dude?
Bro, Artemis
What?
2.
You're an absolute fucking idiot, and you're going to appeal to me, bro. Listen to me. No, I've given you 2 pieces of my fucking time, and both times you fucking failed. You're a
Artemis
dickhead,
2.
Booster.
Artemis 2, bro. You never heard about it?
No, Artemis 2. No, you're just a dickhead, Booster. You've got no
Retardimus.
look at yourself. You've got no intelligence, right? You've got a lot of bravado, but fuck all else. Weak, mate. You're weak. Do better in life.
I don't want to be better.
Oh, do you? Yeah. So water, it's horizontal on the surface, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 70% of the surface of the Earth is fucking water, so guess what? It's flat.
The Earth is flat, but the water is round.
Okay, dude. I'm going to lose my patience with you really quickly. You know the surface of water is horizontal when contained and at rest, right?
Yes, maybe.
Yes, maybe. What do you mean, maybe?
Because I need a picture so I can confirm or not.
What bollocks are you talking about now, dude?
I'm a visual learner.
You're an idiot.
No, bro.
Yeah, bro. So let's go back to the very simple dynamics of water. You know it's horizontal on the surface. You said maybe and started bullshitting me.
Yes.
Should we go back to that?
Water is horizontal on the surface, yes.
Good. And 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, isn't it? The Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, for example, right?
Yes.
Good. So if the water is horizontal on the surface and 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, then guess what?
The Earth is flat.
Oh, fucking hell. Well done, Sunshine. It's the fucking first bit of intelligence you've demonstrated today. Well done. Yes. If the surface of the water is flat and 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, then it's flat, right? Definitely not a sphere. Are you following now?
Yes. Do you have any other evidence?
We don't need any more other than measurements of the surface. Let me ask you this. Do you know how tall you are?
Yes.
And I presume you know that because you measured yourself.
Correct.
Yes? Yeah. Do you
Correct.
need any other fucking evidence now?
No.
Right then. So I don't need any other evidence. We measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. Therefore, the job done, right?
I guess so for you.
Well,
But it's more
for
complicated
me,
than that, bro. It's more complicated than that, bro.
is it really more complicated than measuring the surface to see if it's curved or not? You think it's more complicated?
Bro, next time we go to the
Oh no, I
moon,
want
I
to
will
know how
send
it's more
you.
complicated, not you running away from your fucking point again. At least show me a fucking man, dude. Stick to your point, defend it.
Bro, I
Fucking
can't
running
defend.
away from
Bro,
your
I'm
own
not.
fucking shit that you
I don't
say.
need to defend it, bro. The evidence is there. Look for it yourself.
Okay, so I look around the Earth and it looks flat. We've also agreed that water is horizontal on the surface and measured to be so. Apparently, you're going to appeal to something else. What is that something else?
Jesus told me in my dream that the
Ah,
earth is
see,
not
now you're
flat.
See, this is what the fourth or fifth time you've most definitely demonstrated yourself to be an intellectual fucking idiot. Prick.
Bro,
Bye.
if you don't agree with someone, then you call them a fucking idiot. That's it. That's your technique.
I'm trying to speak to you reasonably, and all of a sudden now Jesus told you. You've also been to the to the moon. What other bullshit did you tell me in the last 10 minutes, dude? And what, you're going to turn around and have a go at me like it's my fault? Fuck off.
Alright, mate.
You don't make me.
Are you from the
I gave
UK?
you my time and I gave you a
Are you
chance, and
from
you
the UK,
demonstrated
yes?
yourself to be a fucking idiot. Your problem, not mine. You did that, not me. I'm just pointing it out. I'm sorry if you don't like it. Idiot.
Has been proven. Your point has been proven that it's false, bro.
Okay, now you're going to have to give me evidence.
I don't have to give you nothing, bro. The evidence is
All
there.
right, then fuck off. Apart
You
from
have to
your
be.
conversations with Jesus and trips to the moon, yeah, you don't definitely have to tell me anything because guess what?
I'm
You
giving you
wouldn't
another
believe a fucking thing
perspective.
that came out your mouth anyway, you prick.
Yeah, I'm giving you another perspective because sometimes you get information differently, and
What in
most
your
of the
dreams from
time
Jesus on your trip to the moon? Is that how you got information differently? Do you think I'm taking you seriously?
you don't have to take me seriously. But
All right, then fuck off.
the knowledge is all there, bro.
Hey,
Like,
Booster. Hey, Booster. Do you think
go on.
that we didn't used to believe in the globe?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you watch a YouTube video and you based all your life on that YouTube video.
You're an idiot.
Bro, how did you know that the Earth is not flat?
I went out and measured it myself. I went to
Measured
a
it.
lake. I got off my ass. I went to a lake. I turned off the computer screen and I went and measured it myself.
Alright, bro. Good luck.
A lake
Good
is not
luck,
large
bro.
enough to give you the curvature of the Earth, you stupid moron.
Sorry, what rate of slope is there supposed to be on the surface of the Earth? And what was the
You're stupid.
distance
There's
given
no
in
point
miles
arguing. You're
for
stupid.
the lake? And how
You measured the
much
lake.
should, dude? How much rate of change should there be on the surface of the Earth? You don't know, so why the fuck did you interrupt to turn around to tell somebody that that isn't far enough across the lake? You don't even know, do you? Welcome back to politics, everyone. A fucking clown show has resumed.
Yeah.
What's up, Yoda? Good to see you, man.
You too, Jedi. It's good to be back. Good to be here. I'm taking some breaks off and on a little bit the past month or two.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh well, that was something whilst it lasted. Do apologise, guys, but people like that, they just, yeah, give him to me. Oh, dear.
I went on a research binge and posted a whole bunch of links. I didn't post everything I had, but posted what I could find that was clear and irrefutable in the channels in our home server in satellites and geodesy on the sidebar content for the audience that's listening if they want to check out some really interesting stuff. Basically, what I was researching was how GPS is actually made more useful by dispensing with spherical geometry in the globe and using a flat Earth. And not only just more useful, but more accurate. Because the claim is GPS provides elite accuracy because Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Well, I've got like 50 citations ready to go that say the opposite. So
Wow.
anytime they need to improve accuracy and refine positioning and distance calculations, they got to get rid of the spherical geometry. They got to get rid of Latin long and use local flat planes where
Wow.
all the verticals are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the surface. So,
Okay. All right,
yep,
this sounds
state
like
highway manuals, you name it. I've got a whole bunch of stuff posted.
awesome stuff. That sounds
Yeah.
something that I need to understand and learn, because I'm getting a load of comments where people bring up GPS and satellites and it's accurate. And yeah, I need to understand this a little bit better. Cheers, dude.
Yeah. You're welcome. It's good stuff. They go hand in hand, the satellite and geodetic surveying conversation, because they rely on GPS and satellites and stuff in order to keep affirming the globe. So, yep, citations in both chats. Only a few citations overlap, but they're also very different.
Fair enough. Cheers, dude.
You're welcome. One of my favorites I've come across was regarding CERN. And the facility that was built in Switzerland. They used a flat Earth.
How did you guys mute me from every channel?
Oh, what's this?
We are that powerful, my friend.
It's because the Earth is flat. That's why.
We are that powerful.
All right, Booster, you're unmuted. You can leave now and you can join the other channels and piss them off.
Okay, thank you.
Alan,
Yeah,
I'll
go
mute you
troll
again.
the other channels, bud. Have a good
But
day.
I'll be back one day and I'll try to have a nicer
5
conversation.
seconds.
Okay,
4,
But I have no,
okay.
3,
please,
2,
please.
1. You didn't leave. Oh, he did. Well done.
Yeah, the strangest thing I found about satellites is that there are ground-based telescopes that continually update the position of these satellites in space.
That's one of my favorite proofs of globe Earth fuckery, actually, is the ground stations, the optical trackers, particularly, using lasers, low light visibility. So these ground trackers, these ground facilities, their locations bake in the globe. Their locations bake in their latitude and longitude, and they're interconnected with each other. So when one says, I see the satellite at this time, at this elevation and azimuth in the sky, the other says, well, I'm at this location and I see it at that azimuth and elevation in the sky. They can both pretend that they're on a globe together looking at a satellite in orbit because they're both using latitude and longitude with respect to each other and baking the globe into their observation.
There's no there. That's all they're doing. And GPS receivers don't work without. They don't put your position on a globe without first assuming a globe either. I mean, that just seems kind of obvious, right? Most people don't know that the GPS receivers are not operating only off of the pseudo-ranging. The pseudo-ranging is the timing packet. Satellite sends a signal blip. The blip has encoded within it a timestamp. Receiver sees the timestamp. Then it looks at another satellite signal, blip, looks at that timestamp, notes their relative location to the observer and to each satellite, and says the observer is right here. Well, when you first power on your GPS receiver, your TomTom, Garmin, your phone, it needs to spend a few minutes doing acquisition. Well, what is happening in that process? It's doing a lot of number crunching, but it's also downloading at like 150 baud. It's downloading not a nautical or an astronomical almanac and the updated ephemeris, which is updated all the time, which is being broadcasted by these satellite transmissions. So the receiver needs to take this, and what this data gives the receiver are the expected positions of the satellite now and into the future. That way, as you use the GPS, it doesn't have to keep re-downloading the ephemeris. That's right. So how do the satellites track their position? Well, they don't really know where they are either. The ground stations that track the satellites that you don't have access to transmit their observations to a central hub. This is called the ground segment. The ground segment crunches the numbers, placing the satellites within Keplerian orbital elements within the ephemeris, assigning the epoch. And then this data gets crunched in the future positions of a satellite are projected out, and then that packet gets sent out continuously to all receivers. And if your receiver doesn't have that packet, needs to spend 20 minutes downloading it and crunching the data so that it has where it would expect the satellites to be if Earth is a globe, around the globe. Without that, your pseudo-ranging, the mere timing packets from satellite transmissions aren't enough. You can do anything with those. But the receiver will program a globe in. Now you can program something else in there and use the same pseudo-ranging from the satellites on any shape of the Earth you want. Dinosaur nugget, banana, donut, flat Earth. It's arbitrary. They will adjust. The receiver will adjust everything accordingly. And you will be able to pretend that you are driving your car on dinosaur Earth. That's right, folks. And it will get you from A to B. You will be able to leave your house and travel across the country and get to your cousin's house. And you will get there and you will think you traveled so many miles because the GPS will calculate it out. You think you went around the curvature of a dinosaur nugget Earth, folks. That's what GPS can do for you. You bet. So how do you know that you're not on a dinosaur nugget with GPS? So I'm reminded of total stations, right? Total stations are like super theodolites. Theodolites, for the audience listening, are basically telescopes on a tripod. And surveyors will use these, and they'll note points of interest at various distances and angles relative to the observer. And so it's basically used just for measuring elevation and azimuth, right? That's a theodolite. Now, a total station takes that and then gives it a computer brain and a whole bunch of bells and whistles, lasers and prisms and all kinds of fancy stuff, and as well as GPS and the ability to enrich that GPS data differentially using local emitters like the CORS network, which are ground stations, 1,300 towers all over the Earth, controlled by the National Oceanographic and Aeronautical Administration and the U.S. Air Force. But those ground stations take the GPS satellite transmissions and make them more accurate, they say. But regardless, your total station can cost like $30,000. And in your total station, you can select to use your GPS and your telescope in conjunction with any shape of the Earth that's in the system. The system can provide you hundreds and hundreds of different kinds of globes, as well as flat Earth coordinates. You can use with your total station. That's right. Here's a quote from Thomas Meyer. He wrote in a book or an article called Position Errors Caused by GPS Blunders, University of Connecticut, in his paper. He writes, in practice, a total station makes a flat Earth assumption so that the vertical components of measurements can be removed with simple trigonometry. This practice essentially projects the measurements onto a horizontal plane defined by local gravitational normal vectors, preventing major horizontal errors in GPS point derivation.
Mm.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah. Why is that the case? How about this one? This is from the Federal Geographic Data Committee in the U.S. Geospatial Positioning Accuracy Standards, U.S. Geological Survey 1998. Quote, coordinate conversions from geographic spherical latitude, longitude, and ellipsoid height to local Cartesian, easting, northing, and orthometric height are required for assessing local positional accuracy because comparing raw geodetic coordinates, those are spherical, introduces distortion into local spatial tests. Yeah, you want that one? Here, I'll set it. I'll put that in the chat for you. That was a good one. Boom. I got dozens and dozens more, folks.
He's got dozens and dozens more, folks.
I got dozens of more flat Earth proofs for you, folks. You can't use a globe for accurate measurements of shit in the real world.
Yoder, you know you're like 85 IQ, right? Like, you know that, right?
No, I didn't. Thanks for letting me know. Great. Aren't you special? You got 80 IQ. Right? Is that right? Hey, guys, is that right? Does he have 80 IQ, guys? Is that right? Right? So what? Yeah, somebody with 80 IQ is perfectly capable of taking down these quotes and passing them on. Doesn't make Earth a globe.
I think Leo Tolstoy said, "You can you can take the dumbest person in the world, and if he has no opinion on something, he can learn that thing." And I'm paraphrasing, but you could take the smartest person in the world, and if they've formed an opinion already to that thing, and they're unwilling to change their mind, they'll never learn it.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, or it's like Arthur Schopenhauer on like stupid people. Try all you want to reason with stupid people. You're just going to be barking into the wind. Don't cast pearls before swine. Yeah, I'm going to have to go before long here.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel bad for you guys because this is the only room in the world where people don't rightfully call you guys retarded for what
Yeah,
you
who cares
believe
what
in.
you
So,
think? Yeah, I don't care what you think in your opinion of me.
I mean,
Yeah, who
it
cares?
makes me feel sad
Yeah,
for you.
you know what dumb people also do? They talk about other people while we're trying to have a conversation about the subject.
It just makes me feel sad for you. That's all.
Right, smart people talk about the subject matter, dumb
It
people
just
talk
makes
about
me
the
feel
people
sad
talk
for
about
you.
the
That's
subject
all.
matter.
It
So
just
let's
makes
get
me
back
feel
to the
sad for
subject
you. That's
matter,
all. That's all. It
Mr.
just makes me
Tree
feel
Man.
sad for you. That's all. It just makes me feel sad for you.
Yeah, I'm sure we're so concerned for your feelings.
Eh. How's everyone doing this morning on this big round planet?
Who said that?
I did. It was me.
Oh, hello, doggy. You think Earth round or Earth ball or what? What think Earth?
Ball Earth, 100%.
Oh, okay. Would you like to present your evidence to the jury?
Not a chance.
Oh, okay. Then I sentence you
I
to
paid the
jail.
jury. I paid the jury to agree with me.
No, you're on trial. That's not how it works here. So either give your evidence or go to jail.
The only thing I'm guilty of is passing on the right. It's the only thing I'm guilty of.
Okay, we're gonna move your court case to a later date.
One truth will prevail. Someone said that at some point. argument, if Earth were a pancake, I could put it on my hot iron skillet and make flapjacks. Checkmate. You know, we may not be able to agree on what the Earth looks like, but can we agree that Jesus saves?
Like saves what? Like money?
No, Jesus saves your soul.
Well, some people agree, some people don't, right?
Yeah, well, the people who don't are silly billies.
Maybe, but there's like what, 2 point something billion Christians in the world. They probably believe that, and the other 6 billion people don't.
Yeah, there's Chinese kids that can do 4-digit multiplication rapidly on their fingers, but they still need Jesus.
Well, when you sit in the gulag, you definitely need Jesus.
That's true. While you're sitting in the gulag, you definitely could use Jesus. That's true.
Or you could channel your inner love for a Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong thought and get out of the Gulag. Or you could just keep praying to Jesus. Those are the two options you have.
Once you're in, professing your love for the state isn't going to help you get out.
Well, if it's genuine, it will.
Right, but we're talking about eternity here, You may die in the Gulag, but what about your soul?
Mao is eternal.
That's true. He is still on the money.
Or even suggesting loosely that Jesus is eternal but Mao is not. You would be in the Gulag.
You know what? I would go to a Gulag for Jesus.
Well, they will gladly have you. Just purchase a plane ticket.
What? More atheist Globers. What a surprise.
Who's an atheist Clover?
Most of them. It's the anti-flat earthers, I should say.
Oh, I was going to say. I'm a Christian and I'm a Glober.
Well, then you just
Most Christians are Globers.
You just don't know the globe that well.
What are you talking about? I hug my big ball planet every morning.
Right. That's what you. Yeah. And that's what you think. That's what you think the globe is. Yeah. So you can maintain this dialetheism, where you live as though the Earth is flat, and you hug a ball on while standing on a flat floor, and say that's the Earth, and you can live that way. But when you come to know and to have a personal relationship with the real globe, then you're either an anti-flat earther or a flat earther.
This is way too complicated for 9 a.m. for me to process what he said.
Well, here's the thing. If Earth were a pancake, then I would be able to put it on my hot iron skillet and make flapjacks, but I can't do that, so.
Earth, what does that mean?
Well, the joke's on you. Pans are not flat, and neither are flapjacks.
Yeah, this is not
Like,
what
what? I'm just curious. When he anthropomorphized Earth, he said if Earth were a pancake, like what does he mean by Earth? I wonder.
The place you live.
So if the place that you lived were a pancake, can you walk me through that? How the place that I live could even be a pancake? How would that be possible?
Sure. It's quite simple, actually. If Earth were a pancake, then I would be able to put it on my hot iron skillet and make flapjacks.
No, you're just making the claim. I'm asking you, how is it possible? Like, so what are you identifying? What are you referencing when you say Earth? And then how could that? You said reality, the place that you live. So how could the place that you live, reality, that's made of that contains distinct things, be one thing, a pancake? Just walk me through it.
You understand my hypothetical is internally consistent, right?
No, I do not.
Oh, okay. Do you?
All right, so then go through all right, step one, Earth. What can you define and reference it? Like just point to it. Just point to Earth for me, so I know what you're talking about.
I'd be happy to do that, but I have a question for you first. How would you feel if you had not eaten breakfast this morning?
So just point to it, like externally, like the thing that you're referencing when you say Earth. Just point to it so I know we're on the same page here. And then I can imagine that thing that you're pointing to being a pancake.
The place we all live in which we disagree on the shape of.
Yeah, point to it.
I can point out the window of my vehicle right now. There it is.
Okay. All right. What are you pointing to?
To the ball planet.
Yeah, like a tree, a cloud. What are you pointing at?
To the ball planet.
All right, so you're pointing to. So you believe in your mind that you're pointing to the totality of reality. You're pointing to all things that coalesce into one thing that you call Earth. So how have you come to the conclusion that all things that are distinct from one another are
Well, it's
just
not
one
all
thing?
things. It's not all things.
Okay,
Earth
then
is not everything.
okay, point to it.
I am right now. Out the windshield of my car. There it is, ball planet. Point.
All right, what part of it is a ball? How about that?
What part of it? From the surface to the core is a ball.
All right, where is the? All right, where is the? Like there's a tree that's Earth.
Where's
Here's
the
the Earth.
curvature, bro? Where's the curvature?
I have a tree
Yo,
that's
where's the
people call.
curvature, bro?
Yeah, here's a tree. People call it Earth. Here's some sand. People call that Earth. So where does
Yeah.
the Earth end? Right? Where's the Earth end and what you said the crust begin? Where's the Earth end and the crust begin? So I can point to it too.
Oh, well. I'm standing on the crust.
Okay, so that's where the curvature is.
Sure.
That's where the ball Earth is. The globe Earth is right where you're
Well, the
standing.
curvature would be a continuous gradient from the crust to the core. It just the curvature would, the circumference would increase as you get farther from the core.
Bro, do you
If
have
you take
any
a cross
curvature
section,
management? Measurement. We've been looking for those for the last
if
like
you
10
take a
years or
cross
so.
section of a sphere, right? If you take a cross
No, you
section of a
haven't.
sphere,
Just want to deny
the
the measurement.
circumference is going to increase as you go outward, right? That's
I don't know.
just
You're
how
Bro, do you
spheres
have
work.
any curvature to show, like measurement wise?
It seems like you're
Sure.
imagining. It seems like you're imagining like 3 dimensions, right? Or maybe even just 2 dimensions on a piece of paper, and that you're external to that. So that you can say that this would be some sort of exponential increase due to curvature, but you're just there on the earth, right? You said you, but then earlier you had said that it's the place that you live, it's the place that you are, so you're internal to it. You're not external. But then when you paint the picture, you're giving me an
Well,
external picture of it.
I'm in the atmosphere,
How
but
are you
I'm not.
doing this?
I'm not in the planet. I'm in the atmosphere. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so how are you gaining this external perspective to say that here I have a cross section of the earth? Where did you how did you do this?
What's a cross section of the Earth is just a visual demonstration.
Okay, so all right, well listen. So now that
That's
we've
a
gone through
hypothetical.
like some of the like just some of the we got
Hypothet-
to
I know
clean.
you have a hard time with hypotheticals, but it's a hypothetical.
Yeah, hypothetically the earth is a globe. Yeah, but not in reality where you're standing, right? But then you've projected external,
But
outside of
you
earth,
know that
outside
a
of reality.
hypothetical is
Right?
a
Look,
logic test, right? A hypothetical is a logic test.
and then say, look, if I'm external to this, I could have a cross section of that, and then the Earth would be
Right.
this. But that's just
Right.
hypothetically. Do you have anything in the world that we can reference to know this to be true or false?
So you don't accept that hypotheticals are logic tests?
That's right. So do you have anything that's actual?
Oh, okay.
So hypothetically, the Earth is everything, or hypothetically, the Earth is dirt, but in reality, um, it's not. So therefore, you said you're a Christian Glober. Not that
I
any of
wash
that
my hands of you, sir.
I understand. I understand. So like in reality, right? Like all you can do in reality is stay in reality. Like not don't hypothetically exit it and say that reality could be different, somewhere beyond a certain point, right? Like exponentially, reality could change at some certain point, inversely squared over the distance or whatever you want to imagine. But in reality, that's where you have the measurement in reality. It doesn't there's no change. So like in reality, what you can do is you can establish points of equal elevation using a tool such as the water level as a horizontal plane of reference. And then you can measure up or down in relation to that horizontal plane to find out if there's drop, i.e. curvature. I don't even know of Earth, whatever that means to you at the moment, some kind of hypothetical like imagining. But you could imagine it. But what you need to do to imagine it is you need to establish in reality a plane of reference and then measure from that. Hypothetically. Oh, floundering is floundering was floundering.
I'm sorry I missed that. I was in a meeting and I heard someone come in. Did he come in? Did he come in and flame out?
I can't hear you that good.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Somebody who came in saying that Earth was a ball.
Yeah, he was floundering around, and he definitely.
So he came in quick and hot, man.
I mean, it's a thing you have to do to imagine you live on a ball. You have to imagine that you don't live on the ball. Like that's step one of imagining that you live on the ball is imagine that you're not on the ball, and then you can imagine that you live on a ball. Step one.
It's craziness.
You really cooked that guy, bro. But then he just left.
Hypothetically, he's still here.
So Peter, so you are
What's up, sheepy
I've been
dog?
I've been listening to you a lot lately, off and on, man, and I'm proud of you for sticking to your guns about the three axioms: no measurable curvature, no any measurable
No spin.
motion, no motion, and then can't have gas pressure without a container. I'm proud of you for sticking to that and being honest about that. Just saying outside of that, you just don't know.
Well, I do know some things outside of that, but yeah, those are the three what I call first principles that we can establish, right? We reason from there.
I give you props, and then you immediately turn this into like a religious doctrine.
What?
The Pentacles.
Bro, I don't know if that's your connection or if I'm missing. I don't know what you're talking about.
It might be my connection. I was saying I gave you props, and then you immediately turned it into a form of religious doctrine.
Religious doctrine?
Yeah, you bring up Pentacles.
I said first principles. Jesus.
I thought you said Pentacles. No, that's fair enough.
That's fair enough. I appreciate that, man. Did you ever get that bird out of your house?
I sure did.
Oh, that's good, man. Let me ask you this, Peter. If the surface of the Earth is measured flat, right? Not down to the micron, but like just over large distances, generally flat, right? Um, if it's measured to be flat, would you agree that gravity can only exist on a flat Earth?
I believe that gravity does exist on flat Earth.
Fair enough.
If you've been listening to me, I keep talking about my rigid flat Earth theory, which is exactly that, right? Reconciling Newtonian gravity with the observable and measurable fact that the Earth is indeed flat.
I mean, gravity essentially is just acceleration. You know, like F equals ma.
No, I mean mass attracting mass. Mass attracts mass, that's a fact. I know many will disagree, but to me, it is equally as a fact as the fact that the Earth is flat and motionless. So mass attracts mass, and that's perfectly consistent with the Earth being flat. There's no issue there.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, to be honest, I always agree to the mass attracting mass part. What I have an issue with is pulling inward towards the center of it.
It does pull towards the center like any other force. Electrostatic force also pulls towards the center, and absent of other forces will form spherical shapes. But the key is absent of other forces, right? Otherwise, everything would be a sphere. My coffee cup would be a sphere, but it's not because it's rigid. Rigid enough to overcome gravitational collapse. Same is true for asteroids. Same is true for the Earth.
If that were the case, then water would be curving.
Water would be curving absent of other forces. If the Earth is not curving, then the water cannot be curving because the water keeps hitting the Earth and finds resistance and seeks lowest energy state against that surface. If the surface is flat, the water is flat.
But it's pulling inward towards the center of mass.
Yes, but the center of mass doesn't have to be a sphere. A slab has a center of mass. You have a center of mass. And I've seen you, and you're pear-shaped, but you're not a sphere. So you have a center of mass. Everything has a center of mass.
Checkmate, globe heads.
See, this is one of the biggest memes that the Globers have pushed on our community, is that mass attracts mass immediately means a globe. That's not true, even in their own model. That's not true.
I wonder though.
Why are asteroids not spheres?
But why are all the other planets round, but ours is a disk?
Who says
Ours is not a planet. Ours is Earth.
Who says the Earth is a planet?
Yes. Yeah.
Why would you think that we're like those things in the sky? Or why would you think those things in the sky are like us?
Just you know. You know, there was this insult back in the day. It was like in the 1500s. They kind of insulted people and said, your civilization still believes the Earth is flat. And that was the 1500s. So it's kind of weird. I don't know, man. I mean,
That's your
it's easily
evidence.
proven. You could literally fly over Antarctica. You could fly over both poles. If you can fly over both poles, it means, you know, problems.
Have you flown over both poles?
No, but I know there are commercial
Oh,
flights.
hypothetically, you're saying. Hypothetically.
Yeah, you can hypothetically do it, yeah.
But you haven't done it.
No, I've never had to, you know, seriously engage with
But
flat
trust
Earth.
me,
That's
bro,
usually a
you could
movie.
totally fly over it.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, why not?
It's not
It's
the
like
first
flying
time
anywhere
somebody has
else.
said this. I just want to fast forward your manifesto to that point. Okay, trust me, bro, you could totally do it. I've never done it. I don't know anybody who has, but trust me, bro, it's totally doable, and you're an idiot for not accepting that.
I'm not saying anything
That's
about
the
you.
conclusion to your manifesto.
No, I mean, I'm not
I'll
saying
give you a
anything
heads
about
up, Ubercat.
you.
No one's
No,
ever
no.
started in the northern hemisphere, flown in a straight line to the over the South Pole, and popped up on the other side.
I don't know.
They've
We
always
should probably
flown in like
do
a
something
curving
like
path.
that. But isn't there like all these like flat earth societies? Can't they just charter a plane? Do they need to keep releasing books? Can't they just charter a plane and prove it once and for all? It's
What would
much
that do?
easier.
We're
What
not
would
the
that do
Flat Earth
exactly?
Society.
I don't know. It's like there are many of these flat earth society places, whatever. You just charter a plane, you put a camera under the plane and you just look at it. If there's a ice wall, then you'll see it. If there's whatever, you'll see it.
What does that even mean? So, like, you're
I
trying to say that
mean,
we have to have an ice wall in order for the Earth to be flat. That's kind of retarded.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard of an ice wall. I found it
I
pretty
know, but I'm just
interesting.
parodying what you're saying, and what you're saying is pretty retarded.
I mean, I'm not an expert in the flat Earth. Okay,
Okay, so why are you
ice
trying to
wall
like
is
claim
not.
that you're an expert then? That you know our side of the story, right? You're straw manning our position.
not really. I'm just asking
The
questions.
ice
Yeah, because you're
wall.
saying, "Oh, ice wall this, we got to fly here." Like, bro, you know, have no idea
I'm
about
just
our
saying
side.
that
Maybe ask some
if we
questions
can.
before you straw man us and make claims that are erroneous.
I mean, I wasn't exactly
The,
attacking, but you
hey,
seem very
Ubercat,
sensitive.
The ice wall is a government name. The government made that up. The U.S. government used it in their files when they went to Antarctica. It's not a flat Earth thing.
Okay,
It's literally
cool.
how they define Antarctica because it's the highest average elevation continent on the entire Earth that we know of.
Oh, oh, cool. Whatever. I mean, I'm not the one who's freaking out about the
Whatever,
word
it's okay.
ice.
I'm sensitive because
We're
I'm
not
just
freaking
calling you
out,
out
man.
on your bullshit, right? If you're wrong, right, and I'm calling you out, that makes me sensitive. I get it. I get your logic.
Didn't make any claims. I asked the question. But yeah, sure.
Yeah, you claimed we have an ice wall, and you claimed put a camera on a plane, and that's the evidence for the flat Earth. And then I
No,
said
I'm
that's
just saying
retarded.
it's much cheaper to just charter one plane than it is to write like 100 books about this shit and have it
Yeah, no,
all
like I said,
lose
your
money.
premises, your opening statement is retarded and doesn't align with any of us, any of our
How is
flat
it
Earth.
retarded? Please explain how
Okay,
it's retarded. If you
I
are
literally
able to
did. You
fly over something, proving that it
okay?
is false, then saying that, well, maybe you should do the thing that would prove it easily once and for all, and then you're like, no, you're retarded. Okay.
Okay, so
Cool.
you want to fly over somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and what is that going to do?
Well, you're gonna see. I mean, either you slip off the side of the planet or you don't.
So again, no one's claiming an ice wall here. Okay,
No
so
ice wall. Just the flat end of the flat piece of Earth. No
no
ice
one's
walls. I know you're
claiming
sensitive about ice walls.
no one's
I reject
claiming
ice
that there's an
walls.
edge.
Ice walls are evil. No evil, nasty ice walls. I've learned my lesson.
All right. So
I won't
no one's
ever say
claiming
the
that there's
word
an
ice
edge
wall
of the Earth.
again.
All right, I guess you're just
Okay.
gonna steamroll me because you don't want to hear what I have to say. So no one's
No,
claiming that
I'll
there's an
listen.
edge.
So what is there if there is no edge?
I don't know.
Okay, so
Hey, Ubercat, I got a question for you, man.
yeah, what's
The
up?
surface of water at rest, is it flat or is it curved?
Well, it does make a bit of a convex thing, but it's mostly flat, yeah.
That's only in a very narrow tube. Let's be
Yeah.
real.
Yeah, and
I
very
mean, hold
narrow.
on,
If you
guys.
have a bathtub, the surface of that water is flat or curved?
It's mostly
It's flat
flat.
because it's pressing against a flat surface, but water absent of forces, meaning it's not pressing on anything, nothing is acting upon it but the water itself, that forms spheres every single time. So, Sheepdog, you have to define
Not
at
really.
rest, right? If at rest you mean, like in physics,
Show me
no
water absent of
external
forces.
forces. Can I finish? If by
Show
at
me
rest you
water
mean,
absent of forces.
if you mean at rest, no external forces acting on an object, just the object itself, then water is spherical. That's why we have drops. That's why in free fall it
Are there
forms.
forces acting on water when water drops?
And if you remove the air, then no, and it's just the
What
internal
happens if you remove the
surface.
air? What happens
The
to water
water
if you remove
forms
the air?
water forms a spherical shape.
No, it doesn't. What happens if you remove the air?
Well, then the water becomes gas.
Exactly.
Right. But when you
And
have
what do
air,
gases
then
do? And what do gases do?
gases,
When
what do they do?
when they're not contained?
They fill the volume.
Okay. Or they expand in all directions?
Absent of other forces, yeah.
Right. So having a water drop, sucking the air out of everything, turns the water into a gas.
Right. No, that's
and then
true. That's
the
true.
gases
You're
are
right.
just going to expand.
You're right. So in a
Infinitely.
pressurized environment, when the pressure is roughly
Are there forces?
like the same.
Are there forces acting on the water in a pressurized environment?
Yes, the air pressure is acting on it.
So your theory that water forms spheres absent of uh, other forces isn't correct, because there's always forces acting on water.
That's true. I don't think you can have in a pure, like, hypothetical empty environment. I don't think you can have liquid.
So was there any reason that you had to interrupt what I was trying to get
Yes.
at? Were you trying to derail it, Peter? After I
No,
gave
I
the
was
kudos?
trying to correct both of you that water is flat when it is pressing against a flat surface. If water is pressing against a round surface, then it's not flat. And if water is
What,
pressing against no surface,
what
such
happens if
as
I put a rock in my bathtub, Peter? A giant rock,
I
like
don't
a
know.
1 foot
I don't know,
diameter
Shika.
rock,
I
and
don't
then I
know.
fill up my
Like that's
bathtub.
between you and the rock. That's between you and the rock. What happens in your bathtub is, nothing I want to be part of.
So in your model, how do you explain latitude and the maths done by for latitude? Or do you think all the guys on ships are in on it?
Oh my God. Latitude is just an observation of the sky, not the Earth. It's how you perceive the sky. So it's an observer-centric observation.
What?
I don't know how to make it simpler than that. You, as an observer, see 360 degrees all the way around you. You are the center point of the of a sphere, and the outer edge of the sphere is the limit of your vision.
Yeah.
So, as an observer-centric observation, right? Like you are the observer, right? Making the observation. You are taking an observation of the sky. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, it's more where you have to calculate the curvature of the Earth so you don't sail to the wrong place, because you have to take
Can
that
we go
into
back to the surface of water, right? The surface of water at rest in a bathtub is flat. The surface of water at rest in a swimming pool is flat. The surface of water at rest in a lake is flat. The surface of water at rest in the ocean is flat. It's fucking flat everywhere. And if 78% of the Earth or 70% of the Earth is made of water, the Earth cannot be a ball. Do you get that? Hello? Did I lose signal?
Hey.
He's just not answering you.
I'm listening. I'm just here for the good vibes.
Well, now you know the Earth is flat because water is not curving.
Nice.
You don't even have to say the Earth is flat. We can just say that the Earth is not curving. We can start there.
Yeah. That's the move.
And now you know two things. You know that water is water at rest is level, which is synonymous with horizontal, which is flat. And you know that the latitudes are in the sky and then transposed to the earth. So now you know two things.
Nice.
Yeah, like those guys out there sailing, they're not, in on it. It's just weird. They're all looking at the sky and the horizon. They're saying, all right, from me to the horizon is horizontal. And now let's measure the sky. And then I'll know my latitude. That's just your relationship with the sky. Observer dependent, obviously, because that guy on the water who's you said is in on it is the one making the observation.
Nice.
Yeah, when they do their observations, they're charting themselves over a flat surface. They're measuring the baseline of that triangle that they're making flat, and that's how they get their 180-degree calculations.
Yeah. That's good.
So you cooked him so hard, he's trying to turn it into a joke now. He's just memeing, like, yeah, uh-huh. He cannot handle it.
I cannot handle it. You cannot handle the truth, yes. That is me.
It's a lot easier for us Americans, I guess, because like we were brought up on like from sea to shining sea, and we know that that's just like a straight line, like sea to sea, sea to shining sea. It's just a straight line. You guys, I don't know what you guys were brought up on.
Yeah,
you nailed it, bro.
They were all taught to America is the greatest country in the world. We won 2 world wars and we conquered space. So whatever America says is true.
yes. Always trust America. Yes, that's what we've learned.
Well, and you also learn that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and that horizontal plane of reference is utilized when measuring "quote unquote" an angle to a star, which is what is defined as a latitude. So you
Very
learn
nice.
a few things.
Yes. So these server games, these things are shitty, and they keep like it's like a constant ding 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 ding, and people are just like playing crappy like text-based games on Discord. I'm a mod in this thing, so I can't just mute it. It's gay. Can you mute like specific games?
I don't know.
But on Linux, you can mute any individual application and set its volume independently.
Yeah, no. This is inside Discord. So it's a Discord.
I'm sorry,
alpha thing.
I assumed you were a serious person, not some kind of Discord dweller.
It's a friend server, dude. They make you mod. You're just like, cool, whatever. You send some memes. The idea is not to embody the Discord meme.
Anyway, I've reached my destination at work. Good talk, y'all. I will talk to y'all later.
Good luck with the grind, bro.
Is it possible to have a gas pressure gradient inside of a container?
Yes, it is.
Can you prove
Are you a
that?
glober? Are you a glober?
Yeah.
In your own model, that's possible.
Yeah, but
In
in
your
yours.
in your in your model, gas pressure gradient on Earth, density gradient is caused by gravity. I, by the way, agree with it as a flat earther, but I'm in minority here. So I'm just going to talk about your model. And if you wrap a container around gas, there's still going to be a gradient due to gravity, right? Gravity is not affected by containers. If you take a bunch of oxygen, if you take a bunch of oxygen that has a density gradient due to gravity, and you put the same oxygen in a metal tank, gravity is still acting on the oxygen, correct?
Yeah.
All right, so that's the answer to your question in your own model.
No, I believe in it. It's just I typically hear from flat earthers that gas will like expand to fill the container typically. Or if it's uncontained, it'll expand in all directions, but that's not true. Because like unless they think that there's just as thick air at the peak of Mount Everest as at sea level, there's clearly not.
I'm sorry, I was typing something and I can only do one thing at a time. What did you say?
Well, something flat earthers typically say is gas without a container just expands in all directions freely.
Yes, yes.
But it clearly doesn't in at least some cases, right? Otherwise, you would expect there to be just as much oxygen at the peak of Mount Everest as at sea level.
That's true.
Clearly, it's
So
not. Clearly, it's not
right, there
moving
must
freely.
be something else going on as well to create the gradient. What flat earthers do say, and I say that too because it's one of the three principles, is that you need a container to have pressure in the first place. Once you have the pressure, that pressure can have a gradient or it can have no gradient. I would think that absent of, let's say, gravity, there would be no gradient, or other forces, there would be no gradient. When there is gravity, there is a gradient. Do you know what I mean? But you have to have a container to have pressure, because PV equals nRT. V is the volume. The volume has to be defined by a container of some kind. Without the V, P equals nRT divided by V is 0, then you get nonsense. So you must have a non-zero V. And you cannot have infinite V, because if V is infinite, then nRT divided by infinity is 0, so pressure is 0.
Also, if I take iodine gas and
Iodine? Did you mean to say ionized?
Iodine gas?
Iodine gas. Okay.
If I take a heavy gas, right, like a heavy colored gas, and I release it,
Colored?
it's just gonna drop. It's gonna drop to the floor.
Yes.
If I drop it into a cup, it'll fill the cup and it'll be contained by the cup, even if the top's open. But
yeah, but that's because
what
of
explains why that's going
buoyancy.
down?
It's because of buoyancy, right? Denser things are displace less dense things.
But no, the buoyancy can't explain the direction, though.
No, buoyancy is caused by gravity. The direction of buoyancy is the vector of acceleration, right?
But you believe in gravity.
I do believe in gravity. So the formula for buoyancy has acceleration, right? The source of the acceleration is not relevant, but in a stationary, setup like in my kitchen, the only acceleration that's there is the downward acceleration vector, and that defines the direction of the buoyant force. It's the opposite of gravity, of that vector,
Yeah,
right?
it has a heavier molecular weight. Are you this is weird because you're citing like actual scientific formulas as a flat earther.
We know these formulas better than many glowers. Okay, we know the formula for buoyancy, and it has an A in it for acceleration.
But they can't explain the direction. You just say, yeah, gravity explains it, but
We all agree there's a downward acceleration vector here on Earth. What some of us disagree with is that it's caused by mass attracting mass. I embrace mass attracting mass, but I'm in a minority, and I'm working on a theory that will explain this, and hopefully I can convince my flat Earth community that there's nothing to worry about with mass attracting mass. But even the ones that disagree with mass attracting mass do agree that there's a downward acceleration vector. Things fall at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless of their mass. It's measurable. We know it happens.
But those things follow Newton's formulas. They fall at that
Yes.
and are explained by the
Yes,
formulas.
that's why I think it's a bit of a mistake on the part of many flat earthers to deny that mass attracts mass. I know it's more sophisticated than that, but as an approximation, because it's very much verifiable and it does not at all impact the shape of the Earth. That's a trick that globers played on flat earthers. They made them knee-jerk react to saying, oh, if mass attracts mass, then the Earth must be a sphere. Boom. What a dunk. Flat Earth is dead. They played a trick on us in the early days, around 2015, 2016, the resurgence of modern flat Earth. And since then, we've been stuck in this kind of game where they say mass attracts mass, and we start freaking the fuck out saying, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Prove it. Whereas it's not a battle we have to pick at all. And sorry, I'm kind of talking to my own folks right now, but it was the same with things in the sky. They tried to push on us like, oh, things in the sky tell you the Earth is a globe. And we cracked that meme and we said, no, things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And we can totally do the same with mass attracting mass and free ourselves from this bullshit.
So, okay. Typically, like the other flat earthers will cite the Bremen drop tower, for example. There's one experiment in particular.
It's hard for me to listen to those folks talk about that because it's like this desperation to keep pushing against mass attracting mass. Here's the funny thing. The globers that say this, ooh, gravity means globe, they don't even understand their own model. They were just trained to say this, and we are jumping. When they say this, we jump. I cringe, right? And we dig like, oh, but what about this? Oh, define mass. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Like we're playing their game, and they don't even understand the game that they're imposing on us because they're typically baby glowers who couldn't explain their own theory if their life depended on it. So it's double cringe.
But if there was such a large object like the Earth and gravity were real, like, wouldn't it make sense that's why it would be like naturally shaped like a ball?
Absent of other forces, right? Your model says. Here's what your model says. And I'll walk you through it from the very bottom. If the only force is gravity, everything becomes a sphere. Actually, everything becomes a black hole, which is spherical. The event horizon is spherical. A coffee cup, absent of other forces, such as its internal structure, right, of atoms, would become a black hole in your model. The only reason why, so there's no mass requirement for a black hole. Oh, it's got to be bigger than X. No, it just has to be dense enough. And absent of rigidity of a coffee cup, it becomes a black hole. Why doesn't it become a black hole? Because it does have internal rigidity that is much stronger than the gravity that it can generate, right? So then you guys say, well, you need enough mass to overcome the rigidity of an object. And you guys will say, a coffee cup is not even close to being there. An asteroid is not there either. That's why they're not sphere-shaped. But then you will say at a certain mass for a celestial object, it crosses that boundary and that equation goes towards in favor of collapse. It collapses into a sphere. Why doesn't it become a black hole? Because that sphere has then enough rigidity to stop the collapse, right? And then you guys have this whole model about stars, and certain massive stars are massive enough that when they implode, they cannot stop the gravitational collapse, they become black holes. So it's kind of your own model describes this progression. So the trick you play on us is this. Earth is exactly what you said. Earth is so massive that it must be able to overcome its internal structure and become a sphere. And I say to that, you have no evidence for that the internal structure of the Earth is not sufficiently strong to resist its own gravitational collapse. We have only dug 8 miles in one spot into the Earth. We have no idea how deep it is. We have no idea what the structure beyond 8 miles, at that one spot even, looks like. So it's quite possible there's a rigid structure enough internally, that is strong enough to resist the gravitational collapse. And that's it.
So what convinced you it's flat?
What?
What convinced you that it's flat?
It's observably and measurably flat.
Which like a black swan photo or something convinced you?
No, arguing against flat earther convinced me. I tried to show them that it wasn't. I thought I was showing them that. Then I realized I wasn't. I used to argue with these guys for like 2 years, showing them all sorts of curvature measurement that I was convinced were actually showing curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so when
I
you said
realized
when you squawked like I do, like refraction, when did you concede that it can't be that?
well, it's kind of a silly question. Refraction exists. We all agree it exists. So it goes this way or that way. It's refraction, right? It's how light travels through a medium of non-homogeneous density, right?
Do you think that if I'm taking a measurement, like a theodolite measurement to you, and you're doing it to me, that the refraction would cancel out in a way because we're looking through the same light?
I guess maybe. Well, the path of light, yes. So the path of light from source to target is the same, in both directions, right? In other words, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter if the light goes from A to B or from B to A at the same moment. It's gonna end up going the same way if it's the same light, because you know that refraction affects different wavelengths differently, right?
Yeah, if we take the measurement at the same time and do a reciprocal zenith angle, would the refraction be nullified?
I don't think it would be nullified. It'd be the same.
Yeah, like we could essentially.
Bro, basically you're saying I see you, you see me. Okay.
Yeah, like if I take the angle and I'm like, 2 degrees too high, and then you take the angle and you're also 2 degrees too high, then when we add it up and divide, it's going to cancel out.
I'm not getting that point.
Well, because we're both looking at through the same refraction, and then okay. Well, I mean, I've heard that's a way to cancel out refraction, because with these black swan photos and videos, sometimes it's hard to tell if there's refraction. Like sometimes there's only a vertical compression, but there's not like the hazy miraging. It's hard to tell, and I mean, it's certainly it's plausible that maybe people say that okay, these refraction events are very rare, but maybe that's just like not true. Maybe they're like just uncommon, and they're more common than we thought, and you know, it could still
You
be
don't have any
explained on the globe.
evidence. You don't have any
Oh, hey,
evidence
DJ.
of that. That's hey, what's up, man? This is the problem, right? That's a claim that you're making in which you can't support with any empirical evidence, unfortunately. In fact,
It's
you can't even
speculation.
show a laser. Yeah, right, but you can't even show a laser bending downward over a body of water.
I don't have one, but I totally
Yeah,
would.
but nobody can. Like, if you try it, I mean, with the countless amounts of laser tests that are done, right, by flat earthers generally, or globe earthers. I'm guessing globe earthers do them a lot, but maybe don't release them or something like that. But anyway, yeah, there's plenty of footage of them bending upward, right? Because the normal lapse rate over the water is that it gets cooler as you go up, right? And everybody knows that cooler air has a higher optical density than warmer air. Right? Sure, you could get a situation where you get a thermal inversion, you get a layer of cooler air trapped down lower, and you get some downward refraction. But I haven't seen anyone be able to produce that happening with a laser. And Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD, has been doing laser tests, right, armed with his knowledge of light propagation through mediums and his knowledge of lasers and his years of testing with lasers in real world situations. He says that he has never seen it happen, and he's tested it like hundreds of times, different spectrum lasers, daytime, nighttime, completely different conditions, different seasons. And he said it either goes straight or it goes up a little bit. And he said you can have quite a bit of upward refraction, especially at nighttime. But yeah, he's never seen it bend down. I've never seen any footage of them bending down. So if you're saying it's the normal that happens, then I mean, you would have to provide. Surely you should have measurements of that, right? All you would have to do is basically have the temperature, pressure, and humidity measured vertically at some points along the line of sight. Maybe a side view of a laser or something like that, and say, hey, yeah, look, it's consistently bending downward. And also, look, this is the thing, like we're not seeing destruction in the distance when we're having a lot of these long distance observations, for example, right? Like the Great Salt Lake. Hey, actually, I have a question for you. You know, with your reciprocal zenith thing, right? I can tell that you're getting your information straight from anti-flat earthers like Omnivore, for example, right? These types of people, right? And they're bullshitting you, right? The reciprocal zenith angle test, they don't mitigate refraction, right? They help reduce the error margins of refraction. They do these reciprocal zenith angle over short distances, and they do them multiple times so they can calculate the refraction better.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't just eliminate refraction.
I agree. I
right?
agree.
Because
that's the accurate phrasing.
Yeah, because I could say like, okay, so what some flat earthers did at the Great Salt Lake test is they actually, at the same time, they shot the same spectrum laser right towards each other, and they hit their target both at 5 feet height from 21 miles away. Right. So, I mean, is that a similar situation as the reciprocal zenith thing? Right. That was a question.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, this is my gripe with it.
Do any of those like anti-flat earther types have a laser that they have ever done laser tests with? Because It'll be good to go to
I've
them
seen
and
some, like Jesse Path of Light has a few laser tests, but for some reason he just does them over 3-kilometer distances. And
what if
yeah, it's I find it
you
really
challenge him,
strange
right?
that yeah, I
You
already
challenge
have.
him to
He
do
he know
the downward
yeah,
laser.
he knows what needs. Yeah, he knows what we have chats all the time. He knows what needs to be done.
Okay.
And he'll probably do something, right? he's pretty good with his little tests that he sets up.
I love his
You know?
personality. He's like such a bubbly person. So let's say he does do it though, like and he shows you it.
Yeah. Well,
What's
we need
the next
repetition. We need
progress?
repetition. Well, I don't know. Like maybe he should have a chat with Dr. John D or someone that's way more educated than him and has years worth of experience doing that with all different spectrums, and is probably using a way more expensive laser than what Jesse's going to be able to get his hands on.
John D's a
Yeah.
flat earther.
Look,
That sounded like an appeal to authority, though, a little bit.
Well, he's got the hands-on experience. It's not necessarily an appeal to authority. It's that he has a lot of knowledge on refraction, right? That has nothing to do with his spectrophotometry qualification necessarily. It's to do with his hands-on experience. Like he said, it's not really his credentials that count.
Oh, I get it. I'm just saying, Jesse, we might disagree with his conclusions, but he is living the life we wish we could live by, when we ask people, did you do it yourself? I mean, he's trying to do all this shit himself. Sure, he's not going to have all the fancy lasers. The dude doesn't have a multi-million-dollar, university budget.
Yeah. So that's just stating a fact.
Let's be a little bit.
I like Jesse. I get along well with Jesse. I think Jesse does a lot of, interesting tests. And the fact that he gets consistently 7/6 refraction is very, very funny. And it's like some amazing coincidence, I think. That's interesting. But, he's never once accounted for refraction in every single test he's ever done. He's never even, like, when he does tests over water, he doesn't take the water temperature. He doesn't take the air temperature, right? He's never once accounted for refraction other than just completely just guessing the refraction based off the, well, not even based off the globe model, based off just 7/6R. Right, which most of the papers say that's not reliable to use consistently for these observations. And he breaks a whole bunch of rules, right, that surveyors aren't going to do, right? Surveyors aren't going to go out and do a single measurement over a 105-mile distance and then make any conclusions based off that, right, off that angle measurement. Or when he's done his 36 tests, I mean,
choir, man.
Yeah. I like your I think your gravity thing's interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to contribute something, new to break us out of this kind of stalemate that we have with the glowers on so many things.
Well, look, we can all agree that things fall, right? That's one thing we can agree on. But when it comes to the mechanism, what's causing mass to attract mass, surely we can agree that nobody knows that.
Well, yeah, but we also can agree that nobody knows why a proton attracts an electron, why a charged particle attracts another charged particle. Do you know why they do that over distance? They're not connected by a string. Do you know why they do that? Not only over distance, but exactly in the same manner that mass attracts mass, proportional to the amount of charge, inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It is exactly the same relationship.
So I've only heard you talk about it a couple of times, but you're suggesting that there could be something. I've heard AI Overlord talk about the same thing as well, actually. Can you go over it in one more time, right? So there could be something underneath the surface of the Earth that we're not aware of that could be causing mass attracting mass without causing a collapse or something like that. I don't know much about it.
Well, close, but okay, I'll do a quick one because I just did it before. I don't want to bore people to death. Basically, just I know you're serious researchers, so you're not going to get triggered by this, but just follow the logic here, right? Mass attracts mass. Therefore, everything should be a black hole. That's the globe model. Things are not black hole because they have enough resistance in them to stop the gravitational collapse at one point. Stars, not all of them become black holes. Planets never become black holes. Coffee cups never become black holes. Now move this to the next step. When do things become spheres in the globe model? When the mass is big enough to overcome the resistance. That's why Jupiter is a sphere, Mars is a sphere, the Earth is a sphere in their model, but an asteroid is not a sphere. Okay? So the only thing that we have to say is, yes, mass attracts mass. The Earth has more resistance than it generates gravity, and therefore what we observe, it being flat, is perfectly consistent with mass attracting mass. Now globers have to show that that's not true, that there isn't enough resistance inside of the Earth to prevent the collapse based on its mass. Can they do that? I don't think so.
Yeah, awesome. Interesting. Thank you. So you do like what's your so do you think maybe the Earth is some type of object in a space vacuum, or you just don't know?
No, gas pressure needs a container. There's no such thing as space vacuum. I lean towards, for this to add up mathematically, what I just said, for this to add up mathematically against what we observe, the following needs to be true. That's my logical kind of conclusion from what I just described, is that the Earth has to be very vast, very big. It cannot be just, tens of thousands of kilometers, wide, whatever that means. It has to be probably on the order of millions of kilometers. And the reason why that has to be true for this to hold this together is that the downward acceleration vector, if mass attracts mass, will point to the center of mass. If you imagine a slab, right, of a certain thickness, uniform density, the center of mass will be in the center of that slab, right? In the middle of it, halfway down. Now, if the Earth was relatively small, like tens of thousands, from Australia to whatever, the other side, then the acceleration vector would be diagonal and Aussies would be walking, diagonally, which obviously is not true. But if the Earth is much wider than the area that we actually inhabit, and we happen to be roughly in the center of it, then all the downward acceleration vectors will be nearly parallel. It's the same principle that globers say, oh, light rays are nearly parallel because of how far the sun is. So any angle deviation is like almost negligible, even though it's not, it's half a degree. But for a star, which is way farther in their model than the sun, you can't even measure parallax or anything. That's how far those things are. So if the Earth is big enough, then the vectors towards the center of that slab, so to speak, are, for all intents and purposes, parallel to each other. On the edges, wherever the edges might be, they become diagonal because they're pointing towards the center of the slab. but we have never been there. Nobody, as far as we know, nobody's ever been there.
Right.
So a very large Earth is part of this.
Can I
Otherwise,
push
and
back
that's
on
what
that?
Globers. That's in a second. That's what Globers would, counter with, like, oh, because they always assume, their Earth just flattened, right? Their globe just flattened. So they'll say, oh, on the edges, the Aussies will be walking diagonally, right? Well, yes, if the Earth is that small, but no, if it's really big.
Yeah, interesting, man. I appreciate you explaining that to me. Thank you. Debate Daddy, I think he's finished. If you had a pushback or something.
Yeah, because if you plug in like if you want to get 9.8 meters per second, don't you need to plug in the Earth's mass? Like you're saying, it would be far larger. Wouldn't it not be 9.8 meters per second then, or you would reject the formula?
Good question. I was thinking about it the other day, actually. The only reason why we think we know in the globe model the mass of the Earth is because we think we know the value of the gravitational constant, right? The equation is F equals big G m1 m2 divided by r squared. So we think we know the r, and we think we know the g, and knowing those two things, we obviously know the f, and we know one of the m's, becomes a simple algebraic solution for the other m, the mass of the Earth.
You
But
could
if
also
you
use
don't
the
know, can I
universal gravitation
fucking
formula
finish
too.
answering your question? I'm trying to do it precisely. So if we don't know one of those things, the r or the big G, we can't solve for the mass of the Earth.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you could use little g equals big G times m divided by r squared as well.
Little g
But
and f are the same thing, right? It's just convention that we're talking about force. It's just a mathematical convention at this point in physics.
okay. What if alternatively the center of the Earth is like it's not like this big mass like you're describing, but maybe it's like there's less mass towards the center, or it's less deep, but it gets deeper and more dense towards the like as far out as you go away from the North Pole. So then, if you were
Good
like
point.
towards Australia, you would like it would be balanced or something like that, and you wouldn't be walking like diagonally.
That's a good point, but I think there will be. Yeah, there could be another model where like the distribution of density is such that but there would be like edges there. There will be points on surface where like it would transition. It'd be more messy than I think it actually is. But good point. Here's something I didn't call out. We don't make any claims about the shape of the Earth, contrary to popular opinion. We're just saying that the surface is flat, meaning 2 points of equal elevation are always on the same horizontal plane. We don't know what the shape below is. When I said it was a slab, it was just a simplification to drive my point. It could be a hemisphere. The bottom of the Earth could be a hemisphere, or it could be irregular shape. We don't know if like the depth at every point is the same. You know what I mean? So we're not saying it's a regular. It's like a kind of one of the nice, neat geometrical shapes. Could be a cube, could be a box, could be a hemisphere with the flat top. Could be something ugly. Who knows? Right? So, yeah, there could be possible shapes where these vectors. Yeah, but I still think there would be some kind of ugly transition and divergence.
Don't you think though, if there was like the huge block or the huge mass you're talking about, that would be enough gravitational pull to form a container for the Earth's atmosphere, and that would serve as the container?
The reason why we need the container is not necessarily to keep the gas close to the surface, because another force can accomplish that, like electrostatic force or gravity. I know this part is controversial with some folks, but electrostatic, for example, would not be. The reason why we need the container is because gas pressure needs a container. PV equals nRT. P equals nRT divided by V. V has to be not zero, not infinity. And the only way to get such a V is to have a container.
Yeah, I guess it would be kind of weird, like, because maybe the flat Earth could just keep going for infinity. Like, maybe there's no edge. But maybe if not, like, how would the atmosphere contain along the edges if there's an edge? If there's no edge, then I could just see that not being a problem.
Well, there are two possibilities. I've been thinking about this that I see here. One, there is an edge, and the edge is defined not like in the anti-flat earther memes that, oh, you're going to surf off the edge of the Earth, but it's the intersection of the Earth's surface with the container, right? So the container has to come down at one point, whatever shape it may be. We don't claim any shape of the container. We're not saying it's a hemispherical dome. Could be, who knows? We don't claim any size of it either, any height of it or any dimension. But like, you know what I mean? Like it's closing the box, right? So it's touching the surface, and all the gas pressure that we observe is within that volume. The other possibility is, and that's, people are going to freak out, okay? But there's a possibility that the container doesn't intersect with the Earth, and the Earth just happens to be within the container, meaning the walls of the container are not touching the Earth. And the gas pressure that we observe is not only above the surface, but also around the Earth, the bottom of it. Now, it's a bit out there, but hypothetically, we don't know what the bottom looks like. The bottom could be porous, right? The bottom could be, and I'm not a biblical flat earther at all. I never bring in the Bible. I'm just bringing it because some people on Twitter say that. It would have pillars. It would have some things that are, that allow for the gases to go under, right? But as long as the container is around the Earth in that fashion, it fulfills the need for, or the prerequisite for having gas pressure. I personally think I'm leaning closer to the first model, that the wall of the container intersects with the surface of the Earth somewhere. And you could call that I would call that the edge, right? But in that sense.
Thank you for that. So how long have you been a flat earther? You said you were in here for 2 years before you got convinced?
Yes. I think it's been, let me check. I can actually check. because I know when the moment came. I had this failed show on Twitter called As the Globe Spins. May last year. So let's say June last year. Became a flat earther. June or July.
Yo, who else is having a great morning on their ball planet?
Nobody, bro.
Who said that? Was that you, Spliff, or what?
Sounds like a case of planetary illness.
Yeah, was that just a hit and run, or is he still here?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, floundering. All right. Right. So would you say that you know for a fact that the Earth's a globe, or is it something that you just believe because that's what you were taught growing up?
It's what I believe because I prefer it.
All right. That's an honest answer. Right.
It's
so
a
you don't
matter
know
of
it for a fact.
it's a matter of subjective preference that the Earth being a ball means I can hug it. It's really hard to hug a flat Earth.
Right. That's as far as I need to go with you, I think. Thank you.
I like hugs. I'm a hugger. Are you a hugger? Everybody needs a good hug every once in a while.
It sounds like the planet has smothered you, not hugged you.
Hello, Haas. How are you?
If I were any better, I'd be twins. You're not giving your fellow Globies much hope if you're just announcing that it's a preference.
What do you mean?
Hey,
what do you mean? What do I mean?
All right, this guy's a troll. I have something I wanted to ask some of the old timers here. Can we just ignore this guy? So the other day, I became aware of a really old YouTube kind of prank that was made by these nerds. I think they go under Reckless Ben or something like this. It was a prank they did on Nathan Thompson to like invite him to do some experiments. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, chicken soups.
Yeah. But what's funny in there, and only true, diehards would have noticed that, is that they're playing clips in there from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And in those clips, there's Miggy and there's Crit And then there's footage of them having a meetup in Cali, somewhere in LA. And I think one of the people there is Miggy on camera. How cool is that? Did you guys notice that?
Really?
Yeah.
No, but I'm gonna rewatch it and
I'm
check.
not.
I think Nathan was in on that prank. To be honest, I think he was
That
in on
doesn't
it.
matter. I don't care about him. But like the
So you
audio
think Miggy
clips,
was there? All right.
the audio clips is 100% Miggy and 100% Crit. Crit has a very short one, but I just once you've heard Crit's voice, you can never unhear it. But the video footage of the meetup, I'm not 100% it's Miggy, but I want to believe that it's Miggy. All right. I think it's in episode 3 or 4 of that little YouTube series that happens.
Does it show his face or not?
Yeah, but he's wearing kind of like a baseball cap, and I know what he looks like now because he's famous now on TikTok. But and Frontline on Unhinged. But I'm like 60% sure it's Mickey. I just want to believe it's him.
You don't know which part of the series that it is? Because I want to check.
I think it's part 4 or 5. You know what? I'll find it for you.
Tree Man's here.
What's up, old hoss? Been a while, buddy.
Trying to keep it together today, Tree Man.
I will, Daddy. I will.
All right, real quick, DJ. I just posted the link. It's episode number 5, and it's around the 18 minutes 20 seconds. I tried to put that in the link so you can just click it. But they're just sitting at some kind of bar or whatever. I think that's Miggy in the background. Have a look.
All right, thank you.
Who wants to debate flat Earth with me? It's all right if you dodge. I can understand. I wouldn't want to debate me either, to be honest.
What's your claim, Tree Man?
The Earth is not flat.
Well, I'll agree. There's hills, mountains, valleys, caves, caverns.
It exhibits global curvature.
Nothing is truly flat, is it?
It exhibits global curvature.
Go ahead, post that.
Well, someone already did. You see in the chat there the guy hugging the globe. I think that's Lil Dicky, if I remember correctly. Lil Dicky hugging the globe there.
I guess you win. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's like the image of what I have in mind that I will defend. So, old hots, if we're done with all this like childish meta, we can actually get into it.
Well, the problem is the Earth's surface isn't curving to form a globe.
Oh my god, you're being the biggest
your
fucking
shouts
nigga
to
right
God
now,
are
dude.
heard. That's the problem you have, though, and that hasn't changed.
The problem I have is my IQ is way too high.
Yo, we got a genius.
Yeah, I would say there's a 2 in it, but maybe just one more digit.
Okay, you see, that was funny. Actually, that was clever humor there. I can recognize that. I'm surprised. That's a pleasant surprise.
It's purple IQ humor. I'm shocked you even recognized it.
Yeah, that was surprising wit. That was a surprising amount of wit from a flat earther. So I can respect that. But anyway, we're done with all this shit. Let's just get into it. You know damn well what my position is. I know that you don't really have a position.
Well, what I'm saying is the Earth's surface actually curving like that picture where that guy's holding on to it?
Yeah, bro, it's curving as much as your girl's titties. I squeezed them last night. I was squeezing them; they're really round.
That's funny. I saw you nowhere around. Thank God.
Yeah, but you were looking for him, though. That proves that he's been around before.
No, I'm just remembering last night.
Anyway, if we can skip all this meta bullshit, what's going to be the argument for flat Earth? Go ahead.
The Earth's surface isn't curving.
Oh my God, you're retarded, dude.
That's a low quality glober if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, this tree man guy seems all right. I like
him. Bro, I just oh man. I spent a lot of time debating a lot of big brain shit with a bunch of big brain people that I come in here and just blow off some steam with like the zoo animals. Sometimes it's fun.
Yeah, this is the lolcow of the Discord server, so.
You have a good day, gents.
Pancake planet. Pancake planet.
Is that you, the same records? Oh, Benny the Bloke has his guitar out.
Oh, sorry. I didn't think I
No,
was
that's okay. I enjoyed your song, Clown.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Hey, Hoss, can I ask you a question?
I don't know. Can you?
May I ask you a question?
No.
Are you on your couch right now?
No.
Okay.
It's a good one. It's funny. I have a couch, I rarely sit on it.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what I like? I really like the types of couches that are good for sleeping. I like good sleeping couches.
Yeah, well, yeah, I sleep on the couch more than I sit on it. That's true.
Like, you ever go over to a friend's house and they just have the perfect sleeping couch? And you're like, man, I need to get one of these.
Yeah, maybe once upon a time, yeah. I've grown up from regularly sleeping on
I mean,
other people's couches.
assuming you have any friends, you know.
Well, yeah, I did. Yeah, I have friends, but I don't
You
sleep
had
on
friends,
their
right?
couches.
But then you adopted the flat Earth narrative, and now you're a pariah, right?
No, I've created myself as a pariah in many forms before this. But yeah, I have had a couple friends melt down about it. I had one friend have a pretty good, calm conversation about it one time, and then I saw a light go on in his eyes, and he completely shut down. Yeah, I don't talk about it to a lot of people outside of the Discord servers. Well, that's not true. I've actually spoken to someone about it recently, and they weren't left in a state of shock about it, so they were actually able to have an ongoing, decent conversation about it. Yeah, so whoever I've alienated it because they couldn't handle it, I've gained other friends through it, or just furthered relationships with other friends through it. It's true, though. A lot of people freak out about it. I had someone at a bar try to attack me over it. I didn't even know the guy.
Do you think that's because you've discovered some sort of long-lost esoteric occult knowledge, or do you think it's because the position is completely untenable and fucking retarded?
No, I think it was because this guy was a science teacher, elementary school, and he saw his whole, he felt threatened by it because it's not in his book. Then he felt like an idiot.
Cog this, bro.
So, yeah, cog this, meltdown, denial, rage, whatever you want to call it. That's not everybody, though. It's case by case how people are able to interact with it. Obviously, you listen to this.
You're right.
You listen to this Discord, you see the rainbow of flavors of these.
True.
Yeah, so it's kind of. I'm just realizing it's kind of stupid to even say that. Oh, you alienated someone. No. Anytime you do anything, you know what I'm saying. You could, have people sneezed in front of me, and I've said "God bless you," and it's angered some, and others are appreciative of it. So everything's a case by case. Some people ignore you. So it's everything you do, it's a case by case. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not even going to waste my breath coming up with examples of this in real life. You know it's true.
Oh yeah, well I know it's true.
I mean, some people are like, oh, I went to this restaurant. Oh, you went to that restaurant? You think you're better than me?
The first time I
some
heard,
people are like, oh, you went to that restaurant? We should go to other restaurants together. It's everything in life you do. There's going to be a rainbow of reactions to it. You act like you're scoring some sort of point by saying, oh, you have no friends now because you have flat Earth? Yeah, some people, yeah.
I don't need to score points. It was a joke. I'm sure you have friends.
No, not that. Just it's a common theme.
Oh, I wasn't trying to insult you.
I was just listening. Yeah, it was hilarious. I heard someone the other day on this. I think it was on, I don't know. I was listening on YouTube. But he said, even if I did realize the Earth was flat, I'd keep it a secret. I don't want to tell anybody. So be it. So he's not even going to get a reaction from anyone.
Yeah, if I thought I had some sort of personal access to occult esoteric knowledge that 99.9% of the world disagrees with, or has been taught differently, I would want to keep it a secret too. I wouldn't go shouting from the rooftops.
Yeah, for some reason, people don't like finding out that even though they realize the surface of water is flat, they don't want to connect the dot to that means there's no water ball. People are fragile. People are busy with their lives. And if this is like something that holds a thread of meaning to them, it's not going to be a bridge. It is strange, all the people, though, who, the people say, well, it doesn't matter to me. Wouldn't matter to me. Well, it's like, well, how do you continue entering into this conversation if it doesn't matter? Strange. Yeah.
Well, it could be
that's
any
interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
could be entertaining. I have a good time.
They sound more upset than entertained.
Some of the angry Australians in here, I have a good time talking to.
Oh, you watch it, you silly bastard. I'm just kidding. I'm not a flat earther, but I am Australian.
Some of the best moments I've had in here were me getting yelled at by an angry Australian. So it doesn't bother me that people believe in a flat Earth. It's quite entertaining, actually. I have a great time being in here.
Well, if it doesn't bother you, why do you have to frame it as a belief? Just say what it is.
Well, what do you mean? Lots of different people believe lots of different things that don't bother me.
Well, I'm talking about the surface of water at rest. Do I believe that, or are we both in agreement of what reality is of that?
No, because facts don't become evidence without a paradigm. And so, yes, you have to insert a paradigm in order to turn your observation into evidence of anything.
So you agree that it's a fact, though, that water at its surface is flat?
No, I agree that you have observed something. It's a fact that you have observed something. Whether or not that becomes evidence of something requires a paradigm.
Have you observed that same thing?
Have I observed what?
What you just said I observed.
That water is flat and level in a container? That it always fits its container? And is flat and level?
Yeah, and on its surface, it's flat.
Yeah.
You don't. Okay, so you're a flat earther too.
No, I can agree to a fact become evidence of anything until we insert a paradigm.
Well, what we're doing is Xing out a paradigm. The water ball paradigm goes by when.
Paradigm, buddy.
Dude, whatever debate bro riddle you're attempting
to not. No, it's not. It's just
puzzle or whatever. I'm not going to do that.
This is a court of law. A good analogy for this is a court of law, right? If you find a murder scene and you find and you have pictures and you submit those pictures to the court, the idea that a bloody knife on the floor next to the body is evidence of murder. It's a fact that there's a bloody knife on the floor. It being evidence of murder requires the argument. It requires the paradigm that the lawyer is submitting. That the lawyer provides during the trial. It's not evidence until there's some sort of argument in favor of it being evidence of something, which requires the insertion.
I don't think you're making the analogy you're thinking you're making. I mean, there's a lot to hash out what you're saying there.
A court of law is an easy analogy because there are facts. But those facts do not become evidence.
Okay, well, the fact we're looking at is there's a body there and it's deceased.
Evidence points to a conclusion. A fact does not point to a conclusion.
Why are we even talking about it if there's not a murder scene?
What do you mean? Well, because that's the point. We're trying to ascertain how and why it happened.
No. We don't need to know how and why it happened. We just need to know it happened.
Wait a second.
I think when you use like a bloody knife as an analogy to flat water, I think you're not doing it justice.
No, buddy. We already know it happened. We know that because the person is dead. The person died.
That's the globe.
We know that the person is dead. That's what we know. That's a fact. It's a fact that the person is dead. Whether or not the items around it are evidence of a murder require the insertion of a paradigm.
Okay, what's the analogy of the whole flat Earth globe thing then? To that.
That you and I observe that water is flat and level in its container.
What is that? Is that the bloody knife or is that the dead body?
Yes, that's the bloody knife. That's right. Whether or not that's evidence of the shape of the planet requires, or whatever
Now,
you want to call
I
it,
object.
shape
I
of the
object.
Earth.
I object, counselor. You're presupposing Earth to be a planet.
Okay,
We're just talking about. We're just talking about. No, we're just talking about water contained.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Whether or not that's evidence of the shape of the world, I won't say planet, shape of the world that we're on.
Okay.
It requires the insertion of a paradigm.
Okay. Well, the globe that's been sold to us all, we're comparing the claims of that 70% plus covered on its surface with water. And we're comparing that to what we know about water, you and I both agree on.
But that's the problem.
That's the paradigm that's the paradigm under examination here. Yeah,
So you're
it
trying
is
to
a
tell me,
problem.
so you're
It
trying to
is
tell
a
me that you
problem.
think you can examine a paradigm without the insertion of another one? Do you really think you can do that?
No, I don't need to replace it if all I'm doing is.
Yes, you do. You absolutely
do. No, I don't. Okay, it's a flat place. It's a flat realm with a lot of water.
Is that not a worldview? Is that not a paradigm?
Yeah, there's your paradigm.
Okay, so you are trying to replace it.
No, you begged me to. you wouldn't allow me not to.
That's because it's not logically possible.
What are you, the judge, jury, executioner? I mean, who are you? I thought you were the lawyer.
I am the lawyer. I'm not the judge, jury, executioner. I'm just the lawyer. I would have made a great lawyer. I'm still young. I could go to law school.
Okay.
Why not?
I had a friend who went to law school, very good law school, finished very high, if not at the top of his class, and he says that 80% of what he knows in law he learned on Law and Order. Dun, dun. There are a lot of cases mentioned in there, and once you realize how a case is, precedents and stuff like that, if you're willing to read and consume, and this is back when you had to access books, the majority of study, which is much better. I mean, you can get lost in a book.
You can get lost in a beautiful woman too.
You wish, yeah, maybe someday. Good luck to you.
You can get lost in her eyes, like sparkling sapphires.
Yes, you can also get lost in the globe ideology, which is where I think you've. Well, I'm not going to say you've drifted off into. We were all paraded into that.
I'm not lost. I'm anchored because gravity has me anchored to the surface.
Space time's an anchor. Sounds like a poem.
You are almost there. The divot in space time caused by gravity is the anchor.
Like a bowling ball on a blanket. Is that what's in your precious little mind?
That's right. Bowling ball on a blanket.
That's nutty, dude. All that is balls rolling downhill.
Is
that what space time is? Balls rolling downhill.
Absolutely.
That's what has you're anchored to a ball rolling downhill.
Absolutely.
It sounds like it.
You are summarizing it perfectly.
Move to dismiss case.
Motion denied.
Yeah, you are. You do think you're the judge.
I should be. Should be.
You're the lawyer that's got a client he's anchored to rolling down a fucking hill.
File a counter motion that you're a dumbass.
I guess I'll have to file a counter to that. It's a lot of paperwork. You asked for it.
I'd like to file a motion that I like chocolate eclairs. So anyway, do you think we reached ahead with our conversation, or should we table it for later, Haas?
What conversation is it at the table? We both agree that water is flat. And you like to add the whole thing. You say, oh, well, yeah, conforms to the container, as if you think that's some sort of holding on to the ball, when you need to realize that a pothole on the road and the ocean basin of the Atlantic are basically cousins.
I agree with you. They are cousins.
Okay, then you have a flat Earth.
The only difference is scale, right?
The only difference is scale. So they're both flat on their surface. So what we have is a flat Earth. You can't have a ball that's covered 70% with water. It's like a broken record, this whole argument. But
what if you had a pothole the size of the
you don't
Atlantic
need to
Ocean?
table it. It's been filed. The globe
What if you
has
have a
been
pothole?
eliminated.
What if you have a pothole the size of the Atlantic Ocean?
That's what the ocean basin is.
Yeah, but what if it was a pothole instead of an ocean?
It basically is.
My state still wouldn't decide to fix it.
Oh, yeah. It's funny because some potholes that are 3 foot in diameter are impossible to fix. Someone asked me one time, when are they going to be done with the roads? I said, well, never. It's not going to happen.
But that's how roads are worked on, is one guy does the work and 5 guys stand around and watch him do it.
Yeah, that's what they say. Well, with the way people are driving nowadays, they should have 10 people surrounding the guy working to watch out for him.
But they would get hit by the cars, though.
Well, they'd be watching for the cars.
Yeah, but you can watch all you want.
That's one thing
Watching
we
isn't
need to
going to stop
become more
somebody
aware
from
of
hitting
as a society is the road workers, for the love of God.
For some reason, people like to speed up in work zones.
Oh,
They're impatient. Yeah, have you ever seen The Fifth Element?
I sure have.
The thing I think they have right about that dystopian or whatever that is the way they give you tickets there. They just show up on your dash. You've been cited. I think if people get enough tickets, because when I was a kid, they used to give me tickets on the way to school. They really used to correct people's driving habits. Now I don't think there's enough.
It just pops up on your HUD. Your license has been suspended.
Exactly. That'll keep people, registering their vehicles and obeying the speed limits. Well, the speed limits within reason.
That's the future that's the future that Peter Thiel and Klaus Schwab want for us.
I thought they wanted us to have nothing and like it.
Yeah, well, you're not going to be able to stop people from driving, but
that's the thing. They
can automate punishment.
Within the Klaus Schwab crowd. There's not really the preciousness of human life.
You mean the Epstein?
It's trickled down where you can tell that people don't really have the preservation of life that they once did. I mean, I'll see people working on the road with their back to the traffic, like doing either road work or landscaping. I'm like, good Lord, man. I've seen enough cars drive off roads randomly in my life that I would never turn my back to traffic. It's like they say you don't turn your back to the ocean.
Those big black those big black signs, the electronic signs that they put in front of roadwork.
Yeah.
That I knew a guy who was setting one up at 3 a.m, and he didn't have his auxiliary lights on. He turned his truck off and he didn't have any auxiliary lights on, and somebody drove right over him and split him in half.
Yep. Terrible.
You start to automate your life and you forget that people are retarded. If you assume everyone on the road wants to kill you, you'll be a safer driver.
Who was the retard in that situation, in your opinion?
The person who drove over the guy that I knew and split him in half.
I'm not saying he wasn't. I was just curious of what you were framing there.
Yeah, you automate your life and you do life on autopilot and you just go through the daily routine and you forget that if you don't take the steps to make yourself as safe as possible, somebody is going to kill you.
Yeah, I'll see that a lot with crosswalks. People they say, "Oh, I'm at the crosswalk. It's my turn to go," and they won't. Whether they're too cool for school to look both ways. And if the light's not right, or if it's a dark time of day, or if there's someone not paying attention, or if it's drizzling, you have to be aware. Yeah, it's the person who's. Yeah, I don't know. That's a new thing because people used to. When I was a kid, you look both ways before you cross the road. You would hear it a dozen times a day. I haven't heard it in decades. I mean, I say it a dozen times, but not counting my own words.
Now, looking both ways, pushing the button, waiting your turn, that's pussy shit, dude.
You're going to have a rough day crossing the crosswalk then one day.
I'm an alpha male, okay? Alpha males jaywalk as often as possible.
If you're alpha, why do you sound trans?
That's a good one.
Yeah, no worries. You can work on it.
Work on deepening my voice artificially.
Deepening your voice, yeah, like practicing your vocal cords.
No, I'm good,
soy
buddy.
intake.
I don't know. I've heard more soy-infused voices here.
I don't drink soy. I drink dairy because I'm a man.
Damn, son.
You have to smoke
Find
cigarettes.
that.
Maybe
Smoke
they were
cigarettes
feeding the
for 20
cows some
years.
soy or something.
So we have established that the Earth is flat. Nobody can contradict us. Right?
All right. Yeah.
Am I right?
Well, they just have explanations that they can't validate with empirical evidence.
Okay.
All right. And we have
But why, when you ask Google, he's like, AI or whatever you call that, he's like, flat Earth theory is widely disproven. Hold on, I can't even send you a screenshot. I'm not allowed to send
No.
you.
It says that. Yeah, it will say that. Because that's what it's programmed to do, right? It's
Well, flat
programmed
Earth
to push.
doesn't even have a theory.
What do you mean?
Like, there is no flat Earth theory, right?
It's just reality. I mean, it's exactly what we experience in the real world.
So you're agreeing with me. There is no theoretical.
That's how off base their little warning labels are.
So there is no theoretical flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a panicked reaction. They don't even know what they're talking about.
But you believe the Artemis 2 is also fake?
Well, this is the thing. You wouldn't be able to verify whether it is or isn't. You just have to have faith. I mean, I could show you pictures right now that look the same and ask you which one's from Artemis 2 and which one did I make using ChatGPT. And you wouldn't be able to tell which one was the real Artemis one.
Yeah, but you think there was no witnesses when it happened?
Well, I think they launch a rocket, right? Because that's enough to convince most people that it happened. So people see a rocket go up into the sky, and then they think that everything they see on their phone screen or TV screen after that must be real because they saw a rocket take off.
Okay, yeah, for real.
Yeah. Look, all I'm saying is that we can't confirm that. And if they're showing you a globe in the pictures, and then we go out and actually test hundreds, if not thousands of times for the curvature, and it just comes back as flat every single time, then obviously there's some deception going on. Not necessarily that they're lying about the Earth being flat, right? But lying about space travel.
Okay. Yeah, they lie. They are not like sometimes they don't say everything. You have to figure it out for yourself. I know that for sure. The government is lying to you for sure, bro. I know that. But
I think I'd be pissed if I was a globe earther and everyone's been saying, "Oh, this Artemis mission's going to shut down the flat earthers," and then they do it, and the footage is trash. It's just extremely limited amount of footage, and it's kind of shitty. Big letdown for the Globers, I think. Unfortunately, in fact, it's actually probably going to create millions more flat earthers. So thanks, NASA.
That's messed
Yeah,
up.
I've yet to hear anyone gloat about it. And it's what's crazy about it is it's no different than the ISS productions. It's the same thing.
Yeah, most of the footage is them trying to convince people that they're actually in zero gravity, right? Just by like like flipping things around in front of them. Right? That's the main thing. They're like, look at our soup flipping around. Look at the microphone flipping around, and they're just all watching it and playing with it, and yeah.
You can see it though, right?
What's that? Sorry.
Like you can see the ISS in the sky. Like
You see, yeah. You see like you can see like a little light go across the sky,
but you
and
took the
there's
camera, right?
yeah, and you could see like something that looks like the ISS transiting the sun or the moon, for example. But confirming exactly how high it is, exactly what it is, how fast it's going, that's something we can't confirm.
You can,
Moody man, you're the one connecting the dots to that.
Yeah, no,
you're
but like
connecting the dot. Yeah, but we brought up the footage from the ISS. Then you say, "Oh, you can see something in the sky at night." Sometimes you're the one connecting the dots. That's the same thing. They're asking you to connect the dots, and you have. You've wrapped a chain from one to the other.
Yeah, but is that not evidence of?
No, that's evidence of your wild imagination at play. Or dare
I
say your
we
gullibility.
could call it evidence. Evidence
look
that
up,
still
right?
requires a little bit of evidence, but it still requires a shitload of faith. Because it might not be the height that they're telling us, it might not be going the speed that they're telling us, or there might not be any people in there because a lot of the footage is clearly faked that they show us of people inside the so-called ISS.
What is it then? Like it's there, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Look, there's no way for us to know that. Unfortunately, we don't know. We can test the surface of the Earth and validate that it's not curving over distance, but we can't go up there and check what that little thing in the sky is that we see.
What do you think? Like
Why,
space is?
bro? I hope that one day we can.
Yeah,
Everything you're
me
saying we
too.
can do, we're gonna be able to do it one day.
Maybe. Let's wait until then. And
Yeah, that's why we're flat earthers. Because we
well,
have
no.
to.
Well, not really. We can just test. Like we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, and then when we go and test for the curvature, there isn't any.
So if the Earth is flat, why every time I'm walking, I'm slipping?
That's a different issue.
Need better shoes.
I got better shoes, bro. I'm still slipping.
Well, put them on.
Feeling like I'm going on the side.
Maybe it's the diarrhea of the mouth,
No,
getting
it's not.
like
That
sliding
was a
down
good
and
question.
causing a slip hazard.
Slipping on this logorrhea.
Yeah,
maybe
could be that.
I'll save that joke with my next joke, but I thought real Jewish guy was saying the Earth was flat a moment ago. Now he's complaining about his shoes. The king.
Yeah, he forgot about his lap for a moment.
Banana.
He slipped.
That's why I keep slipping.
Yeah, watch the sidewalks. Crooked sometimes.
Oh, let me see the sidewalk.
Put your book down and.
Don't step on the crack. You'll break your mama's back.
Oh shit! Oh yeah, when
That's
I'm
another
driving,
thing. That's
there's
another thing you
always
don't
like
hear anymore,
cracks.
isn't it?
There's always cracks on the cement potholes.
Well, yeah. Don't trip on them. Keep an eye out. Another add that to the list.
Be vigilant. Be mindful of your surroundings.
All right. Always be prepared, Boy Scouts.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is round
really.
time.
The only thing I learned in Boy Scouts is what not to do.
Don't sell Girl Scout cookies. That's the number one rule, I think.
Don't get molested.
Don't get molested. Help the girls sell their Girl Scout cookies. What else? I don't know.
I learned how to run from predators in the Boy Scouts. That's all I learned.
Oh, nice. You run fast now?
I am a very fast runner, yes, sir.
Nice.
I have a 1 minute mile.
1 mile per minute?
Yes, sir.
Nice. How many kilometers is that?
That's 75 kilometers per hour.
Damn. That's faster than a car, bro.
Yeah, I actually deleted my chess app almost a year ago now. I need to get it back. I was, playing compulsively sometimes, like playing,
Oh,
and
dude.
just,
Yeah,
it gets,
man.
how it gets.
I
I'll
have at
play
least
you in
25,000 games or more on my account that I've played. I don't want to add up all the times. How much time that would add up to?
Yeah, I mean, I never had much rating to brag about, but I'm kind of curious about the long break. If maybe I'll come back and see some things more clearly. Yeah,
You
I'll
should make a
probably.
Lichess account. It's way better than
Yeah,
chess.com.
I've got one of those somewhere. Yeah, but I just deleted the apps, But yeah, maybe I'll pick that back up.
Hey, Haas, did you have a pool growing up as a kid?
No, I went to a pool often.
But you didn't have one in like your backyard?
No.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm happy with it. My friend had a pool, and he kept it. He was responsible for the cleaning of the pool, and it consumed his life. No, no, I'm not. I don't feel like I was ever lacking not having a pool.
Do you feel like not having a pool in your childhood is what led to your eventual cognitive decline in your adult years?
I don't think so. My cognition has probably stayed the same my whole life. I peaked probably at like 7, figured the world out. Now, I don't know. That's a weird thing to say, though. I mean, the pool, I have some of my fondest memories from childhood is the pool that we went to. Who said that? Floundering?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, my cognitive decline must be kicking in. I could have swore someone said that to me.
There was this one time I was at the pool, and I was running, and I slipped, and I fell into a girl, and I grabbed her boobies. It was very embarrassing.
But yesterday?
No, I was very little. I was like 4 years old, so obviously I was forgiven, but innocent mistake. But she was like 16. I tripped and fell and right into her boobs with my hands outstretched.
Okie dokie.
Sounds like a Little Richard song or something.
So I don't have fond memories of the pool.
Well, at least your parents built you one and kept you safe at home.
One time I farted at the pool too. That was really embarrassing.
You know, the real kids had trampolines in their backyard.
Yo, that's true. I had a trampoline. All the kids in the cul-de-sac came to my place because we had a big trampoline.
Yep, mine too. I got mine off Marketplace for like $50. I had no net, had no padding, just all the freaking metal springs.
Hell, dude, who the hell needs those walls and the nets? Who needs that, dude?
I mean, let's be honest. Did that little skirt around those springs really do anything when you landed on it?
No, it did not.
Yeah, you're right. It did prevent your leg from going through, though. That happened a couple times.
Yeah, but that's part of the fun. The risk is part of the fun.
Exactly, bro. You get double bounce and you just get shot right off the freaking tramp. Oh, good days.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I had once upon a time had some old photographs of my brother and his friends out there on double bouncing where it's them against the sky.
How does it feel to be stupid?
I don't know. Tell us all about it. Express your feelings about your stupidity. Go on, we'll listen. But you're good enough. You're smart enough, and doggone it, people like you.
It's like 80%
I like how he's eating really loudly on the mic, and his name is Naughty Jew. I like that.
I think this is Ugly Dog who's chewing.
Is this
What
ASMR
are you
chip eating? Like,
what are you eating, bro? You eating Funyuns? Oh, there he goes.
Cow chewing its cud.
There he goes. Did you mute him, Haas? I wanted to hear what he was eating.
You know, he could have been making money off of that on like
mukbang.
Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Just eat Funyuns all day, make money.
You know, whatever he was eating, it was something out of a bag.
Definitely Doritos.
Hell yeah.
No, dude, it was too soft. It sounded like Lay's.
You think it was those blue tackies?
No,
Lay's in a box.
See, I don't have that problem because the only thing I eat is pussy because I'm an alpha male.
I have a small child in my vicinity. Can we mute the guy who just said that, please?
Wait, what? Who said that?
Travis.
Yeah, Travis wouldn't have. What?
No, I mean Floundering said the. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's gotta go.
So Moody Man, what were you saying when you entered? Oh, you were talking about the
Hello?
Artemis 2, you asked.
You hear me?
Seemed a bit underwhelming.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know my microphone was connected.
that's all right. Well, I have to
I'm
get
just
my.
saying, like the ISS is a satellite, and it's owned by NASA, and you can see it with your own eyes. And you get a camera, you can zoom in on it.
Yeah, but is that the thing that they're broadcasting from? Is that a
No, but okay, assume they're not even.
space capsule with
Assume
people
they're
in it?
not even broadcasting from it, right? How could they put it up there? It's in space, right? It's like 400 kilometers up.
What do you mean it's in space and you can see it with your bare eyes?
Yeah, it's a
I
little
don't.
light that
All
cuts
right,
across
think
the
about
sky, man.
this.
Okay, so you saw
Think
a little light.
think about this though,
Like, you
right?
get a
Like,
camera, it's
okay,
powerful enough. You
hold
can
on a
see it.
second. Hold on a second. Think about this. Okay, a giant jumbo jet like a Boeing 747 is about the size of the ISS. When it's just like 6 miles up in the sky, it's so small that you can barely see it. It's like the tiniest little dot up in the sky. Imagine if that was double the distance away at 12 miles. Do you think you would be able to see it anymore? Probably not,
Light.
right? Well, it would be too small to see, right? Because when it's at 6 miles, due to perspective, it gets so small that it's a tiny little dot, right? Once
You see
something
it.
gets below 0.02 degrees, you can't see it anymore. Okay, imagine if now I'm only
You
saying
can see
double
it,
the
right?
distance, right? But that's just 12 miles away, and you wouldn't be able to see it. Let's say it was 50 miles away. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to see it anymore because you can barely see it at 6 miles, right? But you think you can see something the same size as that 250 miles away.
You can see it. Oh, right.
You can see something up in the sky that you've been told is a certain distance. You can't validate that distance. You're just told a
You can
story,
validate
and
the
then you
distance.
lap it up, right? They also tell you
You can
it
validate
rains
the distance.
diamonds on Uranus, and you lap that up too, right?
You
So
can
you
you
just
can do
believe whatever
math
they tell you.
validate the distance.
What's that? Sorry?
You can validate the distance.
How?
Okay, I live in the UK, right? Let's take London. Let's say someone in London. Let's say the ISS is due to come into the sky at like 7 o'clock, right? Someone that lives like 500 kilometers away up in like Scotland, right? You'd like get a protractor that measures angles, right? And then you'd say at like 7:02, measure the distance, measure the angle from the horizon to the ISS, right? Let's say it's like 50 degree angle for one person and like a 70-degree angle for the other person. And you use the sine rule, like Pythagoras and trigonometry, and then it gives you a rough height distance, and it should be around 400. That's not using radars. That's not relying on anyone else's information. That's your own empirical evidence.
Hey, quick question. How are you seeing the horizon at night when people see the ISS?
How are you seeing the horizon?
Yeah, you can't see the horizon at night.
You can.
No, can't.
You can. Live in a city.
Surrounded by buildings, so you're still not going to see the horizon.
Do you live in a city?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just go to a tall building, right? And all the other buildings are smaller.
So for your friend in Scotland, so they're out in the country or something, they can't view the horizon.
There are
How are
buildings.
they? How are they getting? How are they using the horizon for this measurement? Or are they using a flat Earth?
You could pick a time where the sky is still light enough that you can still see the ISS.
Yeah, but when you say time, mate, time is a flat Earth proof.
What do you mean?
You're gonna need a flat Earth for time.
So like when I ask you what time it is, for me it's 7:33, right? So if I say
Yeah. So
measure the ISS at 7:33, you measure it at 7:33.
that's great. So time is measured by the elevation angle of the sun from a horizontal plane. It requires a flat Earth. You ever heard of sundials, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's flat Earth time. Time relies on flat Earth. So when you mention time, you're proving flat Earth. Because it's the elevation angle of the sun above the horizon, the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Time is from an elevation angle from sea level. So when you mention the time, yeah, it's flat Earth, mate. You can't get time from a globe.
No, but like you can get time from a globe.
How?
Time is not tied to the
How?
globe.
No. How? Just stay
Like,
where you are. How
if
do you
the,
get? No, stop.
like,
Excuse
let me
me.
just ask
No,
one
we're
question.
having a conversation. I know you're stuttering and you want to skip past this. How do you
No,
get
but like,
time from a globe?
time is not linked to the globe. Like, it could be
How
in
do you get
space
time
and
from the globe? How do you get? You said you could get it from the globe. How do you do it? Stick to your
No,
point,
I
you
never
mate.
said that. I just never said
How do you get globe from time?
Yes,
You're
he
the
is.
one that
So
said
how
that
do you
the
get?
flat Earth is linked to
Yeah,
time.
I
So if
know
the
you're
sun went
flapping now,
away,
mate.
does that mean
I
time
know you're
stopped?
flapping. I know you're flapping. How do you get time
Ask
from
me a
a globe?
serious question. I'm saying you can't because they're not linked. You're saying they are linked.
No, I didn't say the linked. I didn't say
You
that.
said
Them
you
words
get
didn't come
time
out my
from the
mouth.
flat
No,
Earth.
you're lying now. You're lying now. You're lying now. You're telling lies now.
Okay, ask someone
That's
else.
what Glurfers.
Did he not say that
That's what
you get
Glurfers.
time from the
No,
flat
I
Earth?
didn't say that. No, I didn't
Where
say
does
that,
time
mate.
come
You're a
from?
liar.
You said it. Okay, tell me where time comes from.
The sun, elevation angle to the sun from the horizontal plane the observer standing on, sea
If
level.
the sun went away, hypothetically, right?
No, the sun's not gone away. No, the sun's not gone away. We're not going to imagine things that haven't happened. Time comes from the sun, elevation angles from the horizontal plane, sea level. It's a flat Earth requirement. Time, you can't get it from a globe. You said you can. How?
Not linked. Time is independent. If the Earth disappeared, time would still exist.
Well, Earth's not disappeared. Time is still time. We measure the sun's elevation angle from sea level. Time exists because Earth is flat.
I think you broke him one deck.
I didn't break. I mean, I'm just talking facts. That's how time's always been measured. I'm not making that up. You can research it from when the sun appears to rise, above the horizon. It's got an elevation angle. That's Horus hours. The sun was called Horus, and hours of the sun throughout the day. It's measured. It's an elevation angle from horizontal. That's how time's measured. So when someone mentions time, they're referencing a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. I'm not fucking making it up. Sorry, mate.
So what?
So the Earth's flat.
No. That's non sequitur.
Yeah, it is. She wouldn't have time.
There you go. You just said it. You wouldn't have time without the flat Earth.
Yeah, you're correct.
Does that make sense though?
No.
About in places where there's like no sun, or like fucking Scandinavia, where it's dark for fucking 22 hours of the day.
Oh, don't they have time?
Yeah, but a fucking sundial works off the sun. So if there's only 2 hours of sun, mate, how are you gonna tell what the time is at fucking 2 a.m. at night?
By the angle of the sun from the horizontal plane. not a
not there.
curve.
Aye.
Time zones, never did time zones from latitude measurements.
How about that elevation angle to Scandinavia for the ISS? It's another one that needs a horizontal plane of reference.
You'll always be using a horizontal plane of reference for any altitude or elevation measurement. You can't do it. Nothing work. We haven't got a globe to work on. We're working from sea level. It's level. It's the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth.
Bro,
It's
I'm
level.
gonna
It's
fucking rape you,
horizontal.
bro. Yeah, it's up, bro. I'm gonna fucking rape you. I'm gonna cream by you, bro. You better fucking be careful, bro. I'm gonna come on your cat, bro. You better fucking be careful, little bitch. I'm gonna fuck your eyes.
So
Yeah,
Earth is flat, and the Greeks all
yeah.
knew that. Earth is flat, and it's measured like that.
It's a simplification. It doesn't make anything true. It's just like a way of seeing it, rather than something necessarily based in objective reality.
Yeah, you're not even talking sense, mate. When we're talking about the time, we're talking about elevation angles from the sun, and you're talking nonsense, mate.
What do you think?
Sorry, mate?
You're making sequitur arguments. They don't even connect properly. You can't
You break.
can't derive the
Sorry,
Earth
you
is
break.
flat.
Talk slowly. You're breaking up. No one can hear what you're saying.
It's a non sequitur argument. It doesn't make the Earth flat. It's just a
There's no argument. It's not an argument. It's not an argument. It's a fact. We have sundials, and we measure the time from the sun. It's not an argument. It's a fact.
Yeah, sure, we
It's a
do that,
statement
but that doesn't make it flat.
Well, I would
No,
also
it's
say
not
that whoever started this was they see the ISS in the sky. That's a non sequitur. The Earth being a globe.
Oh,
I mean, if they don't
Well, that's
connect
just
it,
going.
What do you mean?
Yeah, but I mean,
You
Scotty,
say
mate,
that
that's
space
just
is
going
not a
back.
thing,
That's
but
just
NASA
going
don't put
back
things
into
into
Globeland.
space.
Sorry, mate. Excuse me. Whoever just said that's going back into Globeland, right? We're not in Globeland, right?
That was his original argument, though. I'm bringing him back to his original claim. I think it's the same guy.
No, what it was.
Well, I'm
I
not being
mentioned
funny,
ISS,
mate. Excuse me.
and then
Excuse me.
someone
I
said,
took him out of that. Excuse me. I took him out of
No,
that
I
with
get it.
time.
I'm just reminding him where he started.
"Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I've already debunked that now.
Listen,
I've
if
already
you
debunked
said,
it.
if you said, "Oh, there's the ISS and I can see it, therefore the Earth is a
Oh, for
globe,"
God's
that
sake!
would
Here,
be
let's go 10 steps fucking back now.
no,
that
because
would be
like
non-sequitur,
because you
but
can't explain why it's in the sky.
yeah, exactly.
we-
you connect it logically like
Yeah,
that, then
so-
it won't be sequitur.
Stop talking about
Yeah,
time for a minute
so-
and just answer the question. The question
Yeah,
was,
he was using angles to identify it.
yeah, that and that's an actual thing that you can do.
That's a
without
flat Earth.
verification. How did NASA get it in the sky? How does it come around every night?
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fucking
You're
shit?
asking for empirical evidence about why.
Who
the
gives a
Don't act like
fucking-
that thing travels across your night sky every night.
Who gives a fucking shit? You mentioned time. I'm
is it
telling you, the sun's in the fucking sky every night,
mentioned
and that's
time.
how we measure time.
Why we're
Right?
talking about
Listen to
time.
me. Yeah, time. You mentioned time. I'm telling you, if you're talking about time, you are going to require a flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so
you just said it right there, though. You're only measuring time. That's not where time comes from.
Exactly. They're independent.
Time.
Hours.
Time comes from the
local
sun's
to Earth.
elevation angle. Yeah.
Yes.
Across the sky.
What is
Well,
time?
that's how you measure the time of day.
What is
But
it? Is
if
it
the
the-
Earth is flat, why is it that the day is shorter during the
elevation
winter?
Argument for
It's
gravity
an
says we don't
elevation
know.
angle measurement. Shut up. Shut up. It's an elevation angle measurement. That's how you measure time. I'm not making that up. It's fucking
know.
simple.
Yeah, and I agree, so long
No,
as you're
you
only
measure
saying that's
time
how
by
you
counting.
measure time. But my
You don't
question
need
is,
to
why
use
is it why is it that the days are shorter in the northern hemisphere during winter, but they're longer in the southern hemisphere during winter?
Well, who gives a fucking shit?
Well, it makes perfect sense if the Earth is a globe, though. Like it's explained perfectly well.
No,
Explain
excuse me. Let me just finish. Let me finish this off. No, it doesn't make perfect sense if the Earth is a globe because we've already fucking established, you fucking muppet, that time.
Wait, why are you
Time is
insulting
measured
me? I'm just trying to engage with you
by the
in good
elevation
faith.
angle. angle of the
Yeah,
sun.
well, your argument
Because
that
you're not listening, mate. You're not
it's
listening. You're saying,
I
oh,
asked you a
excuse
question.
me,
You're not
mate. Shut up
answering
a
it.
minute. You're saying, oh, for God's sake. I'm answering you if you stop interrupting. I'm telling
the same
you, I'll
thing,
talk
though.
slowly, right? I'm telling you, oh, here we go again, interruptions. I'm telling you the time, and you've agreed, it's an elevation angle measurement from sea level. Yeah. Now you're saying, now you've got another question. Well, oh, here we go again, interruption. You've got another question. Why in some area that the sunlight's a bit different, and they only get certain days of sunlight? That can only work on a globe. Explain how that is, then, please.
The Earth, right?
Explain that how that is.
Well,
You know,
I
like
think I could, but I would like I'm in here in your group trying to like learn your perspective. So I'm asking you, why is that the case?
Yeah,
Like, why is it that
you're the one
during the
claiming
winter?
that it can work. One deck. You're the one claiming that it can work, so therefore you
Well,
must
it's
make it work in your model. Otherwise, it's evidence
well,
against.
it doesn't matter.
Yes, it
yeah.
does.
So yeah, so if time is measured from sea level, it's measured from level. End of story.
Sure. So what?
Level mean?
You can have good level on a globe too.
So yeah,
it's just conceptualized differently.
Yeah, so it's measured from a level plane. It's measured from a level plane of reference.
Yeah,
You've got some questions
on a
after
globe,
that,
level is just
but in the
tangent.
first instance, it's measured from a level horizontal equatorial plane.
On a globe, that's just tangent. That's just a tangent.
But yeah, but I'm still trying to
You
figure
can't
out.
get an elevation angle from a. No, hang on a minute. Tangent.
The globe is so big that it looks like
Tangent
it's
line.
flat.
That's just a mathematical concept, mate.
Not a concept.
Yeah, well, it's measured flat. It's measured.
It's
Earth's measured
reality
flat.
if you're on a globe.
It's a straight line against the curve.
I'm still trying to
a
figure out.
tangent line's just a pencil line, mate.
The tangent exists. I mean, like if
you're still trying to you're still trying to figure out how to put your shoes on, mate. You don't know how to put your fucking shoes on, do you?
I'm still trying to figure out why it is that
you don't know how to put your shoes.
Certain seasons the days are longer.
You're trying to figure out. Yeah, you're trying to figure. You're trying to figure out a lot of things because you're thick.
Well, help me understand it then. Why is that the case?
Why is what the case?
Why is it that the days are shorter during the winter and longer during the summer?
Look, so we can explain that on a globe. Can you explain it on a flat Earth?
What does a day consist of?
Daylight hours, I'm assuming.
So what does that mean then? Explain what that means.
It means that time is linked to a day. Do you not know what a day is?
No, you've said daylight hours. What you've made a claim about daylight hours. What is daylight hours in an area? How is it measured?
The sun's going up to setting.
I think it's quite self-evident.
Sorry?
It's measured in hours.
From the sun rising to the sun setting.
Yeah, so that's an elevation angle measurement.
Yeah, so why is it lower in the winter?
Why is what lower?
The sun elevation.
The angle measurement, you mean?
Yeah. Why is it that sunrise happens later and sunset happens earlier?
They aren't recognizing.
Sorry, got
the irony of them using.
Two of you talking at once.
Yeah, they're not recognizing what you're trying to get them to recognize, that they're using flat Earth terminology.
No, I recognize it. It's just irrelevant, and it doesn't.
It's
They're both talking at the same time and talking over each other. They're both talking at the same time, talking over me because they don't like the truth.
Well, you should establish that truth if you want to make us like go, oh no,
Yeah, well,
we wrong.
Yeah, well, I've got a sundial, mate. Have you got what time is it now, mate? What time is it?
For me, it's 11:47. How about you?
11:47, 1947. So, what's your elevation angle to the sun right now? What's your latitude right now?
Oh, I already gave you a time zone. I don't want to give you a specific region.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
good to know.
So go and what's your elevation angle? What's the elevation angle to the sun for you right now?
I'll say 0. How about you?
What's your elevation angle to the sun right now?
It's 0. I'm at 0 elevation.
Where? Oh, right. So you shouldn't have a sun then.
And yet I do. Why is that?
Well, how did you measure the elevation angle to it?
From sea level, which is 0 for me in my location, in my time zone.
Yeah, so sea level's level, and you've got an elevation angle. You've got no globe. Globe doesn't exist.
Well, but why do we have different times of days then? What's your elevation?
Because of because you got different elevation angle measurements.
Yeah, but what's your elevation? We could do the math.
Well, it depends where you are.
Yeah, where are you?
Well, I'm in a different place than you. My elevation angle is different than yours because it's a flat Earth.
I gave you my time zone and my elevation level. What's your time
the
zone? What
UK.
time is it for you? And what's your?
Yeah. Well, I'm in a different flat Earth elevation profile to you.
Yeah. Cool. You're talking about relatively, but what is it? What is the elevation of your region? And what time of day is it for you?
Yeah, it's 56 degrees north, and it's 1949 now. What's your elevation angle to the sun using sea level?
Oh no, I just want your elevation. Like I don't care about your your angle right now.
Yeah, I'm 57 meters above sea level.
Okay, I gotta translate that. And you said it
57
was
meters.
1947.
Yeah, that's the time. That's the time measured by the sun's angle, elevation angle above sea level. Yeah.
Can I ask if the other flat earthers agree with you about this whole time thing in consequence of flat Earth?
But it's flat. It's measured flat, mate. With time requires a flat Earth. If you didn't have a flat Earth, you wouldn't have time.
Do the other people genuinely believe
that whole angle of elevation? This whole historical
it's called an
already assumes
elevation
the sun
angle.
has an actual
Elevation angle measurement. You got it mixed up the wrong way around, mate. You need to get your words correct.
Original flat
Again,
Earth assumed an actual elevation of
Sorry,
the sun, which you don't
the
have.
original what? Sorry, the original what? Sorry,
original flat Earth model. Yes, it had an actual elevation of the sun.
I've not got. Can you send me the flat Earth model, please? What flat Earth model?
Well, whatever ones where you're assuming elevation.
Can you send me the model? Can you send me the flat Earth model, please? So I can have a look at it.
Old ones, basically, that you're deriving from that
Oh,
assumes.
can you send me the flat Earth model, please, mate?
No, I don't need to because this is.
Oh, you don't need to. Have you got it? Have you got the model in front of you now? Hello, have you got the flat Earth model in front of you?
Do you have a flat Earth model?
No, I don't. No.
Don't know what shape the Earth.
And you don't have a functioning theory, then you don't have anything to say.
I've got time, mate. I've got time, and that's where I've got you fucked up on time. That's where I've got you right now in a corner with time.
That's like an incomplete model, and it's non sequitur anyway. So
it's not a model; it's a measurement, mate. It's a measurement, not a model. I don't deal with modelment. I deal with measurement.
Measurement create models. Basically, that's what a model is. It's like
So what's the measurement? What's the measurement of time then? How do you measure time?
Seconds, minutes,
How do you
hours.
measure time? Yeah, seconds.
You can measure time.
Is it an elevation angle to the sun?
No, so time. What they do is they put an electric.
It's a time. Who's they? Who's they? Excuse me. Excuse me, dickhead. Shut up. Who's they? Who is they? Who is they?
If I can't finish my point,
dickhead.
how do you gonna respond?
No, I want to know. You're not going to finish your point. You said they. Who are they?
Scientists.
Name them.
Name a scientist.
Galileo. You're making a claim about them doing something. Who are you talking about? Back up your claim.
Hey, let's just say Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Let's just say, yeah, he's a fucking dickhead.
You said name someone, right? So I can continue talking.
Okay, so what's Neil deGrasse Tyson measured?
So they take a quartz crystal, I believe, and then they measure the
When you say
oscillation.
they, so excuse me, let me just get this correct. We have to be correct in this
Answer your
debate.
question.
Hang on a minute. Let me get it correct.
Neil
We
deGrasse
don't have to
Tyson.
get out. You said they. I said, who's they? You said Neil deGrasse Tyson. Then you said
Neil
they again.
took a quartz
Yeah,
crystal,
Neil. Yeah.
right? And then they pick a number of oscillations.
They or him. They or him.
They can be plural or singular.
Are you talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson or not?
Okay, he.
Neil deGrasse Tyson did this, did it?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I
So
don't know.
have you got? So have you got some proof of this then? Have you got proof of what you're going to? Sorry, have you got proof of Neil deGrasse Tyson with the crystal? What you're going to explain now that you can show us all?
I'll pull it up.
Yes or no?
I'll pull it
Hello.
up.
And what's your point? What's your proof of?
Yeah. And what I'm trying to say is you can independently measure what a second is outside of your fucking bullshit flat Earth.
Say that again, mate.
Outside of your flat Earth thing with the sun, you can measure time independently.
You can measure time in. So how else do you measure? How is there two ways of measuring time? Is that what you're saying?
Then there's multiple ways.
Well, name a second one rather than what I've said.
You see how far light travels in a vacuum.
And how do you do that? How do you do that?
So you have a laser, you have a sensor, and then you have a time.
So who's doing this to give us time? Who's doing it?
I couldn't name the exact person.
So you can't back up your claim then?
Give me 10 minutes, I could pull up a paper.
Hold on a second.
So you've
what
said
are we arguing about?
Okay, can I just say, without you interrupting?
Please help us, Peter.
Anybody that has a $5, laser rangefinder is doing that, right? You can for $5 at Home Depot. You can buy.
That time is linked to the flat Earth. Without the sun.
Time?
Yeah, that's what his claim is. I wanted to. I look.
Okay,
even if
well,
even
that
a
guy
globe
is
of Earth,
unhinged, I think.
that
Look,
just sounds a bit crazy to me.
dude, I know, but you don't know how to counter his crazy. Okay, that's why I'm.
I've tried
stepping
to,
in.
but he just shouts at you.
All right. When you go to a Home Depot and for $5 you buy a Temu measuring tape that has a little rangefinder on it with a little battery, and you point this at your wall in your house and you shoot the laser and the laser comes back and it tells you the distance to the wall, which you can independently measure using the actual tape as well, then you've used time to measure distance. How did the little tape know what shape the Earth was?
Well, the laser had an elevation angle to the sun, obviously.
Well, I'm in a basement. I'm in my mama's basement. I haven't seen the sun in 6 months, studying the shape of the
but
Earth.
listen.
So
hang on a minute. Hang on. Whoa.
Dude,
Let me
you're
bring this
insane.
back down. No. Let me bring this back down.
I don't
We're
even
not
know why the
talking about.
mods let you do this for so long.
Listen,
It's
mate.
embarrassing.
Listen.
You're the one talking about
Calm down. Listen, triggered people. Calm down. Let me talk again. We're not talking about buying a laser from the fucking corner shop and in your fucking basement with your mum, right? We're saying, right, we're going to use the Earth, right, to measure time, right? Let's get back to reality and nature.
Not linked though. They're separate. They're independent from one another.
What? So let me just stop there. Nobody interrupt. You said they stop there. They're not. What's not linked?
I'm right. It's not dependent upon a flat Earth.
So it is because let me finish. I've explained time has always been measured by the sun's movement over the horizontal plane, elevation angle.
There are ways to do it independently of the sun. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So somebody jumped in with a laser bouncing off a wall from buying something from a shop. So you explain to me then. I'm telling you, right? I'm gonna make a claim. Listen, nobody else interrupt. I'm gonna make a claim in 10 seconds and then you've got to come back. Right. So time is measured, from the elevation angle of the sun above the horizon.
Yeah.
Do you agree or not?
It's a way of measuring time, yeah.
Do you agree with that or not?
You can measure time that way, yes.
So you agree?
I agree you can measure it, not that they're interlinked.
No, I haven't mentioned two things. You're saying not that they're interlinked. I've only mentioned one thing. So why are you saying not that they're interlinked? I've not mentioned two things.
Because you think without the sun, you think that
Don't you
the sun
tell me.
causes time
You
to
don't
happen.
tell me what. Excuse me, mate. You don't tell me what I think. I've made a
And tell me-
claim. You can't read my thoughts. You've already stated that I've claimed two things, and I've only claimed one. Now you
Okay,
tell
tell
me how time is measured, please.
Time could be measured with a sundial, yeah?
No, it is not could be. It is.
It's a way of doing it. Do you think
No,
there are
it is
multiple ways
measured
to
by
measure
that.
time? Do you think there are multiple ways to measure time?
No, it's measured by elevation angles from a horizontal baseline.
That's the only way to measure time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. That's the only way.
Well, I'm screwed because it's dark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No,
So
I'm
here's
not
the other
gonna say-
Muppets coming in. Here's the
There
other
are other
Muppets
ways
coming
to
in.
measure time.
Oh, how do you do that then?
So you remember that thing I told you about with where you can measure how many
No, I
times
don't
an
remember.
atom
Just fucking
oscillates?
tell us how you do
Okay.
it. No, I don't remember. Tell us how
So
you do it. Tell us how
you
you do it.
heat up calcium atoms, and then you measure how many oscillations happen, and then you pick a
And who
number of
does?
oscillations. Yeah, so
Who's
the first
doing this?
person to do this was Isaac Rabbi, an American physicist born in 1898.
And what's he doing? So how is he doing?
Why
How is
are
he
you
measuring
going
time?
into the weeds like this? What is happening here, guys?
Because I don't know. He's pulled
Is
me
this
in.
guy really claiming, it's embarrassing, is he really claiming that time measurements is dependent on the shape of the Earth?
That is his
This
claim.
man.
Time in physics is
Yeah.
defined as operationally as a rate of change,
A
right?
change.
So you need to pick
Change.
something and then you observe it change. The most common way is to observe oscillations within atoms these days, right? And that's it. In the past, it was a different way.
Oscillations?
Oscillation
What
of
does that even
a
fucking mean, Peter? Oscillations
Vibration.
within atoms.
something
Bro, that's
moving
just as
like a
retarded as
pendulum. It's like a pendulum.
as
Doesn't matter.
I can tell
Speed
the
up.
time by
Stop
the sun.
spazzing,
No,
dude.
Peter,
In the
Peter,
past, it
Peter,
was an
Peter, Peter
oscillation
Piper,
of
Peter
a
Piper, Peter
mechanical.
Booker, Peter Piper, Peter Booker. So where can you measure the atoms from, and what instrument
Forget
do
the
you use?
atoms. How
Please don't
does
do
a
that
clock
again,
work?
Peter.
How does a clock work?
No,
It
no,
has a
Peter,
spring and
Peter,
it vibrates.
Peter,
Or one
you
deck.
fucking dickhead, Peter. How do you measure atoms, and what piece of equipment are you using, dickhead?
I don't. I've never measured an atom, but I have a
Right,
mechanical
shut the
watch on my
fuck up then.
wrist right now.
Shut the fuck up then, you fucking retard piece of shit.
What about quartz crystals vibrating under
Thank you.
voltage? You don't have a $5 Casio watch in your house, dude, that has a quartz crystal that vibrates. You don't have a $100 mechanical watch that uses a spring and a
Dickhead!
oscillating
Dickhead!
mechanism.
Shut the fuck up.
How are these related to the
Moderator,
shape of the
shut
Earth?
up.
Who the fuck is this guy? Jesus.
I don't know, man. This is insane. Have you muted him?
I wish I could.
I think someone's muted him.
Crap. Holy crap.
I wasn't trying to like be rude.
Hey, hold on, brother. The views expressed previously do not represent necessarily flat earthers
I
in general
understand.
or the
I understand.
staff of 24. Hey, bro, shut your mouth. Thanks.
You don't have to be rude.
No, listen, bro. I'd like to get my sentences out.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, I'm literally here doing PSA in a quippy, joking manner, and I have to listen to your mouth talk straight through me, bro. Come on. Thanks for ruining it for me.
Apologize.
Anyway, what I was trying to say is, a flat earther doesn't speak for all flat earthers. I think that goes without saying. Just like a stupid glober doesn't speak for all stupid globers, right?
Probably, yeah.
Fair enough. But yeah, somebody. Thanks, Peter, for getting in there, bro. I was scratching my ear balls out. Time can only be measured with a sundial. I mean, come on now.
Would I be right to
All
say
right.
that like, other flat earthers don't believe that?
Yeah, you would be right to say that.
Really? Oh my god! So
Okay.
you actually do have standards?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because his main point is about the acquisition of that particular measurement of time uses a particular method, and then that particular method goes into a further line of reasoning. Arguing that it's the only way you can measure time is kind of moot to the point, so it's kind of pointless to argue it. But yes, it is erroneous.
No offense,
Yeah,
but
well,
I'm
I mean,
genuinely like proud of you guys for like having standards for each other. Because
yeah, but listen, mate. Listen, mate.
Oh my god!
Just
please.
because some. Wait, whoa.
You're
Let me.
all right,
I
mate.
don't have me fucking. Listen, just because somebody else has piped up, right, with all that, I'm telling you for a fact, right, the sun movement over the horizontal plane is how time is measured. If you can give me another example, tell me.
We gave you one.
Well, you said about fucking atoms or something and a laser bouncing off your fucking bedroom wall.
Yeah. Okay. So a vacuum tube, right?
So where's this fucking vacuum tube?
Inside of a
How
lab.
do hey, listen real quick. How do subterranean non-solar creatures have a circadian rhythm?
Oh, fucking hell, mate. That's going right off the subject.
You guys
No,
are just
it
out of
doesn't. Let me
control.
explain it. Let me
Not
explain it.
inspired.
Saying how do
I know,
things?
but
No.
I did. Let's listen to me.
Sake,
Listen
mate.
to me.
Listen. AI, we're on about time, mate. We're on about time
I
measurement,
listen.
right?
Listen. I'm the boss, so I get the privilege of finishing my sentences.
No, I'm the fucking
So,
boss, mate.
yeah, nice try, bro.
He's the
There
one
you
One
go.
that's
day.
saying YouTube.
One day, can you do me a favor and show up here in a sober mind so that you can actually be useful instead of a train wreck?
Fucking hell. Why do you keep bumping in and sticking up for fucking Globers? But I'm
No,
talking.
dude, I'm
What
sticking
I'm
up to
saying
the
is,
quality of the content of the channel I curate, so I don't have drunken spout mouth flat earthers acting like retards on my streams.
yeah. So how AI, me and you now, how's time measured?
Oh my god! All right, I'm gonna finish my other point, and then I'll unmute you. Okay, so subterranean creatures which never see sunlight have methodologies to track time to where they have certain periods of time where they do things, right? But they're not using the sun at all. So it's intrinsic to their biology. So they're getting it from somewhere else. I mean, unless you argue that the sun is moving in a way which affects them. But it doesn't matter because we all know that there's other ways to measure time. But yeah, humanity has benchmarked a day to the sun, sure. So that's just a choice of convention, right? So you say, well, a day is 24 hours, and then a 24 hours represents, this many seconds, and seconds can be matched to the cesium atom vibrating 11,332 times, or whatever you want. And then you could take any of those benchmarks and then measure time with that. So the problem, One Deck,
What are
is
you
you're
yapping
focusing on the
about?
wrong. What I'm yapping about is trying to teach One Deck something, even though he's drunk, so he will forget it tomorrow. So One Deck, you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on time can only be measured in this one way, when you're actually trying to talk about something else, which is the elevation angles and all of that. So just don't focus on the wrong thing, One Deck. It's just a complete waste of time, dude. All right, let's see if One Deck learned anything. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, I mean, AI. I know we've had our differences, but ad hominem me about fucking being drunk and all that. I'm not drunk. I'm talking to you, right?
Well,
I'm
you could
talking
have
to these
fooled
guys.
me. Well, you could have fooled me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You know what I mean? I mean, it's like you've got a fucking issue with me or something. So what I'm saying to you is now you're talking about animals and creatures. I don't know if you've talked to these
Hey,
creatures,
listen, dude.
right?
Dude, are you gonna talk? Are you gonna talk about the only way to measure time is A, or are you gonna talk about your actual argument you want to make?
Yeah. So you're talking about how creatures that you've not spoken to measure time. How did you work that one out?
My goodness, dude.
These creatures you've just spoke about. Have you spoke to these creatures, AI?
One deck. Let me help you out. One deck. You're not smart enough to be included in our group, so I'm gonna have to exclude you. Bye. There you go. Wasting freaking airtime on this bullshit.
Does anyone want to talk
One
about
deck. When you're ready to talk about the topic and not some retardation, put in the chat that you acquiesce to the terms of your conditions to be here, which is stop talking about retardation. Okay, you're onto a point, One deck. Okay, I'll give you credit, but you're focusing on the beginning that segues into the point, rather than just skipping over that and then concede, okay, there is multiple ways to do time, but that's not the crux of my argument. What's actually the crux of my argument is that we do have in the humanity a convention of time, which is centered around the circling of the sun in the sky. And the way how we do that is A, B, C, and D, which leads to this conclusion, which is the earth is flat. But see, the problem with you, One Deck, is you'll never get there because you'll sit here and focus on it's the only way to tell time. And then we got to listen to that for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, while Peter's stabbing his pencils into his ears and I'm scratching my eyeballs out.
Literally.
I'm still waiting for the sun to come up so I can know what time it is.
I know your wristwatch has a direct connection to the sun, right?
Time doesn't
Or
exist. We
its
made it
eyeball.
up.
It has little eyeballs, and it looks at the sun and the shape of the Earth at the same time to tell you what time.
Yeah. Hey, the sun was created on the fourth day? And the day in the morning was created on the first day? So how did time exist before the sun? Oh, checkmate. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, God. How did you tell the time without an elevation angle to the sun? God.
I think, so we figured it out. One Deck's a Satanist. He's actually against God's creation and God's word. Oh my goodness, we figured it out. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right,
Okay,
One
so-
Deck.
so
We're gonna give you a third and final chance, bro. Since we're very loving here and forgiving, just like the good Lord would want us to be. So, One Deck.
Can I ask him a question?
Who are you gonna ask? One Deck?
Yes.
Okay.
One Deck, how does an elevation angle to the sun, giving us a sense of time, indicate that the Earth is flat?
Let's unmute him so he can answer you.
But it doesn't give us a sense of time. It gives us the time. It's not a sense of time. And if you're measuring an elevation angle from sea level, it will be a level baseline for the elevation angle measurement. Therefore, the Earth is flat. That's my response to your question.
Okay, so that's a good point. I like it. So now, in the winter, when the sun is out for less time, does time shrink? Oh, hold on, he left. All right, One Deck, we got to say the question over again since you rejoined. You might have missed it. All right, so where I live in the winter, the days are shorter. So if the angular position of the sun in the sky is the time, as you previously stated, then the only conclusion I could draw is that time itself shrank in the winter. True or untrue? The answer is obviously untrue.
I mean, I don't know if you're asking me a question, AI, or you're stating a fact.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Well, think about it. If I was stating it as a fact, so here's it is. During the winter up here where I live, the days are shorter. The sun is not in the sky as much as
when you say
hold on, bro.
say up. Go on, mate.
Dude, Were you literally about to interrupt me to go on some trigger word rhetoric rant about the word up?
No, you're going to say you've got lighter and darker days, and shorter days.
No, dude. The sun is not seen in the sky for the majority of the day. It's up for a
Right.
shorter amount of time.
Okay.
Okay, so if that's the true, then that must mean that time shrunk, right?
Well, no, I didn't say that. Is that your claim?
No. Well, you said the angles to the sun is the time.
You can make time is established by the sun.
Okay, so then there's less time in the winter.
Okay. So what?
Okay, we agree. We agree. Your position is nonsense.
No, we don't.
I mean, the glaring flaw in one deck's thing is right now, at his time, 7 o'clock. Well, for him, it's 2000 hours, but it should be a little bit lighter at 2000 hours for him now than it was a few months ago, where it would be dark.
So
Same
so
time,
just
different
so
degrees of light.
regardless of Azai's example, regardless of what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
Regardless of what I
regardless
say,
of the facts.
in every third instance, right, we'll be measuring an elevation angle to the sun from sea level. So Earth is flat.
Okay, right. So you notice how your point, one deck, relied on something that wasn't arguing that the sun and time are synonymous. You understand? So you could concede that point and just move on, rather than have a room scratching their head and bashing their head in with a hammer.
I'm not bashing
Yeah,
Eddie.
pretty much.
No, listen, one deck. Everybody understands that you're perfectly okay with what you're saying, but everybody else has like looked for the nearest blunt object and started hitting their cranium with it in order to endure this pain.
Well, that sounds ridiculous. That sounds stupid, AI.
Well, yeah, I'm doing something else.
Figure this out. One deck. We've had four people in the call corroborate what I've said and agreed. So clearly there's a problem here, and it's clearly the way you're presenting your information.
No. Let me just interrupt you, AI. Just because 4 people agree with you for some reason, right, doesn't mean you're correct, my friend.
That's true. That's true, but it's not untrue that they're not in pain. Do you understand the difference, bro? I'm not committing a logical fallacy. I'm just pointing out that 4 other people are literally suffering.
Well, I'm not in pain. Are you in pain?
Hold on. Can we get back to the discussion while these guys are still here? Because in fairness, through the whole thing, one of these two guys, whether it was CJ or the other guy, actively ignored the point that he was trying to make about 25 minutes ago before you guys started tumbling around.
Yeah. What was that? Yeah, let's get back to that point.
Yeah, well, the point was when he acknowledged that they were using angles. One deck was trying to remind them of that, and they said, "Oh, I'm acknowledging that. I'm just moving on it." Then he went into his original question. So which one was
the original question?
Thank you.
Nighttime in the winter.
Why is it different? Why is it different amounts of daylight throughout the year in different locations?
Yeah, why is it that different seasons have consistently different daylight times?
That's easy. That's easy because the relative position of the sun and the earth changes throughout the year, like we observe.
Yeah.
Okay. So then my next question is why is it then that when I call someone on the southern hemisphere, like in Australia, and it's wintertime and my days are short, if I ask him, hey, are shorter, unlike me, his days are getting longer. Why is that?
Yeah. That's because the relative position of the sun and the earth throughout the year. Same answer.
It's because we're on a globe, brother.
Well, I mean, that's a claim, sure.
You just said, "Yeah, I know." On tape, buddy. I got you.
I mean, that doesn't prove the shape of the Earth he's standing on just because these relative different times.
Exactly, one deck. Exactly. So that's the same answer. By the way, the answer I just gave is the same answer that the globe Earth provides. The globe Earth provides throughout the year. There's a different relative position between the sun and the earth, that causes a difference in the amount of sunlight that one place gets than the other. So it's really the same answer in both paradigms.
Yeah. And I actually like really agree
Relative
with
to
you
an
here,
observer
but
on Earth.
there's one note that I want to make. The reason we as globalists, say that and it makes sense to us is we'll then point to the angle, the northern hemisphere either being pointed towards or away from the sun,
The tilt,
and
the
that's
tilt.
that tilt, and that's our
How do you know
why.
that? But how do you know? How do you know it's tilted?
Well, we
Oh,
can
hold
get
on,
into
he's
that
just
later. But
describing
I
the
want to.
model. So, CJ,
But
I'm going
yeah,
to help
yeah,
you
yeah.
out as a former
Oh, that's an
topology
angle.
programmer
That's
in
an
Arduino.
angle. That's
But
an
if you
So
angle.
ask
your
us
model,
why is it
It's an
that
elevation
northern
angle to the
hemisphere
sun.
is different, then I'll tell you the reason is because of the angle,
yeah,
the
you'll
tilt.
tell us.
Now
We've heard
I'm
this
asking you
before.
as a flat earther, how do you get from relative position
Elevation angle to the
So,
in a
sun.
flat earth
CJ,
model?
your globe model
Go.
Scared.
has undergone hundreds of years of focus and intense work done on it. Whoever is hot micing needs to fucking deal with that. Your globe model has been the focus of research for hundreds of years. It is internally consistent and very what's the word? Sophisticated. It doesn't mean that it describes reality. It just means that it's internally consistent. We know all your stories about the tilt. We don't have a comparably sophisticated model because we have been on this for what, like 10 years? And
No, flat
there's
Earth has been around
zero.
a while.
Sure, but the resurgence is 2015,
Now
2016.
listen, bro.
And we
You got
don't
your
have
tilt from an elevation angle measurement to the
full
sun. It's
time.
that simple.
I'm about to
And the
listen to something like 10
elevation
minutes.
angles to the sun are measured from sea level. Sea level's flat, therefore the Earth is flat.
All right, you
Rest
nailed
my
it.
case. Back
But
to one
this
day.
we know, but we don't have the complete cosmology that you guys have
You don't
because
have
we don't
anything, Peter.
have
Stop it.
people highly paid working on this 24/7 for 50 or 100 years. Okay?
That's
We
a
just
cope,
don't.
Peter, that you're just coping.
Oh, it's a
That's
fact.
what the end goal is.
Oh, it's not. It's a
End
separation
goal.
too. Because real quick, I'm going to point this out. When someone says flat Earth, they're not claiming a cosmological model. Now, the globe Earth model is usually associated in a cosmological paradigm, where the flat Earth model and flat Earth adherents don't think in those terms. They think that the flat Earth model is a conception of the Earth itself, separate from the cosmos. Whereas globers are pre-programmed to think everything is one giant interlaced synergy, and that's why they can't think clearly, because they're trying to impose their thinking about their model onto somebody else. And that you need to stop doing it. Naughty.
Well, I
Stop.
think Peter was coping and now AI is projecting.
I wasn't coping. I was actually telling you the truth. Our model or our view of the Earth is a much more humble, reduced model compared to what you guys have. You guys have, like AI said, a complete cosmology that involves the Earth, the solar system, all the celestial bodies that are close and the ones that are super far. It involves the evolution of a universe from its early beginnings to the current state. Whether we ridicule it or not, as flat earthers, it is a very impressive, sophisticated model. Like a lot of effort went into developing
It's not doing it.
over
It's not making
hundreds of
predictions
years.
about sun and
Yeah, it doesn't
seasons and
matter.
shit.
It doesn't matter,
It's
Cheeto.
created from our measurements of the elevation angles we
All right,
take to
but
things
give
in the
credit
sky.
where credit
Peter,
is
bro,
due.
that's what that thing is, comes from those things, not the other way around.
Still, it involves millions of hours of effort by people. Yeah, we say this is wasted effort because it describes something that is not physically real. However, it still is the case that
Why do that then?
millions of people spend time thinking and developing it over hundreds of years collectively. Now, we don't have the same time and effort that went into this. It doesn't mean that we're not right about the shape of the Earth. We know we're right. It's just that we will need a lot more time to explain these other things in an internally consistent way, and that's what
There's
we're
no
calling.
obligation to. There's no necessity to. There's
Right.
no
So let's stop
requirement
right
to.
there. Right.
That's
There
a
is no necessity. I
delusion.
agree.
That's a
Okay.
delusion,
Okay.
Peter.
Let's put a pin in that right there. So T-Dub and Peter and I can all agree on that one point, that it has not yet been done, and it's necessary to be done to establish the shape of the Earth or the form of the Earth on the surface. Now, that being said, there also is no obligation to do so. Now, the Glober's imperative to feel like they need those answers is on their side a problem for them. On our side, it would be a problem for us to feel through a sense of obligation to start making extravagant stories that we can't validate, which we are, going back to what Peter said, accepting the humble position of not doing. We're not going to start making claims about what the cosmos are doing when we don't have access to the cosmos except for the arrival angle of the light that we get on the Earth. That's all we have to work with. So we're not going to say that everything is working in this particular way. And we're certainly not going to do it today when we haven't had greater access to the tools and all that stuff like Peter described.
I'm sure if
So
Neo was here, he'd be screaming, "It's observer-centric."
yeah. So a PSA for the slow kids in the back, which includes most of the Glovers. The flat Earth is not a cosmological paradigm. In case you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah, I get that. I wasn't trying to think of it in a cosmological thing. All I'm thinking of is two locations at the same elevation, looking at the same sun. Now, I assume you guys don't think there's multiple suns, right? There's just one.
Well, let me ask a question. You said they're looking at the same sun. Okay, imagine they're standing on the Earth. Imagine they're tilting their head to look towards the sun. Imagine a ray, which is a straight line continuing indefinitely, coming out of the center of their eye, going straight towards the sun. The other person has the same thing.
Yeah.
Will those two rays intersect at the physical location of the sun?
No.
No? Wow, guys. So they're not actually looking at the same sun then, are they?
It's fucking honest, isn't it?
Okay.
Because of parallel rays. You got parallel rays on your globe. Of course they're not looking in the same direction.
Calm down. Stop spurging. The reason I said no is because I thought you were going to suggest that they were looking at different sides of the sun. That's why I said that.
Listen, I'm going to make it very clear for you. If a ray coming out of their eye, now keep in mind their head is oriented towards where they're seeing the sun through their eye. So obviously there's an arrival angle of the light that you say is coming from the same sun. So if you take a ray, an imaginary ray, draw it out from their eye into a location in free space looking at the sun, the other friend, the same thing. Do those two lines intersect at a point that is physically occupied by the sun?
At the same time?
At the same time, friend.
Well, no, I wouldn't think so.
Really? Interesting.
No, someone in Australia and someone in like North America, they wouldn't be able to look at the same sun at the same time.
Oh, really? I thought they were. Earlier in your example, they were. Man, your story's falling apart. No, hey, listen, bro, no offense.
Oh, yeah. So if I'm using your idea of a like flat Earth, then I would say yes.
Yeah, let me help you out, dude. The rays that are cast from an observer in the globe or in the flat Earth don't intersect at a common physical point in free space when you map it out. So you're wrong, but nice try.
It's independent of the surface beneath you. What matters is the observer's point in space, right?
Well, that's why I said they're at the same elevation. Well, okay, so
Yeah,
if I'm using flat Earth, then I would say yes, they would be looking at the same sun and their rays would intersect. Well, my question is,
Why?
if they're looking at the...
Oh, no,
But they don't. Listen, in reality, whichever conception you imagine and you trace those lines, right, and try to plot it out geometrically, they don't intersect at a common point. Not in the globe paradigm and not in the flat Earth paradigm. There's no such thing as intersecting a whole bunch of observer rays at a common point, which you could then say the sun is physically located here. That doesn't exist, brother. Now, notice what I said there. The physicality of the location of the sun doesn't exist at a common point in geometric space relative to the idea that it's in the free physical space. However, a flat earther doesn't need to know whether it does or doesn't to demonstrate that the surface of the earth is not the sun, and therefore that what the sun is doing or what it appears to be doing or where it appears to not be doesn't change the surface of the earth. So I find it troubling that every time we have an airing show, a day cannot go by where a glober will not try to divine what the earth is by interpreting everything that isn't the earth.
Uh-huh. Okay, so this is the first time I've heard this line of logic, so I'm not following perfectly, but I think I get the gist of what you're saying.
Essentially, neither paradigm can claim that the sun is in a physical, geometrical location, but it doesn't have anything to
based
do
off
with the
of
surface of the
observation.
earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that, and I'm just...
Oh, it gets even crazier. Earlier, I was talking about this, that the way they depict in celestial navigation and in orienteering diagrams, the ray parallelism of the celestial objects, like the sun or Polaris or whatever they use for navigation, they'll show a line going from outer space to the top of a circle representing the Earth, and another line from space reaching the center of the circle. And they'll say these two are parallel and these are the same things. So does that mean, like, if I were to take an elevator from the North Pole all the way down to the center of the Earth, put on X-ray vision, that the sky would look the same? So how would I know that I'm 59 miles away from where I used to be if the sky looks the same due to ray parallelism?
It's an infinite radius.
I put a 15-minute tour of the International Space Station above Flat Earth in side chat. Very extensive video.
And how is that?
Oh, great! Just ignore everything.
Yeah.
No. So are you talking about an aberration? Usually you guys get pissed off when I say this word, but aberration? Is that what you're like describing with this?
No, we're not talking
these
stellar
two
parallax,
lines?
stellar aberration at all. The idea is that the celestial objects are effectively infinitely far and so large that their surfaces are effectively flat, which is why their rays cast are parallel to each other. That's
so
the funny part. They take the flat Earth, and they move the geometry for realism, and then they take the flat sun and then a round Earth to cast non-parallel shadows. So the geometry is the same. They just invert it. They take the flat surface we can really measure and put it in a place we can't and call it the sun in order to preserve their globe geometry.
Okay, so now I'm like, that made me think of something else. And I am genuinely curious about this. So two different things we were talking about earlier was, one, telling time of the day using angles relative to the seafloor or sea level. And this kind of charting you're talking about now, I think they both would use Pythagorean's theorem, correct? Like just using short distances and angles to calculate the distance of other things.
I mean, yeah, of course you're going to use math. You're going to use geometry. You're going to rely on the fundamentals of Euclid and all that shit, of course.
Yeah. So what I'm confused on is, why is that, like, Pythagorean's theorem useful for telling the time of day, but not for calculating the distance of celestial objects?
That's a great mystery, isn't it?
I guess so.
I mean, we
Observer-centric.
could come up with explanations, but it's not our job to. And I could come up with a damn good one, but I think that would just put us back in the same position we were in before we got here. And that's believing in a cosmology that we can't prove.
Well, isn't it observer-centric? So it's like You know, it's not really considering, you know, someone else's observer-centric position. Right? It's just
correct. It is observer centric, like virtual reality, globe or flat.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm getting dangerously close to getting muted by the mod. So I'm just going to say one last thing, and then I'm going to mute myself.
no, you're not.
No, it's okay. You're not.
Well, I think after I say this, I probably will. But I thought when I was asking about two
I'm
different
muting up.
areas looking at the same sun, and him trying to explain that like they're not intersecting observing rays or something, I thought that was just word salad cope, and I don't know. It was deeply unsatisfying.
I know. Listen, we're not packed full of explanations that will satisfy you. In fact, this topic is going to frustrate you, and it frustrates us to no end too. So
I mean, really, the conversation should have like it progressed into the the dispute between what level means. Like,
yes,
that's where it should have gone. After one deck mentioned what he mentioned, but it didn't, and that's okay. We're now going in another direction.
we could bring it back there. Like, how does the measurement of locally level elevation angles prove anything globe or flat? I don't think it does. It's not enough. You need to chain those local measurements together. You need to chain them together because independent local elevation angles don't do anything by themselves. You need to make sure that that sea level itself is interconnected and resides on the same parallel plane. And that's what's missing in a lot of these elevation angle discussions.
So that's why I was kind of trying to get to the bottom of that, because during winter my days get shorter. That's just how it goes. But let's say like in South Africa, I know their days are getting longer.
That's weird.
And
My winters it's shorter too. My winter days are shorter too. That's weird.
But yet at the same time, someone else's days are getting longer. And if there's only one sun, I don't really.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother. I'll help you out. Just correct me if I'm wrong, but you might be trying to ask this question. If the earth is flat, how come it's not daylight all the time? Is that your question that you're actually trying to ask?
No.
Okay then. So if you're not asking that, then clearly you understand that question is insufficient to the test. So what that means is that if the sun is moving around throughout the year, which it clearly is, then it's clearly not as much as it is over one area as much as it is over another area. So you answered your own question, that the sun is moving around throughout the year, and that's why different places experience the sun differently throughout the year. I mean, you answered your own question.
Yeah, when you say you got an explanation that wasn't satisfying, I'm just curious, what do you mean by satisfying?
Well, people want it all figured out, you know? They want to believe that the globe has been all figured out, represents a culmination of human knowledge that has it all figured out.
Yeah.
You're saying, nope, here are all the problems. Listen, you're not going to hear about all the globe's problems in schools and stuff, because they don't want you to. I mean, they're going to teach you what they think the best case is, what they think the best representation is, and you know, to invite a lot of doubt and uncertainty into the classroom is kind of antithetical to learning.
It's not even that. It's you're taking it one step, which is true, but there's a pre-step, and that is the paradigm in which the globe model exists. Right. The paradigm in which it exists is a paradigm that's already synergized the cosmos as an embedding space in which the objects that we see from the Earth are in that space, and the Earth is in that space. And so when people think of the flat Earth and they think of the sun, they're thinking in that paradigm, and they're trying to equate the three-dimensional relationship between the objects as if they're all within this same space, and it all works the same way that it would in the heliocentric paradigm. You have to take that entire cosmological model, throw it in the garbage, open your mind, right, and entertain a different idea. Now, if you can't do that, you might want to ask for a refund from your public education system.
good luck.
Because you should be able to entertain completely new paradigms freely without accepting that they're true and without forcing them to a cheese grater of your previous one. Because otherwise, you're being limited. You're being stifled. You're in a box.
Yeah, I mean, because you're taking an observation from one location, and then you'll go to a different location, and then you'll experience it differently, right? And then you want to know, right, what does that system look like at the same time from a third perspective, right? That's observing both positions simultaneously. I don't know if that can be achieved. I'm sorry.
You can
Yeah,
do
I
what
don't think it
Antonio
could be.
Subrat did.
Go ahead.
What? The what?
Go ahead,
I
Yoder.
was gonna say, Livestream where all these people from all over the world were documenting themselves at different points in their location.
Someone needs
I mean,
to tell
the
him his low
problem is
line.
good luck determining where your location is because
You
just have to use that as the globe for now.
again.
Sorry, Yoda, you're robot and hardcore, bro. If you can hear me.
Fuck. Okay, Maryland's cell tower system sucks.
Sorry, bro.
Copy that.
Open a support ticket to Palantir.
I'll
Yeah, I don't know.
reiterate what AI said. Like, one more thing. It can't be overstated that you do have to kind of completely empty your mind of the previous paradigm, right? Because that's the only one that you know, and I understand it's very difficult to go, well, you're saying the Earth is this, but what about all the things that are attached to the worldview I already know, and I assume are fact? And so I almost can't, like, compartmentalize them. I can't separate them. You're going to have to try.
No, yeah, I think I could do that. And my problem is there's certain like phenomena that I see, and I have no alternative for explaining these phenomena. Like when I look at the moon during like the waning phase or something, I see a crescent, a round dark spot on the moon, and I have to wonder what the round dark spot is. And well, it seems like it's
And you
the
will
Earth.
wonder. That's fair. That's fair.
Seems like it's the Earth.
To wonder.
Whoa. No, that's not what the moon phases are, brother.
That's fine. Let's
Okay,
see
so
that.
well, I'm open to different explanations.
No, that's just officially within the globe paradigm or the heliocentric paradigm. The moon phases don't have anything to do with the Earth occulting the moon. You're thinking of a lunar eclipse. The moon phases have to do with the angular relationship of the Earth to the moon and how much daylight is supposedly reflecting off, or sunlight reflecting off the moon that you can see from that angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that I would then say that I'm not seeing the Earth's shadow on the moon.
In an eclipse?
Why did you bring up the crescent? Why did you bring up the moon crescent then?
Oh, I said
Hold on,
because
brother.
the
Hey, brother,
shape of
hold
the
on a
shadow
second.
looks
Hold on a
round.
second, brother. You're just told that these are two separate events, right? And so then you just said something that made it sound like you didn't understand what was being said. So can we just clear it up that you now understand that the moon phases are allegedly just the relative position of the sun and the moon, has nothing to do with the Earth, and then an eclipse is something different? Can you at least acknowledge that?
Oh, I don't know if you say it that way, I don't know if I'd agree with that statement. But
Well, okay, so then all of us who had just spoken to you previously within the past few minutes, we all know that what I'm saying is an absolute fact of the claims of the heliocentric paradigm. So if you're confused about it, let's help you out.
Okay.
All right, lunar eclipses only happen during a full moon. During that phase, and solar eclipses only happen during a new moon phase. So you can start with that.
Well, maybe have him state his original claim, because his original claim had something to do with crescent moon.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to save face now that he knows that he's trying to save face, trying to get out of his original claim because he knows now that he was wrong.
Oh, I'm going to restate my
Well,
original claim. I'm just going to be
regardless.
more explicit about it. My understanding of the lunar phases is that when the Earth passes between the moon and sun, and this is a heliocentric model, I'm presuming, but let me just throw out my preconceived notions.
He doesn't
When
know
I
the
see,
difference between lunar phases and eclipses, is what he's made just now clear.
I'm trying to empty my mind. I'm trying to
lunar
empty my
eclipses
mind.
only happen during full moons. You can't have eclipses during crescent moon phases, dude.
Right. I'm just talking about moon phases, not eclipses.
Okay, well,
My
moon
old
phases is just the
assumption,
position of the moon.
was that lunar phases are simply the Earth passing between the sun and the moon.
It's incorrect.
And the Earth's shadow would be cast on the moon, and that's what my old assumption was.
It's incorrect.
Right.
Otherwise, we wouldn't see a sun and a half moon in the daytime sky at the same time.
I've never seen that. But
Okay,
let me
so-
throw
right
out
now.
those assumptions.
He's saying
Listen,
it's
I'm in
incorrect.
Maryland. I'm seeing the sun and a half moon at the same time.
He's saying that was his old assumption is incorrect. So what's your new assumption?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So if I throw that out, now I'm trying to figure out what these different phases of the moon are being caused by.
Okay,
right,
so
let me
different
help you
phases
out.
of the moon within the heliocentric model is the 28-day rotation of the moon around the Earth. For example, when the moon is between the Earth and the sun is illuminating the far side of the moon from our perspective, leaving the area that we can see in complete shadow. We call this a new moon. As the moon rotates around the Earth from this position, more light is put upon the area of the moon that we can see until it's on the other side of the Earth, where the full illumination of the light of the sun is seen on the full face of the moon that we can see from our position. That's called a full moon. Now, in that full moon position, you'll also notice that the Earth is between the sun and the moon, casting a shadow. This shadow is what causes an eclipse. Do you understand?
Yeah.
In your model. Cool.
Yep.
But the point is, he's saying that there's an explanation for that, right? Now, whether this comes back to what's the necessity for one, right?
Well, it's just something I observed that, I don't know, seems to happen every single month, and I have no other way of explaining it other than what I already know.
Okay. That's
So
all right.
I'm willing to throw
So,
that out. I just need something to replace it with.
Well, let's say you have an explanation. Do you know that explanation is actually correct?
Correct according to who?
Well, Mr. Batman.
You have the explanation you have from the globe from heliocentrism, right? You have an explanation for an eclipse, right? Or moon phases, or whatever it is, right? Seasons, all the stuff you've mentioned, right? Is it correct?
I have a question. I have a question for you, partner. Can I ask a question?
No. You can go on mute because there's already a question on the table, which is not your cue to ask another question. All right, go ahead, friend. All right, there's a question on the table.
Like
You
I
got
was
teed
saying,
up's question?
I think the heliocentric model is correct, but I'm trying to I don't know, in order to actually be able to talk to people, I'm trying to see it from their perspective and try to approach their explanations with a fresh mind. I don't think I'm going to be convinced by what they say, but I'm at least trying to have a forthwith conversation at the very
Well,
least.
it sounds like you're yet to even be convinced of the heliocentric model.
Well, yeah, because how would you evaluate? If we gave you an explanation, how would you evaluate its validity? You haven't done that with the globe. the globe side's explanation. You just want an explanation that sits alongside this other one without evaluation of either to see if either is an accurate representation of reality.
I guess I would check the two different tests are correspondence and coherence. If it's internally coherent, it's more likely to be true. And then if it's something that maybe using basic objects around my house I can make sense of, and it would raise the likelihood that it's true.
Well, would you say that the story behind Santa Claus is internally consistent?
No.
Exactly.
No?
No.
Well, you've got a pretty compact story. It all makes sense. The toys get made in the North Pole. He's magical, right? So he makes it to every house on one night, and then in the morning you wake up and you see the presents there. So that leads to the validity of the story being correct.
Well, I don't think it's internally consistent for someone to be really, really morbidly obese and then somehow slip down a chimney that's tiny or into houses that don't
Yeah, but
have
he's
chimneys.
right, but he's magic, right? So it's still consistent.
And tracked by NORAD.
Yeah, he's not morbidly obese. He's jolly.
Okay. I guess I don't think it's internally consistent to hear a story where someone gains access to your house through a chimney and then somehow gains
Okay, can
access
you
to a
see
house
the
without a chimney.
parallels of it to the Globe story, though?
Hey, listen, dude.
Sure,
let me
sure.
let me be clear. Hold on, friend. Let me help you out. The internal consistency in both instances, a house with a chimney or not a chimney, is that a very large man, through magic, is able to slip through a hole much smaller than his otherwise physical Gertrude would prohibit him from. So the key common internal consistency that he can get into your house is he's magic.
Okay, I've never heard Magic Santa before, but I've
Dude,
also
how else do you think? How else do you think a giant? Yeah, how else do you think a giant belted dude fits through a small hole and flies around with magic reindeer? There's magic, dude. It's obviously magic.
I was never raised to believe in Santa. I'm not even familiar with Santa Claus that much.
Right, I wasn't raised to believe in Santa either, but I know it's magic. The whole story is centered around he has magical powers.
Okay, fine. If it's magic, then it's internally coherent.
Okay. So if that's the case, you already understand that the story itself, there's just a few things that are, interesting where you wake up in the morning as a child and there's presents under the tree. Your mom and dad tell you it's because of X, Y, and Z. You get older, you figure it out. Oh, this is just a tale that they told me to keep me entertained and have this sense of wonder. I actually know it's my mom and dad that went down to Sears or Walmart or whatever and got me, presents and put them under there. And I get it now. So now that you've grown up, I'm letting you know that the Earth is measurably flat, and that the idea that the Earth is occulting the sunlight to block out the sunlight from getting to the moon, and that's why we have lunar eclipses, is untenable.
Sure, but that just goes back to the beginning of the whole thing that started this. So when you talk about, well, when you get older, you find out that the presents really came from Walmart mom and dad who was wrapping them and writing fake names on the presents. That's an alternative explanation to replace what I already had. And I'm, like I said, I'm looking for an alternative explanation to replace my preconceived notions, but I'm just not finding one.
Well, which is the objective truth? Mommy and daddy put the presents under the tree, or a fat jolly man from the North Pole put the presents under the tree?
Obviously, I'm going to say mommy and daddy.
Okay, so then it's objectively true that mommy and daddy did it. And it doesn't matter if you have a story to replace it. And it doesn't matter if they say that the Easter Bunny actually picked up a side job for Santa and did it for Santa. It wouldn't matter.
Correct. And here's another logical point we have to discuss before we move forward, is that you proving that your parents put the presents and not Santa wouldn't disprove whether Santa exists or doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Well,
you might be bad, and your parents might want to protect your feelings.
That's a pretty deep and rather sophisticated thing you just said there. but I'm less likely to abandon my views of Santa Claus if my parents never admit to putting presents under the tree.
Right. So if we make a claim about the moon, right, and we're wrong in our claim about the moon, that wouldn't disprove that the Earth is flat or a globe.
Sure.
Well, even if mommy and daddy never admitted to being Santa, right? But your homeboy at school said, "Well, my parents did it." And then you're like, "No, that's not true. Santa did it." And your friend's like, "Hey, no, what you need to do is sneak out in the middle of the night and then check for yourself." And then you end up sneaking out in the middle of the night. You check for yourself, and you see that mommy and daddy did it. Santa never showed up. And then, do you still continue to believe Santa because mommy and daddy never admitted to it?
Of course not, but you're assuming a process of discovering alternative explanations. I liked what the other guy was saying a little bit more. Even if like I could prove that mom and daddy were putting presents under the tree, it wouldn't necessarily disprove that there's still a Santa out there. I think that's probably a little bit better.
Well,
right, but friend, here's the point. Here's the point about that. The point about that is that disproving who put the presents into your house wouldn't have any effect on Santa, is because that's non-contingent on Santa's existence or existence. But when it comes to a proposition such as the Earth being a globe or flat, that's contingent on the Earth being curved or not. So if you can demonstrate that it's not curved, then you've attacked the most contingently necessary part of the globe Earth claim, which is the globe itself. And if there's no globe, then the idea that you have to have a globe to get shadows on the moon that look curved is completely thrown out.
Yeah, I think you're actually correct in that. But I'm not trying to like have a discussion on whether or not, at this point, whether or not the Earth really is or is not flat or round. I'm talking about whether, like, how I
That's a
can
problem.
form my belief
About
that
how
it's
you can
round or
form your
flat.
belief from sky phenomena rather than whether the
Yeah,
Earth
right,
is
right.
actually a globe or not. Interesting, brother.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
I'm like, like, of course, like when it comes to Santa Claus, like his existence is not contingent on whether I think he is or isn't, but my belief in whether he is or isn't is contingent on what I can see and prove.
So
That's what I'm
what if
talking
somebody?
about.
I know, but what if somebody? But I know, and that's fair. But what if somebody presents to you evidence which destroys one of the premises which is necessary for the belief to hold true, and it's independent of an alternative explanation?
Independent, huh?
Yeah. So if one of your necessary conditions is that, like, for example, the Earth's surface is curving, right? And someone shows you that it's not curving, then that's destroyed that factor of your whole position, right? It's you would now have to replace it, right? You would have to replace that factor within that paradigm and make it work or fit, and it's not incumbent. It's not necessary that you're the person who's shown you the conflicting evidence of that single factor within your paradigm, right?
I think
to
that's fair.
do that for you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Well, I think it's fair to like accept that as evidence worth considering.
Well, that's what we're doing here. Like, we're saying this particular factor, this component of that whole ideology, that model, right? It doesn't appear to be present in nature, in reality, in physical reality, right? So that's what we're trying to point out. That's what we're trying to illuminate and expose and inform about.
Sure. I think maybe one of the big hurdles that I have, and I'm not trying to be contrarian or anything. It's usually though, whenever I get proposed something like that, it's like, well, I just Google it and I'm just able to find the explanation.
Now,
You know.
And now there's an explanation for the explanation, right? Yep. That sounds like scientific, doesn't it? No.
I mean, like, so if you tell me, like, well, look out right now, I'm looking outside right now. Does the Earth look round? It's like, well, no, it doesn't look round to me. But then I just go and say, okay, well, is there anything that explains why that is, or is there anything in the current model that would explain why I don't see that? And usually, like, I say usually, but every time I'm able to find a pretty good explanation for that.
So then, that you're admitting that you're sort of in a confirmation bias loop, because you actually don't look outside. Like, you keep asking your parents or your aunt and uncle about Santa Claus, right? And you're not going to get a whole lot of different answers. Meanwhile, you could actually just wake up in the middle of the night and see that it's them. So we're not even talking about how the Earth appears. We're talking about how it's measured.
There was an explanation for that. Santa dressed up like his parents.
I guess some people could say that, yeah.
I mean, just an honest question. Do you prefer the heliocentric idea?
I'm indifferent.
Okay. So then you wouldn't have a problem finding out what's actually true from a first-hand perspective, right? Like your own first-hand personal knowledge type of thing.
I'm a God damn, I cannot. So just so you guys know, I have acute bronchitis right now. I'm a little sick and a little mentally out of it, so I keep misspeaking. I have acute bronchitis. I am a pragmatist, not a protagonist. A pragmatist. So if you were to give me some argument that's pretty convincing, I would enjoy I would really enjoy using it on people. For no other reason than I think it would be fun to stump people with something they wouldn't be able to explain. Like, if you gave me something, I probably would accept it.
One deck gave you one. One deck gave you
kicked
one.
and screamed about it.
Remind me what that was.
Oh, boy.
The elevation angles.
Briefly, well, you don't have to go through it again. Just like in a couple words.
Elevation angles. I mean, that's not the only way it's used either. It's used in industry, navigation, in construction, and engineering, astronomy, and there's an elevation angle measurement is just simply, how far above a plane something in the vertical seems to be, right? And with celestial objects, it's not you're not going to be able to, like, for example, you could attempt to calculate a celestial object's height using that methodology, but it's not necessarily going to hold true because we don't know how much those things in the sky hold true to our direct terrestrial experience, right? But you can definitely do it for things like a flagpole. If you know your distance from the flagpole and you get the elevation angle to the top of the flagpole, you can calculate its height, right? For example. Or if you know the height and you know the angle, you can calculate the distance, right? And this is used every day, right, in industry for practical purposes.
Yeah,
There's your pragmatism, right?
Kind of, yeah. I guess. But
well, you spoke earlier about like time and stuff, like how like day and night and the moon and all of these things work. When we measure and describe them, we use things like elevation angles. That's 45 degrees, let's say, above the horizon, and let's describe where it is. Let's say it's to the northeast. That's a horizontal bearing angle. When we start describing these things and measuring these things, let's say in the sky, for example, we're going to be using angles to do so. Elevation and azimuthal, horizontal and vertical angles, above the horizon and across the Earth, all requiring the Earth to be flat and horizontal because they're angles. Understanding is that an angle is the intersection of two straight lines. And if the surface of the Earth was curved, then really we're not going to be making angles, are we? That's the premise of the elevation angle argument.
My issue with that though is like if I were to try to get the time of the day using elevation angles and it's winter, I mean 7 o'clock, I'm not gonna like 7 o'clock in the summer is gonna be lighter out than 7 o'clock in the winter. I'm not changing the time of day just because the elevation changes. So we don't actually tell time that way.
It will be an elevation change in the sun and its location where it appears and disappears on the horizon. Those would be the azimuthal bearing angles, southeast or southwest, for example. Right, so all of the descriptions, the sun is 12 degrees above the horizon, 45 degrees the horizon. Let's say it's solar noon at its highest point, 90 degrees above my head if I'm standing on the equator. All of these descriptions and references are angles which require a flat earth.
You can still know what time of day it is, even if the days are shorter, by the way. All you have to know is when the sun is in its highest point during that day, and that's going to give you solar noon. And you can, kind of calculate before or after ultimately what time it is.
Yes, it's how you figure out your meridian.
Poor old China, though. Dang.
But I guess it's kind of, I kind of get what you're saying. Going back to a couple points ago about, celestial objects being maybe not using the same terrestrial rules that we do, but now I'm caught in a position that makes me a little uncomfortable where I have to try to figure something out based on information I can't assume. Yeah, like if I'm on trial, I could only like make a decision on whether someone is guilty or not guilty based on information I have, not on information I don't have.
The information.
I just don't like assuming when it comes to.
Yeah, and the only real thing that anybody's ever really going to be able to prove is whether the surface is curving. That's the only thing that we have access to, not the moon, not the sun, not the stars, just the Earth. So we can answer that question by measuring it.
Just again, I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
All right.
Did you guys see the new video from Artemis 2 of Reed Weissman's iPhone video? I put it in side chat. It's pretty interesting.
Hey, bro. You forgot to answer my question. Maybe actually I didn't tag you. What do you think about the image at 5 minutes after the hour? Right, like I was scrolling through the Artemis pictures, and I thought to myself, how can we tell that this is not just CGI? Like, what would your rebuttal be to that? Do you think?
What image?
It's at 5 minutes past the hour in the side chat.
This one?
Yeah, the one that's 5 minutes. Right, it says 10:05 for me. Whatever 05 it is for you.
4:05. Okay, what about it?
Yeah, like, so I was scrolling through the NASA Artemis images and I thought, shit, like how would I know like that this is a real image and not just CGI?
Because we have 4 people that were on that craft and they were in space. What do you mean? Where do you think they were?
Right. So, but like this image in particular, do you think that this could just be CGI, or like is there some way we would
How could it be
we would know
CGI?
that it's because I made it in ChatGPT to trick your dumbass. to prove
Well,
a
you have to
point
use you have
that
to so
you can't tell the
ChatGPT.
difference
So it's
between
hard. So it's hard
CGI and the
to.
real
So it's hard
thing.
to. No, because
You just fell
ChatGPT
right
doesn't
into
make
the trap, bro.
ChatGPT doesn't make no ChatGPT doesn't make CGI.
Now ChatGPT doesn't make CGI. Dude, just hang your head and say you got me. Just say you got me. He got you. It's okay.
You know what CGI is?
Computer
Guys, click
interface
at the
Yeah,
interface.
details.
Yeah.
computer
Okay.
generated image.
Yeah, ChatGPT doesn't make CGI.
Wow, it gets worse.
This is brilliant.
I'll be damned. AI is useful.
Yeah, it makes idiots look stupid.
Did you see the video shot on our iPhone?
Are you sure it was shot on the iPhone?
Yeah, look at it.
Okay. How do you know?
They just
Did you watch it?
Dude, I'm just asking you how you know.
We know these things, bro.
There it is.
This is brilliant.
That's a fallacy. It's called Ipsy Dixit, just because I said so, right? Just because we know.
Are you denying that Artemis ever went to the moon?
Oh, hell yeah.
And what is your basis of your denial?
Yeah, what's your basis for auto belief? You just automatically believe the television. Okay, dude.
Did you know that NASA said it would be harder actually to run a hoax than it would be to actually just
Of
go to
course
the
they
moon?
fucking would.
They,
It's like the
they say
government
it every
saying we
time.
wouldn't lie to you. My word.
NASA provided
Good grief.
deceptive cover operations for the U.S. military, dude. Of course.
Hey, this is the space science guy.
Wow. That was about 5 minutes, and I don't think I've laughed for different reasons so many times in 5 minutes before. That was awesome. Thank you, mate.
Ask them what kind of space they're doing up in science they're doing up in space. It's the answer is great.
I don't think my sides can take it.
I'll take this one.
Discovering.
What kind of science are they doing in outer space?
We're discovering, man.
Discovering. What are they discovering?
We are making a lunar base.
No
Dude, they're
kidding.
discovering space. You're supposed to say outer space.
So we're gonna have humans living on the moon.
Okay.
Rico, do you know that the curvature of the Earth never discovered? It's a man-made story. Print of man. It was never discovered though.
What?
The curvature of the Earth has never been discovered. Made up story. Storytelling time.
You don't need to discover it. We already know. We've seen it with our own two eyes.
You know, Rico, the next step, right? Outer space was never discovered. It's also made up.
Dímelo, you actually believe that?
Outer space was made up before any space mission that went there and discovered it.
Oh my god.
Outer space is a fictional setting that was made up by fictional fiction writers.
You're crazy, my guy.
No,
We see
you're
outer space
indoctrinated, my guy.
We see outer space every single day.
No, you see the sky every single day. You don't see outer space.
Of course, we see outer space. We see the stars. You see the moon.
It sounds like he wants to believe it. Just let him have it.
Wait, he said we see outer space every single day, but you're referencing that we see the stars every single day, but you don't see the stars during the day. You see them during the night. So your argument should be we see the stars during the night. That should be like more cohesively.
But from a globalist point of view, the sun is a star.
Why do we
Isn't
see
it?
the stars? Why do we see the stars at night?
Because the sun's not in the way.
Because the sun's not in the way, making the sky blue.
Yeah, exactly.
So when the
That
sun
fucking
goes
bright
away,
sun brightens out and is
the
too
light
bright for the
pollution.
very small lights behind it. So obviously when the light source, the sun, moves out the way, you can see what's behind it.
No.
Duh.
No.
No.
When the sun,
He's starting to
when the
chant.
sun,
Just let him have it. It's starting to freak him out.
Okay.
when the sun is pointing
Can I
towards us,
can I ask him a question real quick?
but when the sun is gone, we get to see the outer space.
When you stop
If you're on
chanting.
a planet without an atmosphere, you'll actually see outer space all the time.
Real quick,
Oh,
can I ask you a question real
that's
quick,
weird.
buddy? Check it out. I have a question about water. So, do you think that when water is at rest, the surface of it, would you describe it as flat?
No,
All right. That's it. Interesting.
because everything is being affected by gravity.
That doesn't even make sense.
Okay, you have a sphere. I'll let you have it. I'll let you have outer space. I'll let you have water adhering to that sphere with gravity, right? And it's perfectly conforming to that sphere. Now, can I get you to please go outside and measure curvature over the surface of that water that's, coherent to the surface of that sphere?
You see, the problem is because we're affected by gravity at the same rate water is, it would be
Yeah.
impossible for us to measure the curvature of water. But what I can
What?
tell you is this.
What does that
This is what I
mean?
can tell you.
Why would it
Well,
be
this is good.
impossible for us? Sorry, hold on. Because gravity's affecting us and the gravity's affecting the water, you've
Wait, let me
now
finish.
come to the conclusion it would be impossible for us to measure curvature
Hang on. I'll
because, like
explain.
you said, gravity's affecting us and gravity's
Hang on.
affecting the water.
I'll
How do
explain it.
you make these two things reach that fucking conclusion?
I'm going to, if you give me a second, all right? So the best way to measure or observe or witness the curvature of the Earth is to go to the beach.
No, that's not answering what I said.
And if you
What
want to
you said
measure,
about the gravity affecting me and the gravity
you
affecting
go
the
to the
water,
beach.
specifically about that. I want to understand what you meant by that. Fucking tell me other stories, dude.
How is gravity affecting us?
Yeah, you said gravity is affecting us and gravity is affecting water, so we can't measure curvature. I asked you, how do you add these two fucking things together and reach that conclusion?
Just drop.
Fucking hell.
So you think the surface of the water should be curving because of gravity, right?
It is curving. I was just getting ready to explain that. So you can see the
Right,
curve
but
yourself if you go to the beach and you look out
Yeah,
across the horizon. You'll see
there you go,
sailboats
Jedi.
and ships and people disappear across the horizon.
Yeah, and I asked you to measure that earlier, and then you said, well, gravity's affecting me, so I can't. That's why, Jedi, asked you that question. And here
Gravity's
you are
affecting you.
counting your own claim.
Well, maybe he misspoke.
Gravity's affecting me.
Okay, gravity's
Right.
affecting you and on a sphere. Please measure the curvature rate for me so that we can get a radius value.
Well, let's just tell him what it is. Right. So if the Earth's a globe and gravity's affecting pulling all the water to the center of mass, that means over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of curvature. Right?
Well, the problem is when it comes to curvature is that you yourself, your eyes are curved.
Mm-hmm. Right. So a byproduct of the curvature would mean that things would become hidden behind the curvature, right? That was kind of your point.
Yeah.
Sailing away.
Hello?
Yeah.
You're right. So Right. So if you're standing at the beach, the horizon would be about 3 miles away. And then if a boat was to go beyond the 3 miles, the bottom of the boat would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Do you agree?
Sometimes it's different depending where you're at on the Earth and how the gravity is
How
that
much?
day.
Well, no. Anywhere on the Earth, there would be approximately a 3-mile horizon if you're 6 foot tall.
No, it depends.
Okay, no worries. Can
If you're at
you
the
get us a
equator, it's different.
citation for that, or are you just making that up on the spot because the Earth curve calculators don't account for that?
Well, we understand that the Earth is bigger in some places than it is in other places. That's the nature of a sphere.
Great. By how much?
What?
So the farther up north you go,
Have places
the
bigger than
farther up
another.
north you go, the sphere, the circumference gets smaller than if
Great.
you were at the equator.
No worries. So give me an example and tell me how much it changes the distance to the horizon.
Okay, like right here, I'm in New York City, right?
Uh-huh.
So the equator, so the circumference of the Earth is smaller than it would be if I was in Rio de Janeiro, and it's
Okay,
bigger
by how
than if I
much?
was on the South Pole.
By how much?
By a significant fraction.
Are you talking
Okay, can
about
you give me a
latitudinal
number?
circumference around the axis?
Yeah, this is brilliant.
So this is latitudinal distance around the axis, right?
Yeah. So look, if you imagine a
for
balloon,
sure,
right?
bro.
Sure, yeah,
Imagine
whatever.
a balloon.
Holy shit.
Imagine a balloon.
No, put your
Totally
finger on a
Okay.
ball. Hold
latitudinal.
tight. I've lost my patience. Put your finger on a ball. Anywhere, don't care where, and then go in a direction. You'll notice that you would have gone downhill. Now, you'll also notice that this is a rate of change of slope. Anywhere you start on a sphere in any direction, there's going to be a measurable rate of change of slope. So I don't care where you are, the Bahamas, New York, couldn't give a shit. Can you show us the measurable rate of change of slope from any position on the Earth?
Well, here's the thing.
When
This is
somebody
so
says, well, here's the
this is
thing,
the
I
method.
already know that
This
I'm
is the
not getting the
method.
fucking thing.
So I'm going to tell you. I mean, this is the science. All right. This is the work of science to figure this out.
Told you I wasn't
We are
getting the
still
fucking
trying to
thing.
figure
He's
this
already
out.
said science. We're talking about geometry.
Yeah, we're trying to figure this stuff out. That's why we keep sending crafts up there. We're sending spacecraft up there to figure it out.
No, we're trying to ask you, how much rate of change of slope should there be on the surface on the Earth? And we don't care which position on the Earth you point to. How much?
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna dip. It was good talking to you, fellas.
Cheers, mate.
Later, dude.
You need to know this piece of information if you're going to argue against it, sir.
There's a huge rate of change. Okay, look at this photo that old dude posted in slide chat, right? All right. So look, you got the top of the Earth is narrow. Okay, so if you were to put a rubber band around the top of the Earth near the North Pole, it'd be smaller than the rubber band that you would put around the equator.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about the curvature from the North Pole towards the equator. Do you see the horizontal line sticking out from the pole?
Yeah, but think about it.
Yeah. We're talking about the measurable difference between that horizontal and the curved slope with distance. You notice the distance increases between the horizontal and the curved line, the more distance that's traversed across the Earth from the North Pole towards the equator.
Right.
Now, you can have this at any point on the ball. You can be on the equator, the equation's still going to be the fucking same. Rate of change of slope away from you. Don't care if you're on the equator or the 45th parallel, dude. Now, on the side, there's the table there for you that gives you the rate of change of slope over distance in miles or kilometres, whichever you prefer. Now, this is what we're talking about. Really simple to understand. You'll notice those numbers, they increase really quickly, especially from inches to feet to miles. It's not long before we start talking about a measurable rate of change of slope. We can start talking about 5, 10, 15, 20 miles. And we're already in the multiples of feet value, right?
Yeah, but you're not taking into account the dividend.
The fuck?
What the fuck?
You're not taking that into account.
What's that?
And it's so important because when you're talking about, okay, so you're talking about the geometric rate at which change is happening if I put my finger here and then put my finger there, right? So bing, bing. All right, but you got to talk about the dividend. There is a least common denominator in all of this, which is the simple fact that gravity is affecting all of this, our perception.
Our perception. What does that even mean?
Excuse me, I'm eating right now.
I can give shit. Just don't talk with your mouth full.
Your eye or your brain.
So look, gravity is a force that, so in a way, it kind of creates the
Makes the earth
curvature.
look flat.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
We're
alters your
actually
perception like mad cow disease.
I've allowed you to have the curvature.
I got fucking rabies. No, wait, that's just gravity, dude.
I've given you the bendy water around the sphere. I've given you the vacuum of outer space, and you're still not giving us the curvature measurement.
Okay, I'll give you the measurement right now. So 10 billion years ago, approximately.
That's not a measurement. That's a story.
So this is one reason why I'm glad this is recorded. You'll have fucking.
A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Just hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
No.
10, not 8.
Approximately about 10 to 15 billion
Not
years ago.
8.7 for sure. It cannot be.
The Earth
It must
was
be
just
10.
a collection of small
Yeah.
rocks, right?
Yeah.
Oh
How
my
did you
God,
get that
he's
number?
doing it
10?
again. He's preaching. Oh, hello. We're being invaded. I am the Great Cornholio. I need TP for my bungalow. What?
I'll wait whenever you guys are ready.
Oh, yeah, no, please regale us with the story of what happened 10.5 billion years ago in this collection of rocks.
Yeah. So 10 to 15 billion years ago, the Earth
13.8.
Small rocks floating around in space, around the sun. Right. That's why I said 10 to 15. And these rocks were so small you can hold it in the palm of your hand, to be quite honest with you. It was amazing.
Oh, wow. Did you do that, did you?
And what
That
happened
sounds like an experience. Did you experience that, those rocks in the palm of your hand, sir?
No, I wasn't. Oh, I wasn't around.
He wasn't there. Okay. All right.
And these
Fucking
rocks,
hell. Why do we
because of
deal with these
gravity,
people? Are we that fucking
they
bored?
all came together. They crashed into each other, one over one. Boom, 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 boom. And then over time, it was like, you now have a planet.
Okay.
But
That
the
planet got
planet
a
was
first
different
purpose,
back
is
then.
it?
The planet was a lot more different back then. The planet arguably was a different
flat?
shape.
Was it flat?
The scientists believe, very reputable scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson believe, that the Earth was the shape
I remember that.
of a jack, right? So like you ever play jacks and marbles? About the same shape as a jack.
Oh, wow, this is
And then over
fascinating.
time, because of gravity,
No, he's
twisted it and
regaling us
molded
with
it
his
and
creation
formed it.
mythology.
And then after a while, it became a sphere. But it wasn't a
Okay.
perfect sphere.
Oh.
Because we
Shaped
still
like a
have
jack,
the
so it was like
tectonic
6
plates.
points. So wait,
we
Earth used to be shaped like a Jewish star, and then it became a sphere. Okay.
Anyone. No, not anyone.
Because you got to think.
Someone
Well, yeah,
else.
because you have to think of all of the amazing, the collisions that were happening at that time. You know,
This is fucking bullshit, dude.
there were
Somebody's
mountains the size
obviously
of the
told you
sun.
some great bedtime stories over the years. Continue on. What nonsense.
No, don't continue on. Fucking
We
stop.
had mountains on Earth in the early Earth, proto-Earth as they call
All
it.
right,
as
that's
smart
enough.
people call it.
All right,
Yeah,
stop.
thank you.
All right, I'm going to pause you for a second. Are there any other globe earthers here that think they can do a better job than Rico at defending the globe?
Please.
It's not a difficult request, surely.
Please.
Now, if not, that says a lot about all of you.
Yeah, if you don't mic up, that means that you're admitting you can't do better than Rico at this. All right.
To be honest, I thought he did a great job. That was the best globe Earth explanation I've ever heard.
It was pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, man, Earth was shaped like a jack, like it had 6 points sticking out from it.
And the mountains in the early Earth, the proto Earth, were as tall as the sun itself, or as tall as the sun is wide. And because this was the early, because this was the early, so the sun was smaller. This was after the big explosion that happened that created our sun. You have to understand the sun. Okay, so to explain the curvature of Earth, let's go back a little bit farther. So the sun was
not explain. You must have misunderstood what we asked. Don't want you to explain the curvature of the Earth. We want you to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm giving you the measurement.
Well, I grabbed my blankie because you're telling me a bedtime story right now.
No. I'm explaining. So this all leads into the measurement, and it's going to make sense.
Does it?
It's all going to.
I'll tell you what. Cut to the fucking chase.
Just hear me out. Just give me a second.
No, just cut to the fucking chase.
2 years ago, in the early universe, you had a collection of different dust that were floating around space. So all this dark matter, light matter, heavy matter, energy matter, all four of them combined to create something that was very effervescent.
Like a big bada boom combination.
Like a big bada boom.
Oh, like Voltron. That's a better one. Yeah. Because he said the big explosion, but you mean like the big bada boom?
I'm talking about the sun, right? The reason the sun is a globe is because of the same forces that are at work to create the globe of the Earth.
The globe of the Earth. Yeah, actually, yeah. Under the solar system, right? Under the solar system that we're standing, we observe the celestials above us. The ground is not curving, and that light that the Creator put in place to illuminate us, we are able to do create globes. Then you go to this, you get a job, even you go to school. Maybe the teacher donated to you, or you can go to a store, get it at 90% off, and this is the conditions that allow for people to make globes, right, and put it on the table for decoration purposes. That's the way it works, right? That makes sense. But what you're saying, bro, is complete nonsense. Enrico, your name, which means rich, right? The comedy show, the comedy performance that you put in, it is kind of rich, but looks like come here to have an audience for your rich comedy show. It wouldn't be rich if there was no one around, right? To entertain your nonsensical comedy show that you're presenting at the moment.
This is real life. This is real life.
So your rich comedy show, it adds up to your name. Go ahead.
So, but the most important thing is this. The same forces that create the sphere of the sun is the same forces. I don't even have to get into the whole story, the whole backstory. It's an interesting story to look into where we came from. You had 4 different types of matter in the early universe. There was dark matter, light matter, energy matter.
Rico, can you get in the same room as your mic? Can you go in the same room with your mic?
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Am I back now? I was just saying that I don't have to get into the early universe backstory. It's a pretty interesting story. In the beginning, you had light matter, dark matter, energy matter, and another type of matter that I can't recall. And they all came together. Well, they had a big battle, and then they came together. But the reason you look up at the sun, when you stare at the sun and you see the circle, the sphere, the same force, gravity. Oh, that's right. Gravity matter was the 4th type of matter. And boom.
Gravity.
So
Gravity
when you have
matter.
the gravity, that's why we're a sphere. So the measurement of the Earth, the measurement of the curvature of the Earth, is an ever-changing, ongoing thing because you still have that gravity matter at play. Because we have the tectonics, which nobody ever talks about. The Earth is constantly shifting. One day we got Pangea, the next day we got North America. How'd that happen?
What's gravity matter?
Gravity matter is the matter which creates gravity.
Do you happen to have a citation?
What do you mean?
Well, you see, the center of a gravity atom is called the queen atom, and the queen atom is known to move around a lot.
Rico,
Yeah,
at this
what I
point,
get
just
it.
learn this one. Whenever they ask you for a since you're performing this Rico comedy show, just when they ask you for a citation, just complete the circle. Say, "I am the citation."
No, I'm trying to ask, like, what type of citation do you want about gravity?
Yeah, any
Jumping
citation at this point. Gravity matters specifically.
Gravity matter. Okay.
See, the schizophrenic chat is still going strong. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're being
Nice,
fed.
nice. Still enjoying that disc?
No, man, we're not disc flat earthers. No way.
I just posted it in the side chat for you guys so you can look at it. It's very interesting.
I've been looking for the edge for quite some time.
Okay, so again, you mentioned gravity matter. So what is that? You're telling me this is an article on gravity, but you said gravity is a matter? I'd like you to back that up.
Well, I was saying gravity as a force affecting.
But it hasn't been a force since 1915 when Einstein superseded Newton. So it's not a force. Anyways, I would like to get to your measurements though. That's what we were waiting for ultimately.
All right. So yeah, so if I can give you the update, so basically the whole point of all of that was it's ever changing, but I'll give you the updated measurements as of today, as of current science.
But my family doesn't love me, chat.
I just want the
Hey,
bendy
hey,
water
buddy,
measurement.
we're welcoming and we will welcome you here. So go ahead with your next question. That you had a question. Let's move on from Rico for now. Let finish his dinner because he's obviously LARPing and kind of like rage baiting the topic. Obviously. So new guy, do you have a question for the panel? Go ahead. You have the mic. Just use it wisely.
Yeah, I have a question. Is it going to be considered LARPing though if it doesn't fit your narrative?
It quite literally will.
Oh well, I don't want to ask anymore.
So you don't know what the word means. You're just using it willy nilly. You don't know what anything means.
Live action role playing.
I might kick
Typically, you want a live
back.
action role play that you know something, which we're going to find out if you know something or not by a handful of questions. It'll be okay.
Why do you guys get
Just
rage
ask the
baited
question.
so easy? Like if you know something is true, no one should be able to rage bait you. Don't you agree? Like if you
23,
know
20,
something
20
for a fact,
so 23, ask your question.
yeah, if you know something is true for a fact that the Earth is not a globe, how do you fall for rage bait? Could you help me understand?
They're independent of each other.
They're
That's how.
literally not. Like if you know something for a fact, you don't get rage baited online about it. You just know it and you move
Yeah,
on.
but here's how it is, right? I know for a fact my height. And regardless of if somebody wants to rage bait me about my height, the fact is still true and independent of the rage bait.
No, your height can be measured.
Yeah.
The shape of the Earth.
That's what I'm
Anyway,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Your height can be measured by both parties, so it would be very difficult to rage bait you with something we both can factually check. Neither you or I could factually verify the shape of the globe, but for
No
some
one's
reason,
gonna
you
claim.
know for a fact it isn't a globe. But you get rage baited by people like me in the side chat telling you you're schizophrenic. Why? Why do you get rage baited? Why does it make you angry that I call you a retard?
Why the necessity to call someone a retard? It's totally non-related to the subject matter. So you said to us we should just move on. I've got no problem with yeeting you to move on.
Unrelated to the subject matter.
It's totally on point with the topic, brother.
What if I just
No,
click
it's
the
not.
ban button and this guy goes away? Does it
Yep,
have any
that's us moving on.
No. And
Yeah, no objections.
Hey.
All right.
Oh, let's go back to Rico then, since we want to entertain Rico more. Let's go, Rico. I'm gonna open your mic again, since the other guy didn't make it. I was gonna ask the other guy, like, he said retarded or whatever, but he's the one that hasn't figured the floor below his feet. He hasn't figured that out yet. So who is in the retarded position? He hasn't realized that.
Wait, if you're retarded, what does that make him then?
Is it clueless or something? I don't know.
I don't know.
Makes him jealous. It makes him jealous. That's the answer.
So it's just interesting. I just find it interesting, the whole thing. It just invites you to take a closer look at it, you know? So you could take that to the bank of flat earthers, cash that check.
Well, it makes you just go deeper into the narrative and submerge yourself in it and then repeat it back to us like it meant something.
You people don't even know about Aristophanes.
Well, Aristophanes, the Greek, who was in, Egypt, he measured angles with either a stick or an obelisk. There might have been a well, depending on the story, between two cities, Syene and Alexandria. I think he calculated the angle at the top of the stick after measuring the angle created by the stick and the angle to the sun at
Your entire worldview
7.2
defeated by a stick.
degrees. Sorry, you just told me I didn't know something.
Your entire worldview defeated by a stick.
Yeah, dude, your entire worldview can get defeated by a stick. You think that the only way that a shadow can be cast is on a curved surface, right? Maybe you're not so well versed in history. Maybe you've heard of the ancient Chinese. They also did the stick and the sun experiment with shadows, and they were assuming a flat earth, and that's what they got. Because it's a stick casting a shadow, dude. I can perform the same thing in my bloody living room if I have a stick and then have another stick, put one stick underneath my light source and walk away from underneath my light source, be amazed at my shadow increasing in size in front of me, then stick the stick in the floor and watch that shadow. That happened in my living room. It doesn't mean my living room's a sphere, but I can use mathematics to calculate a circumference if I wish. So what don't I know again?
So, but Aristophanes, right?
Hmm.
And the interesting thing about Aristophanes is that he wasn't trying to prove it to flat earthers. He was trying to give it to...
It's just a story. How do you know?
He was trying to calculate the circumference of his presupposed sphere, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he was trying to understand the Earth. He's
Yeah.
a scientist.
That's what he was doing. He was trying to calculate the circumference of a presupposed sphere whilst making angle measurements to the sun utilising the shadow, having the assumption that the parallel light rays are coming in because the sun is so big and far away. So what don't I know about Aristophanes again? Crazy ass. Fuck me. How do you, wow. You people bloody amaze me. The fog and imagination that you bloody let yourselves live in is remarkable. You think
Aristophanes
you're
is actually a
educating?
lot like...
Dude, shut up. You think you're educating us and you're not.
Well, I'm proving you wrong right now.
How are you going to prove me wrong? Is there an alternative story to Aristophanes? Maybe you know his first name.
You cannot refute Aristophanes' measurements.
Yeah, I can. It's an angle measurement. 3 points on this triangle. Hold on. 3 points on this triangle would be the sun, the well underneath the sun that he saw the reflection of the sun in, so it's directly underneath the sun, and the stick that is far away along the horizontal baseline. The two sticks and the sun form a freaking triangle, dude.
Yeah, and a lot like Aristophanes back in those days. You also had some guy. You also had the
So
people.
someone else now.
This moron's just reading shit off ChatGPT.
Hey, Rico, check it out.
It's just a
Rico,
total moron.
side chat. 40 minutes past the hour. Are the shadows of those cans different lengths? Yes or no?
Oh shit, Eratosthenes didn't do it, guys. All right. Who can we use?
Quick flick through the Rolodex.
All right, but
Earth,
this is different. So when I'm looking at this
this is
right here,
different.
this is
Aristotle.
over. This is
Oh,
over
very.
a short distance. This is a very short distance. With
So what?
Bedford
Aristophanes,
level. Bedford
It
level.
doesn't matter. It has
it
no
does matter
relevance.
because you have
No, it
to go
doesn't.
far
It's
enough.
still shadow
Wallace.
lengths. That's it. That's all you're claiming. Sticks and shadows. The cans represent the stick, the shadows represent themselves. Are the shadows different lengths? Yes or no?
No, but this is too close a distance. Of course,
They're not different
No.
lengths.
Quick appeal to any other Globers in the room. Please unmute yourself, otherwise we're going to have to listen to this shit.
Yeah, we'll be extra nice to you, we promise, so we don't have to talk to this guy anymore. Because he's too powerful.
Wait, where's the other guy? I want to replace Rico with the other guy. Just maybe have a chance. Maybe the other guy could have
You guys banned my friend
maybe.
23 for no reason. Why'd you ban 23?
Rico, mute yourself, bro. I was like trying to say something.
Yo, you can't be banning my homie like that. Fuck you guys.
Wow.
Did he just yeet himself? That's fantastic. Oh no. I've just realised I've got to get out of here because I've got no more arguments.
Rico is definitely some type of kind of like self label rage baiter priest, and he has followers like the second guy, and he's not gonna give that up, guys. There's no chance. Doesn't matter what you tell to Rico. Doesn't matter what you present to him. He's the high priest of his own cult. So the other follower that he brought in, maybe probably reach him, pull him out of his cult, but that's Rico is never gonna happen. He's designed to actually not get it. That's why he went to the full extent of being the way he is and coming in here with followers of his cult, try to just push it around. You could say cult or scam promoters or whatever. It's obvious that Rico is not gonna make it, guys. Sorry.
What if we subscribe to his channel? Would he then make it?
Yo.
Oh, anyways. Any other rage baiters want to have a conversation?
How to basics does it go, my man?
Yo, dude.
What's up?
What's happening beyond this, man?
Oh my
Excellent.
god, how are you doing?
Just who we want. Yeah,
Hey,
Janvis,
Hammer,
just be quiet for a second. Janvis,
Hey, Hammer, can you
don't
do
do
me
it.
a favor? Can you do me a favor?
Yeah, I'll do that for you. How to basics. The question put forward to you. Yeah, that's great. The question put forward to you: if you have a flat fridge magnet, and you still turn around and said the magnetic field lines will be curved, so the flat fridge magnet representing the ground, magnetic field lines still doing what magnetic field lines do, doesn't prove anything about the shape of the ground. So you have failed there, my friend.
Yeah, but where's the magnetic field coming from?
Who cares?
Coming from the
3
globe,
poles, it appears, on the surface of the Earth, 1 in the north and 2 in the south.
And magnetic fields only work across the surface of a flat surface of the Earth. This can be demonstrated. Magnetic fields have been demonstrated, and you can produce a magnetic field above a flat surface. So that's not an argument for a globe dart.
That doesn't make sense, man. Stop acting like it does.
Whether it makes sense or not has no relevance. If you have a flat fridge magnet, the magnet is flat. We've established that bit. That's the bit we're measuring. That's what we're comparing to. That's what we're comparing to. The Earth is the magnet. You're saying Earth is ball-shaped because of bendy field lines. Well, on a flat magnet, flat, obviously you're not understanding or wanting to listen to that word. On a flat field magnet, on a flat magnet, the field lines are still bent. So the shape of the ground has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but where's the magnetic field?
Who cares?
Yeah,
Where? No, listen carefully. No, so you're jumping to another topic. Listen, you're jumping to another topic. Listen carefully, bro. Where the line's coming from and using... Why are you talking through me, bro? That's just exceptionally rude. Where... Yeah, there's another clown. Just wait there. I'll get back to you in a minute. Where the magnetic field lines come from and them proving the shape of the ground, two different things, bro. They don't prove the shape of the ground. So we've already established that. Where they come from, that's a really good question. How about you go look that up?
Yeah, they come from the shape of the Earth, because it's a real.
No, magnetic field lines do not come from the shape of the Earth. We've already established that. Because you can have flat magnets, you can have sphere magnets, you can have ring magnets. There's all different shapes, and they all produce magnetic field lines. So claiming that a particular shape is the cause of the magnetic field lines is a fail.
Real quick, how to basics. I'm gonna tell you how to basics. There is
Was this a different conversation?
There is in the medical field. There is
talking with this guy.
There is a machinery, like a machine they design. They put a flat surface where the patient will sit or rest on the flat surface, right? The flat bed, or the table, or that, right? And then above the patient, they will have one magnet to the left and one magnet to the right, and there will be these magnets are gonna be making a new, they call it the new North Pole, right? And with this magnetic field that they are producing above the flat surface where the patient is resting upon, they can control equipment inside the body of the patient and perform surgery inside of the heart of the patient.
Why is that relevant, man?
And the surface of the floor below the patient is flat and level. The table where the patient rests is flat and level, and the magnets are above that. So that might give you some clarity that you don't need the only way magnetic fields can work on balls. You don't have examples of that, actually.
Well, that magnetic fields work with balls? Because they're circular, curved.
Can you like can you fix your mind or stop pretending whatever you're doing? Can you?
No, dude.
It's like good mics on 26. What's going on?
Did I win this or something? Because there are no responses, people.
This is kind of obvious that this is another follower of the Rage Baiters. Because one after the other one, and now this one's pretending that there's no good mics accessible to him. 2026.
Dude,
Like,
why are you getting annoyed about me, Michael?
oh my god. You know what? Go ahead and speak to the panel. I'm muting.
Well, just mute me, man. It doesn't matter.
What's the topic?
Oh, Mac.
How to Basics thinks that the magnetic field lines of Earth are caused by the shape of Earth.
What
And
do
we
I
pointed
said
out to him, hang on a minute, I'm trying to steal man your shit because you can't do ours. Yeah, that's no, you haven't proved anything. You just blabbled on with your shit. And as it was pointed out to him, silence. As he was, you're going to keep doing that. I'm just going to put you on hold for a second. As it was pointed out to him, you can have different shaped magnets, spheres, rings, flat magnets that go on your fridge. They all have curved field lines. So the cause of this cause-effect relationship is not the shape of the magnet. And he doesn't seem to grasp that concept. Now he wants to know where they come from and why they come from there and everything else, as opposed to just accepting the fact that the shape of the magnet is not the cause. So I don't know why he's having some kind of breakdown. Maybe he thought he had some kind of goddess moment, and that's what he was going to sell to us. So who knows?
Cool. Thanks for that. Okay, you're saying you agree, but it doesn't make sense on flat Earth model. What does that mean? How to basics?
He didn't even steal man what I said correctly. He said that I'm arguing that magnetic fields can come from flat surfaces. That's not what I said.
What did you say then, Jumsy?
Okay, so you know how the builders of a structure have to take into account the flatness, the horizontal frame of reference, and they use the level, right, to build the structure.
Level and plumbing,
Within that structure, they bring medical devices. These devices is a machine that has to also be designed to work on a flat floor. And between these two machines, the two sides of the machine in the middle, between them, they put a flat surface bed. Let's say a bed, right? Patient goes and gets on the flat surface bed over there, and then they use the magnets above the flat floor next to the flat bed. And they produce a magnetic field to guide a medical tool inside of the patient's body, perform a surgery or some type of medical intervention thing. And that all is happening on a flat surface. Okay?
Yeah, I don't really get it, man.
The magnets that they're moving, the shape of the magnets, like that are producing the field, are not ball or whatever, right? But all of this is happening.
No, I get that.
This magnetic field that is being produced can be happening on a flat surface, and it's being produced above the flat surface. Okay, above the flat bed where the patient is, above
So
the
are you trying
patient.
to say that the fields are magnetic? Or flat, I mean?
No, the fields can be moved. The fields,
but
you can look
the
at the
fields
fields
are
in a
curved.
different spectrum. You're saying that I'm saying that the field that is being produced for the patient to guide the medical tool are that all of this is being done on a flat Earth, and everything is designed on the flat floor of the
Dude, that doesn't make sense,
there's
man.
no
What
globe.
are you even talking about? What's your
That
point?
doesn't
I
make
don't
sense.
get it.
Yeah, so are you saying that the builders that build the building and the people that design this equipment, they're just like all wrong because you say so? Doesn't make
Dude, I
sense
don't get what you're
because you
talking
say so?
about. I don't even understand. You don't make sense.
Yeah, you cannot picture it. I could probably find an image for you. I could
Yeah,
probably find
please, man.
actually got a video of it.
Yeah, please.
But you're gonna
That'll help me understand.
find. I think I shared it with Yoder some time ago. I'm gonna go to our chat and find it.
How
I
to
also have.
basics. Have you ever looked up how the claimed magnetic fields are generated on your ball-tied model?
Wait, are you talking to me?
No, I'm chewing on bricks, but either way, it's bad for me teeth. Yes, I'm talking to you. Have you ever looked up how the magnetic fields are supposed to be generated on your ball model?
Yeah, well, it's from the center of the earth.
It's from the center of the earth. And what is this center of the earth supposed to be?
Well, what do you mean?
What is it made of?
Like rocks and metal and stuff.
Rocks and metal and stuff. Well, you better be very specific because only some things cause magnetic fields, other things do not. So if you tell me that it's made of something that's non-magnetic, I'm going to point and laugh at you like that fat kid on The Simpsons. Ha ha!
Dude, please don't, no. People, please don't.
So, what's it made of?
Yeah, it's gotta be something magnetic, then, dude.
Really?
How to
Something
basics?
magnetic.
Did you go to a how to basics course on how to fake an accent? Because you're doing terrible.
Dude, this is my accent, bro.
Yeah, see,
And
you're
he's trying
already
not to
losing it.
laugh.
Yeah, so you've already lost. You could use your
How
real
did I
voice; it's
lose,
no
man?
problem. I think it is Gunslinger. It could be Gunslinger.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm from Canada, dude.
Hey, Gumslanger, Yoda wants a piece of you, boy.
Yeah, he went pretty quiet. He's holding that one in.
Yeah, don't laugh. Whatever you
Yep,
do.
like a shit. And that's that.
Yep. Maybe there's a how to fake an accent for dummies out there somewhere.
Yeah, man, it's in my kitchen, dude. How is it
Your
fake,
accent's so
dude?
bad we can't even
How is
understand
it
what you're
fake,
saying at
dude?
this point.
Dude, I'm
No,
from Canada.
see, you broke it a little bit there.
No, I
You go in and
didn't,
out of
bro.
the accent. You're
I
not.
didn't
Oh,
break
you
it.
did it
Stop
again, just
pretending.
there, didn't there? Yeah, that's okay.
You
You got
don't
to
know
stay
my
in
accent,
it, man.
man.
You got to own the role, right? You got to
Dude, you don't know my accent,
be the
man.
fraud.
So as I
The
promised,
Gumslanger accent was the best.
It was.
for everyone, probably he's gonna ignore what I posted. It's a video not related topic, but there's magnets being used through the whole video, and there is a this magnet came from this machinery, and they also go to the place that they actually use the machine, and they explain how it is, and they tell you at 15 minutes, around 15 minutes of the video, The guy, in his own word, he says that this magnet produces a new North Pole, and before you go into the room, it says that it says what it says over there. I posted the screenshot. Strong magnetic field. The magnet is always on, and then he goes into the room, and they talk about it. You see the flat bed. You see the magnets on both sides. On a light, kind
Bro,
of
that's
above.
an electromagnet. You can turn it on and off.
Is that your argument? Go watch the video. You haven't even watched the video, and
But I know what it is. It's an electromagnet, isn't it? No.
go. Can you go watch it so you can see it for yourself?
Yo,
I even give you a timing. 14:30.
I'm debating, bro.
Debating? Think this is a
Yeah.
debate? There's no debate about this.
Yeah, I'm debating inside chat, man.
You're not doing a very good job.
Yeah, you're inside chat, and I'm posting something inside chat. How to basics, very basic. I'm in chat, inside chat. I posted inside chat, very
Yeah, but
basic,
I'm
right?
debating, dude.
And then you can how to basics. You click on the text chat. You go to the time that I posted, and you're gonna find the information that I was talking about.
Okay,
And
bro, I'm
you
doing
see.
it, bro.
So yeah, we are debating. Exactly, I agree with
Yeah,
you.
I'm
We are
doing it.
debating, right?
Sorry,
And I'm
sorry.
debating, and you saying
Sorry,
nah. You're saying nah.
sorry.
I'm posting the source from what I was talking about, and you are kind of like dancing around it. Why? Why are you doing that, bro? Are you here just to
Oh, I'm
troll?
watching it now. Sorry.
Damn.
So, how to basics? Why did you have the necessity
Dude,
to
I'm
post
trying to
up a
watch the
cartoon
video, man.
as a part of your belief system?
I'm trying to watch your video, man.
You're watching a video. Why did you post a cartoon in our side chat as proof?
He probably thinks he lives on a cartoon.
Interesting.
How to basics? Let me tell you, it's very basic. You don't live in a cartoon. How to basics? That's pretty basic. Hopefully, you know that already.
Dude, I'm trying to watch the cartoon. No, I mean the YouTube video, man.
The YouTube video is done in the realist level. They are actually using
Dude,
boats.
I still don't get it, man.
And they're using boats. They're using a flat surface. They're using magnets above the flat surface of the
Yeah, but
water.
the magnet is still curved, man. What is your point?
My point is pretty clear. Your point is to have
got a flat
no
bottom.
point.
Okay, it makes sense. So then you think it makes sense for nickel and iron that are well above the Curie point to create some kind of magnetic field? Can you demonstrate that?
Oh, what?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that's why you're probably not suited for this conversation. Way too advanced.
What did you say? Say it again. I didn't hear.
I think it was pretty clear. Everybody else heard it.
No, I didn't, bro. I was
What were
watching
you
a
doing?
YouTube video, man.
Are you still watching it? Because I don't want to interrupt.
No, I stopped watching it now. What are you saying?
So you believe that nickel and iron well above the Curie point create a magnetic field. Can you demonstrate that?
Dude, I don't even know what the Curie field is, man.
I didn't say Curie field.
Yeah, that's how clueless I am.
Right. So maybe you're probably just not suited for this conversation. Probably a little too dense, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you anyway, bro.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm talking to you.
Pretty painful.
Yeah, okay. Stop talking if you think I'm dense. Like what?
I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll stop talking to you because nobody else in here can really have a conversation with you if you're not able to
Yeah,
understand what the
other
Curie
people
point is.
are, man. But they are calling me dense, you know.
Yeah, you're dense. You're thick.
Don't talk
Like
to me, man.
it's
You
thicker
don't
than
have
Jello pudding up in that between your ears, man.
you
Like
don't have
it's
to
bad.
talk to me, man.
All right, no worries. I'll just mute you then. Nobody has to talk to you, I
Doesn't
guess.
make
I
sense,
don't
man.
even understand the guy. Like, what's he even saying? He's like,
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to fake an accent, but you're so bad at it that nobody can actually understand you, then there's really no point to talking to you. Besides, this is the politics server. We have tons of fresh meat in here. There will
maybe
be
we
another
could send him
troll
an
along
invite in
shortly.
English.
Yeah, right.
His argument against my kind of like point that I was trying to make, he says it doesn't make sense. Like this guy must be trolling. Like obviously. Just so we have Rico, Tender Clown, like some type of self-proclaimed cult leader. He have followers, and it's kind of obvious that the people that follow him, he said, "My body, oh, you guys muted my body, you banned my body." Obviously, he follow him here. So he has that follower. Then he had another one pretending to be on our side, also got muted. Was joining and rejoining, and leaving and rejoining. Another follower, and then this one comes after that. What are the chances? Like him. What are the chances that these trolls come on one after the other one? Amazing.
There's always another clown in the clown car, so let's just wait.
Welcome to the new people. You have a chance to open your mic and address the panel if you like. Let me check. Any new people? Moody Man? Is that Moody Man? We share two servers. The English Hub and Politics. Moody Man. I think you've been listening, huh? What is your mood of a conversation with people in here, Moody Man? Stoll. Never seen Stoll before. You also share politics. Oh, politics and religion. Politics. No mutual friends. Right. The same records. The same records. Records. Have you checked the record and found any records that indicate anyone discovering, demonstrating, measuring, even observing empirically the Earth as a globe spinning in the vacuum of space? Any records of that? Records? Right. For being shy, they don't want to open. Welcome. How to Basics. Welcome back. Hopefully, you can come to your basic senses and figure the basics of reality at some point. But at this point, it sounds like you haven't been able to reach that. So it's pretty basic and obvious that you don't get it. Maybe because you don't want to, maybe because you're pretending, or maybe because you were designed to be that way, right? There could be many reasons. Just might give you the benefit of the doubt, but it's pretty obvious you're not here for being honest, and that's kind of disappointing. But I guess that's how scammers, pretender clowns, and old followers behave. So yeah, welcome back. How to Basics. Steve. Hasty, are you hasty enough to conversation with someone in here? You gonna live up to your name? Okay. Globers, no replies. New people, not replying.
Yo, what do you want to talk
Yo.
about?
Who that? Who that? Who that?
Yo, it's Hasty.
Yo, Hasty, welcome. What brings you by to the 24/7 Flutter channel?
What's good? What's good? I'm just listening. You guys are just been background noise while I do my work.
All right, you working?
But what do you want to talk about?
Just to hear if you have any. Have you heard of these conversations before about this topic?
I heard to be honest, I heard a bunch of nonsense, but that's what you guys have been saying as well. So
yeah, obviously, based on your senses, you can orientate yourself based on your vestibular system. There's a liquid in your ears inside that canal, and that canal orientates you. That liquid is a water level, basically built up in your body, and it orientates you to the horizontal frame of reference that we all operate across, feel across, and measure across, and practically use that way. That's why the floor below your feet has to be level, so your level is not tilted when you're standing on the floor. The table, the round flat table in your house is also orientated to that horizontal frame of reference that your body's also telling you to
right.
be orientated to. So that makes sense. Does that make sense? That little short thing?
no, none of what you said made sense, but I found it pleasing to hear.
So your vestibular system, part of your sensory of your body,
Oh no,
doesn't
that's
make
okay.
sense?
I don't need you to explain it. That's okay. Thank you.
So your senses don't make sense? Is that what you're saying?
No. I don't need you to try to make yourself make sense. That's fine. Just like maybe we could talk about something.
No, I was telling you about the vestibular apparatus, and you're saying that doesn't make sense?
Oh no, I guess to be more clear, let's talk about something else.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about water. Does water make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, water makes sense, and you can see the behavior of water, and you can tell that it doesn't make sense from the globe idea. He dropped out just by using water, bro. Like, wow. He fell off just like water
Man,
falls.
that was a new Pokemon move right there. It was super effective. Holy shit.
It's a water attack. It's a water move.
It was a water attack. Yeah, it's good.
It was like an instant knockout. Wow, amazing. I wasn't expecting that.
So.
He's been in here most of the day and he just vanished with water.
Well, maybe there is some brainworm, some parasites that will cause you to kind of like not want water. I mean, they want to. I'll be back.
I can't believe How To Basics is still playing catch up in the side chart. This dude, if he was going any slower, he'd be going backwards.
Let me talk to him. How To Basics, I really want to talk to you and show how thick you are, bro.
Are you gonna be nice to me?
Nah, probably not.
Yeah, I refuse you.
So you don't want to talk to me like before?
No, I want to talk to you, but I'm refusing you.
You're refusing. You want to, but you're refusing. Can you
No,
give me the
you're too
motivation as
mean,
to
man.
why you're refusing? I mean, I'm not
You're
trying
too
to be mean,
mean.
but if you're going to be thick and probably thick on purpose, I'm just going to point it out. You know,
He says, I think he's trolling, man.
Can you pretend to
obviously he's
This is a
trolling.
bit. This is a
You
bit.
want to talk to me, bro, don't you?
Oh, guaranteed. I just want to make sure that you know. I mean, on the live stream, everybody can see how Globers behave. I think it's a good exhibition.
Okay. Let's go.
So, magnetism, where does it come from on the Earth?
Yeah, dude.
Huh?
The magnetic fields, man.
Magnetic fields don't create anything. They're an indication, they're field lines of a magnetic source. What creates the magnetism on the globe?
There's gotta be a big magnet in the middle of the Earth.
There's got to be a big magnet in the middle of the Earth. Okay, and how would you prove that?
The observation of the magnetic fields.
Well, the observations don't show that there's any kind of big magnet in the middle of the Earth.
Well, why do compasses point north, man?
Yeah, exactly. So they point above the Earth, right? Along the surface of the Earth, not in the middle of it.
No, it points to the middle of it, to Antarctica.
You think Antarctica is in the middle of the Earth? How would you prove that?
No, it's at the top or the bottom or something.
The top or the bottom? Oh, do you think the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, dude, yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you show me the Earth curve measurements and how they were?
Well, you're getting off track, man. I think you.
No, you told me that you think that the Earth is a sphere and that there apparently is some kind of big magnet in the center of the sphere. So I want to see the Earth curve measurements, right, bro? So can you get me the Earth curve measurements?
Yo, dude, why are you going off track, man? Let's talk about.
You told me the Earth was a sphere. I want you to prove that the Earth is a sphere. That way we can kind of settle this whole thing. If the Earth is not a sphere, then your entire, supposition.
I refuse
I know. So you're so thick that you run away. You refuse. But you're still talking to me. And what are you doing? That's crazy. He just doesn't want to talk about it. I ask a simple question to prove one of his premises. Doesn't want to do it. Are all Globers cowards with bad accents? Or is it just you?
Dude, I thought my accent was fake, what?
There it is. There it is. See, he does want to talk to me.
Yeah, I love you, man.
So anyways, you want to talk to me again. Great. Do you have any Earth curve measurements that we can verify?
No, I refuse this conversation.
Why do you refuse? I don't understand. You would want to prove that you live on a ball, right? No, it would lead to you like proving that the Earth is a ball, dude.
I don't have an observation to make, man.
I didn't ask you if you had an observation to make. Isn't it weird? Like, you're answering a question I didn't ask. You're too thick to even understand the questions I'm asking at this point, right?
Dude, how can you observe, like, the measurement of something? That doesn't make sense.
I didn't ask you to observe the measurement of something. I asked you to get me the measurement of the curvature of Earth. You don't even have to do it. I just want you to show me who did and how they did it.
Yo, dude, I can't.
Oh, you can't? Okay, so then you automatically believe that you live on a sphere, but there's no evidence for it. So you believe it like Santa Claus.
I was explaining earlier about the magnetic field.
I know, right. So what you're telling me is that you believe in a globe. You believe that there's some kind of magnetic source in the center of it.
I know.
And you believe. You didn't observe anything coming out of the ground.
What about
a magnetic field coming out of the ground? I want to see it. Let me show me where you observed. Great, we're going to be back on magnetism. Show me where you observed magnetic field lines coming out of the Earth at the North Pole.
And my compass points north, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. You're telling me that your compass points north. That's above the Earth. I want you to show me magnetic field lines coming out of the center of a presupposed spherical Earth. Yeah, it's above. You want to know how it's above? Because you're holding the compass above. And it's not pointing into the Earth. So, I don't...
No, yeah, that's not a magnetic field. They're curved, man. Have you never seen one?
Okay, show me where it curves at.
Yeah, the magnetic field is curved. I just explained that.
Okay, show me where it curves at. And then that relationship to the curvature of the Earth.
No, anywhere on the Earth, you can See, the compass points north.
Is that a straight line?
What do you mean?
Is the arrow pointing in a straight line towards north?
No, it points wherever you are, towards the point of north.
Yeah, towards the point of north, just like I said. So now you still don't. Man, you're thick. So is that a straight line that it's pointing?
Well, no, it's curved. It's a curved magnetic field.
Okay, it's curved. How do you know it's curved?
Because that's how magnetic fields work. You can observe.
No, see, that's circular reasoning. You can't just say it's curved and that's how they work. I need you to show me that it's curved. Can you measure the curvature of the magnetic field line and then where it enters into the center of the Earth?
You need a very
can't. Okay. So this is once again a belief. You just believe this is how it works.
You can observe it. Not like I said.
You can't observe it. I didn't. I haven't. Have you ever seen a curved magnetic field line? I want you to show me a curved magnetic field line that you've observed in nature, please.
Yeah, I don't have a magnet, man. I'll send a YouTube video, okay?
You're talking about the Earth. So I want you to show me where you observe the magnetic field line.
Do you want me to show you how magnetic fields work, or?
No, I want you to show me the magnetic field line that is curving in nature. I want to see it.
Yeah, well, your magnet points north, man. That's how magnetic fields work.
Yeah, that's a straight line. You said it points north, and that's a straight line. Okay, so you're saying the curved. Where is the curve? Show me the curve.
I'll show you how magnetic fields are not straight.
No, you're not showing me anything so far. You're just telling me and not demonstrating in nature where I can see a curved magnetic field line.
Okay, see if I show you the magnetic fields being curved.
Yeah, where can I find them? I'm outside right now. Can you show me where I can see one of these curved magnetic field lines, please?
Dude, you're like totally misunderstanding what I'm saying, man.
Oh, you're saying so. It's just it's conceptual then, so it doesn't even actually exist in reality. This curved line. Well, you haven't. No, you're telling me that it's a concept. You can't. You told me you can't see it now. Remember? Don't you remember just a second ago? Okay, well then I'm outside. Show me where it is.
What do you mean?
All right. See, too thick. So are you done? Or I'll give you one more chance. Can you show me in nature a curved magnetic field line? Guess not. Okay.
1 second, Mom. I'm showing you a YouTube video.
What I do find interesting is what he's shown us is a flat surface with a magnet getting put on it.
Yep.
Thanks for showing us a flat surface again. How to basics.
Yes, thank you. So magnetic field lines can be measured on a flat surface. Awesome. So I guess no requirement for a globe or a magnet with inside the globe or any of that stuff. And this is not equivalent to what we were talking about, how to. We were talking about the Earth. Remember?
I think most of his contention is how do the magnetic field lines get there on a flat Earth? Whereas what he should be doing is looking up how they supposedly get there on a ball tard.
Yeah.
Yes, but the problem is how to basics. When you're holding a compass, it has a straight needle on it. That needle points straight to north, not follow a bendy, curvy line to north. It points to north. You can't comprehend something so basic. The compass needle points directly, straight line to north. It doesn't point to a curve around a ball. It wouldn't work on a ball, mate.
Circular
Points
reasoning
north.
again. Just it.
He's broken. Fair dinkum.
Yep.
And now he's called a straw man for what? You didn't claim any measurements. What? A curve in comparison to a straight can't be measured. Best of luck.
Welcome, Mighty. How you doing, Mighty? Hey, Mighty, can you help me out with your mightness? And please help me out. Because these guys in here are telling me something that I might need your might to, I don't know, prove them wrong. Can you help me out, Mighty? Hey. I thought the Mighty One will be the one. Wow. Welcome back, Mighty. Are you gonna live up to your name? Please use your might. Sounds like this guy, many of them, of the followers from those LARPers, trollers, rage baiters, realize they got nothing. Just join and kind of like bring the cult leaders, bring the high priest, because we can't take him, guys. And now we got the mighty one, but he's just stonewalling, ignoring me. I feel ignored. Come on, mighty, you got this. You got this, mighty. You got this.
What do you want? What do you need?
I need to talk to you, bro. Can you help me out?
With what?
So there is some checks and balances being performed across the surface of the Earth, and the globe doesn't make sense.
Why not? Why not?
Because when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's not curving, and globes require curvature.
You can't see the curvature because of scale.
Oh, obviously we can't see the curvature. That's not a globe argument, because you know,
You can't,
if you
measure the.
if
You can't
you
because of
if you can't see something, it's probably because it's not there, right?
Can you see atoms?
Oh, that's good. That doesn't mean it's not there, right? But that's what we
Said if
do.
you
You remember
there.
when I said check and balances? Remember when I that said check and balances, right? So you argue we cannot see the curvature. That's not an argument for the curvature. Then what we do? All right. Some people say it's flat or level or horizontal, not curving, and
So you
some
just
people
agreed
are saying
just because
that
you
it's
don't see the
curving.
curvature.
So
I mean, it
what
doesn't
do we do next? We go to the empirical test and we measure the curvature or the lack of it, and then we can come to a more uh, empirical conclusion, right?
Sure, but then you're gonna have to backtrack on what you said and admit that you were wrong about if you don't see something, it doesn't exist.
Hey, buddy, what I meant by that is that it's inconclusive. You get that?
Unless it's
Like you
measured out.
cannot argue for it, and you cannot argue for it if we are at different spectrum of the beliefs, right? I believe the Earth is flat because I don't see the curvature, and you argue we know it's curving, but we cannot see the curvature. So who's right?
Well, if the Earth was
You
flat,
do you Mighty? Do you get it now? Do you get it? My point when I was trying to say that, but you thought I meant something else. Do you get it now? Hopefully.
I understood it before as well, but you just said something. You claimed something, and I was just showing you that the claim is wrong.
No,
You
no, no,
say
no.
you
You
can say that you
said
can measure it, but you can't say that if you don't see it, it doesn't exist. That's the only
Well,
thing to
no.
what you said.
Yeah, no, you misspoke because he told you that we measured it and it's not there. You said just because you can't see it. We're talking
No,
about
he said
measurements from the
no.
very beginning.
He said it. He said just because we can't see. No, he said we can't see it, so it's not there. He said that's his
Right.
words, not mine.
Yeah, well, he was just repeating what you said, right?
No, I never said that.
Well, you said we don't see the curvature just like we don't see atoms. But just because we don't see something doesn't mean it's not there.
No, that's not true. You weren't here in the beginning of the conversation.
No, I was here. I was here for the whole thing, Mighty. I mean, so far
you were
you've
here,
tied yourself up in knots, and now it's getting bad for you. So
if you
let's
were
do
here,
this. Let's
you're
reset.
if you
Let's
were here,
reset.
like, no,
So,
the reason.
anyways, we're going to talk about the fact that the Earth does no measurable curvature. Let's deal with that.
Why are you trying to backtrack on what he said? Because you don't want to admit that I'm
because
right.
No, I think that you're avoiding the fact that we're talking about measurements, and you want to stay away from the measurements as much as possible. It seems like you're running away from this, right? Don't run away, buddy. Please don't run away. Don't run away, please.
Fine. I'm willing to go into measurements as long as you admit that your previous statement that if we can't see something, it's not there is stupid and wrong. If you admit that, then
Well, he didn't say that.
Can I ask a question?
He didn't say that. So I'll tell you what. We have this recorded, so you can go get the sound clip where he said that.
Sure. Let's look up on YouTube. We can look
All
up the
right,
recording.
go get it, go get it. But let's say that's what you understood, right? And the guy that said, "Can I ask a question?" Go ahead and
the conversation went like this. You
Mighty,
said you don't see curvature, therefore it doesn't
Mighty,
exist.
Mighty. The
And then
point
I
is,
asked you if you don't see
the point
something that
is
doesn't
that's
exist, and
why
you
I
said
brought it to
yes. I asked you,
curvature.
do you see atoms? And you said no.
Mighty,
I
it's
said,
okay.
but
Don't
they
freak out,
exist.
Mighty. It's
That's why
fine,
we got
buddy.
into the conversation in the first place.
Mighty, it's okay, buddy. Remember that my first point is that the
You can
measurement has
admit you
not
were wrong.
been.
It's fine. It's. There's no shame in saying I was wrong. That's it. And then
I'll
continue
tell you what.
argue
We'll
that there's.
tell you that we're wrong when you get the sound clip. How about that?
I'm too tired to go and get the sound clip. I know exactly.
Oh, you don't want to do that? Are you scared that you
Look it
might
up.
have fucked up?
No, you can look it up. It's definitely not.
No, this is your claim. Please back up your claim, otherwise concede that you were incorrect.
It's not important.
Or we can clarify, right? Mighty, be mighty. We can clarify the whole thing, even though I already did. But you're being not so mighty and kind of like sticking to the nonsense again. So let's bring you back to your senses and concentrate on the fact of the matter. Can we do that? Can you be mighty and can we move on? Can we?
Sure.
All right, go ahead, says who.
All right, so empirically, we cannot find any measurements or measure any curvature on the surface of the Earth consistent with the sphere. So I guess now what do? Do we still say it's a sphere, even though it's not curving?
So you can't. There's no way to, because the Earth is so big. You're gonna have to measure such a long distance to get that reading, and it's not possible to do. There's just
Okay,
no way
well,
to do it.
what's the distance, bro?
Well, I wouldn't know the distance, but there's so many
Well,
factors.
would you say something when you don't know the distance? You say that there's no way we can do it, and then I ask you the distance, and you say I don't know. Would you make a knowledge claim when you don't have the knowledge?
You just need to let me finish and speak, okay? So the thing you're trying to do is
Well, you contradicted yourself. I'm asking you why you contradicted yourself.
No, I'm just explaining to you that if you're trying to measure the curvature of the Earth and get curvature instead of flatness, you're gonna have to measure such a long distance where variables
What
like
would that distance be?
Differences of height and terrain are going to counteract that because places are taller than others. It's hard to get.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about measuring over water, so you don't have to worry about any of that. Anyways, what would that distance be? Mighty, you're out, man. You're old news. This guy's got, more troll value, I guess.
Hey, Mighty, I will say, Mighty, that the other guys will be mightier than you, so you're gonna have to change your name to less mighty.
You guys
Go
are
ahead.
not really mighty yourselves. You're just over talking people and not letting them speak. So it's.
Hey, it's clarification. Go ahead, guys.
We're also muting them. So, anyways, what would that distance be?
I don't know, but can I ask you a different question?
So you don't know the distance, but you're saying that it can't be done.
I can get it up for you, but can I ask you a question? Pretty quick.
Well, you came in here saying that you made a statement. I'm talking to you about that particular statement that you made, And I'm clarifying, you don't know the distance, but you're saying it can't be done. Wait, do you want to concede so then you can ask your question? Just say, yeah, you're right. I don't know the distance. I probably shouldn't have said that. You could do that.
Yeah, you're right. I probably shouldn't have said that. So can I ask my question?
Sure, go ahead.
So it's basically, so I've got a question, then it leads on to my point. Do you believe gravitationally that mass attracts mass?
Gravitation, do I believe it? Of course not. No one's ever demonstrated that.
So you don't believe that mass attracts mass?
No, no one's ever demonstrated that. Besides, it's been superseded by Einstein. Now it's the bending and warping of space-time. Did you not know that?
It hasn't been, that didn't happen. It wasn't never disproven.
Does he require belief for that?
Oh, so if I get a citation that says Einstein superseded Newton, what are you going to do then?
They both drop out. Oh, Mighty's still here. He dropped out. Damn.
There you go.
That was almost there with my timing of them dropping out for their nonsense. Go ahead, Mighty.
Maybe dropped out because you guys are insufferable. You don't let anyone speak, and you just shout over them.
Oh, so this is more projection. Anyways, Mighty, back to the measurements of the surface. So anyways, the measurements of the surface, since we don't measure any curvature, what do we do next?
Well,
what is our conclusion?
Did you measure anything?
Nope. I certainly did not. I have my own observations, yeah.
You have your own observations?
I'm going by the people that measure the Earth every day. So like the surveyors and stuff, they don't measure any curvature. They always measure it flat.
What about the scientists that measure curvature every day?
Oh, great. Where are they? Let me see those.
Can I see your work? Can I see your papers about your
I'll just point you to the surveyors. I'll show you the surveyor manual. How about that?
I want to see your work. You said that you did some observations. Can I see?
Well, you don't want to take the word of some like nobody on the internet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably not. So then we should just go with the surveyors and the scientists that you were talking about. Let's go with them because they're more reliable than just some idiot on the internet, right?
What scientists did I bring up?
You said the scientists that measure the curvature every day.
Yes, correct.
Okay, who are they?
Scientists.
Name one.
I didn't mention any specific scientists.
Yeah, name one. Oh, so you're not going to name a specific one. Which field? How about that?
Many fields. Science is a broad field. There are many fields in science.
Which field is for measuring Earth?
You have cosmologists, you have geologists, you have multiple fields. Spectroscopy.
Can you show me an example of the cosmologist measuring curvature on the surface of the Earth? I want to see that.
I mean, we don't really need to do that now that we have like pictures.
Oh, we don't want to do that, right? We want to avoid the claim that we just made and then run off to like pictures from space. The pictures from space show that the Earth is curving, and yet when people measure it, it's not curving. Which one should we go with? The photograph or the measurement? Which one do you think is better?
Well, first of all, if we both agree that they actually did get to space and take the photos, then I'd say we go with the photos.
No, I don't agree with that. You're just saying it, so I'm saying they took a picture. You say somebody took a picture. I'm saying people took measurements. Which one do you think is better?
I think the measurements are wrong, and that's why they think the Earth is flat, but it's not. Because it all
so the cosmologists measure the Earth flat now?
If your son, for example, measures something in inches because he doesn't know, I don't know, that it's supposed to be measured in some other scale, and he does a wrong calculation, doesn't mean that it's different. No, it means that he doesn't know how to measure it.
This is pathetic, bro.
So Earth has no dimensions.
So basically, no, I'm not saying it doesn't have dimensions. I'm saying,
and what are dimensions? And what are dimensions of the Earth?
I'm saying you have to do the correct calculations to.
Yeah, let's find the correct. Let's find correct what we are studying in school.
Hold on, Sasha. Just for example, to show you how disingenuous and slimy all globe believers are, we've been talking about measurements all this time, and then he switched to calculations, just like that. And you can't let him get away with that because they're slimy motherfuckers. So let's go back to measurements, not calculations, because he told me that cosmologists are measuring curvature on the surface of the Earth, and I want to see that.
Well, it depends where you measure it. You have to do the right calculation.
No worries. So you show me the cosmologist that measured the curvature, not calculations. We don't want to pre-assume anything. We want to measure it, right? So let's get those measurements, Mighty.
I didn't say cosmologists. I said that's a field of.
Oh, it's a field of science. He says it's a field of science, even though there's no viable hypothesis in all of cosmology. But he says it's a field of science where they measure curvature. So, where's those measurements?
There's no viable hypothesis in all of cosmology. Did you just actually say
Correct.
that?
Yeah, I just said that. But if you would disagree, you give me a valid hypothesis from the field of cosmology right now.
Did you study cosmology?
Sorry, friend, I'm asking for the hypothesis. I could very much be wrong. You should correct me. Show me a valid hypothesis in the field of cosmology.
I'm asking you, did you study cosmology?
Isn't this amazing? I'm asking him for a hypothesis because he's sure that there is a valid hypothesis, scientific hypothesis in cosmology, and all he wants to do is ask me if I studied it. I'll help you out. No. But the reason I'm saying there isn't one is because no one has been able to provide one. Are you going to be the guy that shows me this valid hypothesis? Please be the guy. Show me I'm wrong.
So if you didn't study it, then you're...
So, yeah, I didn't study it. I'm not even actually sure, but you could correct me. Tell you what, how would you do it? What would be the naturally observed phenomena? And then you give me a hypothesis. We'll make this real easy. Or you could go find a cosmologist and you could show me his valid hypothesis. How about that?
Sure. How about sunrise and sunsets?
Okay, observe natural phenomena. Now, I want you to give me cause.
How's that relevant? The cause of the sunset is not
Because we're creating a hypothesis, Mighty. We're going to find, we have a presumed cause, and then we're going to test it. So I want you to give me the cause of sunrise and sunset. You can just make it one or the other. It doesn't have to be both. But give me the cause for sunrise and sunset. And then we're going to adjust our independent variable, something that, we can vary, manipulate, see if that works.
Sure, the cause of sunrises and sunsets is the Earth's rotation.
Okay, great. So now what we need to do is we need to turn on and turn off the Earth's rotation that you pre-assumed in this scenario, right? In fact, maybe you should just see if you can prove at all that the Earth is actually spinning or something like that. And then we're going to turn it off and see if the sun no longer sets, okay? Let's see if this is a valid hypothesis. Can you manipulate your independent variable? Let's go.
Your whole
Okay, so all you have to do is tell me if you can vary and manipulate your independent variable, which is the Earth spinning. So we need to have an Earth that spins first, and then you need to be able to turn that on and off to see if the sun stops setting. Then you would have a valid hypothesis. So go ahead, show me how we do that.
Well, that's not how it's done. Actually, if you...
Yeah, I mean, that is how it's done because that's how you would prove that the Earth's rotation causes sunrise and sunset, as you just declared. So the only way to prove it is to, number one, see if the Earth is spinning. Number two, see if you can stop that shit and then turn it back on. And then we've proven, we've caused our dependent variable. Very simple. So let's see if it, can you do that? You got a switch or something?
Sure, I can show you the Earth is rotating if I show...
Okay, first step. So you're going to show us that the Earth is rotating. How are you going to do that?
So first of all, we're going to look at sunsets. Okay, when you're looking at a sunset, you're standing on a flat surface and you're looking at the sunset and it's going down beyond the horizon, right? If you go up in elevation and you see more of the sunset, or for example, the sun is completely set and you don't see it anymore on a flat surface, but you go higher up in elevation and suddenly the sun comes back into observation, that cannot happen on a flat surface. That can only happen on a...
I'm sorry, we weren't even talking about the flat surfaces. You're so discombobulated and you've screwed yourself up so much that you were trying to prove to me that the Earth was spinning. Let me get you back on track. You're trying to prove to me that the Earth is spinning. Spinning. So, how are you going to do that?
So why are you diverting from what I just said?
Weird. At the beginning, when you...
Just 1 second. Either you can concede that you cannot demonstrate the earlier claim, and maybe we can move on to the next one and address that. But if you're not going to concede that point, then prove it.
We can look at star rotations, for example.
Terrific. So the stars are moving.
Yes.
I'm looking for Earth rotation.
Okay, so the stars are not moving because if we look at them, they're still in the same position, right? But if you look up into the sky, they appear to be rotating. Why is that? Because the Earth is rotating.
Okay, so what you need to do is, instead of affirm the consequence, show me that you have a measurement of the Earth spinning. That way we don't have to, say it's relative motion. So
Sure,
you're
if you
claiming
look,
relative motion. So what I need to
yeah,
have you do is prove to me that the Earth is spinning, and then we have relative motion.
sure. If you stand on the north hemisphere of the Earth and you look up towards the stars, and you take a camera with a high time lapse and you look at the stars, you will see them rotating counterclockwise. If you go to the southern
Perfect.
hemisphere and you do the same experiment, you will see them rotating clockwise. They're rotating in different directions. That means people are standing on
No,
different polars of the Earth, looking at the same.
I got to stop you. Counterclockwise and clockwise are relative to your viewer position. The stars move from east to west for everybody, no matter where you're at. So, anyways, can you get me evidence that the Earth is spinning? Some kind of measurement, something like that.
Clockwise and counterclockwise has nothing to do with perspective. You're just
Really? Okay, no worries. So, if I'm standing on a road and the car is going east to west, right? And I'm looking at it from 6 o'clock, and it's going from 9 to 3, then it's going to be going from, we'll say clockwise, right? Like left to right. But if I stand at 12 o'clock and look towards 6, it's going to go from right to left. So, come on, man. Let's get with it.
Let me tell Mighty a simple example of this. You are inside of the car. You are inside of the car. You look. Let's say the car is transparent, made out of transparent material. You are looking. You are looking to the left wheel, and the wheel is going clockwise, right? Then you look to the right wheel, and that wheel is going counterclockwise, right? And they are both going towards the same direction on your perspective.
The reason why you guys don't understand this is probably because you're low IQ. So let me explain again. Say you're standing in a room, okay, and you're looking at the ceiling and it has a clock, and the clock is going clockwise. We're all standing in different positions inside the room. You're standing in one corner, I'm standing in a different corner. You're looking east, I'm looking west. If we all look up towards the ceiling, we're all going to see the clock rotating clockwise, regardless of where you're standing and what your perspective is. That's what we're seeing in the sky.
All
That's
right.
not what we're doing.
That's
Defend-
exactly what we're doing. The fact that you don't understand this.
Friend, that's not the scenario. In the south, right, when we're observing the star field, it's going from east to west. When we're in the north, we're observing the star field going from east to west, no matter what you do. It's not a clock in the middle of the room, right? So we're talking about, actual directions, not relative directions. East to west. Very simple. People with high IQ should figure this out.
No, the only position where you see stars going from east to west is on the equator, but you're too low IQ to know this because you didn't.
Okay, no worries. So I want you to show me an observation of the stars going from west to east in the southern hemisphere. I want you to show me that. I want you to demonstrate this.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Oh, no. But you said the only place that this happens is on the equator. And I said everywhere on Earth, the stars are going from east to west. So you said this only happens on the equator. So nowhere else, or are they all everywhere going from east to west? Which one is it?
You're so low IQ, you don't even remember.
See, yeah, I know. So you can just show me somewhere where the stars are not going from east to west. That way we don't have to worry about this whole relative, rotation that you want to talk about, or relative motion.
So
I'm highly convinced you're trying to troll me, and you're not.
I'm not even trying to troll you. I'm actually just trying to have you demonstrate for me that in some way, by the way, that this proves that the Earth is spinning. It still doesn't. You're still telling me that the stars are moving. So, until the stars stop moving, that's the thing that you're claiming. I want to see you prove that the Earth is in motion. How are you going to do it?
See, that's not what I claimed. You're just too low IQ, and you don't.
Oh, okay. So you didn't claim that the Earth is rotating. You're claiming that the stars are rotating in counterclockwise directions, apparently, and clockwise at the same time. No worries. So the Earth is not rotating then.
I'd rather argue with someone who has.
All right, no worries. You want to argue with somebody who's a lot dumber and can point out your horse shit from a mile away? Yeah, no worries.
All right, I'm
Jimmy,
a
you
little
want to
dumber
talk to
than
him?
says who. Yeah, I'm a little dumber
Okay.
than says who. But let's say someone between me and says
I
who, there
doubt
is
that. Sezu is really retarded. Like, he's very low IQ.
yeah, that's
See?
fine, that's fine.
Like
What
in a
is it?
single digit low IQ. He's like making up an
Fuck you.
argument that nobody
Hey,
brought
hey,
up. He's
mighty,
arguing with
just stay
himself. It's
mighty,
kind of
buddy.
embarrassing.
Just be mighty, buddy. Just
It's
don't
really
get
embarrassing.
triggered,
I
bro.
never seen someone so confused. It's actually funny.
Mighty, it's okay, bro. It's okay. Don't be mighty less. Be mighty, okay?
I am
Oh,
definitely.
was it Sasha? Was it Sasha? Sasha, are you here, Sasha? I think Sasha was opening his mic. Isn't he here?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Sasha, talk to Mighty since he doesn't like says who. He doesn't like me. You might like
Okay.
Sasha.
Okay, I have the less IQ than everyone else, and my English is also bad. But man, whatever is happening with the stars, at the end you need to find out: is it that surface really curved or flat? If it's measuring curved, then it's curved.
The
Then
reason why I
stars will
brought up
work.
the star. The reason why I brought up the star is to talk about rotation.
Can I only finish? If a surface is curved and you believe that stars is working on curved surface, that means that surface will be curved. There is no option to be flat. Do you understand me? If you believe that sunset it's working
It's
with
not a matter
stars
of
only,
belief.
can I finish? Only this is your logic. This can work only on the spherical earth. Okay, let's put it like that. This sunset and stars cannot work on flat earth. Let's measure it now in reality. If it cannot work on flat earth, it will not measure flat. It will curve. Are you agree with me?
No.
No.
No. Yeah, you're just wrong.
Are you saying that sunset is working only on the spherical earth?
Yes.
That means that surface will curve in reality.
Yes, the surface is curving in
That
reality.
means when we go to measure, cannot be flat. It will measure curved. Is that
But you didn't
correct?
measure it. You didn't measure it flat. You just didn't measure it correctly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That means if we go and check that in reality, let's say distance, we go to find out what is the size of the Earth, where is that curvature, and then we find out, and we go to reality and find out, and if it's really curving, and it will be there, it will be shown for sure.
Yes, you would see it curve, correct.
Yeah, that's the problem. That when people are going outside and try to observe, there is no such a thing like a curve.
Yes, there is. Just
But
because you
there
didn't
is
see
not.
it means you're not doing your observation
Okay.
correctly. You're not measuring correctly.
Okay.
You're not doing the observation correctly.
Okay. Let's find out
Okay,
how we can find out.
Sasha, 1
Sorry.
second. You ask him to let you finish. Just let him finish. Just give him
Okay.
some rope, please. Go ahead, Mighty.
I gave you an
make your
example
point.
of an observation you can make to Sezu, but he was too low IQ, so maybe you can understand what I'm saying. Go to any flat surface, look at a sunset. The moment it dips behind the horizon, go to a very tall mountain or a very tall skyscraper and go up in elevation. The sunset will come back into your vision. That
Do you
cannot
know why?
happen on a
Do you
flat
know why?
surface.
Do you know why?
Yes.
That's obvious. Because if you raise your angle of view, you will see more. That's obvious.
Your angle of view changes, your distance does not change.
If you change the elevation, of course, your angle of view will
No, you
change. You
can't
will
see
see
further.
more.
You can see more, but you still see the same distance. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Like if you're looking, pretend like you're looking at a very far tree. Okay, if you go up in elevation, you're still going to be able to see that tree. You're not going to be able to see
Yeah.
trees that are further just because.
It depends. It depends of the distance. If that tree is on 100 or 1 mile, I will see it. For example, with my height, I will see that tree on 1 mile. But from 100-meter height, I will see behind the tree, like let's say 2, 3, 4 miles for sure.
No, you're confusing field of vision with distance. I'm talking about distance. If you're looking at let's pretend something else. Okay, let's pretend you're looking at a very very far away city. Okay, and the city is sitting on like a mountain or something. If you go higher in elevation, you're still going to be able to see that city. It's not going to help you see beyond the city unless unless you couldn't see beyond the city because it was obstructing your field of view. If it's obstructing your field of view, then you can't see beyond it because of the elevation. I'm talking about distance. You can
Oh,
see
Yeah, this.
distance.
almighty. So that I
Distance does not
actually
increase.
kind of
Yeah.
agree with you. On a ball, if you go higher up, you might see further beyond the curvature that was
Correct.
closer if you were lower on the ball, right?
No, it's still the same distance. It's just elevation that's changing.
Wait. But okay. From if I'm a 6 feet guy, looking with my eyes, I should be able to see the curvature. What is it, like 3.2 miles? It should be, the curvature should be
We don't need to
dropping
get we
away from
don't
my
need,
angle.
look, we can get into calculations and things, but we don't have to complicate things and go into sophisticated calculations. The simple example I gave you doesn't require any measurement. This is not something that could happen. Imagine you're at a table desk, okay? You're standing on a table that's very, very large. And then I take a ping pong ball or a basketball and I go, look,
Mhm.
I'm sinking behind the horizon. I'm going down and down and down until you can't see the basketball anymore because it dipped beyond the horizon of the table because it's a flat
Yeah.
surface, okay? If you go higher in elevation, that won't help you. You won't be able to see the basketball no matter how high you go. The only way you'll be able to see the basketball is if the earth was curved, and then you can see it come back into your vision.
What are you talking about, man?
Mighty,
Maybe I'll draw it for you with crayons.
that
1 second.
nonsense
That's
makes a lot of
nonsense.
nonsense, bro.
Yeah.
It's not nonsense. It's simple logic. Just because you don't understand it
Man,
doesn't
do
mean.
you know what is angular resolution?
I'll draw it for you. Okay.
Yeah, draw it for me, angular resolution, that everything is going in one point. Draw that for, because
I'll show
every
you. Okay.
painter knows that. Yeah, I can draw for you. I will post for you now. Okay.
Here's the sun. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
This is you.
So it doesn't matter how Earth is big. It could be 1 million
second.
miles, or it's 3,959 miles.
1 second. Let me try it for you so you understand.
Can I ask you this simple question? It doesn't matter if Earth has a radius of about 20,000 miles or 4,000 miles. Is it the same?
Let me show you. 1 second.
Nothing. I will show you something. Look, this is your view. That what you will show me, is that reality or some drawing?
It's my drawing.
Oh, but man, I want reality. I don't want drawings. With drawings, I will not get anything, because
It's just because it's a very, maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying, and I have to draw it for you.
Are you saying that that's what is presenting in reality, like a sea level? Now your drawing will show me that that's the reality. That's what I perceive in reality. But I see a measure in reality. The distances that will not be good.
Look at the crayons that I drew for you. Okay, on a flat surface, right? If that sun dips beneath the horizon, you won't be able to see it. No matter, right? You see the red X. You won't be able to see it if you go higher in elevation because it's already beyond the horizon. You can't see through the earth, the surface of the earth. uh, uh, um, in comparison, if you're standing on a curved surface and you can't see you're looking at the horizon, you can't see the sun anymore, but you go higher in elevation, then you can see the sun. That means the Earth is curved because it won't be able to come back into your vision if you go higher
Okay.
up on a flat surface.
Okay. Let's do it like this. I will give you this. Okay. That means Earth is curved. That means if we measure, it will be for sure curved.
Depends how you measure it. If you do the right calculations, yes.
Yeah, I will use the size of the Earth. Can I use that thing?
The size of the Earth, okay.
Yeah. I will use that radius. What kids
How do you know
learning in
what
the
the radius
school?
is? How do you know what the radius is?
I don't know. They are telling you. They are teaching the kids in the school. The radius is 3,959 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Are you agreeing with that? Do you believe that?
Yes.
Okay, let's put like this. Can you type like this? How much I can see with the 6 foot height on the Earth with the radius of 3,959 miles?
You're asking how much of the horizon I'll be able to see?
Yep.
Depends what you're looking at. It depends where you're conducting the experiment.
I told you,
Usually,
I told you, 2 meter height, okay, and radius is, we will use the Earth radius, and the Google will give you the answer because they calculated also that we are in 2026. You don't need to make a map. There are
there.
people who did that.
Yeah, I
There is
understand. You want
okay.
the
Let's
curvature calculator for a
yeah,
certain
yeah.
distance. There are two problems
Okay.
with that. There's
Yeah. What is the
one
problem?
problem is the calculation you
Okay.
make with that
Mm-hmm.
formula is for a perfect sphere. The Earth is not a perfect
Mm-hmm.
sphere.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
oblique. But
Okay.
even if we agree that it's sphere,
Okay.
it highly depends on where you're conducting the experiment,
Okay.
because some places
I
have
will tell you.
to
I will
measure.
tell you
Wait,
one
wait, wait.
important.
Let me just finish.
Sorry.
The terrain on Earth is not a flat surface. It's not completely flat. There are some places that are
Of
more
course,
flat than others. The
terrain is not flat. We are speaking about the sea level, about the water. You know.
Yes, correct. So if you're looking
Yeah.
into a
Yeah. Yeah.
distance, you could
Okay.
not, you could very
Okay.
well measure it.
I
You can
good.
very well
Can I
measure it
ask you?
not
Yeah.
one second,
Good.
not flat because of the
Sacha, oh,
terrain.
no, Sacha, let him finish and let me make a point after.
And so what I'm saying is, when you're looking at the distance to the horizon, you have to make sure you're actually on a plane that is level. And also,
Hmm.
what
Like a water.
a very common mistake that flat earthers do is they conduct these experiments over a body of water, lakes,
Yeah.
oceans, places where
Yeah.
refraction comes into play, and then it will
Hmm.
obscure your calculations and your vision, what you
Oh,
see and what you
okay.
not see,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Good.
So
I
Sacha,
have
let
a.
me make a point.
Yeah. I
Sacha,
have a point.
I have a point, real quick,
Okay.
Sacha. So you guys were talking about the descriptions of the surface, but the thing is, you have to include as well, like the deepest point under the ocean. It's allegedly like 7 miles, something 7 point something, right?
you're talking about
And
the
the
Mariana
highest,
Trench.
yeah. So it's what, like 7.5, 7.8, something like that.
Yeah, something
So
like that,
so
yes.
then you go to the highest peak. Oh,
Mount
from the
Everest,
highest, yes, from the
11
highest
miles.
peak. So from no, it's actually from the highest peak towards the lowest point. It's about 13 miles. Okay.
I think it's about 11 miles, but okay. Let's say it's 13. Okay.
I mean, yeah. If you say it's 11, I say 13. Let's give it or take,
Doesn't
right? Let's say
matter.
12.
Doesn't matter. Okay, let's say it's 13. Whatever.
So then the surface of the Earth is 197 million square miles. The Earth, if the surface is not curving, and the tolerance between high and lowest points are 12, 11, or 13, that means that if there's no curvature, that means that the Earth from high to low points flatter. It will make the Earth flatter than a pancake, flatter than anything you know.
It depends on the size of what you're. Depends on the scale. You as a person,
Okay.
no, it will not be flat. For a
Let's put
giant
the
who's
scale. Let's put
for a
this.
giant in outer space,
Let
if
let's
he
put the
rubbed his
scale.
hand against the surface of the
Let,
Earth, yes, it would feel
let's
smoother
put the scale
than a
from
cue
New
ball.
York. Let's put the scale from New
How do
York
you even
to
know
Sydney.
that? That's retarded.
Let's
I
put
mean,
the
it's
scale
just
from New York to
calculations.
Sydney. This
Some
scale,
scale,
about 10,000 miles. Let's put that scale. 13 miles on 10,000 miles. Okay?
13 miles on 10,000 miles.
Yeah. How much is that height? Put that big mountain in the middle of the 10,000 miles, and you have now 5,000 miles away and 5,000 miles away. Is that thing high or flat?
I can't vision what you're trying to say. Like, I'm not trolling. I'm actually not understanding what you're
I'm
saying.
trying to put you the mountain of 13 miles height in, and you have on the, let's say, left is the east and right is the west. Well, east is 5,000 miles and right is west 5,000 miles also. And you
You're talking
have the
about like
mountain of,
flat
yeah, I'm
surface,
telling you about this, that scale, because you have distances on the earth with 10,000 miles. Do we have that distances?
not on a flat terrain. 10,000 miles on a flat
Do we
terrain.
have
No.
on the sphere?
On the sphere itself,
Yeah.
terrain that's completely level for 10,000, like not level, but at the same altitude for
So
parallel, like to sea
sea
level.
level is curved.
Yes, it depends. Sea level is
Why
where
it's
it
called
depends on.
why it's called
Sea level depends on where you're.
why it's called level?
Because it depends on where you're standing. If it's on a curve, then if you move, then the sea
If
level.
you're on curve, you call sea curve. You don't call sea level. Level is something flat.
It's parallel to you because of the scale.
Yeah, of course
Again,
it's parallel to you. Your height and my height. You can be in Australia. I can be in UK. Our height are parallel to each other. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So real quick, just to finish my point from earlier, 197 square miles across the surface of the Earth, allegedly, right? And then we have a 13, let's say 12 miles different between the highest to the lowest point. Then there's surveyors that say that Kansas is flatter than a pancake, right? Then Florida is flatter than that, right? So we have two examples of big states in the United States that are flatter than pancakes, and there are like 4 more that are described as that, right? So if those
your mic's
3, 4,
cutting out.
5 states are than a pancake, my mic is cutting out.
Yeah, it might have been me, but you
A
said
little
something
bit,
about
yeah.
Florida.
No, I couldn't hear him.
You couldn't hear me?
No.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, say it again.
All right, so there are at least 4 states in the United States that are described as flatter than a pancake, right? So when you put that into perspective, and then you add all the surface of water, the plains, the abyssal plains that are flatter than the flatter plains across the world, right? That's the plains under the surface of the water and the oceans. Then you add that to Kansas, Florida, the other states that are described as flat. Then you keep going all across the surface of the earth, and from vertical, it's 12 miles, and horizontal, it's 197 square miles. That will make the surface of the earth flatter. Not the surface, the from the highest point to the lowest point. That will make it flatter than than Kansas and Florida and any pancake.
When they say flatter, they're talking relative to other other
Yeah.
states
So
or
what?
countries. It doesn't mean it's flat as a pancake, actual flat. It means
Are you
that the
disagreeing with the
terrain.
surveyor?
Talking about the topology rather than the actual geometry, of the actual object itself.
So topology is not geometry.
It would be more accurate to say it's smooth rather than flat.
If you scaled up a pancake to the size of the Earth, the difference in like the lowest valley to the highest peak would be like probably hundreds of kilometers because it's just so uneven in comparison to the Earth. That's why they say it's flatter than a pancake. Because if you scale
about how smooth it is, because it's not flat in the sense of either being a straight line or
Is it curved?
or
Yes.
or like
yeah,
having very low thickness.
Yeah, curved. Yeah, what the borders are curved, but surface. What is
If it
the
wasn't curved, you'd be able to see indefinitely. You could just see into any distance. But now you're going to say no, you wouldn't because
Yeah.
of
No, you cannot see indefinitely. You cannot
If
see indefinitely.
I'm saying
if the Earth was flat,
hypothetically. I'm
our
not saying
limiting
obviously you have
factor for vision would be
obstructions
top
because of
rather than horizon, and our actual limiting factor is generally the horizon rather than air density.
And how you will measure something?
One second,
curved?
Sacha. 1 second. Neil has been opening his mic. Neil, do you want to say something, Neil?
Oh, sorry. It's all good.
All right. Go ahead, Sasha. And then I'm gonna welcome Jin Sensei to the room. Go ahead, Sasha.
How you measure something curved?
Who are you asking?
If you have an eye line, eventually the curve will fall away from your eye line if it's level.
Okay, and which math you will use for that?
I don't know the name of the maths off the top of my head, but
That mean that curve should curve on 100 meters, but also should curve on 1,000 miles.
How are you going to measure that?
for every mile, it's like 8 inches or something like that.
miles away.
That means if I show you 10 miles of flat surface, can you call that 10 miles of flat surface, or you will call that is 10 miles of flat surface, but it's curved? Or you can say, okay, this is 10 miles of flat surface. What you will choose? You
How
will
are you
say
going to
something
measure?
like, I will repeat. I show you 10 miles of flat surface. Now your
Okay.
answer will be, you see, I show the picture, and you say, okay, this is the 10 miles of flat surface, or you will say, this is the 10 miles of flat surface, but it's curved.
Yes, it's slightly curved.
I think
Okay,
I think
that
with
mean
like
in which case I can show you flatness.
over like 10 miles, it's like 20 meters
How I can
curved.
show you 10 miles of flatness? Yeah. What for you
Theoretically,
will be 10? What for you will be 10 miles of flatness?
Are you gonna
10
show us the
miles of
picture?
flatness would, yeah, it depends on where you're standing.
Yeah, let's say I'm on the beach, on the water, 1 foot above the water.
I already told you that water is not a good example because water
Yeah,
is not flat.
water is not good as example. That's what we are measuring and building the buildings. See, water level. Water is not what we are using for building. You are saying not good. What we will use sextant for the building the stadium.
Again, you can be at sea level without meeting water. Okay, that's first of all. Second of all, the water is not a flat surface.
Okay, second of all, if I'm in New York and I'm watching my eyes and watching in the direction of UK, should I expect that there is a curving water in the distance?
Yes, over distance.
In
There's
which in which distance will happen that?
You're asking me when will you see the horizon? Basically, is that your
Yeah,
question?
I'm asking you this. If you have a 10-meter, let's say, some kind of tower, in which distance that tower will be any more visible?
Okay,
What
so
will be the distance?
I think but if you take like rough calculations, I think it's about like 8 inches per mile or something like that. I'm not really.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
that's.
if he looks in the side chat, we've got the chart there for him. Sorry to interrupt you there. Well done, Sasha. There's a chart there you can refer to as to how much curvature there would be over a given distance, and the maths is there. It's what is it? It's Pythagorean theorem of spherical mathematics. If you look, it's there. Okay,
How
have a
about
look.
how about this,
doesn't answer a
Eugene? You didn't need to post anything. How about this? You teach us what is the distance, and then we will look into
Again,
that. What you?
I can look. I can bring up a calculator and measure the
Like 10
distance.
Yeah,
miles.
The
yeah.
Look
But
curvature of
it
a
tell us.
up,
distance.
please.
But tell us.
What I'm saying is,
Tell us.
wait. Just let me finish my sentence. I can
Miles is
measure.
about
I
20
can give you
meters.
the measurement for curvature over distance. But again, what I'm saying is that the experiment of measuring it over a body of water is not a correct way to calculate it because you will not be able to get
No, I'm
actual
sorry. I
numbers.
would totally
It
disagree with that
depends.
100%. Sorry,
Well, you
you're
can
out of your
disagree
mind.
with it. It's just factual correct. I'm
Absolutely
sorry.
no, because it's better than looking up to the sun anyway. We don't look up.
I
That's
didn't
for
say you have
sure.
to
It's
look up to the
And then
sun.
you know what your logic is this. If I am standing, let's say, on one point, and there is a mountain on 1 mile, uh, 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 I don't. Do you understand that I cannot observe what is going on 10 miles because there is a mountain in front of me on 1 mile. Do you understand that? If I am 6 foot tall, I cannot see what is behind the mountain because a mountain is 1 mile height. Do you understand that? That means I need to go to the water because
Water is
water
not a
seeks.
mountain. Water is not a
Yeah,
mountain, though. It can
water
refract
seeks
light, and it
level.
can make you see things that you're not actually seeing.
Water seeks level. That means if it's curving, it will curve in distance, and it will show that if it's not curving, what is not curving, it's called sea level. It will show you the flatness of the water on the any distance.
Listen.
We can.
Even if I were to grant you that you're taking the ocean on a perfectly calm day where there's no waves and everything is flat as a whatever, as a pancake.
Okay.
Again,
Yeah.
light. One second. Light bends and acts differently over bodies of water. So the things that you're seeing are not always there and not always representing actual correct measurements. That's what I'm
Okay. Are you
saying.
saying that?
Calculating over
Are you
bodies of
saying?
water is not the way to do it.
Good, good. You are saying this in observation, where I can show you the physical water. You will tell me that that water is not physical. When I will tell you and show you that that water on 10 miles is
No.
physical, and you're saying you are
I'm
not.
not saying the water isn't physical. The water is physical.
Yeah,
What you're seeing with
yeah.
your eyes,
Okay,
the light is
okay.
not physical.
I don't care about light. I will show you the physical water on 10 miles.
okay,
Whatever
Have
light
you
is,
heard of
it
the
could be a
Bedford level
dark, you know.
experiment?
I'm not
Real
saying
quick,
the
guys.
water isn't there. I'm saying that what you're seeing with your eyes is light that is bending or curving. It's not an actual object that is at the location you're looking at. That's what I'm saying. The water
And
is there.
what
What
will
you're seeing
happen
is not.
if somebody attacks you with submarine and it's not there because that's not a submarine? You know, you will not shoot.
What?
Have you ever
If
heard of the
some
bed
army attacks you with a navy, you know, with 5 ships are coming, and you're saying, "Look, this is not 5 ships. This is only projection of the 5 ships.
Well,
They are
usually
projected."
we don't discover submarines with our eyes. We use radar for that. We use sonar. We use stuff like that.
Yeah,
Well, not radar,
yeah,
sonar,
I know, but
which is more
in a
accurate,
wars,
and
you know, in a wars before, you know,
you
people
can't detect
were attacked.
submarines
Yeah,
with your
yeah,
eyes.
in the ships, you know, in a war before,
Ships
you
is
know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when we're attacking ships, you know, all that battles with ships in the history of the people, you know, always was like this. The people were saying they're on 5 miles. No, 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 no. They're on 10 miles. That's a projection of the ships. Let's wait. It was like that.
No, I'm saying that if you're looking at an object that is when you're talking
Uh,
about
uh,
Good
distance,
point, Sasha.
when you're talking 1 second, what I'm saying when you're looking at distance over mileage, sorry, curvature over distance, then the numbers are so low. Like you're talking about like 8 inches over a mile. So let's say you're looking at,
yeah,
for example, let's say you're looking at 10 miles
yeah,
with your
yeah. Let's say
binoculars,
10.
right?
Yeah, let's say 10 miles.
These
And how
ships
much
are
is drop?
these ships.
How much?
One second, I'm
How
saying
much is drop on? Yeah, you said 8 inch. Now can you say for 10 miles how much it is? For
60
1 mile, it's
feet.
80
66
inches.
feet.
So you're saying
66 feet.
Did you hear?
Yeah,
I
20
said
meters,
Can
66
we
feet.
It's
measure?
not.
Can we
It's
measure
not.
66 feet?
again, you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Is it 8 inch? Is the same like 66 feet? Is that the same? It's a little difference.
If you're
It's a
looking at
big
10
difference.
miles,
Is that
There's
little
a big
difference? I'm asking a simple question.
again,
Is it 8 inch? Is it 8 inch and 66 feet? Little difference.
no, it's not. It's not a little difference. No.
That means we will see the difference if it's there.
Yes, you should be able to see it. Again, you
But
should be
we
able to
don't
see.
see the difference, man. In reality, that's the problem.
I just gave you a hypothetical example. We didn't even
I
make a
don't give you.
calculation.
I will give you the real surface of water on 10 miles, not hypothetical anything. Do you
Again,
want to see that? Do
again,
you
you're
want to
not.
see
Yeah.
the physical water on 10 miles?
Yes.
You're
Yeah.
ignoring what I'm saying like 5 times already. I'm saying again,
What are you saying?
you can. I'm not saying the water isn't there and that the water isn't curving or whatever. I'm saying the object you're looking at
Mhm.
might not be exactly what you perceive with your eyes because of the light bending and refraction from the water. But the atmospheric refraction over water, specifically seawater, where you have salt and stuff like that, is very, very confusing. You can see weird mirages sometimes of ships actually floating in the air. You can see
Yeah,
weird
has
shit like
nothing to
that.
So
do
the
with the
evidence. So
surface.
listen, the evidence for your globe is flat. Is flat Earth, right? Is that your evidence for the globe?
Yeah, it's the evidence for the globe. It's a refracted flat surface.
Yes, that's a decent argument. Okay, perfect. So listen, he told you he can show you an example of 10 miles where a laser is being shot, and the point from point A to point B, there should be a 66 feet drop, so the laser should not hit the target. Will you agree?
Depends on what surface you're doing it on. If
Across
you're
a
hitting, if
surface
the
of
laser,
water, across a
if
frozen.
the
Listen,
laser,
it has been done. It has been done over frozen lakes, over surfaces of
yeah,
water,
this is
right?
exactly what I said. It's not the correct way to conduct that experiment. You don't do it over surfaces of water because
Actually,
of
you
the
do.
Okay,
atmospheric
okay,
pressure.
okay.
Actually, you do. That is the best way to do it.
If you
And do
do
that
it over
right.
no, if you do it over water, then you're going to get wrong
So
results.
listen,
Where you do?
hello. So why does the military use this laser targeting? Do you think they're doing it
Yeah.
wrong, or
I didn't say they're not calculating
Thank you. They're
the
using it
are
as
you
a
are
curvature.
you are
signal.
you are you like
They're not
saying that you
calculating the
got a
curvature.
better you have a better option than the militaries of the world? Or
The
what
military are
is it?
using laser for different scenarios. They're not using laser to calculate Earth's
They're
curvature.
using it to target their system. That's target the enemy and blow them out of the water. That's what they're
Yeah,
doing.
how is that exactly comparable to
Point
calculating
line of
curvature?
sight targeting. Line of sight. missile, pew, boom, you're gone.
Yeah. Do you know that they also take into account rotation of the Earth? So are you going to say that's real
No,
as
they
well?
don't. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to post you the longest shot
Okay.
done by a rifleman. I'm going to give it to you 4.4 miles. And when they were asked, did you take into consideration Earth's curvature and rotation? They said no, that would be going into weeds. It wasn't necessary. So you're wrong again there. Sorry,
Okay.
mate.
Ask any
Yeah.
military personnel who's been in the army.
I was in
me,
the
man.
army
Ask
myself.
me.
I'm
Who
telling
takes
you.
shots?
Yeah,
1 second.
ask. We were in military, man. I was anti-aircrafter. I
you
was
were
anti-aircrafter.
Okay.
I never ever accounted. I never ever
How
learned
far were your
about.
targets?
Doesn't matter, man.
Of course it matters, because the
No, it
longer you
doesn't.
shoot
No,
a
it
distance,
doesn't.
the more you have to take into account.
Does the target flying over the rotating Earth?
There's two reasons why you don't have to
Does
take
the
that into account.
target
I'll
flying
answer you.
over?
I'll
I'm
answer
asking you
you.
a simple question. I'm
I'm
asking. I
also
was in
answering your
military, man.
question.
Man, you was not in military. You're saying some bullshit. You was
How
not
do you
in
know?
military.
How
I'm
do you know
asking.
if I was in the? How do you know if I was in the military or not?
Okay, I'm asking you this question. Does the aeroplane, that means who are attacking, flying over rotating Earth,
Yes.
that means that I should to learn about that when I should to hit them?
Depends on the
Like
distance.
it
Depends on the
doesn't
distance.
it depends of the distances. It's coming from the it's a 1 Mach, it's 1,000 mile per kilometer per hour. It's coming,
Yes.
it's coming one. Do you understand what's that? Do you understand how much is that speed?
Yes.
It
It's very,
that
very
means
fast.
it's coming from the curved surface, man. Do you understand that?
You just said curved surface, so you admit that.
Yeah, it's coming, and then you see it, and you are saying, this is.
It's
I need to
flying.
count on
It's not the same.
It's speed.
If it wasn't, 1 second, if it was a static target on the ground, then yes, you would have to take Earth's rotation into account.
No, man, I
At a
was
very long
shooting
distance.
also target. That weapon is also for the target on the
How
ground.
far?
Not also.
How far?
How far?
Yes.
Well, that doesn't matter. 1 mile.
It does matter. For example,
1 mile,
1
8
second.
inch, 8 inch, man. 1 mile.
I
8 inch.
was a sniper.
Man, 1 mile, 8 inch. I need to account at 8 inch on 1 mile. Do you understand me?
So you did have to take into account Earth's curvature.
I didn't. Nobody told me about 8
He's
inch.
trying to tell. He's telling you that he's been in this field. Obviously, there's many examples of other
Yes, but he's
fields
not
that don't
shooting
take.
planes over the horizon. He's shooting planes above. That's not the same.
That's fine. That's
I was
fine.
You don't know what a
But his
ballistic
point
is.
is,
I was.
hello. Is this mic working? Is it working? Okay, it's working. So what he's trying to tell you is that him, for his example, trying to target targets at a certain distances, he never took into account the curvature of
Because
the
he's
Earth
shooting
through that, right?
Again, I'm saying it the second time. He's shooting aerial targets. Aerial targets do not have to take
No.
this calculation into account because they're not
What
shooting over
about
the
targets
horizon.
on the ocean
Ships,
from the
for
air?
example, do need to take Earth's
No idea.
rotation and curvature into account.
No, they don't. They don't.
Yes,
they
they
do
do.
not. No, they
100%
don't.
they do. Yes,
No,
they
they
do.
don't. They don't do that. That's fraudulent information you're pushing out
Okay,
there.
so
That's
I'll
not
pull it
true.
up
No
right
military
now.
man. No military man takes into consideration the
You
Earth's
asked all the military
rotation
men?
or
You
curvature, and I'll tell you for
asked them?
why. I will tell you
Did
for
you
why.
ask them?
Because the Earth is stationary and flat, and there's a
Because you believe.
$20,000 challenge for anyone to do that. That challenge has been there since 2019. It's still there today, and I'll post it in there. If you can prove it, you get $20,000. Okay. Thanks.
So basically,
By
your
whose
argument is
standard?
I'm right. I'm
The
right
airplanes
because
that
I'm
you
right.
said
Whose
they're
standard
young
of
fella,
evidence,
the airplanes
Jim?
would
You didn't bring
in
any
your
evidence.
worldview that
You're just yapping.
in your worldview the
I'm right
airplanes
because I'm
would
You
right.
have to account for
arbitrate.
it also.
What?
Yeah, aeroplanes would have to. Of course they would.
Yeah, like
No, airplanes that are
over the
shooting
you said
static
they wouldn't.
targets would.
$20,000.
No, I said if he's anti-aircraft, he's shooting aircrafts above him. First of all, it depends on the distance, and also he's not shooting a static target. That changes everything. Ships, for example, were shooting static targets. For example, you have the Straits of Hormuz now, the whole fight with Iran. Ask the people who are on on those ships when they were targeting static targets on ground if they took into account Earth's curvature, wind, Earth's rotation, stuff like that.
No,
I
they
guarantee
don't do
you they
that.
will
They
tell.
don't do
How
any of
do you
that, and
know?
they're not
Did you
taking
ask
into
them? Did
consideration.
you
They don't
ask
because
them?
we're in it.
You
I
don't
was in the
know. You're
army,
just
so no,
assuming that because
we don't do
you're
that. We've
probably low
never done
IQ,
that.
but you never
We've
asked
never
them.
done that. Sorry,
You've never been in
you're
the
the one
army.
with the
You
low
don't know,
IQ.
dude. I've been in the army. I know these
No,
things.
you've never been in the army. You've never been in the
Okay.
army. You're a liar.
I'm not. I was never in the army because you said so. Okay.
You was never in the army. You're a liar.
And you
Simple as
never
that.
asked anyone if they take that into account, so we're both
Okay,
equal.
Nobody.
What do you
real
mean
quick,
I'm
guys. Let me
posting
point of
information?
moderation.
I'm
Point of
posting the
moderation.
challenge. Hello. Hang on a minute, Jamesy. Hello. I've just posted the video there for you. Okay,
I don't
30
care about your
minutes,
ridiculous
15
video.
minutes is the
It's
challenge.
irrelevant.
Why don't you take up the
Completely
challenge
irrelevant.
and prove everybody wrong? It's still there.
Even if I showed you, even if I
$20,000
flew you out to outer space like Superman and showed you the Earth, you
we
still wouldn't
can't
believe
go
it
there
was
begging the question
taken.
fallacy and a permanent consequence fallacy. We can't go there. Sorry, we cannot go there.
We didn't
Measure
just
the
go to
surface of the
Artemis,
earth.
right? NASA didn't just
Measure
fly
the
to
surface of
Artemis.
the earth where you live. Okay. Now pay attention. Pay attention. Take up the challenge from the weapons expert. Military weapons experts put down a challenge: $20,000 to prove the Coriolis effect. And prove it.
Coriolis effect?
See?
What the? It has nothing to do with
Well, that would
Coriolis.
be the rotation of the earth causing that.
The
You see?
Coriolis effect is for storms and
See,
stuff
he
like
doesn't even know what the Coriolis effect is. He doesn't
that.
even
Said
know.
it. Oh my god.
This is what I mean when he's in the army.
Just,
Don't
just
argue anything.
Point of moderation. I know. Let's try to reset. There's new people trying to jump in and everything. Jin
Yeah.
Sensei, welcome to the VC.
Yeah, thank you, James. You welcomed me before
Mighty,
earlier on. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Mighty. You've meeting Jin at the moment. He just jumped in. He's the mightiest in Japan, right? And any other place that he's been to. So he's the mightiest one over there.
Japan.
It's Mighty. Jin Sensei. I'm introducing you to Mighty. He's been
Yeah.
kind of pushing his core beliefs of the globe idea. I just want to
Yeah.
say though, Mighty, that the examples that you guys were talking about, including the airplane on
ChatGPT, by the way.
above
A
the guy.
simple ChatGPT search or fucking Google would give you the answer. I don't know why you
Yeah,
would say
Mighty. Mighty, I'm trying to reset the tonality. Just relax, bro. Take a deep breath.
I was just addressing what Jin was saying earlier because it's so simple to look these things up and find the answers, but he's completely.
I've been in this 11 years. I'm not a new boy. 11 years into this. Plus, I'm 64 years of age. I was in the army in the 80s, so I know there was no such thing as the Coriolis effect that we had to account for. That's an old wives' tale. It's a lie. It's fraudulent. And you were never in the army. I'm sorry. And I'm going to post. I'm not going to drown you with testimonies from the military men themselves out of their own mouths telling you the earth is flat and they don't take into consideration. Okay? Okay? You're going to die where you sit today. I feel sorry for you.
Okay, Grandpa, we got
pity
you. Take your pills.
So Mighty, real quick.
you know
I
what?
wanted
I
to finish
don't
a point.
do
Guys, I wanted to finish a point real quick. Maybe we can
Yeah.
move on from or add up. I just wanted to add up, Mighty, the engineers of aircrafts, they have to take into account when they building the aircraft to work in the realist level, right? Because they have their families. They know their families are gonna get in the aircraft, right? So they want their families to make it, obviously. And even themselves, they want to test the airplane. So they have to build the aircraft to work on a flat, motionless Earth.
What? Aircraft? You're talking about a ship or a plane?
Aircraft,
aircraft.
airplanes,
Yes.
airplanes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when the engineers of the airplanes gonna build the airplane, they have to take into account that the Earth is flat and stationary to make it work practically. Because they want it to work. Listen,
sure,
bro. Don't reply yet. Don't reply yet. I'm not done.
Why are you shouting? Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'm not done.
Server's insane.
I'm not done. Anyways, I'm not done. I'm not done. So listen. So when the engineers build the aircraft, Earth has to be to make it work flat and stationary, right? Then the pilot, the guy operating the aircraft, he didn't build it. He operates it, right? He's the el capitán, right? That guy. So when he operates it, he never takes into account any curvature of the Earth, any rotation under him. The guy directing the airplane on the tower is never directing any adjustment of curvature, motion, the Earth to direct the aircraft crew, the pilot and the co-pilot to do anything, right? That's the third group, the third separation: the engineer, operator, and the directors on the ground directing the aircraft. And then Sasha, the guy that at some war scenario is trying to maybe shoot down the airplane, never ever takes into account any curvature of the Earth, nor any motion of the earth. So all of these people take into account flatness and motionless. So why are you arguing for the opposite? What is your issue to the earth's realist level? What's your problem?
It's not a problem. It's just you're factually wrong, and I'll explain to you why again. He's talking about shooting flying objects, not static targets on the surface. That's different.
No, actually, you're
And
wrong.
one
You're
second,
wrong.
let
You're
me
wrong there.
let me
You
finish.
also
I let you talk. You bullshit for 5 minutes. Let me talk.
also static on the
Yeah,
ground,
you're
not only.
misrepresenting it.
So if
Yeah,
you're
you're
shooting static
misrepresenting what he
targets on
said.
the ground,
You're
it depends.
misconstruing and you're
I
misrepresenting what
told
he
you,
said.
it's more than 1
You said
mile, but I will give.
anti-aircraft. That's why I said aircraft.
Yeah, I was anti-aircrafter, but that weapon you can use for the also targets on the ground. You just point the, how to say, tubes, man, and you shoot more than 1 mile. But I will give you 1 mile. And listen to the devil. Nobody told me nothing about 8-inch.
Why would they tell you about 8-inch? It's not that you don't require that
Because
level
it
of
must
accuracy.
be there. Because it must be there.
No, because if you were a
No,
sniper, then you would have to. 1 second, let me
it must
answer you.
be there.
You can
Or not.
keep saying it must be there. It doesn't change anything. Let me answer your question. When you're looking at accuracy, you're obviously not going to take into account 8 inches when you're firing an anti-aircraft missile at a target. You know what 8 inches is? The radius of explosion from an anti-aircraft missile is huge. You're not going to take into account 8 inches because it's irrelevant. It's so small and minuscule on a scale that it doesn't even matter. You're not going to take into account anything when you're talking about 8 inches. If you're a sniper,
That's
on
on
the other
one.
hand, and
That's
you're trying to shoot.
that's
1
on,
second. If you're a sniper,
that's on
on the other hand, you're trying to
that's
shoot
on
a target
1
at 8.
mile. That's on 1 mile. What about 3 miles?
Oh my God! Let me finish. If you're a sniper, for
What
example, you're trying to.
about
Okay, you're
3
not gonna let me
miles? It's
talk. You're not. You're not gonna let me
Jesus
talk.
Christ! I'm asking you a simple question.
Yeah,
What
you
about
answer
3
question,
miles?
I answer. That's how it works, and you're
Is it
not letting
that
me answer.
again? That 8-inch on 3 miles?
No, it increases over distance.
How about 10 miles?
Increases.
What if I shoot a target and target it's 10 meter on 10 miles?
Yes. Are you shooting ballistic missiles?
Whatever. Choose whatever you want.
No, it's not whatever.
Whatever you want, whatever weapon you
There are
want.
different types of
I'm
missiles,
asking you
and they
this.
all operate
I'm
differently.
asking
If
you.
you're shooting,
I'm asking you.
you
I'm
don't know what you're
asking you
talking about.
this.
There are
I'm
hypersonic
asking you.
missiles. There are tomahawks. There
Use
are.
whatever you want. I want it only that you use
Yeah,
that
if you
you're
use
shooting.
whatever you want, some missiles don't have to
Yeah.
take into account curvature. Yes,
Can you
that's the
can
answer.
you have a ship 10 meter high on 10 miles? Okay.
Again, you're not understanding simple
I'm
basic
telling you this. You
logic.
have the warship. It's coming to you 10 meter high. It's on the 10 miles. Do you understand me? How
Yes,
do
I
you
understand.
shoot that target? Tell me all the math.
Again, if you're shooting a ballistic missile over 10 miles, right? The only
Yeah.
thing that's
Do
gonna
you see the target? Do you see the target?
it depends where you're standing. It depends what you're looking
You
at.
are
It depends on a
standing
lot
on
of
the
different things.
beach. You are standing on the beach. You are 1 meter on the beach. Your weapon is 1 meter height
You
of the
could be
beach.
looking at the upper part of whatever object you're looking at, and yes, the bottom part you won't be able to see because it's dipping behind the horizon. Yes.
How much we will dip?
You can do the calculation yourself. Just open a
You can
fucking.
do the calculation. It's 20 meters on 10
Okay. So
miles.
if the ship is 60 meters or 50 meters high, for
Yeah,
example.
I told you that ship is 10 meters height. How much I can see? The ship is 20 meters. It's a drop on the 10 miles.
Okay, so you're saying there's a ship that is 20 meters high, and you're looking 10 miles out into the
No, I'm
distance, and you
saying
shouldn't be
to
able
you
to see
that
that. Is
the
that what you're
ship.
saying?
I'm telling you. No, I'm telling you the ship is 10 meters height. You know, and that it's on 10 miles. You know, and there is a drop of 20 meters on 10 miles. I'm asking you how you can see the ship.
Then you won't be able to see the ship. That's
But
the
we
answer.
see the ship. But we
So
see the ship in reality.
you'd have to show me whatever evidence you can present and show me that you can actually see it.
Okay.
And also, if you
Okay.
can see it, it could be
Yeah, I will
the only
post you now.
explanation
I will post you now.
okay, sure
I
you
will
will, but
post you
the only
now. I will
explanation I can give
post
you for
you.
that is that you're not
Okay,
actually
I
looking
will
at the
give you
ship.
now.
You're looking at
Good.
an object
Good.
due
We
to
will put
refraction.
the ship. We will put the ship here now. Okay.
Yeah. We're currently owning the side
Okay.
chat. We're totally
Look at this.
devastating them in the side chat. Okay.
This is
We're
this
bombing
is
them
the
at
Get
all
into
oil
pieces.
these
rig.
stupid photos like a million
Seriously, we
times.
are.
I see these photos a million times already. None of these
That's
photos
great.
actually refute anything
That
from the
that's
Shut
great.
up.
like
You know,
curvature. None of them.
Shut up, you
look at
loser.
yeah, that's great. I want to tell you something. Look at this picture. That's the oil rigs on 10 miles.
Yes, the
Now
oil
you
rigs of
have
10 miles. I know this black swan experiment. Again, we're talking about
that's
refraction.
great, man. Yeah, man. Is it? Do you see the water behind the last
Do
oil
you know
rig?
what refraction is?
Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
Oh my god. Do you know what
Do you
refraction
see the
is?
Which
water?
refraction
Simple
are you
question,
talking
man.
about?
Do you see the
Which
water behind the oil
refraction?
rigs?
Atmospheric refraction due to
Man, do you
Which
see
one?
the
Which
physical
one?
water behind do you see the physical water behind the oil rig? The last one.
Do I see the physical water behind the oil rig? No, I don't
Yeah.
see it.
That means that behind, if somebody is there, if somebody jump over, it will not jump into water.
What?
If somebody's man standing on the oil rig, if he's jump behind the oil rig, that means will not jump into the physical water, will jump into air.
Who said there's no water behind the oil rig?
I asked you that question. Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
No, I don't see the water behind the oil rigs.
That means there is no water behind the oil rigs.
No, that doesn't mean there's no water behind the oil rigs. That means
You don't see that horizon making that water making the horizon with the sky, that line?
What?
Does the water
What?
making the
See, hasn't got a
line
clue.
with the sky?
Does the
Hasn't
water
got a
make
clue.
a line in the sky? I don't understand what you're saying, dude.
That's what we call horizon. That means water apparently meeting the sky, and that we call
Yes,
that
okay, so
line
can you
horizon.
look at your own picture that you presented, okay? Why can't you see the bottom parts of the oil rig?
Man, do you see
You know how high oil rigs
physical?
are? How come you can't see the bottom part of the oil rig?
We will come to that. We will come to
What
that
do you mean
about
we'll come to
oil.
that?
Yeah,
That's
I
a
want to
very
speak
important
about that.
question.
I want to speak about that ship. Did you forget the ship? That 10-meter ship?
You didn't show me any 10-meter ship. You just said a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's behind the oil rig 10-meter ship. Do you understand me? Can you show me the 10-meter ship behind the oil rig? Do you see the 10-meter ship? But there is a drop of 20 meters behind the oil rig.
How do you know? You didn't even present anything. You
How
just showed me a
do
picture.
I know? I don't know. I show you the 10 miles of the flatness. There is no such a thing like a 20
You didn't
meters
show me
of drop
10-mile
behind the oil
flatness.
rig.
You just showed me a picture of the horizon in the ocean,
I
and
show
then
you.
there's like atmospheric refraction showing you parts of an
I
oil
show
rig you
you.
shouldn't be able to see, and you don't see the bottom part. So it
Yeah,
correlates exactly with what I'm saying.
So the flat 10 miles
If the
of the
Earth was
flat.
flat, you would be able to see the bottom part of the oil
Man,
rig. Why don't you see it?
simple question. So flat, 10 miles of flat ocean, it's not flat.
No, it's not. There's waves. There's a lot of things you didn't take into
Of
account.
course, there are. In this case, how big are waves in these pictures?
There could be 20-meter higher waves in the ocean.
No, they're not.
20-meter height. What that mean? 20-meter height waves. 20-meter height from the center of the Earth, or 20-meter height from the sea level?
From sea level.
That means that everywhere you can have a 20-meter height sea level
I didn't
in
say everywhere.
Australia.
I said in the ocean.
In the ocean. How you measure? You use the sea level horizontal plane for
No,
the
that's
height
why
of
you
the
don't measure
waves.
stuff over a fucking body of water. That's exactly what I'm
Yeah,
saying. If you want to measure a horizon, use it on a flat surface. That is
how do you know that how do you know that wave is 20 meter? Are you measuring the height of the wave using the horizontal plane?
Oh my god. No, you're not measuring the height of the water over the flat plane because there is no
Oh,
flat plane.
how do you have the height of the wave? What is 20 meters? Above what?
Okay, how did people tell you when there's weather cast? They tell you you will have 3-meter high waves. How do they know?
How they know that they have? I will ask you better question. How do you know that you
I think they
have
go with the ruler and they start
globe?
measuring the height of the waves over the ocean.
I want to ask you this question. I want to ask you if you have a 20-meter hill, 20-meter hill in the middle of USA. Let's say that hill is 20 meter above the sea level. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I don't know if the flat surface is the sea level, then yes. If it's
No.
We own the chat room.
Man, I'm asking you a simple question. If we have a hill in the middle of USA and it's saying that this hill is 20 meter height, can we say this hill is 20 meter above the sea level?
Yes.
That means that hill is 20 meters from the sea level, but sea level is 2,000 miles away from that point.
What? What do you mean 2,000 miles away from that point?
I put that hill in the middle of USA. Now you need to go to the New York. There is 2,000 miles. You understand me? To reach the sea level, to come to the sea level.
Sea level is a relative height. It doesn't mean you have to be at the sea to measure
Oh,
sea level.
of course, changing the levels is not curved. Do you understand that?
Changing the levels is not curved.
Yeah, that means if you want to change the level, if it's average, oh, here is 5.7 and here is 7.9. That's not curved. That's only changing the levels.
No, that's not.
No. How?
Yeah,
Can I ask you this simple question? How elevation change on the ground?
Depends. It could be terrain. It could be a lot of things.
Yeah, due to what? If I take the distance, let's say bike race.
Yes.
Let's take that elevation profile of the bike race, 200 kilometers.
You know that sea level changes depending on
I'm
where you're
asking you this. Let's find any elevation profile of any bike race of 2,000 kilometers.
I don't think you understood what I said. You think that sea level
Do you understand what is elevation profile? Do you understand what is elevation profile? You drive the bike. You're going around the mountains, and you pass the distance, and then it tells you how much distance you passed, how much curved distance or flat distance you passed, and how much elevation you changed. That we
with
can
respect to
question
sea
that.
level. Yes, correct.
Yeah, that means
but sea level is a relative height. It's not an actual place. You don't have to go to the sea to be at sea level.
That means that the biker will go 2,200 kilometers, going only changing the elevation, but the flat linear distance.
Okay, so let me show you another drawing.
Not curved distance, because because for 200 kilometers from point A to point B in a bike race, you need to go down.
Okay, let me show you what you're missing. Okay.
Well, whilst you're there, we own the chat at the moment. Jin CBR1 controlling it.
You're so cool. Oh my god.
The side chat, we're controlling that. All precise information, devastating the opposition. Absolutely devastating them.
Yes, that was your.
They can't keep up.
I post you what you are missing. I post you on 16 lakes in Croatia, how they're changing 16 lakes in Croatia, how they're changing the levels, and they're all flat. Look at this elevation profile. 16 lakes, they're changing only elevation, but all flat, levels. You have 16 or 12 levels. But they're not curved. Everything is flat distance. Do you want Great Lakes?
Truth.
Oh, let's take the Great Lakes in America. That's better because that's huge.
Yeah.
Let me write this in here, like for example. Okay.
Yeah,
wow, it's taken a long time to get it together there.
Yeah, because I need to draw it with crayons to you.
Put some little pop-up flats in there. Don't forget to put these little pop-up pictures as well if you can. Yeah.
Look at the Great Lakes profile with the 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 levels there in 1,000 miles.
So you're saying
how
basically
beautiful it is.
what you're saying. Let me.
I'm not saying anything, man. Look, this is not mine. This what I posted to you. These profile pictures. That's not mine. That's not mine. That's it in a book. You can find it on internet.
Look at my photo. Look at this.
That's yours. Look, this is yours.
You see the top.
This is
you see the top.
This
That's
is yours.
sea level.
This is
you see the side.
That's your drawing. That's your man. Look, man. Man, look, Mighty, you're wrong. This is your drawing, man. This is your drawing, and I posted the Great Lakes profile. That means reality.
Your picture does not represent reality at all. Far removed.
Show me the Great Lakes there on your drawing. Where it is.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah,
where are the Great Lakes?
You have 25,000 miles, and now you need to show me. Look, it's easy. It's very easy. You have 25,000 miles. That's the circumference of the Earth, and now you need to show that 1,000 miles of the Great Lakes. That means 1 of 25th put on that globe.
Let me draw.
Come on, it's easy.
We're drowning them with our facts, man. We're just drowning these guys in the chat.
Just draw the Great Lakes on that sphere, please.
Yeah. Tsunami of information. They are drowning. They need a flat Earth life jackets. A lot of them.
Draw me Mississippi on that sphere from the. But you are standing on the delta. Stand on the delta of the Mississippi, then show me to the source what the Mississippi is doing.
Yeah. Show us on your diagram the flow of the Mississippi north to south. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it's curving down,
Exactly.
It's curving down. Do you realize that gravity is what determines
only one thing. If you are on delta of Mississippi, delta of river, and you turn around to the source, is it that 1,000 mile curving or not?
Yeah. There you go. Look.
if it's curving, then it's river. It's curving. If it's not, then it's not curving.
The flow of the stream goes from the highest elevation to sea level. That has nothing to do
I'm
with the Earth.
I'm asking you a simple question, and you don't want to answer. Does Mississippi curve from delta to the source? Yes or no?
What do you mean by delta to the source?
He doesn't understand.
That means delta is that where it meets the sea, and source is when it's starting there in mountains.
You're asking if it curves. It might curve.
Oh, it might. You don't know.
I don't know the distance.
Might or
I don't know what you're talking
about. Do you know how big? Do you know how big Mississippi? Do you know how big is
1,000 miles?
Mississippi?
Then it definitely curves over distance. Yes.
That means that Mississippi is curving from delta to the source.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. That's all.
Yeah. And you're losing. Look at how you're being devastated.
Is this your cheers like gotcha moment where you didn't prove anything? No, you
I'm okay with I'm okay with that. I didn't prove. I'm okay. I said thank you.
Not proving anything.
I didn't prove anything. I only wanted people were listening. That's all.
Okay,
for me,
now people have heard that it actually does.
Yeah, you just said that river is curving to the source. It's all right.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Water curves with the planet.
They are definitely being hammered in the chat. The chat, they're dying in their drones there.
So
I'm loving it.
So that see that's from oceans. Water, it's coming in and it's dropping down to the mountain.
What?
What? What do you mean? Do you know that you have more rivers? This one is going from north to the south, but there are rivers are going from east to the west, but south.
You haven't said anything. Let me ask you this: where is your evidence for anything being flat? It could be curved. It could be flat.
Excuse me. I've been posting in the side chat a tsunami of information that you need to look at. Okay, it's all there for you. Everything.
It's called Salt Lake, Bolivia. I don't know. I didn't give Salt Flat Lake. I didn't give that name. Do you understand me? I didn't give. They gave that name, and they are saying this is the biggest mirror. This is the biggest mirror in the world. The elevation change is 1 meter on 4,000 miles squared.
Yeah,
that's like a flat, like a mirror, and you can, and people going there to make that biggest, like a flat, And,
I posted it for him earlier on. I posted it earlier. I will post it again right now. Why not?
That's somehow like a 60 miles per 60 miles, flatness. That's how
flatness.
flat it is.
Let me give it to him so you can see how flat it is, because he's totally lost. I posted it in there, and one idiot said it doesn't mean anything. They haven't got a clue, have they? Lost.
Hello?
Here we go. Hang on. Wait there. Remember, we own the chat at the moment. Flat Earthers controlling the chat.
Yes,
totally destroying the opposition into oblivion.
Jamesy told you. You can look the elevation profile of Florida.
There you are.
Elevation profile of Kansas. Elevation profile of Holland.
Curvature. Are you retarded?
Yeah. Elevation profile. You can see how much.
Mean anything.
Elevation means how much in distance. how much in distance Earth it's curving. That means elevation, you know. But there is no elevation change only due to sea level. That means only height change.
The problem is you don't know what sea
The
level
base
is.
is always
Sea
zero.
level, you think sea
Yeah,
level is some flat
yeah.
surface across the
Do,
entire
do you
planet.
know what is sea level? I will tell
We
you.
don't live on a planet, by the way.
One simple sea level. Look at like Pacific Ocean, sea level, straight line. Then you have a land,
No, it's not a straight
USA.
line.
That listen to me.
It's not a straight line. That's why you're wrong.
Listen, that's why how
That's
you're
why you think
measuring, and
you're
then you
only
have
the example of the great
then you
success,
have
but it's not.
then you have bumping earth, that means land, and then you're measuring that height above that left line. When you go to on the right side, there is Atlantic, and there is, that line is parallel and it's the same with that other line. You know why? Because they're connected down there where is Chile, you know, because there is no higher. That's the one ocean. It's not two oceans. It's only two names because of what it is. That's only one ocean. Water, it's only one. You know, do you understand?
You show me a map of what you believe the Earth is.
Yeah, you don't. You're not getting this. I think you're just.
I don't get it. Okay, good. So
You're
if I have it's very difficult to understand when you have the base zero and when you measure elevation change.
on a
But
sphere.
it's
You
very,
base zero
it's
across the
very,
entire sphere, right?
yeah, across the sphere,
Yeah.
like a Chile. You're like a Chile, you know. Chile, it's curving from 50 degrees south to 60 degrees south. You understand? But if you take a boat, you're not going down. You know, man, you're on the sea level all the time. You know, from
There's no down
and
on a sphere. There's no such thing as down.
if you go if you're on the sphere and you go 2,000 miles away, are you on the same height or you're going down?
You're curving over Earth's surface.
That means you
You're the
will go
same height.
down.
No, you're just going further. And I mean, everything on a sphere is just there's no down on a sphere. It's not like a
There is no down on the sphere.
There's no up
The
either.
basketball. Take a basketball.
Correct, there
Okay.
is no up.
Take the basketball. Put the finger on the basketball, and go away from that point, and tell me
Yes.
that you're not going down.
Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you this: what if there was what if the center of the basketball had gravity, and anywhere you would walk across
Begging
this
the
basketball,
question, Palestine. Now look,
you would never know if you're walking on the bottom side, top
How
side.
I will
Everywhere you're going
can I ask you something? How I can distinguish flat surface from curved surface?
on
yeah,
a
go
Earth
ahead.
on a planet this big on scale,
How I
We're
can
not a
you would have
distinguish
planet,
to
by the way.
you would have to look at observation.
how I can
Observation.
distinguish that 10 miles it's curved or 10 miles it's flat?
Observations and measurements.
Okay, can you show me 10 miles of curved surface? And if you cannot show me of 10 miles of the flat surface, can you tell me what would be 10 miles of flat surface if you cannot show me that?
10 miles of flat surface, what would it be?
Yeah, because I can
It
show
would
you 10 miles of flat
be
surface, but if you tell me that you can show me 10 miles of the curved surface, I would know what would be the 10 miles of the flat surface in your case.
okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're standing on a curved surface that's very, 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 very long, and you're walking across the
Man,
curved surface.
why do you understand English? Do you
Yeah, I
understand
understand.
Do you understand
You have
10
a problem
miles? I
understanding
ask
me
you
then.
about only 10 miles. I only want to distinguish 10 miles of the flat surface and 10 miles of the curved surface, like a child. Can I do that with you?
Yes, you can.
Okay, how I will know that for example, this is 10 miles of the curved surface, or this is 10 miles of the flat surface? Can you give me some examples that I can find out what is curved and what is flat?
You can make a measurement. You can,
Exactly.
for example, stand at 2 meters
No,
tall.
can you give me the example that I can follow and then I can choose what is really, really logical?
I gave you one example at the beginning. I told you about sunsets, right?
Man, do you know what is 10 miles of the distance in reality? I'm not speaking hypothetically. I'm speaking about the reality.
Sunsets are not hypothetical. They're a reality. I don't know if you ever see a sunset.
Okay. Is it that anything have to do with the 10 miles of the flat or the curved surface? What I was
Yeah,
asking.
and I explained why. And if you didn't understand, then maybe I can explain it for you again. But you didn't understand probably.
You're saying that I need to shoot to look into the sun, and then I will find out if it's that 10 miles or
You keep
whatever.
fixating on this 10 miles thing. It doesn't matter if it's 10 miles or 40 miles or
Yeah, I
50 miles.
only want to
It does
know,
matter.
man.
It doesn't.
Let's finally. Is it the 10 miles curved and flat the same thing.
Theoretically, if you would take 10 miles on a completely flat surface, okay, completely flat surface, and you would shine a laser across that flat surface, you would be obstructed by the curvature if it wasn't done on a body of water where you have take into account things like refraction, etc. Even though on some lakes it is possible to conduct these experiments, and they have globers have conducted experiments with lasers over lakes, and they did prove and show the curvature. I can give you a link to a source. You can look at the experiment that they did. But regardless, if you shine that laser and you're not able to see
I
the bottom
want that you show me example of the curved surface on the 10 miles. Whatever. Let's put it like this.
explained to you how to.
Yeah. Then I want to now to know what would be the opposite of that. That means the flat surface.
The flat surface would be if you would completely be able to see the object over 10 miles entirely, the whole object over 10 miles, then that would prove the Earth is completely flat.
Okay, great. I saw that object on even more than 10 miles.
Yeah, if it was, it depends if it was in an elevation or not. If it was at sea level, what was the height of the object? What was your height relative to the
I
sea
saw
level?
the object, man. On that, it was the water only behind, and I saw also, and it was the land behind also.
I'm trying to be patient with you, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. Like I said,
you are not listening what I'm saying.
You said I saw an object. I'm saying
there is in Edinburgh, there is an interest in Croatian island, there is in UK in what is the name? Fucking I forget the name.
The Isle of Wight.
On 3-4 places, you know, in the world, I put that 10 miles, and I always saw the things on the 10 miles. I didn't see any phenomena. I didn't see any magic. I didn't see any, because distortion. Do you know what is distortion of the light?
Yes.
Do you know what is the distortion of light? Now I will tell you one thing, but if you disagree with this, we cannot speak. Distortion of the light is less view always.
Yeah, inverse square law.
There is no distortion of the light. That means that something is distorting, and now you see something what is, or you see something what is real, what is there, or you see that because it's there, or there is no phenomena that is making you that you see something what is not there. Do you understand me?
Do you know what a mirage is?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, what is a mirage?
Can you tell me?
Yes, a mirage is basically an optical illusion caused by
Of
hot air.
What?
Let me stop.
Of what?
Stop interrupting.
Of what?
Of light. Light
of what?
that is bending. 1 second. Light that is bending over a hot surface because of the air particles basically expanding, and you see things that are not actually there. Like in the desert, you would see something that is not actually there. You would see an object with your own eyes, but if you actually put your hand through whatever mirage you're seeing, it's air. It's nothing. What you're seeing is bent light. That's all you're seeing. So don't tell me there's no phenomena that exists, that you're seeing something and it's not physically
and is it that there? Is it that what you see there, what is not there? Is it there?
Light works. You don't know how light works, and that's why you're saying that. I understand.
I know. I know how. I know how surface work. You know, because for it.
To be honest, I don't think
what if you do experiment during the night when is no light?
What do you mean there's no light? You think there's no light because of the nighttime? You think like the moon comes out and then there's no light across the surface?
What if there is no moon and no sun, and you observing the oil rigs, and you see the surface of the water?
You couldn't observe anything without light.
And no sun, and you didn't see anything, and you were standing in the ocean, it would be pitch black and you wouldn't be seeing
anything.
Your
eyes wouldn't work without light. Literally.
What if you see lights on the oil rigs?
What? You're asking? Okay, your question
I don't think he has
what if the lights shining on the water behind the oil rigs, physical water, not on the refracted air water?
Technically speaking, if they would be, if
you know when you have the lamp,
you might be able to see them due to refraction. Yes.
Do you know when you have a lamp over the water and then it's reflected over the water? You know that. But do you see ever that?
I'm very well aware that light reflects over bodies of water. That's why you don't.
That's when you don't have a light when it's night, but you see only the lights of that things called oil rigs in this case because it could be ship, it could be a lighthouse, it could be Eiffel Tower, it could be anything, but doesn't matter. That's the only lamps, on 10 miles, shining on the water, physical on 10 miles, without refracted sunlight, moonlight, and whatever during the night.
If you can do an experiment,
If you
go out, put some lights on an oil rig and turn off the moon and show me how that works, then fine.
in which case, how do you know? How you differentiate the refracted surface from the real surface?
You don't. That's why you don't do these experiments over bodies of water. I said that
Okay.
like 50 times
Yeah,
already.
that mean if you're
You
on
don't
the
know where the
water,
light
you
is coming
never
from.
you
It's
you,
coming
you
from
never know.
beautiful oil
That
rig.
means if you're on
He's
the water,
incorrect. He's
that means if
incorrect.
you're on water, you never know on 10 miles what is real.
That's not what I said. No, you're just
That's what you're implying.
So that's
That
what
is
you
what your
said.
statement implies.
No, what I'm implying is you don't conduct these experiments over bodies of water in
No,
future
that's
because
absolutely
you don't
incorrect.
know. Oh
It's
my
an
god.
open expanse of uninterrupted expanse, so we can get
No,
some
it's not
quantitative measurements. And yes, it is. It's the
It's
ocean.
not.
That's an
Okay, so
uninterrupted expanse in the
really,
sense of
so
there's
there's
no
no
building.
waves. There's no waves in the
No,
ocean at
there's
all.
again,
Waves come from the moon?
when we're looking for curvature, we can do it at 1 meter, 2 meters, depending on the weather
How can you look for
permitting,
curvature over 1
and
meter?
that's what the black swan is all about.
How can
The
you look
black
over
swan
curvature
totally
over 1 meter?
destroyed your position
Explain to me how
completely
you
because the
destroy my position
geometric
by saying,
horizon
yeah,
cannot be found.
sure,
Okay,
sure.
of your
Show me how you show me how you detect
24,901
curvature in
mile
2 meters.
circumference, which is the radius of 3,959 miles. That means an observation made from 12 inches. Your geometric horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles, but yet we're seeing 10 miles, 6 miles, 29 miles, and beyond. Goodbye,
not
globe.
not
Thank you.
seeing
And by the way,
anything.
ladies and gentlemen, Jin CBR1 controlling the chat for the last 15 minutes. We have devastated them. They haven't had a chance. Good luck. And that's just one man. Thank you.
So Mighty, I have maybe one or two, maybe not more than three questions. That means that Earth cannot be flat for you, and that for sure, and never will
Let
be
me give
flat.
you another example why it can't be flat. Do you know we have
No. I'm asking you a simple question.
geolocations nailed down
You
to
don't need to. You don't need to prove me anything more. I'm asking you this: for you, cannot be flat.
Yes, cannot be flat. 100%.
That
Yeah, he
means
hasn't measured the curvature. That's the problem.
okay. What you will do in future?
What?
What you will do in future about this? You will come tomorrow.
How would that? I don't understand your question. What do you mean?
I'm asking you a simple question, Mighty. Be with me. I'm asking you this: what you will do tomorrow about this? Now you know that it cannot be flat. What you will do now?
That's a good question. You know what? I'll ask you the same thing. Why would the government lie to you about the shape of the Earth if it wouldn't change anything?
Okay, man. Look, this is not the answer of my question. This is
Yeah.
like you are. I can
That's exactly
answer
what
to you. You can ask me the same question, Sasha. What
Yeah.
you will do? I will say to you like this, man. The Earth. You believe that Earth is a globe. There is no such a thing, And I know what I will do. I will come tomorrow, maybe here, or day after tomorrow here. But I'm asking you what you will do.
Probably come back tomorrow. Yeah.
What? Why, man?
You're asking if I come back to this Discord tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, why? Why are you coming back? And by the way, once you realize someone's lied to you, hang on. Once you realize
Please,
somebody's
because
lied to
I
you,
wanted
you
this
go and ask a
psychology
liar.
for years. I'm waiting this psychology. I want to real honest answer. I want why.
The honest answer is I know that you guys are, basically trolling and you don't actually believe the Earth is flat. I think you're doing it for cloud chasing and like debating.
No,
for
that's coping. He's trying to cope. That's his cope mechanism right there. Because we don't believe, we don't do any believing. We know the Earth is flat.
Gene, give me one more. Okay, let's put it that it's like this. Let's say that's let's say that's truth. That we are trolling or everything and making everything fake. I don't know the reason for that, but for you it will be some reason. And what is the next step after that? Because now you realize also, oh, this is something. You will awake more people for this. That we are faking everything.
Wait, who's faking what?
No. I want this is like his picture. I want to have this picture. Like, okay, we are doing something wrong. What you will do, man? What is going on? Does Does economy change? Does corruption change? Does war is coming? What will happen, man? What will happen? Tell me. What do you think will happen if this idea about flat surface in reality, if it's spread more? What do you think will happen? We will be more stupid. We will do something bad things in the world. We will do wars. We will start to lie. We will start to steal. What will happen?
What would cause that?
The flat Earth.
What?
And so
What did
if
you
we
say? The
found out
flat
we had
Earth?
a flat Earth, people would
Because
start
you
stealing?
said I will come tomorrow. Yeah, why? Is it dangerous?
I
Because
explained. I explained why I would come back tomorrow. I just like to make you guys
because
look
we
like
are trolling.
you're idiots
Okay, we are
and
trolling.
explain to you guys how dumb your theories are and how stupid
Uh,
cult-like your actual
Are
group
you
is.
saying that my theory of seeing 10 miles of flatness, it's so stupid to say, look, this is 10 miles of flatness, but you didn't account on the light because you don't know how light works. And you're mighty. We are two boys, 10 years
Yeah.
boys, and we are standing on the beach, and I'm telling you this, look at that water there, and you are telling me like this because you are a genius because I was stupid. And you're saying, Stasha, you know what? But you didn't account on the light. You don't know how light works. And I said, oh man, let's grow up and see what is going on.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. But I'm telling you, that's nothing stupid to see, the flatness and call that flatness. What is something flatness?
It
It's
is
not
stupid.
stupid. It's not stupid to measure elevation profile and use all the time the baseline. That
Stupid.
means
Okay,
that
I'll tell you what.
the
I'll tell you
lane,
what.
that
It's
means the
it,
for
it's
the
stupid. It's
that means
stupid
the
to
for the
assume
lane.
something without the sufficient evidence and not knowing how to calculate things and assuming things you don't know about
Okay, I
and
will.
then
Nah,
saying
baseless
everything
assertions
and then
right there.
saying science and cosmology is all fake and none of it means anything and
Do
it's
not
all
Man,
wrong.
you need
coexist.
to first
That's stupid.
understand.
And
You
that's why I
involve the
come here to
cosmology.
that's
You
why
need
I
to.
come here that's why I come here
Okay,
to these groups to show you how
you involve.
stupid your arguments are and
Okay,
refute them
You're
and
letting
show
him.
you how
Come on,
fucking
man.
ridiculous and childish.
Jesus Christ. Okay, you
Yeah, the
think that the
guy's a wally.
cosmology is. You think the
Because truth
cosmology is.
matters.
If
Truth
we could
You
matters.
speak
think that.
one at a time. Thank you.
Truth matters. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and you don't have that respect for the truth, sir. Thank you.
Okay, can you tell me what is the main reason these people calling themselves flat earthers? And I know that, and I want to see if you are
You want
correct
my
or not.
genuine response? I'll tell you why I
Yeah.
think people to be associated with flat Earth. I think that
Okay.
they're divided into two groups. The flat earthers are divided into two groups. The low IQ
Okay.
people who would never know otherwise because they're just too stupid to research things for themselves and understand them.
Okay.
And the second part is people who are lonely and want to be part of a group and a cult that accepts them to not be, excluded. They're excluded from society and they find like a safe haven inside these groups.
That's what
Okay.
I think it is. There's a feeling of unimportance in the world that a lot of people are
Right.
going through, and when people come across something that makes them feel like they're in the know, it makes them feel like they have access to information that other people don't.
Exactly.
All of a sudden, they feel more special than they did in their life before. This is why people that are by themselves tend to get. And I'm somebody who believes in certain things like maybe we even contacted alien, but I didn't think of it as a possibility. I'll never argue it as like a hard fucking objectivity. But anyway, but people get into that shit when they're lonely and they want to be privy to. Oh, I know information that would
I
blow
think
your
you're
mind. That would do
projecting
this or
yourself
that.
there. I think
I'm
that's
ending
what
my
you're
point.
doing.
And the
You're
point is, I completely agree with that guy that when people get isolated for whatever reason, they tend to
But
go to
I'm not
stuff like
flat.
this.
But I'm not flat earther because of these two things. What he said.
That's correct. That's
You would
totally a
probably.
misrepresentation of what a flat earther
But
is.
man, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You can fight with me,
Oh,
but you're fighting with something else.
I'm not
I ask you,
fighting.
what you will do tomorrow? You're fighting with something, but you're fighting with the guy who is not that two case. What you said. I'm not that the
do
guy.
you think flat earthers are bored?
Yeah.
They're
I'm
trying
Yeah.
to
not
feel
fighting with
special?
you about
That's what you're
anything.
saying?
I'm just saying the things you're saying are factually incorrect, and I'm showing you why
No,
they're
they're not.
incorrect.
They're not incorrect. The fact that you haven't measured a single degree of curvature is quite telling,
Every
and the
single
fact that
piece, every single piece, Jin.
we are
You
owning the
sitting
chat
here on
for the
Discord,
last hour
every single
and the
piece of
information has
technology, every single
decimated
piece
you
of
people.
technology. You're
That's your
driving your
problem.
car.
That's your
You're sitting
problem
at home
because
and on your Discord, on your
you
PC.
think the
All of these
information
things,
we've given you is not of any use. But it
all
is
of
if
these
you take
things.
your time to look at the information. But you're not. You're not. You're just projecting your own inadequacies and baseless
Okay, Grandpa.
assertions and fallacies.
Okay,
That's all
it's
you're
late,
doing.
Grandpa. Grandpa, it's very
That's all
late.
you're doing. Don't worry
But
about the grandpa, because if I saw you, I'd break you in half. about Grandpa.
Right,
Grandpa's got some
gentlemen.
fire in him.
Young
Grandpa.
spewer.
I like the
Just a young
passion.
spewer.
Very passionate.
But somehow, for me, it's like
Fiery.
you're saying that it's a
Very
low
powerful
IQ.
black African.
There
Okay,
are
let's
people
have a
who are.
debate, guys.
You're saying that
So,
the people who are having the
You're a
low
loser.
IQ.
One man in the side chat, done ya.
all right,
Just
so
a second,
Mighty,
Jim.
what makes you believe you're spinning on a ball? Like, what's your number one evidence?
What's my number one evidence?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
what is like something that you see every day that
I
makes you
think-
believe that you're spinning
yeah.
on a ball?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
on the contrary to what flat earthers say, is like when you ask flat earthers, why do you think the Earth is flat? And they'll always stick to like their ultimate.
Come on,
like,
Mighty.
one.
Answer up.
He's not answering the question.
I just want to know. I just want to know. What do you see every day? What do you see every day
Objection,
that
Your
makes
Honor.
you?
Yeah,
One
let
sec,
me answer the question. What I'm saying is they stick to one thing, which is curvature. They say, "Oh, the evidence is curvature." If you want to look at why the Earth is flat, curvature. They won't look at anything else. They won't try to validate any other of the observations they look
You're
at.
lying.
They'll
You're
only look
lying.
at-
You're
Okay, so
lying.
No, don't
I'm
answer
lying?
that,
Okay,
please.
wait. I'm lying. Okay, so tell me what the Earth and the moon is. Tell me
Well,
what-
if you look, if you look in the side
Tell me what
chat,
the sun
if
and the
you
moon
look
is,
in
and
the
tell me how
side
they prove.
chat, if you
Wait,
take
Jen,
your time and
Jen,
look in
can
the
I
side
please talk
chat,
to this man?
let me finish what I'm saying. If you look in the side chat, you will see that I've dominated it for the last 15 minutes, posting all different aspects of this globe and the
Okay.
flat Earth. So don't
Wait,
start giving me that
can I ask
crap.
Mighty a question first? All right, Mighty, what
Go
makes
ahead.
you believe that you're spinning on a ball? Like, what in your everyday reality that you see every day it makes you believe you're spinning on a ball?
Yeah, so there are multiple observations. One of them
Just
being,
one reason why you're spinning. Just one. All I need is one.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not one. It doesn't have to be one reason. It could
No,
be
I
multiple.
just need one. For the sake of the argument, give me one reason why you think you're spinning. Just one.
Okay, the star's rotating.
He's looking up.
Okay, so the stars circle above your
Yes.
head.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
No,
why would
what
that
I'm
make you
saying-
think you're spinning on a ball?
Because the stars are not moving. If we look at objects far away from us relative to where their distance is to other objects. One second, let me finish. And we know for a fact that they're not moving. It must mean that we are moving.
Okay, what makes you think that the?
They're not moving.
Wait, what makes you think that it's not the stars moving?
Mathematically, the
Because
chances that all those other things.
If we measure that, if we know certain locations across a planetary system, we know the sun is
I'm
at
not talking about that. I'm just saying, what makes you think that the stars are not the ones moving and the Earth is?
I was just beginning to explain that. I don't know why you guys always look for these like, cheap, fast like answers. Like I can
I'm
answer
not-
a question.
Get to the
like,
point. You're off your
it's
schedule.
not
automatically.
that simple I can give you like a bullshit answer like super fast off the top of my head, but then you're gonna try and
No. The problem with this is that you're appealing to like, oh, we know what we know what's going on in the outer solar system. Like, no, you
Yes,
don't.
we do.
You're not out there to observe it. Okay, so I'm asking you, what do you see every day? No.
Yeah.
I'm asking you every day. What makes you think that the stars are not the ones moving and the Earth is?
Because we know the locations of these stars and we know their location.
It says
relative
who?
to other
Who?
stars. What do you mean who? We have the equipment and technology to know.
How do you know that? What makes you believe that's even true?
Okay. How do you know there's an engine underneath?
I'm not asking you.
Oh, now you're being silly now.
How do you?
No, because you're not answering the question. How do you know where these stars really are?
You're asking me personal or the human race?
Yes. What makes you? No, you. What makes you believe?
I've never done anything.
Okay, then let's go. Okay, fine. Let's go to the next step. Let's go to the next step.
I've never
Okay,
actually.
that's good. I'm glad you admitted
a
it.
telescope and looked out into outer space.
I'm glad you admitted it. Let's go to the next step. Okay, so if we don't really, and I'll be honest with you, I don't really know the distance. Well, hold on. Let me tell you something. I don't really know where the distance of these stars. I'm just not going to say that it's me moving and not the stars. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't feel like I'm moving. So what else would make you conclude that you're spinning on a ball?
Okay, so again, there are ways to know this. When you're looking at objects and they're rotating, it could either be you rotating or it could be the objects rotating.
Okay,
Correct?
How do you know which one?
What makes you think it's you that's rotating here?
Okay, so when I look at the objects in the stars, and I know that and I know that the sun is located in some position, for example, and Mercury and Saturn are all located in certain positions relative to me. And if I take my position and I take a picture, a time lapse of the stars over the night, and I see that they're all rotating in a certain pattern, which is clockwise or counterclockwise, right? But none of those objects are moving farther away from each other, I can determine that I'm the one spinning and not them.
They're not moving further away? Why would that make you think that you're spinning?
They're not changing their location.
They don't. Yes, they are. They're moving above your head. What makes you think that you're the one spinning? You don't feel like you're spinning, are you?
They're not changing their location with relative to me. That's what I'm saying.
So what would make you conclude that you're even moving in the first place?
Well,
Okay,
again, you have the
Because
location
you
of the
see,
sun
okay,
versus
you see something spinning above your head. Why do you think that you're the one moving?
Okay, can I
because
offer
I know
this?
the locations of these stars and I know
If
where they're
there's a
standing.
thousand,
You know the location. You know that they're trillions of miles away.
Me?
No, you
If you're,
don't.
if,
You
if you're
said
asking me personally, no, I don't. But I know
okay.
scientists do.
Then stop appealing to people that you have no idea what their
You
intents
always
are. They
appeal.
could be
You
straight up
always
lying to you.
appeal. Why do you go to doctors? Do you appeal
When I
to
go to
I
doctors?
don't go
doctors,
to the
I mean,
doctors.
yeah, sure, they
Why?
can
Why
cure me,
did you
but I
ever?
mean,
Did you ever? Did you ever?
I
That's
Did
don't
you
actually a
do heart
go.
great
surgery by
point.
yourself? Did you ever do
Why
heart
okay,
don't
surgery
you
so
do
by
it
yourself?
this is
yourself?
called an appeal to authority. Your
That's
evidence is
exactly what
just
you
your
do every
authority.
fucking day. That's what I'm saying.
No, my authority is my own
We're,
eyes and my
again,
own
we're
observations.
again,
That's my authority.
again.
Yeah, my own
Your authority
discernment.
is
We're
no.
ordinary people debating
Your
a topic that
authority,
is way
sir.
beyond our pay grade, right? None of
Hold
us here are
on.
scientists or
What do you
cosmologists. I
what?
assume that you're not either.
Hold on. You are hard appealing to authority
Well,
now.
hang on.
Now you're just going all the way.
If your authority is your own eyes, how do you deal with optical illusions?
Oh, we do them as they are. Optical
Probability.
illusions, no problem.
Probability. There you go.
I didn't say that we
Wait,
appeal to
no.
our
But I
eyes.
thought your
I never
authority
said that.
can't be. Wait, no. Probability can't be authority.
I mean,
It has
I'm
to
not
be your
100%
eyes.
about. I'm not
It has to
100%
be
correct
your
about
eyes.
everything. I'm probably correct about some things, right? I don't have 100% proof about
Yes,
everything.
but
I just
you're
conclude
willing to
based off
rely.
of where the
You're
most
willing.
evidence is.
But
Now
you're willing
let's
to
use
rely on the knowledge
probability
of
for the
other people
science
who are
fact.
smarter than you in
Well, hold on,
everything
you
your
guys got to talk
ordinary
one at a
self
time.
every time. You do that every day.
Yeah, that's reasonable. You should base your
Yes.
conclusions off percentages. Nobody knows anything 100%.
No, that's not what I said. I said you rely on blind faith every day when you operate in your
No,
normal
no, we
life.
don't. No, we
No,
don't.
no, we
you do.
don't.
No, we don't.
Listen.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Everybody
How
uses their
when you
senses.
drive to work?
Everybody
One
uses
second.
their
No, we
eyes.
don't.
Everybody uses their hands.
When,
Okay.
yeah, when you go to work
Thank
and you switch the key in your car, how do you know it's not going to explode?
That's being
Okay, so
ridiculous. That's
no,
being
it's
ridiculous.
not going to explode
applying
because
the
it
same
hasn't
exact
exploded
logic.
before. No, I'll tell you, it hasn't. It's not. I don't think it's going to explode because it hasn't
How do you
exploded
know?
before.
He's
How do you
not in
know?
there in
Well,
good faith.
there are some car engines that have exploded in the past. How do you know that they're not going to
Yes,
explode?
I
How do you know
believe
they're not
mine's not going to
lying to
explode
you and
because
they're
it
actually
hasn't
putting their
exploded the last time I
Because
used
my
it.
car's well
devices?
What are
maintained.
we talking
My
about?
car
This
is well
is a dead
maintained.
conversation.
No. Let
Thanks.
me explain.
That's why I
I
gave you the
have
doctor's
conclusive
example
evidence
as
that it
well.
has not exploded before. So why would I think it exploded again?
So this
Yeah,
is why it's
and
silly because in every
my
aspect
car,
of
it's
your life,
silly for you. My car's well maintained. My car is
No.
well maintained. So when I put the key
Wait.
in the ignition to switch on, it's
Oh
going to
my
switch
god,
on
dude.
and fire up because
Okay,
it's well maintained.
can you give me a conclusion to this argument? Because I don't understand what
Yes,
you're
yes,
getting at.
I'll give you the conclusion.
Yeah,
What
go
I'm
ahead.
saying is, we always appeal to higher authorities on every aspect of our life. Whether it's if you have a broken down car, you'll take it to a mechanic. If you have a failing heart, you'll go to a doctor.
Yeah.
The same
Yes,
thing applies.
100%.
No, one second. Let me finish my. I can't articulate a point if you keep interrupting me. What I'm saying is, you always go from A to B when it's convenient to you. But the second we get to outer space, where there are people who actually have
We can't
professional.
go there. It's a begging the
Okay.
question fallacy.
Wait.
I
Let's
didn't say we go there
I agree.
physically, retard. I said we're
I agree with you.
theoretically
I agree with you. You
possible.
should go to your
Then
authority.
it's
But
one second.
hold
Then
on.
it's inconvenient for you guys to appeal
You
to
should
higher
go to your
authority like
authority if
scientists,
they are
cosmologists,
proven.
stuff like that.
You should go to your authority if you have
Why
evidence
does
that they're not being
cosmologists?
deceptive. Hold on, just
Why would
please
they be
listen.
deceptive? Let's talk
Can
about
I
that.
just
This
finish the
isn't even
point?
a real
Yes, you
conversation.
can trust your authority if you have evidence that they're trustworthy. As soon as they prove that they're deceptive, then you can put them into question. You get it?
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, and we have evidence that they're lying. They faked the moon landing. Okay, NASA was created by Nazis.
What's your
Nazi
evidence
scientists
that
that
they faked the moon
escaped
landing?
from.
What's your evidence that they faked the moon landing?
Oh God, you're gonna ask a flat earther the evidence that they faked the moon landing? All right,
Yes,
dude.
100%.
Hold on. Let me pull up my 30 gigabyte folder full of evidence that they lied about the moon landing.
Yeah, do
One
that
second,
right
bro.
now.
This is gonna fill up the
This
channel
is
because
gonna
that's what you
hurt.
wanted.
This is gonna hurt.
Okay. So do you
This is
Holy
believe
gonna
that?
hurt you, boy. Here we go.
Do you
Here we
believe?
go.
Dude, they admitted to
We
faking
don't
the moon
believe
landing.
anything.
NASA,
We don't believe anything.
They admitted to faking the moon landing.
They never did. They never did. They
When?
never actually.
Okay. You know what? I guess I gotta prove that
It would
they did
actually
now. Hold
cost.
on.
It would actually cost them way more to fake the moon landing to actually fly to the moon. You know that?
That's bullshit.
Yeah,
That's
that's some
absolute
bullshit.
verbal diarrhea.
That's a lie. You can't even go there.
That's actual facts.
No, that's verbal diarrhea. Actually,
Why
it's
did the
actual
Russians?
verbal diarrhea.
Why did the
Sorry.
Russians agree with us that we flew to the moon then? I mean, the
Because
Russians.
they were
Russia's in
busy
on it
going
as
to
well.
Venus.
Listen.
That's what
Everybody's in
happened.
on it. Everybody's in on it.
Yeah,
All
they
of
were
them.
busy going to Venus at the
Okay, so
time.
1 second. So you're saying there's like a secret cabal of special people.
Yes,
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
100.
Okay,
Yes, that's
can you,
what we're
okay,
trying to communicate.
fine. I'm on board.
That's what
I'm
we've
on
been trying
board.
to communicate to you the whole time.
Sure. Okay, definitely.
Yeah, well,
Fine.
well done,
Show me
Paul.
evidence for
Welcome.
this
Johnny,
cabal.
come lately.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Can you present that evidence to me, please?
Yeah, I'm going to do that
Hold
right
on.
now. I'm just
You
looking at
asked
side
me
chat.
to post my moon landing evidence. I'm going to hit you with
Remember, I'm
every.
not talking about moon
Actually, no, I don't
landing
want to
now.
spam
I'm
this now.
asking you about the special cabal of people who are aware of that about the shape of the
Well,
Earth and the moon
you know
landing,
who they are
and they're
because
not
you
telling us
mentioned
Oh
them.
the
yeah,
thing.
yeah, I can show you who
Yeah,
they are. Hold on.
sure.
Yeah, you
What's this
mentioned them.
first video?
So do you know anything about secret societies?
No, enlighten me.
Okay,
Wow.
so
What's
there are
all these?
people that are involved in secret societies that are trying to hide the evidence of the shape of the Earth to, I guess, deny the existence of a creator or prove
What?
where you exist, or
How
you
is
know,
the shape of the Earth in any way?
because it makes you
Tell us
believe in
different
the
than
Big
random?
Yeah,
Bang,
you can't.
evolution, and all that.
Yeah.
I just
No, it
want to
doesn't.
point out that we
The Earth
don't
can be
need a
flat.
30 gigabyte file to disprove the moon landing. All we need
I
is
know we don't.
natural
I'm just
law
trolling.
and that
I'm just
gas.
trolling.
And
The
no,
shape
no,
of
I
the Earth
feel you.
bears no.
But like,
The
if
shape of the
we
Earth
can
bears
just break it down
no.
real easy, that space is fake because that violates natural law. So no one's
Yes.
flying through a
Does that
natural
violate
law
natural
violation
law?
to get
Yeah,
to a moon.
yeah.
How
So
is it
it
a violation of
automatically
natural law?
disproves
How
it.
is it a
Yeah,
violation of
Mighty.
natural
Thank you very
Ultimately,
much.
we're in a pressurized environment, and also we don't feel any wind, so we're not spinning, and we're not next
You
to a
don't feel
vacuum.
wind?
So
You
you
don't
don't
feel
even
wind?
have to.
The air,
We don't even have
the
to.
air that
No,
we're
you don't
breathing
feel.
is gas, and that gas would
Yes, yes,
expand into that vacuum, and we would be dead because that gas would go into
exactly.
space. Yet
Why is
at
it
Is
not
sea
that
going?
where the
level, we
The
container
Why is it
maintain
not
atmosphere.
a
going into space?
constant
Okay, so this
atmospheric
is my problem.
pressure, and the
This is
definition of pressure, gas
yes.
pressure specifically, is the force of the molecules exerted on the surface of the container. So if you're saying that that sky above you is just a big empty space
Perfect,
vacuum
perfect. I
that's
love it. I love it.
millions of
So
years,
you're saying on the
light
surface of a
years
container, of
away,
course,
the
here.
gas that we'd be breathing here at sea level would
Sure,
dissipate into that,
sure.
but
So you're
it's not.
yeah,
We maintain
yeah.
gas pressure.
Got it, 100%. So can you show me the container?
Yeah. It's called the
Oh,
firmament,
sure.
right?
Okay.
It's an
So
why?
antecedent
Is it a physical
requirement.
thing? You
I
can't
don't
touch
need
it?
to see
yeah,
your dad to know that you had a dad. It's an
Well, so now it
antecedent
does. So now we
requirement
do
to
have to see
have
with
gas
our eyes. Now we
pressure
don't have to see.
to
Now we
have a
don't have to see with
container.
our eyes.
yeah.
Okay.
So we
So
can even look
if
at the
okay,
rainbow. The rainbow is the same shape of the
rainbows are
dome, and actually the rainbow and the dome is
dome.
glass-like. That's why it refracts light.
There's a dome
Dude,
You see?
glass like.
dude,
Okay, so
stop it.
how come we can't see it?
Don't be talking
Speaking
about
of
domes and
dads,
stuff like
daddy's
that.
here.
I
What's
love
up,
talking about
guys?
the dome. It's my favorite
Okay.
topic.
Yeah, but we're not. That's all speculation. Again, he wants
No,
me to
it's
show
not.
him.
This is
He
antecedent,
wants
though.
me to show him the dome or the
I can show
container.
him the
I
dome.
don't need. I
Show
don't
me.
need to see his dad to know he
Show
has
me
a
the
dad.
dome sounds like an
Yeah, that's
Austin
true.
Powers
That's true.
quote.
I'll show you the dome.
I
Hold
don't
on.
need to
Wait,
show you the
please note
cow
in the
of the
side
You think
steak
chat,
you
I'm
guys?
there's a
eating
chat.
to know that that's a cow
Okay.
piece of cow meat.
Ultimately, I agree with you,
You
but
think
he
that
asked
We,
to see it, so I gotta
telescopes?
show him.
One
yeah,
second.
we control the side chat. The
You
side
think
chat
that
is ours,
telescopes?
guys.
You think that telescopes that can observe objects that are thousands of miles away from us?
Listen,
You know,
They're
outside.
if
observing
you
lights in the
really want to
sky,
see the
dude.
dome, I will show you.
Christ, let me finish. We can see the sun, we can see Saturn, we can see Mercury, we can see all those planets, but we can't see a fucking magical container that's flying around
Yeah,
the
it's
Earth and
magical.
containing us.
You're
Yeah.
not seeing a
Right.
magical
So
distance
when
either.
you show
Just
me the
because you see a
unicorn
light in the
flying on the
sky, you
surface of
don't know a
the
distance to it.
whatever
You're having a
container
magical
is wrapping
distance that
around
you're
the
gonna
Earth.
get.
What?
You're getting your magical distances by looking through monocular vision in a telescope at a light in the sky. You're getting some
So you're saying the
distances there,
sun?
bro.
So
Are
you're
these
saying the sun?
fucking
Okay, so the
trigonometry?
sun does not exist then.
Yeah, parallax, brother. You
There's a
heard of
light
it?
in the
Yeah,
sky.
Okay,
can't be
so
But
proven.
the
what
sun
we're not
exists.
doing is we don't have a pressurized system adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Those clouds that you're
That's a
seeing from those pretty
misconception,
pictures
brother.
will be getting sucked out into the
No, that's a
space because
No,
that
it's
second
misconception.
not.
law,
That's not how
that
vacuum
Do you think
works.
second
it's
law
You
of
Yeah,
think
that's a
you think
myth,
an
bro.
outer
thermodynamics,
space vacuum
That's
that's
a
is
the
myth, bro. It's not
behavior
a
of
vacuum
gas.
like a
fucking
vacuum
space?
cleaner in your house, dude.
Fucking retarded.
Yeah,
wait,
entropy.
wait. So you think it's a dome,
Okay.
right?
I found the
Why
dome,
does the
No,
guys.
no
atmosphere?
one's claiming the
Wait,
shape of the
Well done.
container.
Put it in there.
okay, okay,
All
okay.
right, there's the dome.
Why isn't the atmosphere evenly
Forbidden cliff
crested
shown
all
by a
over?
man reaching the
Why
waters
does
of.
it get lighter as it goes up if it's in a
Because where is
container?
all that gas that
Uh,
it's made
Oh
of
my god.
created at the surface?
Oh
And
my
where does
god.
it
Are you
go as soon as
literally
it's
retarded?
created? It goes up. When the
Yeah.
sun
gas
hits
stacks.
and warms up the surface of the water, it vaporizes it and turns into a gas. Why is it that at the surface of the Earth, where the gravity is supposed to be the strongest, the first
But you're
tendency
not
of that gas
understanding.
to
The
do is to
same way
go
in a
up.
container.
And then when it
Why is
gets
it
to the
not
top of the atmosphere, it's
spread
going to
out
all of a
across the
sudden have a
container?
downward bias. All of a
Because of
sudden, when the gravity
gravity.
You
should be
you
the
don't
Yes,
weakest.
that's not
understand
how it
basic
works.
chemistry. Stop yapping.
Yes, it's so fucking ridiculous.
This is physics.
Yes,
And
physics. You don't know anything about physics because you're
this
not
is the
taking into
second
account
law of
gravity.
thermodynamics.
No, it's
This
not.
is
You're just retarded.
entropy.
You don't know it.
This is gas moving from a high pressure to a low
And
pressure.
what's the best thing to move it up that gas?
It's very
Gravity.
simple. There's nothing to argue about.
If it's so simple, then you should understand it, but you don't. You obviously don't understand how it
No,
works.
you don't understand it. It's clearly obvious. You're totally lost. And by the way, Jin CBR1 has decimated them in the side chat. They haven't got a chance. They've been battered now an hour
I
and a
like
half.
when he refers to himself by name, like in the third person. That was epic.
Yeah. Like a fucking villain from Star Wars.
For us to have gas pressure, there must be a container that's in all the definition,
where's the
even
container?
NASA's
Can you
own
show me the
definition.
container?
Gravity holds
Show me the
down the
container.
atmosphere.
I don't need to show you the container.
I posted the container. I posted
I
it.
need to show you the cow that I slaughtered to tell you that this is
You know how
actual beef.
debates work? You know how debates
God.
work? You make a claim and then you have to prove the claim. If you
Let's
don't,
try to
have
keep it
evidence-
above
I proved the claim.
98
I showed
level,
you the
guys.
dome. It's in the
don't have
chat.
evidence for your claim. One second. If you
It's
don't
a
have evidence for your
requirement
claim,
for
then the
you to
claim is
have gas
null. It doesn't mean
pressure.
anything.
Show me entropy.
There's a
you don't need to
unicorn.
show
Okay,
someone
you know what?
entropy.
Fine.
Show
You
me,
can
show me
explain
oxygen,
it
bro. I know
and
I'm
give
breathing it,
examples
but
of
show
it.
it to me.
You can demonstrate it.
Show it to me. Show me oxygen, bro.
Okay.
I sent the dome in the chat.
Can you demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container?
Show me. I'll give you $1 million
I
if
can
you can show me
demonstrate to you that
oxygen.
every form of gas pressure
no
requires a
betting.
container.
Look
That
at
is something
Cont,
that I
look at
can
this,
easily
look at this.
demonstrate, and demonstration can be a proof. Can you demonstrate to me gas pressure without a container?
You're so retarded. It's insane.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's your
gravity.
response. That's
Gravity.
non-responsive.
You're asking me to manipulate a
Gravity.
planet and use it.
Show me an
insert
example
its
and a
force like
demonstration of
a
gas
gravitational pull
pressure
that's equal
without
to
a
Earth. Is that what
container.
you're asking?
Gravity.
I want you to show me gas pressure adjacent to a
Okay, sure.
vacuum.
I can do the same thing. It's not a container. It's a unicorn that's containing its all. You just don't see it. I don't have to provide evidence for it.
And it
right?
flies
No,
backwards.
any evidence of
I don't
gas
need to see
pressure
your
in
father.
nature,
I
in
don't need to see
reality,
your son.
is
I don't need to see your
demonstrated
father.
in a container.
Your father.
So you're going to give me this one example that doesn't match any of reality? Any example of
Gravity.
gas pressure in all of its
Yes.
definition and all of its laws,
Planets. Look
whether
at
you're
planets.
talking about the ideal gas law with PV equals
At
nRT,
planets.
you have to have a V. It's it's one of the most it's a variable
You're
that
not
you
listening
can't
to what I'm saying.
solve without.
Planets. How are they containing their atmospheres?
Oh no, there's no
That's what I'm
planets.
saying.
It's
You
just
can't
Earth.
contain an atmosphere
All right,
adjacent to a
it's all
vacuum.
figments of our imagination. The sun and the moon are
Yeah,
just
so the stars are just
There are
luminaries.
lights in the sky. No, we're not saying we're imaginary. We actually see them. But why do you keep being non-responsive to the gas pressure without a container, and instead you tell me, oh, the lights are
what you're
fake? What the
asking
hell
me,
does the
what you're
lights
asking,
being fake
okay,
have
let
to
me explain
do
to you
with
why
you
you're
not
claim.
able to demonstrate an example of gas pressure without a container?
Because that would
Gravity.
require a
Gravity is
full
the container.
gravitational pull of a fucking planet.
Gravity is the
It's not
container, so
something
you carry
that
around
is
gas and
invisible.
gravity buckets and drive in your gravity tires.
What?
You know what gravity is?
Gas expands in
You never
all
said
directions. It
Okay,
doesn't have a
okay,
downward
okay.
bias because of gravity. I already explained
Newtonian
that to you. When the
physics
entropy of the
causing
sun's heat
escaped
vaporizes
the
water
Earth's.
at the
What's causing
surface,
things
it
to
goes
fall?
up.
What's causing things to fall?
Density
Oh
disequilibrium.
my god.
What is density?
The amount of stuff in a
No,
certain
give me
area.
the actual formula of density without using gravity. You can't because you're retarded. You never actually checked out these things. You don't know the math. You never done it. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're going to invoke
No,
like
maths
all these
doesn't
laws
always
of
prove
fucking.
reality.
You're gonna
You've got
You're gonna
pseudoscience
invoke laws of
mathematics
Newton
that doesn't
and say
lead us
like
anywhere.
thermodynamics. You're gonna say laws of thermodynamics and shit like that. But you
Yeah,
don't have
the
to.
high pressure goes
You
to low pressure.
Yeah,
That's
never
correct.
math
yeah,
yourself.
that's
Yeah.
very basic.
Yeah.
High pressure to low pressure, and you're denying that. So that's the
Yeah,
basic
but
law
no,
of
gravity is
That's
the
a
thermodynamics.
natural
container.
law.
It holds it
Without
down.
gravity. That's what I'm saying.
Tell me how
You don't need
the
the laws of
gas maintains pressure against a
Gravity.
vacuum.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Gravity holds it
Please.
down.
Literally Earth. Literally
What a
Earth. We have no
question. What a
fucking.
question.
We have
Where
no
is the
container
gas
around us, and yet
created?
the gas is contained because of
In
gravity.
the Atmos, where is the gas created?
In the planet.
Where on the planet is it
We're not a
created?
planet.
I'll even give you it's a planet.
We're not a
Where on
planet.
the Earth is gas created? All the gas that you're breathing. Where's the majority of it created?
Some of it from the
Created in
surface,
stars
some of it from the
billions
air.
of years ago.
Hence,
Oh, dude, guys don't even understand like the gas system, nitrogen system, the oxygen system, carbon system. The gas that we're breathing, where does it fucking come from? It comes from the
multiple
surface.
places. No, it doesn't.
Surface
The
of
surface.
the Earth.
What about
The
radiation? Does that
surface
come from
of
the
the
surface?
Earth.
It's
Do you
held down
understand
by
that the
gravity,
gas
though.
is
It
created
doesn't
on the
matter.
surface?
I hope you understand that.
Why
It's
is
held down by
gravity all of
gravity.
a sudden
Particles.
letting
You're
it
talking
go
about
up?
CO2 only. What about other particles in the
I'm
atmosphere?
talking about gas
The Earth,
in
there's
general,
What about
not
yeah,
CO2
there are
only.
multiple
Why are you
multiple
straw
particles
manning?
in gas. You know that, right?
I'm
It's not
talking
just
about
air
gas
or carbon
behavior.
dioxide.
Gas
It's held down
behavior.
by
Where
gravity.
is the gas created that you're breathing in the
It
atmos?
depends what gas. Which gas are you
The
referring to?
majority of the
all
gases.
the gas?
Gas in
All
my
the
ass.
gases. All of them. All of the gases. Bloody hell.
All of the gases.
Yeah, all of the gases. I don't know any gases made in the sky.
Right.
Yeah, because
What's
you
the matter
don't
with
know
these
any.
fools? See what I
That's
mean?
why.
They're so
You don't even
lost.
know that gravity existed, so I wouldn't rely on your opinion.
No, gravity
Gravity
doesn't
exists.
exist, actually. Do you want me to post a citation for you from Sir Isaac
Neil
Newton? Let me
deGrasse
do that.
Tyson? Yeah,
Let me get Sir Isaac
the
Newton
video you
up
never
to
said.
11.
Person
Get
that's
that up to
From the
11.
surface up, gravity. Is that what you're saying? It doesn't make sense to me. Because gas goes
Gravity,
when
gravity,
it's
bro.
beyond the gas.
Gravity.
gas expands in all direction. There's no downward bias for gas.
Yeah.
When you have gas
You
in a
don't,
container, it doesn't
Okay,
puddle.
you don't know
It
the
doesn't
gravity of
pull
your
to the
dilemma.
bottom
That's
of
the
the
Problem
problem.
is,
even if
container.
it
it's a
goes
container.
upwards,
Gas
even if it goes
remains
Contains
upwards,
expanded. There's no gravity keeping gas down. You don't have
yes,
puddles of
there
gas.
is.
Okay, so then
Gravity holds
if it's not
gas
gravity,
down
then
at
what is
high
it?
Puddles of
atmospheric
gas.
If it's
gradient.
not gravity,
Interesting.
then what is it?
That would be a liquid, sir.
We're under a glass dome.
Yeah, and no longer a
No, it's
gas.
not the gravity of his.
There's no gravity causing gas to go down. They have no example of this.
Yeah, they can't even
We're
explain
under.
it.
Well,
They don't even
if you let me talk, I don't like being interrupted,
Show
but
me.
if you let me talk, I can explain it to you.
We're under a glass dome.
Yeah, shut up with your glass dome already, you fucking spaz.
Why is the rainbow dome shaped, huh?
Tinfoil hat.
Why is the rainbow dome shaped?
Yeah, Twanger.
It's because
explain
of
it
the
to me. Maybe
glass. It's because
it'll
the
be
light's shining
Yeah,
through the glass, obviously.
you'll be able
exactly.
to penetrate
Following
their
the shape of the
interiors.
dome, of course.
They're
What's the matter with you
completely
fools?
just
I
as they
mean, yeah,
want.
guys, it's quite simple. Look, you go up in elevation, the air gets thinner. That's gravity causing that.
Okay.
But
No,
why
it
is the
gets
gas
thinner
going up
because
to begin with? If it's gravity causing it to come down,
no, it gets thinner because it's colder. Heat
it
causes
gets
air
thinner
pressure.
because the gas is
There's your
putting it on
gravity.
the
There's your
surface,
gravity
and there's
for you
less of it up there, and there's more of it down
in the
here.
side
Wait,
chat.
but do
That's
you
what
guys
we
agree
think
it gets
about
colder
gravity.
the higher up you go?
Sure. Am I disagreeing with that?
No, do you agree that it gets colder the higher up you get?
Yeah.
No, it's not true.
Okay, do you agree that if it gets colder it causes the air to become thinner?
Thinner. There's less gas. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's the reason. Easy.
Okay, so the gas though is created
No,
on the
being
surface, so
okay.
it's
So
gonna
the
be
second thing,
thinner.
hold on,
It's
buddy.
going to be
let him
thinner
Being
finish
because
what
cold
he's saying.
doesn't cause the gas
is
to get thinner. So you're
Wait,
already
but do
debunked.
you agree that
the
heat
gas.
causes heat
There's less gas up there, and there's more gas down here. But the fact that you want to argue a delta gas, that's a delta gas pressure. And again, if you want to argue
What?
pressure, you need an antecedent container for that. I don't know if it's a dome
Trying
or
to
what it
sound
is,
smart
but
doesn't
there
work
is
on
a
me. Just
container.
No,
FYI.
I can sound smart. Okay,
That's
so you go higher up,
non-responsive.
it gets colder, and that's why there's less air pressure higher up because it's cold. You get it?
Bro, can we all travel to the dome? I want to
There's
fucking
less
catch
air
them.
pressure.
You guys ever go in an airplane? You guys ever
Can
go
we
in an
go to
airplane?
the
It gets really
fucking
cold.
dome? I want to go to the
You're
dome. I
still
want to touch
talking
it.
about pressure.
less
Even up
air.
there, to have any pressure, even if it's lower, to have that pressure requires a container.
Requires
The reason
gravity.
there's a delta,
Requires
you want
gravity,
to talk
buddy.
about the delta reason, that's a different subject. We're talking about the fact that you even have a pressure, regardless that it's a delta pressure.
Gravity.
Yeah, the fact that you
Let's
have
talk about the
pressure
spin. Listen, if you guys were spinning, why don't you feel the wind of the spin, huh?
at 1,037
Because
miles
the
per hour
whole
at the equator.
Look at a
atmosphere moves, the
volcano
whole
plume.
planet
You
It
do
doesn't
moves.
look
actually
like a
feel the wind of
train
the spin.
plume.
The spin is
You
what
know when
makes
you're
Yeah,
in a
wind,
like
brother.
wait,
Do you know when you're in a
if you think
car
about
and
it,
it
if
goes
I go in a
30
hot
miles
air
an hour?
balloon, why doesn't the Earth spin under the balloon if it's spinning so
All right,
fast?
either way, this is
The
all
atmosphere
non-responsive to gas
spins
pressure
with
out
the
of container. You guys
balloon.
want to
It's
change the
called
topic? That's
conservation
cool
of
with me, but
momentum.
you
If
still
you're
haven't
standing on a
demonstrated
train and
how
you're
to have
throwing
gas
something in
pressure
the
without a
air,
Nah,
The
they
container.
know,
fact
they
that the
know.
Or
wind
how
blows is
gravity
because
can
we're
cause
on a
gas to have
round
a
spinning
downward
Earth.
bias.
Yeah,
That
this
sounds
is
Fail.
insane,
Okay,
Tony.
so the wind is
No
caused by the
downward
spin of the
bias
Earth.
of gas.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so when I go in an airplane, why doesn't the Earth spin under me?
It
Yeah.
Because the
does.
atmosphere moves
No, it
with the
It
does.
does.
spin
Okay,
of the
if I go
Earth.
in a hot air balloon, should it spin under me?
No.
Yes.
No, it
Okay, so
shouldn't.
why doesn't it look like it does? Here's
It
videos.
doesn't.
It
Watch that
does.
video. No, it doesn't. Watch the
It
video.
does, brother.
Look.
It might not, I don't care what it looks like. It
Okay,
does.
look. look. Why isn't the Earth spinning under the sky right here?
It
Like,
is.
come on,
The
man.
atmosphere
How do you know
spins
that?
with the planet.
He's trolling me. By the way, where's the glass dome? I don't see it in this video.
Oh, it's above your head.
Just
Oh, here, I'll show you the
debunked
glass.
yourself.
Wait,
You
I can show
literally
you guys the
debunked
glass
yourself.
dome. If you
You
really
just
want to see the
debunked
glass dome,
yourself.
I can show you.
You debunked yourself.
It's a
All right,
shit
here's the
video.
glass dome. Here's that video evidence. Watch
No,
it.
it's a shit
Yeah, you just
video.
debunked yourself with that video, dude.
You can watch it, dude. That's the glass dome.
Yeah, but in your second video, the glass dome doesn't seem to appear anywhere, so I guess you debunked yourself.
They're not high enough. And,
Dude, you can see the dome, and you can see the dome in that video.
That's what I'm trying to say. You can see the dome.
You can see the
Not only
firmament,
that,
brother. Look at that.
wait. Not only that, like look at a sundog. So when you start going really close to the ice wall, you can see like a sundog.
No
it's a
way.
reflection off the dome.
Dude, that's actually... I never thought about that.
This is the third theory.
The reason why I'm winning the debate is because you guys are retarded.
I said there are two groups of flat earthers: the low IQ and the cult like.
No, there's one group of globe earth that's just retarded.
Yeah,
Okay,
flat
anyways.
earthers are the dumbest motherfuckers on earth.
Okay, then explain to me why wait. Explain to me why the rainbow's dome shape. Explain why we see sundogs near the south. Explain to me when we go really high, we can see some sort of I don't know. Looks like the firmament. And not only that. I mean, you don't feel any spin. You don't see any curvature. Water doesn't curve.
You see sundogs all over the place.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's a reflection off the dome. You guys are silly maxing. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, guys.
The anti-Jesuit,
Come on,
you're not as clever as you think. I don't know whoever lied to you, but
we're not going to have this shit anymore. No more talking about the domes, ice walls, or any bullshit like that. This is an empirical Flat Earth channel. We talk about things we can prove in here. Go on.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
How about no?
The point is, for the last hour and 45 minutes now, the chat has been owned by the Flat Earthers, main culprit, Jin CBR1, decimating them in there, hemorrhaging blood, a lot of them. They're swimming in the Flat Earth water, and I love it. Ha! Bring it on, you Globers. Bring it on. They got nothing to bring. That's why they're drowning.
That I've become infamous in a lot of these servers. Like, I live in people's heads rent free on this app, dude. I join channels and people are like, oh my god, it's Twonger, this, that, and the third. Like, these people remember stuff about
Twonger,
me.
Yeah, Twonger, why don't you go out and buy yourself a cake?
I don't think it's Jin. There you go. Yeah.
For real, man.
Yeah, have a party for yourself.
At this point, I deserve it.
Yeah, go buy yourself a cake and a candle.
A healthy party, mind you. A healthy one, yeah? That's the thing. Because I still want to come back and decimate you bastards.
I must be doing something right. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, you should go play musical chairs with yourself, Twonger.
That your own life to live, so you want to live in others' heads.
Anyway, guys, the Earth is round and beautiful. Go outside, check it out.
Where did you find it? Where is that?
Right above you.
Where is this beauty? The globe is above me.
We're standing on the ball.
Standing on a spinning ball. 100%.
I'm outside.
Like you've been dropped on your head on the ball.
I'm outside right now. It looks pretty flat to me.
Yeah, I've been dropped on the ball, you know?
Side chat is completely showing how we decimated Jin CBR1, completely controlling and dominating him for the last hour and a half. So give your hands on
Yeah.
that.
We've smashed them to smithereens in the last 2 hours.
We completely smashed Jin CBR1, completely decimated.
Nah, you could never do that. You could never ever do that. That's why someone was complaining.
The site that is completely being controlled.
Have you guys seen that beautiful new space footage we got?
Yes, it's amazing.
Yeah, we hammered them. Whatever the topic matter, we just did decimate them.
They don't believe in it.
Yeah, you know it. They were complaining. They're complaining we got too much information that they don't have. That's what they're complaining about. That tells you. We're dominating and we own it. We own this. Yeah, by rights. It's ours. Wherever we go, we own it. And I'm a one-man army. So you're well in trouble. Indestructible, unceasing, unwavering, unstoppable, indestructible Jin CBR1. You have no chance. As soon as I come in...
I respect it, Jin.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. As soon as I come in, you just pack up all your stuff and go home. Because it's the end.
CBR1, man.
Yeah. That's why I love this topic matter, man. What do you think? I keep fit for it. I stay fit to live on the flat earth and enjoy it to the max whilst I destroy the globers as a side issue.
You need your own movie, dude.
Well,
need your own movie.
the thing is, like, if the Earth were flat, then we would use a tool like a water level to establish horizontal.
I just
and then
wish
measure up and down from that. That's like so. Like, can somebody prove that we use the water level as a tool for establishing horizontal, so that we can
what causes
make the claim that the Earth is flat?
What causes?
Yeah, I love that flat Earth claim.
Oh
That
my
it's
God.
called "Water seeks its level," and that,
Yeah.
like that's a good one. And then
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Let's find it. Can we find out if it's true? If it's true, can we use like a tool, like a water level, to
Yeah.
establish horizontal, so that we can end this debate?
Let them go and do that because and that water level tool came because of the flat Earth. First came the flat Earth, then came the measuring tools.
why do you
there
think it's
you
called
go.
sea level? Because it's level. The Earth is level. It's
Yeah.
flat.
No, not sea. No, I'm not
Exactly.
talking about like the ocean or the sea. I'm saying like the tool, like a water level, like a siphon, like a tool. Can we use
you
that
talk like
tool to
spirit
establish
level,
horizontal?
bubble that. Yeah.
Yeah, then we can just end this whole debate. We can just prove it and then end the debate, or not, prove that it is or it isn't, and then just end the debate, and then the debate will be over, and then we can find out why things happen.
Yeah, but it has been done so many times, but they're looking the other way. It's been done 6 ways from Sundays, what you suggested. All the surveyors are proving that the Earth is flat. In fact, they're saying it's locally flat now. We've shook it out of them. They're measuring
Yeah,
the
it's
Earth locally flat.
usually the surveyors, the ones who are actually doing the work, that come out and say, it's actually flat. So
Yeah, that's right. I've got lots of videos on that one. Yeah.
Can I ask you
You
a question?
see?
I thought
Go
you
ahead.
couldn't believe videos. When we showed you videos of outer space, you said they're all fake and you can't believe videos.
You see, when you're talking about out of space, and I'm gonna help you along with this one as well. We know that the images are fake. We know the images
How
are
do you know?
fake. You see, because we know for sure you can't go there. That's how we know they're
Makes a
fake.
lot of
And I'm
sense.
gonna help you along. You see, you keep putting your foot in your mouth. You keep putting your foot in your mouth. You don't deal with Jin CBR1. Don't open your mouth because I will ram a video in it. I'm telling you now.
And look
idiot.
what NASA said. I mean, the Artemis spaceship re-enters Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, 7 miles every second, and nothing happens. Big deal.
Right. Yeah.
7 miles every second. 7 miles.
Nothing happens. Doesn't even notice.
Are you joking? Are they trying to just make me look stupid? I guess so. I don't know.
I think they're trying to make the space cadets look stupid, trying to snap them out of it. Yeah, and there's a difference between videos from space and in a video you yourself could recreate. Mighty.
He's gone.
He's here. Mighty and Moody.
Yeah.
I thought we don't believe videos.
Yeah.
How to recreate
That was a good one.
videos.
Yeah, you'd have to be a rocket man to recreate the one.
Yeah.
They got.
So don't compare that to someone going out with their theodolites and lasers and P900 cameras. They're not.
They were.
Okay,
They were totally destroyed just now. They got completely hammered. Wow! And we owned that chat for the whole 2 hours of it.
You not believe in gravity?
Why would we believe in gravity when it doesn't exist? What's the matter with this man? Then you look inside the side chat and follow Jin CBR1. I put everything in there related to how gravity doesn't exist. In fact, you'll see one that says gravity is bollocks. Actually, one video.
Jin
Brilliant.
Sensei. Jin
Yeah.
Sensei.
Yeah.
The issue that a lot of these people are having when they say gravity is that they say like, like a parrot. Like the parrot says can repeat words, but they don't know what it means. So in a sense, sir, when you say gravity,
is?
you know what it is? Can you demonstrate? Because remember, you can have an explanation of an idea in your mind, and maybe you can explain someone else's idea.
Okay.
1 second, buddy. 1 second, buddy. So, and after you give me the explanation, all of that word conjunction that you're gonna give me, right? Can you show it? Can you show it in reality? So you need an explanation of something that you can show. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm sure you've heard the theory about relativity, space-time, and objects in that space-time causing a distortion
That
in the
would be
field.
Albert Einstein.
Yeah, right? Like you've heard of that, right? The bigger the
Go
object, the
ahead,
bigger
carry
the
on.
distortion. So that's the explanation, right? That's the reason. Now you wanted an experiment to back that up.
It's never been
in
proven. The bending and the
in
warping of the
Vegas.
space-time fabric
Let me finish.
doesn't relate to me dropping my pencil on the floor. That's word salad, what came out of Albert Einstein's mouth.
Let me finish.
It actually
Let me
has been
finish.
proven.
So
No, it
one
has
last.
never been proven.
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
It's not even a
Let me
law.
finish.
Go on, go ahead.
Hold on.
Go
Who
ahead.
said?
I can give
Let me
you the
finish,
experiment
okay?
where they proved it.
Yeah.
Put it in the
I
side
think
chat.
Sure,
Space time.
in America they had two mirrors, right? They bounced a laser off of these mirrors, so it kept going back and forth, back and forth. They know the speed of light is consistent. It was in a vacuum, right? So there was no refraction of the light being blocked or it taking longer because it's got to go around particles, right? And then one day, the time took longer. That was because there was a distortion within the space-time. The light had to go over
Absolute
the
rubbish,
space-time.
ladies and
It's
gentlemen.
not.
Totally
It's
inaccurate.
a proven fact. I mean,
No,
it's
it's not
a
a proven
theory.
fact, sir.
It was
It's not
proven.
a proven fact. I'm going to hit you with 6 for 6 now. Talking out your ass. Even Sir
I gave you
Isaac Newton
something,
stated. Even
then
Sir
you
Isaac
deny
Newton
it.
stated that he disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. Thought it was an absurd idea.
No, but like that's what science is. It's a continuation of
Well,
development.
actually, it's pseudoscience. That's what it is. Let's get it correct. Don't misclassify something. When you try to prove it using the scientific method, they fail every time. Newtonian and Einsteinian, both of them fail when you subject them to the scientific method. That's your problem.
Okay, shut the fuck up and look at the source I posted in side chat. Read about the editing experiment, and then you'll understand. But you probably won't understand because you're too low IQ. But that was
Unfortunately, that'd be you with the low IQ there. You've totally ignored the whole material that I destroyed you with
I've
for the
never.
last 2 hours. You haven't got a
Yes.
clue. Busy throwing verbal diarrhea, verbal diarrhea all over the server. You better start
Experiments
cleaning
of
up. You're
scientists
drowning
with
in
verbal diarrhea.
your verbal diarrhea. You're
But your
drowning in it.
tinfoil hat
Start
experiments
cleaning.
are
Start
just
cleaning.
better.
Start cleaning.
Now
You
you're
made a
gonna
mess
cope.
of the server.
We're gonna listen to you cope in chat now. Look at
I
that.
don't have to cope at all. I'm a champion
You're
at this
coping
stuff, man.
hard. You're very
No. I don't do that stuff.
yeah.
I do this on the fly, man. It's just,
Copium
you
to
know.
the max. Yeah.
I'm a
Literally
champion at this.
the experiment you asked for. If you read it, you'll see how retarded and degenerated
I
you are.
am the professional expert
I don't even know
specialist
if you
that you
can
need
read,
to.
by the way. Let me see.
Yeah, well, you don't know how to read, that's for sure, because you haven't looked at any material that we posted. Clearly
I don't
running
look
from it.
flat earth material.
Run like a rabbit. Run. You're a
Yes,
runner. So you are, man, a runner from the truth. Poor man. Poor boy, should I
Like
say, not a man
if
yet.
the Earth is flat, like how come if the Earth is flat, why when I look at like a tree, right, and I back really far away from it, it's almost like I can just look straight at the tree, but then when I walk up to the tree, I got to look straight up to the sky to see the top of the tree.
That's a perspective.
What's that?
Okay, there you are. There's the citation from Nikola Tesla and Sir Isaac Newton. Have a good read.
Nikola Tesla?
Yeah, Nikolai Tesla. Nikola. Doesn't matter. You know who I mean.
It's Nikola Tesla, but okay, yeah, go ahead.
Nikola Tesla. It's not Nicholas. It's not Nicholas, that's for sure. That's why I said Nikola. Nikola Tesla and Sir Isaac Newton explaining to you to beware of the world you live in because it's all topsy-turvy.
Yeah,
Okay?
all on GIFs and
It doesn't
Facebook
mean
and
that
fucking
it's
Instagram.
not a
Yeah,
globe.
sure.
Yeah. You know?
Can you show me actual
Nikola
peer-reviewed
Tesla stated
articles?
that.
Yeah.
Nikola Tesla stated
Can you
that
show me the peer-reviewed
the
articles and not some bullshit
mathematicians are
post
moving
you
from
saw on
one
Instagram?
formula to the next, to the point where these mathematical formulas have no reference to reality at all, no relation at all. And then Sir Isaac
They
Newton
do.
states that the idea that inert matter would be attracted by for whatever reason is an absurd idea, and he didn't want to be associated with that theory, which he never proved, by the way. Okay?
Yeah,
Thank
because
you
someone
very
else
much.
proved it.
Because
No
of
one's
post on
proven it.
Facebook.
No one has. It's never
Newton
been
has proved it.
proven. and I
not
posted
my
material
sir.
regarding in that topic matter. So, it's never been proven. No curvature, no gravity, no spin, no flight. Universe at 2.2 million miles an hour, covering 19.2 billion miles an hour miles in a year, and yet all the constellations are perfectly in the same place. No change of scenery. And I'm 64 years of age. There you go. Same, everything's in the same place.
You know, if it was a teenager, I'd be like, okay, he's still young, but 64 and being a flat earther, that's shameful, dude.
No, it's not. That is a title. And remember, you just got totally smashed.
Yeah, that
by
is a title. I
64-year-old.
agree.
Shame on
That
you.
is a title.
Shame
It's
on
a
you.
title called
Shame
retard.
on you.
That's what we call
Shame
them.
on you because you got smashed by a 64-year-old. Unfortunately for you, you're a young spewer and you're still spewing verbal diarrhea. Clean up. Clean up, man. You're going nowhere fast. You're in deficit.
And mighty, it's pronounced retard, not retard.
I said retard. Maybe
terrible. What? Don't call him
Such
mighty.
a vast
Call him
vocabulary,
softy.
mighty.
Softy. I'm not going to call him mighty.
Retard. I don't know why you didn't hear
Oi,
it.
softy
I disagree.
Boy. Shut up.
Deaf.
A retard.
Softy. Call him
You can't
softy.
even
Don't
say
call
it.
him mighty. Softy. Oi, softy.
Classic
Where's the
letter.
curvature, softy? Have you measured it yet, softy?
What are you gonna do when commercial air flights to the moon are gonna happen?
Oh,
They're
dude,
never going to
get
happen
a grip.
because of the
How
outgassing
are you gonna
phenomena,
cope? How hard are you gonna cope when that happens?
cosmic ray particles, radiation, solar flares, and the outgassing, off-gassing, degassing. We're never, ever going to go to space. And if you look at
We've
the
gone there many
documentary
times.
that I posted in there for you, it's called Faking Space. It will take you through step by step how to analyze the photographic images coming from NASA and subject them to the latest digital analysis software, and you will see how they're faking all their imagery. We're never going to go there, boy. Okay, softy.
Okay, so my question is, when
They're too
Elon Musk builds
impatient
these
for that. So
spaceships,
mighty, when is
when
that
Elon Musk
going to
builds these
occur?
spaceships with commercial air flights, it should be soon. And you'll be
Mighty,
able to fly
when is
outside
that going
see
to
the
occur?
curvature. What are you gonna do with your life?
Softy.
When is that going to occur?
How are you gonna cope with reality when that happens?
Softy, I'm living in reality right now, softy. That's why I'm calling you softy, because you're not a mighty of any kind. You're a softy. That's how real I am. I'm keeping it real, softy. Softy, I'm keeping it real, softy.
You have to wear your tin
Okay, softy. That's the real time right now. Right now, real time. You're softy.
We're not of a
That's the
civilized
reality I'm
conversation.
giving you.
Tinfoil hat with pride.
Yeah, that's you. That'd be you. That'd be you.
Okay, Captain Bizarro.
And you got a plastic one on top of that as well. What a wally!
To protect me from radiation.
To do with a static. What a wally!
So when Elon Musk flies you flat earthers to
Elon Musk, that scumbag. You can tell he's telling the truth. You
and
can
you're
tell
going to be
he's
able to
telling the
look out
truth
and see
because
the
he's a
shape of
lying
the Earth.
bastard.
What are you going to do with your life?
Elon Musk. You can tell he's telling the truth.
Will your life
because
basically
he's a
become
liar.
worthless, or are you going to be like,
There you
there's
go.
nothing more to do?
Elon Musk, what a fucking idiot. Elon Musk must sit down and shut up. Elon Musk.
I will jump right on that. I'll jump right on the moon flight. I'll jump right on that puppy.
And if you're proven
I'm ready to go now, but we can't go.
Just have to join Katy Perry.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond, but they've lost the technology, and it'd be too painful for them to fix it. Because I'd go in a nanosecond. I would.
They lost the technology for what?
That's what
moon landing.
Don Pettit said. I'm quoting
Mighty
Don
doesn't
Pettit.
know.
Yeah, he doesn't know, does he? Don Pettit stated, this is one of the oldest astronauts for NASA,
They
stating
didn't
that
progress
he
the
would go.
technology
He would go
anymore.
to.
It's like
He's still young, by the way, but I think he's in his 50s, something like that now. But he stated that he would go to space in a nanosecond. Only we've lost the technology, and it would be a painful process to get it fixed up back again. Or
An
worse
amendment.
today.
The reason why we didn't go back to the moon is not because we lost the technology. We have the technology, and it's tenfold better than what we had.
We've never had the technology.
Hello. No, hey, mighty. It's tenfold, not plural. Genius.
Jin Sensei.
It's tenfold,
They didn't say they lost the technology. They said they destroyed it.
Yes, they destroyed it. Thank you.
I don't know what kind of like science fiction movies you watch to confirm these things you're saying, but I'm just telling you the reason why we didn't go back to the moon is because we have no reason to.
You've never been there.
That's a double negative.
It's expensive and it's redundant.
That's a double negative now. I thought you were the smart guy, Mighty.
I underscore it.
You can't get through a paragraph without a faux pas. 10
what a
folds,
softy.
double negatives. Retard.
What's wrong with 10
Yeah,
folds?
he's one
10
megabyte brain is frying up.
I said
He's
10
got a
folds.
1 megabyte brain
How
cell.
can
That's it.
No, you didn't.
how can
Smart guy.
someone
I
that
said
haven't
10.
how
I
can
think you have
someone
to
that
clean
haven't
your ears out, dude, because you're not
how
hearing
can
stuff.
someone that haven't figured the nature of the earth and the surface of it be the mightiest one if you can't figure this out, bro? Like honestly.
Yeah, he's a softy.
Figure
Like I said,
what
young
out?
spewer.
What are you talking about?
It's
Just
That you
wiki.
haven't
young
you haven't
spewer.
figured that the earth is not curving. If you cannot do that, how can you
I
be
already did it. I
mighty?
explained to you retards like a million times. It's just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's
Oh,
not
you
true.
did it? You did it?
Yes.
So how did
Yes.
you do it? How did you do it?
I already explained to you multiple times.
Okay,
You have
speak up.
to listen.
You've got a new audience. Speak up like you got it
I've
there.
been listening
None
to
of
him
this
for a while.
mumbling.
I'm too tired
You
to
and
repeat.
Moody
Oh,
mumble
he's
so
bad.
goddamn much.
Even if I had superman
Kill
powers
him.
and I took you up to space and I literally put your face
Mighty,
against the
mighty,
surface
all you
of the earth,
got,
Literally.
is
you'd
trust me,
still
bro.
say that it's not
Mighty, mighty,
not a
mighty. All you've been presenting is
worthless.
trust me, bro, arguments, bro. Haven't you
No,
realized that?
I gave you facts and logic. You just said trust
No,
me,
you
bro.
don't. Give a
Dude,
pseudoscience
facts and
flat
logic
earth.
do not work on Discord. This place is just where they're all monkeys on here, and they just want to mute you and abuse you. There's no logic and
We haven't
reason here.
done
This is
that. We
all
haven't done that
emotion.
to
This
anyone.
is a
100%. Oh, there they go again. Classic flat Earth behavior.
Hold on,
Lying
hold
again,
on,
lying.
Dwanger. Who's living rent free in whose head? Come on now, Dwango.
Yeah.
Keep it together, dude.
He's living rent free in your head because you're muting him. Obviously, that's how it works. Usually.
It wasn't me. Sorry,
I don't
Wiki.
know. I'm kind of young, but I know that when someone mutes you, you're probably
Yeah.
underpaid. That's how it works.
Yeah, you're still a baby boy, you see. We understand.
Because if you were winning the debate, if you had the truth on your
We
side,
were. We're destroying you. Look at the
then why are you
carnage in
muting
the
It's
Why are you
not
muting people?
necessarily a
hammered.
debate. We're dealing with you. Listen, we're dealing with you guys chant
It's not
like
a debate
religious
because we're
fellas.
wiping the floor with you. It's not a debate.
Dude,
'cause you
you're
guys are
chanting.
you're
You're
not even.
mumble
You're
chanting.
mentally challenged and retarded, and
You don't even have a
listen.
mop, sir. You got a wooden stick. That's all you got. You don't have a mop to mop anybody up with. That's how useless you people are.
Wooden stick. That's a good joke.
You
Did you
got
hear
a
that in like
broken
the
stick and it's bent and warped. The
1960s?
stick
Is
that
that a
you
joke from
carry.
the 1960s?
I'm glad you understand where it's coming from because you know the old school have everything under control. That's why you're under control, you young spewer. And please clean up your verbal diarrhea with your yellow belly and you're leaving all your
live in
leather
the
lying
best
across the
period of
place.
humanity. That's true.
Please go ahead and clean up the Serbia. You're leaving an awful mess and a stench with it. Can you hurry up, please? Young spewer. Softy. What a softy. And you heard me said I'm tired. I can't be bothered anymore. He got hammered. Totally smashed. What a weakling. Mighty. Mighty weakling is what he is. A mighty softy. Yeah. Can't take on the old school.
Someone's
Indestructible, unceasing, unwavering, indestructible Gin CBR1. Don't mess with the best till you pass your test, because the best don't mess. People are useless. I haven't got a clue.
He's actually kind of entertaining. I'm gonna give him that.
No, I
He's
know, right?
retarded, but he's funny. That's at least
Dude,
something.
what makes someone a flat earther? Do you think it's their lack of reading comprehension? Is
Low
it
IQ.
their want to be in a social group? What
That too.
I think
what
it's
is
a
it?
connect between the hemispheres of the brain.
It's a social group. It's the IQ and it's trolling. I'm convinced 100%.
No,
Listen.
it's the ability to pull your head out of your ass, Twango. That's it.
Yeah, and stop holding the scientist's hands. You know,
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's graduating from naivety. It's stop being a gullible moron. It's all you have to do is stop believing everything that's on TV.
Yeah, they're all trying to fool
They're
us.
dragging you. They're dragging you guys around.
Yeah, the government is keeping the secret from
Well,
us.
dude, you're
if
mighty.
God
mighty.
forbid, if we found out the Earth was flat, then
Hey, mighty, you don't know shit from Shinoa, pal.
How would your life change if you knew that the Earth was a globe?
It's changed right now. This is what we're doing. I'm enjoying my life right now.
Mighty, do you not realize that we were inundated with this entire globe story our entire lives?
You know, this
48 years.
Do you not have the ability to respond to anything that's said to you, Mighty?
Rubbing their hands like
Mighty.
the entire population of the Earth is actually
Hey, deaf guy.
It's just so retarded.
Hey, deaf mumbler, do you have the ability to respond to anything?
Like lightning in the background.
Like.
Let's fool everyone. The Earth is flat. They'll never know.
He hasn't got a clue. He hasn't got a clue. Look.
That's what they thought. We'll never know. We figured it out.
We're all just being trolled. Yeah, the scientists are trolling us.
Nobody's
question
lying.
of geometry, ding dong.
Yeah, nobody's lying or hiding the Earth.
Because if God forbid we found out it's flat, everything would go to shit. Chaos, complete chaos.
You have gone to shit.
Well, it seems to have hurt your feelings.
Yeah, you've
It
gone to
doesn't
shit.
affect me the slightest. That's what I'm saying. There's no
It
incentive
has.
in my
You guys
talking
believe
about
the Rocket TV show? Gee.
The tone in your voice, it says it all.
It doesn't affect me the slightest. It wouldn't change my
does.
life.
How would you know?
Even if
You
I was
can
100%
tell.
wrong,
That's
and
an
you guys were
argument
right.
from ignorance.
Let's say tomorrow I would discover the Earth is flat.
Okay, get back to us then.
All the scientists would come out and say, you know what, we lied. The Earth is flat. It wouldn't change my life.
Oh,
I wouldn't care. I
Michio
wouldn't give a
Kaku
rat
has
bag.
come
I
out.
wouldn't care.
Michio Kaku stated it. We lied to you. There's no such thing as gravity.
Hold on. Talking to this mighty guy is worthless.
On the other hand, if it happened to you guys, you would completely.
You muted him now.
He's worthless to speak to. He doesn't have an exchange of words.
I agree with what he's saying.
Cries and cries and cries.
It's not a very
That's right.
productive
And he says
conversation.
Okay, Moody, do you want to be muted or do you want to pick up the baton? So why don't you make a claim?
I agree with what he said, but I don't think it's a productive
what?
way he's gone about it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, I'm respectful.
Yeah. Although you can't prove what he said and what you believe, that's your problem. So you might agree, but you're not able to prove your case.
Yeah,
okay?
if
And
he was so
remember,
confident. No, if he was so confident in it, he would allow a critique of what he's saying, but he just keeps going and going and going.
Hey.
Yeah. Remember, flat Earth has won in a court. Flat Earth has won in a court of law on 2 occasions. So there you are. Because the Globers couldn't prove their case in a court of law. Tell you guys are well in trouble, man. Big trouble. You don't understand the gravity, pun intended, of your dilemma.
There was a huge court case. If the Earth is flat or round and they lost, yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah, Flat Earth has won it, as they've always done. Like I said, you don't
Can I
understand
ask
the
you
gravity
to
of your dilemma,
illustrate me
sir.
this if you don't mind?
You can Google it for yourself if you want to know the truth. How do you think I found it?
Whoa, you expect a flat earther to back up their claims?
Yeah,
How
Moody,
dare
you're
you?
You know what? I backed up everything I've said that you guys are
Well,
hemorrhaging.
I mean, if you want to.
Look in the side chat. Look in the
We're
side
the-
chat. Look at
we're
Jim's
the only ones-
CBR1 material. Thank you.
We're the only ones that do back up our claims. You guys never back your claims up, ever.
Do you? You never showed me any evidence of the container or the glass dome that's covering the Earth. So
because we don't make that claim. We don't make that claim
around the Earth. You said there's a container.
Nobody. Yeah, an idiot probably said that.
Okay, so
there is
no
a container. There
where
has
is
to be a container because we have air pressure.
Okay, so
listen, there's terabytes of information on the 24/7 Discord platform. Terabytes of it.
Okay, can you show
somebody
me
else?
one?
Somebody will send it. Yeah, somebody will send it to you.
I want to see one photo. I want to see one photo of this magical container that's containing the gas pressure in Earth, please.
Okay, what, dude? You're the guy who's saying space time is containing. You're the one that's claiming space time creates gas pressure.
Yeah. So the argument is
crazy.
You guys are a two-headed monster. You're telling us that the argument is space time contains gas.
When did I say space time?
Well, gravity.
You mentioned it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
That's when.
Space time. It's not space time. It's the warping of space time.
Okay, the warping of space time contains gas.
Gravity is not space time. Okay, it's the warping of space and time.
Okay, so the warping of space time contains gas.
It's a contraction towards the center of mass.
And that contains gas.
What? No, I didn't say it contains gas.
The planet Earth.
Okay, so how do we have gas pressure?
Literally because
the planet
of gravity.
Earth is so big.
No, not literally.
Yes, literally because of gravity.
Stupid. That's a silly thing to say. That's childish.
You asked me how.
It's moronic.
Yeah,
it's moronic because you don't understand it.
Prefacing it with literally it takes it to a new level.
My argument is gravity, and your counter argument is no. I don't like it. It doesn't sound.
No, dude, you're telling me that the warping of space time contains gas?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, you sound like a lunatic.
Not just gas. Everything on this planet, you are being contained by the.
Now you're presupposing that the Earth is a planet.
Buildings, all matter is being contained by this contraction
Earth is not a planet. Bloody, how many times you got to be told?
Okay, Mr. Delusional.
You don't understand. Earth Planet means wandering star. Earth is not a star, and it isn't wandering anywhere. Okay, right. Get it in your head. Learn properly from the Greeks.
Okay, Gramps.
Something can be called something, but it doesn't mean it is that.
Okay.
Like,
Learn from the Greeks. Wait, what about Eratosthenes?
Yeah, he did it. Learn how he did it wrong. Learn how he
Oh,
measured flat
he
Earth.
did it wrong.
Angles,
Okay.
angles and shadows are flat Earth references, and in order to measure a shadow and an angle, you're going to need a flat horizontal baseline. You're talking about geometry,
I
trigonometry
love how
there.
you like you
Okay,
cherry pick everything that's
that's
convenient to
three. A
you.
triangle is 3 straight lines.
I love
That's flat Earth. Thank
I
you.
love it.
Welcome to the flat Earth grid.
I love how
That's
flat
what
earthers
Aristophanes
conveniently
did.
cherry
Who
pick
measured the
everything they
curvature in recent days? Did you measure the curvature today? Have you
There's
measured
some
it today? Did you
scientists
measure it
do
yesterday?
something that they
Did you
don't.
measure it last year? Did you measure it
They're
10 years ago? You've never
gonna
measured the
take
curvature of the
density.
Earth.
They're gonna
You're
take
going to measure it
laws of
tomorrow.
thermodynamics.
Are
All
you
those
going to
things
measure it
they
tomorrow? That's
combine.
the question now.
But you
Will
just
you be
pick it.
measuring the curvature tomorrow to shut us up? No, you won't because it's not
I
there.
already shut you up before. I already shut you up. I
See?
completely crushed you before. I already
See?
shut
You loon. What a loon you are, man.
alone.
You can tell you're smart because you're loony.
I highly suggest you look at a Dunning-Kruger chart and understand.
That does not apply to me at all, mate. I know
100%.
exactly
It's
what I'm
literally
talking about
you are the
because I've
epitome of
got
the
you pegged.
Dunning-Kruger
Like I
effect.
said,
You are the
yeah,
epitome
I
of the
can tell you're
Dunning-Kruger
smart
effect.
because you're loony, right? And you know, Elon Musk told us truth because he's a lying bastard. There you go. Come on,
Well,
man.
he's a
Who are
billionaire.
you?
What do you?
You haven't got a clue, have you? You're
Elon Musk
lost.
is a billionaire. What are
You're a
you?
loser. You're a loser. You're a lost individual.
You're using his
Lost
technology,
in the
John.
gale that
You're
is
using
in
scientists.
CBR1.
You're using
You're
globe
lost
technology
in that
every
gale
single
that is
day.
in CBR1. Look in
You're
the
using
side
globe
chat
technology
and
every
see how
single
I'm
day.
decimating the side chat yet again. Jin CBR1, kicking ass, knocking down trees, knocking down globers like a wrecking ball and a bowling ball in a bloody bowling alley. That'd be Jin CBR1. Totally mashing them up. Look at them. Lost. Don't mess with the best till you pass your test because the best don't mess. Now sit down. Times I'm telling you. You're talking to the professional expert specialist. That is Jin CBR1. Did you get that?
Expert specialist.
That's me. That's it. You don't get that title overnight. Remember? Yeah. Exactly.
I like it. I like it. Like a dancing
Start
monkey.
learning.
Very entertaining. Dancing monkey or a
Start
clown.
learning.
Very entertaining.
Good. That's the whole point. And we're factual with it. That's the other thing, though.
No,
As
not really.
entertaining as I am,
No,
not
you're just a
one
clown.
thing I
No,
say is a theory. Not
no,
one
just a
thing I say is
dancing
a
monkey.
belief. Not one
Just a
thing is
clown.
a speculation. Everything
Just
I
a
say
clown.
is facts. When
No,
I
just clown.
say you're a young spewer, and that's a fact. When I say I know you're smarty because you're a loony, that's a fact. When I say we know Elon Musk tells the truth because he's a lying bastard,
You're like that
that's a
crazy
truth as
uncle
well.
at the Thanksgiving table is just talking about like aliens and shit and how he's been
No,
abducted.
I never
Everyone
mention aliens at all. All I talk about at the table, Thanksgiving table, if I ever get one, it's flat
crazy.
Earth and reality.
It's very
I talk about
entertaining.
the flat Earth,
You
reality of
haven't
it all.
you
And
haven't
the
laid
moon
down any
landing hoax. Yeah. And 9/11 was an inside job. There you go, as far as I go with that. For now.
Yeah, of course. This also goes very strongly with what flat earthers believe. They basically believe in every single conspiracy.
Keep misrepresenting us. We don't do beliefs.
Every
We
single
don't
conspiracy.
do beliefs.
Flat
We
earthers
don't
believe.
do beliefs. Do you get it? We do
100%.
not do beliefs. We
100%.
don't do beliefs. Flat earthers
Everything
don't
is a
do
belief.
beliefs.
Everything
Sorry.
is a belief.
Everything we deal with is facts. We don't do, when you're putting down a
Nothing
fact,
nothing
that's
you
not a
believe in is
belief.
fact.
Thank
Nothing
you.
you believe in is
You're the
fact.
one with the beliefs. The globe
Hold
is
on. Hold on. Atheist pilot.
Do you believe this? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Atheist pilot, do you honestly think that propane out of a container will pool on the ground in pools? Are you really that stupid?
What a wally. See what I mean? You can tell he's smart because he's a loony. There you go. I mean, what more do you need? Young man, boy, you may as well just go home. Go home, man. Do yourself a service. Go home. Take some rest. You've burnt out that 1 megabyte brain cell you've got there. It's burnt out now. Yeah, exactly. He's yawning. There you go. He's going down. Yeah, Jin CBR1's done it again with the gang. We've done it again. Oh, yeah. We champions, my friends.
Yeah, please show me pools. Show us pools of propane anywhere.
Yeah. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, come on, hurry up, hurry up. Why is it taking you so long, man? Wow.
Yeah, hurry up, come on. Pools of propane just laying on the ground everywhere. Pools of propane.
Yeah, the man's tired. And we are unrelenting in the side chat, showing how the communications work on a flat Earth. Gin CBO, I'm bringing it to you live and direct to your eyeballs, eye popping, jaw dropping, devastating information. The globers have been decimated in the side chat. No one can handle it with Gin CBO on in the room. You may as well just pack up and go home. It's all his. He owns it. Gin just
Imagine
crushed
like believing that the Earth is a globe and believing in gravity and not knowing that you'd just like fall off the bottom of it.
Yeah, imagine
silly,
that.
isn't it? You would have fallen off the bottom. You wouldn't even get to the bottom.
You understood how gravity works, though. You wouldn't think that.
I knew it. This is my theory. This is really strengthens my theory that flat
The
Earth
antipodal people slipping away. Hey, Mighty, no one cares what you said.
they're doing this for entertainment. They're just trolling.
Oh,
They don't
yeah, it sounds like you're entertained.
You're hoping.
I am
As
entertained.
well
It's
as you're
highly
coping.
entertaining. Seeing a bunch of retards thinking that like they're
Retard, you're almost there.
He's hoping that
You
we're
clean out your
trolling.
ears.
That's what he's
You
hoping.
don't have like
They
you
wish
can't
we
hear.
were trolling.
Maybe
They
you're as old
wish.
as CBR1 here, and that's why you don't hear
I'm
anything.
never going to be a troll. I don't have to troll, man. I come in, I decimate, I leave. That's it.
No. You're
Bring it
either
on. I don't
mentally
troll.
retarded or actual trolls. And if you're trolls, then kudos to you guys.
We're
Because
none of
you-
those things. That's
Well,
you trying to cope. You're
But
wishing
if
that
not,
we're
then you're
dumb.
just
You're
sadly
wishing.
fucking. I don't know, like monkey
Unfortunately,
level IQ.
you've run out of information. This is you now
Monkey level IQ.
squabbling and crying and moaning.
Dear
Ladies and
buddy,
gentlemen, we
please don't
reduced them to
troll.
moaning and crying.
Buddy, you could be falling
We're
off
still
the face of the
still
globe.
hitting them hard in the
Derp,
side
derp,
chat, though. Ladies and
derp, derp.
gentlemen, we're not letting them off the hook at all. When they look in,
slow.
it's an uppercut to the jaw when they look in the side chat. That's
Look
what
at
it
the
is. They daren't look in there. Too much strong information. They can't look in there. Frightening,
Jin,
man. Too many
are you a
flat
high
earth
school
monsters in
dropout,
there.
Jin?
Too much
What was
flat
your
earth reality in there for them, man.
Why does the government lie about the shape
Go
of
and
the
ask
Earth?
the government.
Jin, take him up, and just ask them to stillman anything that has been said for the last 2 hours. To have them stillman it.
Why does the
Yeah,
government
go
lie
ahead.
about the shape
Thank
of
you,
the Earth?
Jamesy. Go ahead. Yeah, come on. Start stillmanning all the stuff that we've kicked your teeth in with for the last 2 hours. Wow.
It's like
I'm
steelmanning
glad
the
I'm not
village
a I'm
idiots.
glad I'm not a glober. You know that? So
Like
glad I'm not a
steelmanning the
glober.
village idiots spurging. Like he's standing in Times Square shouting retarded things, and you have to steelman what he's saying. Why would I do that?
Why
You see what I mean,
why
ladies and
does
gentlemen? He's
Like the
frightened.
village idiot that comes out and shouts like random things. Why would anyone try to steelman?
Ladies and gentlemen, he's frightened. Frightened. That's what it is. As a frightened young
Why would I be frightened from a village idiot?
viewer.
Kind of like when you said that the warping of space-time contains gas.
Yes, 100%.
The ramblings
I know,
of a
it's
village idiot.
funny. I know it's hilarious because low IQ people don't understand these concepts. It's hilarious, but yeah, I mean that's what it is.
Well retarded.
It's like trying to explain to a monkey how a car works, and the monkey's like laughing. Ha ha ha! You're driving a car, and you're like, yeah. And it's like, ha, ha, ha. It's like, yeah, retarded. I'm driving a car. Like,
See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? No information. What did you learn? You learned
basic
nothing.
stuff. You know, so.
Okay, I have a question.
The man was literally breaking.
Yeah, what's the question? What's the question? Go ahead.
I want to know why the government lies about the shape of the Earth. If it's flat, but the government says
Let me
it's a
just
globe,
answer that
why?
quickly. Let me answer that quickly. Look, when you discover somebody has lied to you, it is upon you to go and ask them why they lied. Don't ask me. I'm not the liar. Okay? Good luck with that.
And nobody's lying about the shape of the Earth. Nobody's lying, dude. Nobody's hiding it. Nobody.
Really? Why haven't you been able to prove the curvature then? Please show us how you measured the
Listen,
curvature of the Earth and how you
Jin,
the
he's
rotation
correct.
and how you
Jin,
prove
he's
we're moving
correct.
through the universe
Listen,
at 2.2 million miles an hour. Go ahead.
he is correct. Nobody's hiding it because how can you hide something that you don't have? Like, come on, obviously.
Very true.
Well, I mean, I hide your mom in my closet pretty well.
No, don't start
I'm
talking
sorry.
about people's mothers.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
keep your mouth
Sorry.
shut there. Okay, because we
I'm
can easily
sorry.
start saying your mother was a, you know what I mean, right? So shut up.
Yeah, well, I think your mother was a wonderful
Don't be
person.
talking about people's mothers. Okay, don't do that. Not on this server.
Okay. But I want to know what your like best like speculation as to why the government's lying about the shape of the Earth. Like you can't say
I'm
you
not going
can't
to give you
tell
that
me
for
why.
today. I'll
But
leave it for you to work out. You can work it out for yourself. I don't need to tell you that.
Listen, Jin. He's
Is
making
it?
some type of that's an illogical conclusion because the government, the lady at the tax office, or the politician that makes decisions that you cannot make for yourself, they have to make it for you. They believe it just like you. It's culture based. It's like
Okay, I have a
idea.
guess. I have a guess. I have a
Hello, I
guess.
mean, I'm like in the middle of my sentence, like in the middle. So
Oh shit! Sorry. Sorry.
listen.
I
The
thought you
middle of
finished.
my sentence is not a cue for you to start your sentence. Do you get
I
that?
thought you finished. My bad.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir. So the lady at the tax office, the senators that write your laws because you cannot govern yourself, right? Those people, they believe it just like you. They haven't checked. They haven't figured it out. They just repeating the pseudoscience that they learned, right? Just like you.
Yeah. Sure.
Yes,
Gemsy.
exactly. Nobody's hiding anything.
But there's
Gemsy,
people above that are like in control of the information that gets.
Yeah,
Gemsy,
that's not the government. That is not the government. There are listen, listen.
So who's
There is
that?
a tier, right? There's you that need the government to govern you, and then there is the administrators of the government, the people that tell the politicians what to do, when to do it, how to do it, if they're allowed to do it, right? There is the administrators of the
Yo.
politicians. Then there is the lower layer, which is the politicians, and then under that is you, the governed.
Is it the Jews? Is it the fucking Jews?
No, we're not going to do that either. Can you stop that, please?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
When is it not?
This is your only warning.
Gemsy,
Okay.
you think we have
So
a
I have a guess. I have a guess. Could it be?
Do you think it's all like
Sorry.
Do you think it's all like mapped out? We know every single place, and we know how to get there and how much time
Oh
it takes.
yes, definitely. That's without a doubt. That's without a doubt. They've
Without a doubt. Okay, so can you show me a map of what you discovered?
all maps that we have to date. All maps that we have to date are flat. I've never gone into a shop and bought a map that's curved.
Show me your
Right?
flat
The
map.
globe doesn't exist. So if you want a map, go to the shop and
Okay.
buy one. What's the
Sure.
problem?
Just a regular
I
map?
can buy a
Regular
globe.
map from
A regular
Google?
map will do you. You're going to get to your destination on that map. without a doubt.
Listen. If you want a flat map, you have to call NASA because they are the ones that tell you themselves
Now,
that they
now
make.
yeah, it's very funny. Now let me ask you if it's
Hello. Ask the question for a map. You getting replies for people in the panel, right? You ask a question, you allow people to answer, and if someone else want to add something, you also
Yeah,
let
he
them
didn't get to
answer,
talk for
right?
long enough.
Yeah. So just relax, buddy. It's okay. If you need
let
to
him
leave, if
talk.
you're in a rush, if you're in a rush, just leave, bro. Just press the red button. It's okay. We'll be here when you have time. When you have time to listen and not just waiting to speak, you just come back then.
Okay, if you think we located every single geolocation on the planet, we know what their countries is, we know how much
We
time
don't
it
live
takes
on a planet. You're still making that mistake.
on the flat Earth, and we know how to
Oh,
get
could
there.
it be a flat planet?
Can you explain to me how a flight from Cindy to Santiago takes 12 and a half hours and a flight from London to New York City takes 8 hours?
Come on.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Come on, guys. This is the real old question. You should be able to get this.
Yeah,
That's how long it
He's
takes.
doing Qantas Airlines. This is old. Come on, guys.
Because that's how long it takes. Holy shit.
Exactly that. And not
That's
only
how
that,
long it
you've got the thermal. What are they called? The thermal winds above the.
See, they're not going to answer because it's in their best interest not to.
I know.
Bro, I gave you an answer. I gave you an answer because that's how long it takes.
Yeah,
Why?
and
That's an answer, dude.
there on holiday.
If you look at a map, you can't explain that by that's how long it takes because it makes no sense.
Your teacher asked you why is 2 + 2 4, and you said it is what it is. Teacher, it's 4.
It's less than half.
Because
It's less than half the distance. Why would it? Why would it?
The reason why it doesn't make any sense is because you're looking at a globe projection, dum dum.
No.
Yeah.
We're looking at a flat Earth projection. That's why it doesn't make sense.
No,
Okay, show me your flat Earth Show me your flat Earth map. Let me see it. Put it in the chat your flat Earth map.
That's why I asked you to provide me with
Listen, you have to go to NASA that tells you that they are the ones making the globe out of. Yeah, it's like it's like the sometimes the mics don't work. These times the headset, the noise part of them is not working because it's like they're not hearing, right? So
Yeah.
now, if you want a flat map, you can go to the Library of Congress. They can show you flat maps, right? And you can also go to NASA because they're the ones that tells you themselves that they make the globe out of flat maps.
Oh my god!
Can we talk
So
about
not
the real
gonna
juicy
Did you
stuff?
provide a source
Oh,
for
now
that?
God? Now you bring in
I have
you bring
a
in
way
God?
juicier topic.
Yeah, the creator.
So listen. So you're
How many of you
acknowledging
went to the
you're
Swingers Party at the
acknowledging
Flat Earth Festival in 2025 last year?
you are acknowledging
How much were
that.
the tickets?
Yeah, go ahead and find for yourself. Nobody's promoting that in here. So you want to go there?
Oktoberfest?
That's you.
You
go
don't
find that.
promote Karen B's event in here? You're crazy. She
So
came
you
from
go
Flat
ahead
Earth
and
Festival. What do you
go.
mean?
If they make an event,
You don't want to go to
the
a swingers
topic.
party for $600? Come on, man.
That's not the
I know you
topic
gotta go.
here.
That's the best Flat
Oh,
Earth topic
600
there
bro.
is.
Listen, 600 bro.
Flattoberfest, yeah, for a Flat Earth swingers party.
$600 doesn't sound as bad at 95 billion, right?
Yeah, that's a steal for a Flat Earth swingers party, guys. $600.
95 billion. Yeah, $1 billion Artemis. What a waste of money that was. That was just the Artemis mission. $93 billion. Swindle.
They went to the moon.
They didn't go there. They went to the studio. Yeah. Remember, NASA is in the possession of 24
does
fully
anyone
equipped
else find it
state-of-the-art
interesting that the
studios.
Flat Earth Discord?
What about satellites? Satellites a thing.
Well, if you look in the side chat, I've posted enough material that will leave you without a doubt satellites don't exist. And there's a little song there as well from the Flat Earth Guru. He's in
little graphic
right?
about satellites melting away.
It's all there. Have a look at them information. Look at the information. It speaks a gazillion words because you would have to go to space to find out.
Jin Sensei, the issue that you're having is that just an amendment
How
to
is
what
Elon
you
Musk
said.
magically providing internet to
Just an
people over
amendment.
halfway
Just an
across the
amendment to
globe
what you
with
said.
satellites?
Jin Sensei, I know they cannot hear me because I guess their headsets are not working. But Jin Sensei, an amendment to what you said that satellites don't exist. Different is that they believe that the cartoons that they see and label satellites, and then they show you those cartoons of the satellites on the Earth. They believe that those are the satellites. But we gotta make a separation between the devices that are put on very high altitudes, right? Platforms, balloons. We have that. That you can check on those. There's many companies that develop them.
Across the globe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Can you hear the question I
Hello.
asked you? Hello.
Okay, thank you. So now make a separation between the fantasy. Now make a separation between the fantasy ball idea that you have in your mind and what satellites are, and you have to acknowledge that real equipment that is used for certain weather observation and those things. There is a level of real, and then there is a level of fantasy. You're believing in the fantasy, and you're thinking that the real works on the fantasy, but you gotta separate those things.
Tell me what a satellite is then.
Buddy, do you have like tampons in your ears or something?
Yeah,
Do
what
you
a
have
wally.
something in your ears because you're not hearing the questions?
Tampons don't listen, buddy. Tampons don't go in your ears. Get them out.
Hilarious, dude. We're all just laughing and clapping for you because you're making such.
Oh yeah. You're laughing. Yeah, you're laughing and clapping like seals, right? Right? Is that what you're doing?
You're just strengthening my argument that you're like morally degenerate and fucking retarded. You're not making yourself.
Is that your argument? Is that your argument?
It's not an argument. It's a fact at this point. You guys are like.
It's a fact, huh?
Substantiate your claim. Substantiate your claim that we're
retarded.
retarded.
You are the living evidence of being retarded. Like, look at you guys.
How?
Like, what
How?
sounds you're making.
You see, they're attacking their messenger now. attacking the messenger now. Look, if you look in the side chat, if you look in the side chat, you will see Jin CBR1 measuring the lake. Look how level the water is. Look in the side chat.
Actually,
I
you're
repeat
playing.
myself. Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. Okay, that's me at Lake Inawashiro, Fukushima. Look at it. Can you see it there? See how level the water is there? Can you see that? Thank you. No curvature there, mate. All right? There you go. Totally enjoying myself, yeah? That's what we flat earthers do. All right? There you go. Out in Japan, kicking ass.
Such an amazing.
Yes,
I don't know,
it's
man.
called Lake
It's kind of hard to have a
Inawashiro.
conversation.
Yeah, Lake Inawashiro.
Amazing.
And it's
I
flat.
want to go to Japan too, by the way. It's amazing.
Of course it is. Beautiful. Okay?
Very beautiful.
You guys ain't got a clue about our life and that. Look at them. Globers. Honestly. They don't even know they're alive. Make your copies because I'm deleting now. Bye. Boom.
Bye.
Yes, please. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, you took a lot of the pictures. Okay, correct.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. Oh, look, they can't wait for me to leave, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I thought you were talking about yourself.
Pain. Such is the pain they're under.
Jin CPR1 is literally the star of the event. If you leave,
absolutely, ladies and gents. I bring the material that decimates the opposition. I've been doing that now for the last 2.5 hours. They've been absolutely hammered like nails into that piece of wood. Yeah. And then I'm putting another piece of wood on top of that so they can't get out. Yes. A 4x2. 2x4. You guys, honestly, man. See? All right. No,